up, cowboy? I'm doing the music with my mouth.
All right, Infamous.
Oh, that's right. That guy can get pretty defensive, huh? They can keep doing that. Over
Yeah, that's
the Yellowstone thing.
he's a character, man. Like he uh he probably doesn't do well with people. That's why he's a traveling man. Not like a real traveling man, but always on the road, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I mean, yes, I do know, but I mean, he's got to be he's one of those people like probably like my dad or really anyone in my family that I know. It's they're nice and short like little bits, like you don't want to hang out with them for too long.
Yeah. But you know, there's something to be said about that, right? Like because even me, dickhead number one, uh I still conform to society, right? Like the way I move and stuff just to like either fit in or make my life easier or whatever. But you know, props to people like that that just don't give a fuck no matter what. Like even if you're living on the street, you're just doing you. Like once you hit a certain age, because like once I hit 21, I like never like I still feel like I'm 21, right? Like I never like really had anything else to look forward to after that. So everything's kind of the same. But then I noticed I hit this point where it was like life just kind of became things I would put up with and things I won't put up with.
Did you hear about the Chinese Dwayne Johnson? His name is The Walk.
Oh shit, is he opening a restaurant? And we can smell what he's cooking?
So you ready to talk about the bullshit? Let's get down and dirty.
Wish you would have seen it live, Logan. I wish you. Oh, dude, you missed it too before because I haven't been able to be in his live chat since that Invisible Night School episode, and I thought it was like one of his mods. Maybe we did it without him. And then Tiff sent him a super chat and asked him like, "Yo, why can't RPK talk on this?" And he was like, "I need to talk to him face to face before I let him back in my live chat or my life." I was like, "What the fuck? Oh shit." Okay.
You know what he's talking about?
No idea. I feel like I've been very nice to him, given everything.
I think so too.
Who?
Jimenez, and it's hilarious because
For
he's like
real, bro?
he's like bro as fuck with like paranormal Chris, and it's like I feel like we're like on similar wavelength, like you know what I mean in terms of like it's weird, yeah. Go watch it. It's
Nah,
totally
it's because of Tupa, bro. It's all Tupa.
for me. It's I think it's he doesn't want to admit like he needs us to be monsters to not feel like a total asshole, you know?
Yes, sir. That's why, like, when people call me an asshole or a dick, you know, and everybody's like, no, he's not. I'm like, no, no, I definitely am. Like, I'm just like y'all's asshole or y'all's dick.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the both sides talk comes from too, because like people don't want to admit that like they got psyoped the fuck up and like they were cheering on like a serial harasser for moments, you know, at times.
Well, yeah, bro, because now that it's, you know, most people would just wanted it to be over with. But, you know, there's some people that stuck up for everyone, and now people are starting to see that. So, you know.
It's wild, bro. Have you seen like the Sandcorp stuff? That stuff alone, like, is pretty crazy. And then when you tie it into with all this stuff, it's like, yeah, this is, and this is what I've been saying. It's like this subject has been covered up. If we think there's a cover up, right? It's like literally the most covered up fucking thing, like ever. Like they're gonna have some fuckery right at the end. You know what I mean? They're not just gonna like, you know, there's gonna be some kind. You know, Dodie Benowitz wasn't that long ago. They were fucking with like James McDonald, like uh I mean freaking Amy Eskridge wasn't that long ago. I always bring her up. I feel like there was some foul play there. Even Mellon said uh some guy had a heart attack that was supposed to testify like a week before, and this was in November. He said that. So who knows, it might even be like NHI, you know, to some degree that's doing some of these weird like conspiracy games,
I
I guess you could
definitely
call them.
think that. What's crazy is the amount of people that similar to KMF situation, right? Like people just don't want to deal with all that shit so bad that they'll ignore it, right? It's kind of the same thing with disclosure. That's why I call everybody disclosure junkies because they overlook the obvious just to get any piece of information a disclosure, right? Like you said, it's a cycle. Why do we think it's going to change now?
Yeah, we were laying in on that in the space I held earlier. I wish you would have made it. I thought I sent the invites out, but we're saying like, and it's like, you know, you want to be forgiving to people, and you know, because I get it too. Like, right when it was happening to Josh and Artemis, I wasn't really tuned in. But it's like the people who annoyed me the most were the people who like they acted like they were bothered by it more than like the people who were actively getting harassed and attacked. And it's like, dude, like nobody wants this. Like, but yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, so one of well, I know this is perhaps I don't know if it's talking about myself, my work, but one of the things I find strange, of course, in these topics, I know I've raised it before, is that you have people that say that they're desperate for alien confirmation, alien disclosure, for getting information out there to the public and all of this. But consistently for several years now, I have provided better evidence than the people that are supposedly leading all this disclosure and that are desperate to get some public information out. Not one of those influential people has even talked to me. Do you know what I mean? They've never said, let's have a look at that, Bruce. What do you have there? Maybe that's something that would help disclosure. Maybe it is. Let's have a look. If it's not, what's it hurt to spend a couple of hours having a chat, right?
They did the
Because
opposite.
they would.
They blackballed you.
They attack me. Yeah, they hate me. They attack me because it's not part of the story, the narrative that they're supposed to be. It's all about battling the government in this group of activists and writing to your politicians. And my story doesn't fit that. It doesn't fit this drip feed, plan disclosure narrative that they're selling us. And it doesn't fit with certain people aggrandizing themselves and being the center of the flow of information. So if someone else has it, and not just myself, and there's scientists, and I know I've raised this before, but there's several scientists that have found amazing things, like Professor Wainwright. Why not blow up their work, right? Because Wainwright, he's found what I think is aliens raining down from the freaking sky, a metallic sphere made of tungsten and stuff that impacted his detector with organic material coming out. Almost certainly, at least if it's not an organism, it's a seed, an alien panspermia seed, an actual technology that has been collected by a legitimate scientist that has been obscured. Why not blow up his work? Why not go to Wickram Singer, the panspermia man himself, who's got decades of information suggesting that alien life is entering our ecosystem. Oh no, don't worry about that. It's all about this one narrative, right? So they would actually attack people that suggest other types of evidence rather than looking at it and see you as a problem, because that's not part of the story, bro. Get the hell out of here. So it does show that it's not really about wanting legitimately to have this transformation of information. It's about a certain story that they're involved in, and everyone else has to go under the wheels of the bus, which I find is, it's funny, it's sad, and it's certainly full of a lot of irony. But and not just to be the core people, it's very clear to say, not just the core people as well, but other people that are influential in these topics. They're this nearly as bad, because they are mostly as well about themselves. That you could. I've reached out to quite a lot of people, to be honest, and you would never have heard one of them mention my work, or talk to me publicly, or say, "Hey, let's have a chat so everyone can see, what's wrong with your work." Nothing like that. So it is funny because I am quite public. It's not that they don't know, and it's not that I'm reached out, or that they haven't had people in common say, "Hey, have you have a look at that work." They don't want that. It's not part. It doesn't suit them. So there's something very wrong there, I think.
And real quick, I was just gonna say on that side screen, I feel like what really sucks is all the good that's happened could have happened, and like including you, and minus the harassment. It just feels so like unnecessary, and it's like such a stain on like the entire kind of thing.
Yeah, it's quite derailing. I mean, if everyone had actually genuinely been, working together, I would think you'd highlight, and I've tried to myself to highlight other people's work, like I said, like Wainwright and other people, because I think those people have already found evidence of aliens. If all the community sort of had come together, sieved through for the best public evidence, and pushed for that to get into the wider community and into the media or whatever else, or even just trending amongst their own community. It's a pretty big interest group. Over the world, there's millions of people interested in these topics. That could have been done instead of it being just brought down to this strange kind of uber focus on pretty much Elizondo and a handful of people that he knows, and this idea that it had to be come from the government. We have to get this forced disclosure that they're saying now could be years and years and years of hearings, and really, why do you want to do that? Why do you want to be years and years of hearings and stuff? I mean, when there's evidence out there that you could be saying, well, hey, why aren't we looking at that? Why don't we say what's particularly say like Wainwright's well, I was come back to amazing stuff the guy was finding. Why aren't we pushing and saying get the media to look at that? Instead of out of focus drones and flares and stuff. I mean, really, no wonder the wider kind of scientific community says that there's something's really wrong with this story. If we'd been say pushing these things, saying why aren't you talking about this guy's work? He's a freaking he's like a really acclaimed kind of scientist in his field. He's found all this stuff, and you guys are ignoring it. I mean, that would have had more traction because then it puts all these scientists on the spot. Yeah, why are they ignoring? You know what I mean? There's stuff like that. Instead of saying why are you ignoring out of focus triangles, well, they would say, well, we can because it's junk. It's garbage.
In my opinion, that's because that those are the areas they don't want people looking in, right? The most logical areas, like maybe some type of AI that outlasted a civilization that we're communicating with, or like these crashes. They could have been like we hear all the archaeological sites, where they're digging up these big, like what Ross Coulthart was talking about type thing, right? So like it would seem that like maybe they're not crashing, but that like we found the tech or that it's really old and we've always been trying to mess with it, right? Something like that makes more sense, or like the panspermia, like Bruce kind of talks about, all that stuff. People say that we anthropomorphize that stuff, but they forget the nature aspect of things, right? You still want to do things more efficient. You still want to do things easier. So like you can look at things from that kind of like a natural aspect, right? And that's not technically like human nature. So that gives a lot of insight, and all that stuff is what I think they don't want people looking at. Just like Doty, right? Like he gives us a lot of information, but what I don't listen to what he talks about is anything that kind of involves aliens, right? I just assume that it could be government or AI based instead of aliens. But everything else he talks about, I kind of, I do listen to, and that seems to be like the common theme among, all of everybody pretty much.
Oh man, check this out. So you're not gonna believe this, man. So humanity, uh, um, so yeah, check this out, man. The vagina, it's been rebranded as a bonus hole by cervical cancer charity. Isn't that crazy? Vagina's now a
Yeah,
bonus hole.
it's so wild times we live in it, Logan, to be honest. I mean, I know we mostly focusing in these topics, UFOs here, but anyone who looks at the broader society we're living in today, it is wackadoodle-doo time. It really is. I mean, you know, that's why it's funny in these communities, and there's a hyper focus on just, UFOs will change the world. Look, we need a lot of fucking world changing to save where things are going at the moment, more than just UFOs and aliens turning up. Because I mean, there's something very wrong in the minds of human beings, so I don't know, that's my take.
Yeah, man. If the vagina's a bonus hole, I mean, I'm gonna start digging into UFOs because I gotta get the fuck out of that topic somehow, for sure.
Maybe they made a
Can't.
boner hole.
Oh. Uh. So the terminology, which aims to avoid upsetting transgender men, has been accused of dehumanizing women. Huh.
It sure is.
Definitely. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Bruce, and I'll quickly screen. Shouldn't have jumped in last night when you were answering me, so I do owe you an apology for that. I said it, but you'd already gone. Bruce, I was watching on YouTube last night.
Oh, there he goes.
It calls it a movie, but it was the Anunnaki book 1 to 5, and it was really interesting. There was so many tie-ins to Egyptian culture, and it reminded me of when you were telling us that story one night about the researchers you knew that were working under the Giza Plateau on that lake underneath the pyramid. And you were telling us about the barracks and the tunnels and the shafts that were there. And I just wondered if you'd had any update on what they're pulling out and if any of it ties into the Anunnaki story.
Well, what I've been led to understand by my friend is, obviously some of what they're pulling out is gold. I mean, we shouldn't really shock people too much. Of course, all humans to some degree can understand the value of gold. So, whether there's an archaeological value or just for money, but that's definitely been some focus on getting gold artifacts out. But yeah, there are all sorts of other statuettes and stuff. But there is a suggestion from my friend that there's technologies down there, and that one of the ones that he's talked about is that there seems to be some kind of, I know this sounds wild, but some kind of system that when people go down into some of these underground passages, and there's loads and loads of underground passages under Giza, that some of them, as you go further down, that people start to have the symptoms of like a heart attack. So it starts building up worse and worse. So it's like there's as if there's some kind of energetic defense system underneath the plateau that only somebody who's meant to be there can actually go down there. That there's something really wild, like in terms of the technology down there, which I can't say that I haven't. I mean, I haven't experienced that. I'm just telling you that's what he's told me. So, and also he's talked about was it an artifact that something is a sort of power source, and it looks like two gold plates, like I can imagine like sort of square kind of gold plates against it, sort of near each other with a gap in the middle, and there's something in the middle, and that these things are giving off a huge amount of energy, that they've got symbols on them, and that they've been found down there, and that they are some kind of energy sources or something. That's what he is giving me, privately. So it's not something he's putting out there, some sort of on some video or he's getting money out of. It's just stuff he's privately told me about research that he's done it on the plateau with his sources, and most of his sources, of course, are the local people. They know where all the cave sites are and all the stuff. They don't get a lot of credit, of course, but even the archaeologists and stuff really are going to these locals because they've been going out onto the plateau. A lot of them looking for treasure since they were children, right? They find all these tombs and they find all these places. It's not really the archaeologists. The archaeologists come later, right? They're taken to these sites. And another one, I'll give you one more before I jump out, that there's a tunnel site which has, there's a guard who guards the tunnel. And he said, he was talking to him, and the guy said, and he said the weird thing was they didn't really, so most of their conversation was almost like telepathic. The guy didn't really speak English, but they managed to kind of muddle along. And he said that basically the guy was insinuating that there's people down there, down the tunnel, and that at night sometimes he's had them talk to him. They've come up and they've talked to him, and that there are still people down there, really low down in the tunnel system, and that these people sometimes they do come up and on his own guard in the tunnel. A couple times he's had people, human-looking people, come up from the tunnel system and communicate with him. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's wild stuff. Again, like I'm saying, these are not people putting it out there for clicks. You know, it's just some old man who sits by a tunnel guarding it, you know, stuff like that. So there's some wild, wild stuff that is quietly known amongst people that are doing, you know, investigations out there, but just doesn't really make it through to the public. And I'm not saying people believe it. I mean, like, you know, obviously that's hard to believe for 99% of people. But again, why is some old guy telling you that? You know, just his job is just to guard this old tunnel, you know? So it's wild stuff like that. So yeah, you could say it connects to the idea of, you know, obviously an advanced ancient culture and some sort of contact or some sort of technology transfer to ancient people who have stuff they shouldn't really have. So you have to ask, you know, if they really have got that stuff, where did that come from? Because we don't see a development curve, you know, of people starting to make obvious kind of power sources or something to then get to some sort of high tech. So I mean, it would look more like a transfer or rediscovery of really really ancient prehistoric stuff, you know, which is the crypto-terrestrial idea, you know, a lost civilization from a million years ago or something, and that they rediscovered it, you know, something like that. But you have to somehow explain how suddenly they would be high tech in a site that is supposed to be just, you know, a few thousand years old. Is kind of wild. So I don't know what you make of that, but yeah, could have some links.
That's wild because all this new stuff I'm looking at, it lines up with everything Bruce was just saying. Dang, I had something else I was gonna say, but then I started thinking about what Bruce was talking about. But yeah, basically, Mr. Mythos, he has a Inner Earth series where he covers, you know, Inner Earth lore, and there's just this common theme. If you if you watch them all at the same time, you start to notice this common theme of like some type of things, weird looking automated type of crafts or drones or something that, you know, kind of look like Nuremberg. Either these black cylinders come in like drilled down into the earth somehow, and it's like the native people still talk about it to this day, and anybody that's seen them in person talks about how it looks like the rocks and stuff were there after that. It's been there so long. But you know, you have like this common black stone type of thing, which is usually magnetic in some form. You know, this Inner Earth civilization, you know, that are humanoid, that have advanced tech and peace and prosperity, and you know, they come out and kind of like mingle or overlap every so often, and you know, it's like how Bruce was describing the two plates, right? That is like, that's resonant. That's like if you ever see my post, I do the little fingers, like the one finger, the circle, and the one. It's almost like a power sign, right? Like that's like what the whole thing is about. And a lot of this ET tech, it has to do with like cavity structure resonance, right? Also, a lot of that stuff is like radioactive, or it's like pulling so much energy that it affects the magnetic fields when you get into that stuff. So like Bruce was talking about, you don't really see the curve of this technology. And personally, I think that's because it's been around for so long, and they figured out really, you know, way back when, like in the early 1900s, that basically when you mess with this stuff, it gives off a signature, like it disturbs the magnetic fields, or you're able to check for it with magnetometers and stuff like that, like what Gordon Cooper did when he went to space. So I think you know, if something does pop up pretty much the government rolls it in and shuts it down, and they have like a beacon going off of exactly where it was turned on, you know. So that stuff is definitely worth looking into. Even the crystal stuff is very fascinating, because they're starting to do stuff with crystals and this plasma phase, and you know, you have this whole thing about the tektites, and then like information being in the crystals. It's just crazy stuff that everybody should look into.
Okay. Good to see Ocean. And also, yeah, I know I keep going off topic, but yeah, I guess I'll just stop doing that then. What's up, Kent?
Oh, I was just going to ask Bruce if he knew if Zahawi was in charge of that dig, or is it being handled by another group?
At the time when a lot of this stuff was happening, yeah, it was under Zahawi's reign across the plateau, and Lerner as well. He was kind of one of the senior archaeologists or foreign archaeologists, that those two were overseeing a lot of what was happening in terms of going down into these tunnel systems and taking stuff. And my friend's seen tunnels where he'd gone into and taken photos where there was, you know, artifacts and stuff there, coming back and they're gone, you know, a year later or whatever, come back and it's all gone and stuff, you know, and not, you know, not reported, not gone like, you know, a newspaper comes out, wow, you know, discovery, we've taken all this stuff. They'd just be gone, you know. So they were definitely going down and taking things. And heard a lot that, you know, that Hawass was involved in a lot of this, that, you know, the stuff being taken out and things being shipped away. In fact, wasn't it? I think one of the artifacts, there was I think the only kind of engraving showing like how the pyramids were built or something like that. There was some really wild ones and stuff that they'd found, like images showing stuff, and they just whisked away, and like really amazing things that are just taken and we never see, you know, never seen the news, you'll never hear about. There must be mountains of stuff that's gone from there. I mean, it's just wild, you know, if they're going down on wholesale taking artifacts out and going down into the deeper levels. I mean, like, even the term Giza really means mouth of the tunnels. So I mean that whole area is known for tunnels. And when you get anyone who's been there, if you walk around, you know that there's shafts basically everywhere. I mean, there's shafts all over the main part of the plateau. But if you go out into the desert, you know, if you go on the camels or horses or whatever and go out there, there's shafts out in the desert. There's, you know, massive shafts in some places. Other places they're obviously, you know, small, like a person can crawl down. Some going in at angles, some going into walls, some going straight down. You know, but they're all over the place. A lot of them have got grills over. You know, even ones going into walls, so not necessarily to protect you from falling. You know what? There's ones where there's grills over because you're just not allowed to go in or to see in there, you know, like wooden coverings and things. You got to ask yourself, like, why? What's so secret in that one? You know what I mean? That you're not even allowed to look in through the front, you know. So it's almost in your face that there's stuff they do not want you to see. And there's a whole, you know, there's a whole massive, like the Mastaba field, like next to, if anyone's been there, you know, you can walk on, there's a main roads or going into the Great Pyramid. So you walk up the kind of the main like walkway, but off to your left, there's loads of temples. There's loads of burials. There's another sort of smaller sort of pyramid site there. There's all sorts of stuff there. And when I was there, this guy, he's one of the guards for that area. He comes up to us, and I'm with my friend and his partner, and he again, this guy didn't speak English. I don't know. I think it's some sort of telepathy thing or whatever it is. But he comes up to us and he's like gesticulating. You know, my friend's like, "Oh, maybe you want some money or so." So I just offer him a tenner. You know, he's like, "No, no, no, no." You know, like you come sort of thing. He's got like, you know, the badge thing. He's one of the guards. And he takes us, and he just takes us on this freaking tour, this wild tour through the controlled area. He just takes us straight in there, takes us around, showing us all these temples, takes us down into these different structures and sites that are totally off limits. They're all totally off limits to tourists. So we have this nice walk around with him for must be about an hour. My friend sort of got to go. He takes us back to his hut where he's got these coffees. He's sitting down, you know, make some coffee and all this and a hookah. My friend had to go. I was just sitting there. This guy, we don't speak a word of each other's languages, and we just talking, not really much, and just having this. And it's just what I was there. Like Rich said to me, he says, "I have stuff like that happen. It's like the people they know that they're meant to do something with you." That they know that they see you. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's something they just sense that you're somebody that they're meant to do something with. You know what I mean? It's another level, I guess, because I mean they're working on that place every day. They must get sort of energized or something from it. You know what I mean? But because he doesn't know that we're not just typical tourists, you know, that we're researchers or whatever. Yeah, how does he know? You know, but he just sort of picks us out, and it's like, you know, come on, come down into the Mustafa field. You know what I mean? It's because it's a weird place. It is. My friends had it quite a lot. Like, so he's had Bedouin people turn up, and they've taken him off into the desert to show him ruins, and you know what I mean. It's like it's a wild place. I'll say that. There's definitely an air of magic in the air there. That's my feelings.
Go ahead, Ocean, and then Jamie.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we were talking about like crystals and transferring energy, and it made me think of like water. So like, you know, first of all, like you need water to live, so it's going to resonate at a frequency that's like drink me, right? Like good for you. But then like you can also store like frequency apparently in like water or ice or uh maybe even like in a cloud that you could just rain down information.
I still want that picture, by the way. I wasn't kidding. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for the space going down earlier. My phone was plugged in, but it wasn't charging, so it died. And I was like, no, and then it wouldn't turn on for a while. And then I got lost in some of my other things on Twitter. So I'm back. So thank you so much for having a space, Logan.
Oh, you know, that's super annoying. Like when you like think your phone is charging and it's just not been charging the whole time, and you think it's fucking charging. Oh, it's such a bummer when that happens. Shit, go ahead, screen.
My bad. I was brushing my teeth. Yeah. So like, all right. I shared this video about blind frog the other day. The one that Erickson and the dude Dwayne that he knows, his homie, is like telling like an inside story of Blind Frog Ranch. Um, he gets into the story talking about how the conquistadors would travel there and basically like put these chests of gold and stuff in the water in these caves, in these tunnel systems in the caves underneath the ground. And essentially what they were doing was creating like collated minerals, like how people do the correlated silver or colloidal silver and stuff like that. It's like that, right? But they were doing it with like all kind of stuff, like gold, silver, and whatever else. And you get into the stuff like orichalcum or like Dr. Sebi's little mixture where he was making these pills and stuff that would cure people, or I say cure people, but you know, basically like repair their body in a sense, almost like it like gets their body in tune to be repaired with their mind, like when you sleep. Essentially, it's wild stuff, but basically it's like where these natural processes like that are happening in nature, right? So like Bruce was talking about how people feel like they have heart attacks and stuff the farther down they go under the plateau and stuff in the tunnels. Like if you study the old stuff, I'm only talking about the ancient stuff, right? That's because there's a lot of misinformation in that stuff. The priests would not come out of those tunnels. Okay, they would stay underground because like basically they had to get acclimated to that stuff. You can't just like go down there, right? They had, once their body was used to it, they were able to travel around down there farther, but also they couldn't just like come right out of everything too, right? Kind of like you just in your eye with a patch. I always talk about. But you know, it's like all. So just think of it like if there was this like machine producing electricity or something so big that like we as humans, like when we were working on it, we were like down inside it, right? Like that's almost the equivalent of what's going on in those areas. They're just like nature machines, so we kind of like don't look at them as like they're producing anything, right? But that's definitely like Bruce is like giving y'all gold right now. Like a lot of my thing that I'm working on is on a lot of this stuff because it like the EMF portion of all this, right? That's like a very common thing that I feel like everybody overlooks, and I didn't even really get onto it until very recently. But yeah, definitely listen to everything Bruce is talking about and look up more information on that stuff.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just saw the post you made, man, in the thread, and that could be very awkward if that person comes in here. But yeah, uh, oh, what is it you're saying exactly? Are you saying that yeah, what are you saying? I don't want to misinterpret you, screen there.
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just showing what is there. That's Lou's Twitter circle, and he claims to not know anything about KMF, but there he is in his Twitter circle, along with the other guy that texts him and stuff. But then when it comes to all the harassment, doesn't know anything is going on either. I'm just circled those. That's all.
And then when people talk about it, he says that they're trying to ruin disclosure. It's like, no, not really. And also that same circle bullshit, they used that as evidence when they took down Morian Lerner. So they're gonna try and act like that circle thing doesn't mean anything, but like all of them used that circle thing to harass Morian Lerner and his anyone who's like his friend.
Really? They use that Twitter circle thing? I don't remember that part.
Yeah, they literally. You could go look in October for a bunch of them. October, September, around then.
That's good. This Twitter circle thing's kind of BS though, because I'll give you an example.
Oh no, I
According to
totally
that,
think it might be BS too, but just they at one point they were all about it and watch them be not about it.
uh, that makes sense. I can see that
And I know
happening.
what
Like,
you're gonna say, Logan, but what I figured out more recently too was like I thought it could count like that person looking at your profile too, but it's actually your profile, because if you put in the other person's profile, it will not like have the same association. So it's basically from that person's profile point of view.
so you're saying that I'm obsessed with Kent Reynolds then? I'm
Yeah,
constantly going to hit him up.
yeah.
Good shit. What can I say, Kent? I must love you. I'm your number one fan.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
sincerely doubt that, Logan. But as long as we can talk, I don't mind. Getting back to what I was talking to Bruce about. I just found it fascinating. I don't know whether they were using the Egyptian and Baalbek and all those references and deliberately tying them into Sitchin's work, but it was just really, really fascinating how it tied into the ark, tied into the flood, it tied into all sorts of things. That's why I asked Bruce if there was any sort of Anunnaki indications in the artifacts that they're bringing up.
Yeah, I'm a bit cautious as well because the way that term Anunnaki gets used, and obviously with this Sitchin kind of angles that is a bit more, from my understanding, that the term it came to cover a whole range of different kinds of beings, like nature spirits and deities and all sorts of stuff. Whereas in UFO and aliens kind of lore, it's always used very much just for this kind of class of beings that are seen as alien visitors from space, which I think, that probably if we were back then and we were using it, they'd be quite baffled if we were using it like that. You know what I mean? I think that it covered a whole range of kinds of beings, and obviously sky, like beings that came from the sky, would be one kind potentially, but yeah, it had a bit of a broader range, and obviously Citrin used it how he wanted to use it, which, to be honest, fitted the story he was telling. I really don't know if in the beginning, if he was just legit and meant well, but I mean, he definitely did change, meanings of things. And he definitely did fit a narrative how he wanted it to, and obviously he was challenged on that by like Michael Herner and others in his lifetime. And even Graham Hancock, says, I don't believe he could speak any of these languages. He said, I spent time with him, traveled with him, and I don't think he could speak these languages. And Herner challenged him because he used to believe him, and people I know, Michael Herner is a religious and histories kind of scholar, but also did the Ancient Aliens kind of debunked website and all that stuff. But because he challenged him a lot of times, said, look, let's have a debate, because he learned these languages, right? He went and he learned the languages, he went deep into it, and he realized that a lot of this just didn't add up. So he would say, come on, Sitchin, let's do an open debate. And Sitchin would never ever debate him, never debated him, because there was just so many holes in how he was using the translations. And that's, but it's obviously, of course, the story of the Anunnaki and the creation of humans and all that, is fascinating, even without changing it. It is fascinating. But one of the things that I think is worth pointing out is that what they say they created us for is to do their work of holding back the chaos and keeping order. And because the gods are tired of doing that task. And so that they create humans to take on the role for them of holding back chaos and keeping order in reality, right? Which is somehow is changed in the popular story to being created as slaves to mine gold, right? That's a very different thing. That's a totally different thing, right? And if you look at some of these texts, it's very clear when they talk about gold, when there's discussion of it, they're saying, we'll take this gold and cedar wood from Nibiru, and take it in the boats, in the ships, and take it back and stuff. So, are we saying that these are advanced aliens and they've come to get cedar wood here as well? You got. I mean, some of that doesn't. What I mean? Just if you look at the text of how they've been, translated by many, many scholars today, they've put it together. You don't see anything that adds up to spaceships coming to get gold or anything like that. So then there's a lot of problems in that narrative, even without going into the technical thing about rockets, carrying rocket stuff full of gold, taking off again. I mean, there's a lot of issues with that, and we know today, of course, you can just mine gold in the asteroid belt if you are an advanced alien race. So look, there definitely is a narrative in there, but that doesn't mean necessarily that we don't have these kind of star god, myths mixed in. Same with the Egyptians, with the Neters and some of the Egyptian gods, and all around the world. Ideas of Mayan being, Mayan sort of Pleiadian connections and all this stuff. It's all there. There's there in the stories. But yeah, I'm very wary with Sitchin's work because it's just very clear that he has used mistranslations. And today we have a lot of people in the ancient alien space who have relied totally on that version. There's loads of books that have basically parroted Sitchin uncritically without looking to see, if his translations add up. And we have so many of them, and people, I mean, it's a really nice story and it's attracted loads of people. I think there's probably millions of people that are fans of that kind of that interpretation today, and that's why these books do very, very well. But I think we're better off going back to the more honest, kind of rigorous search for truth without getting lost in that. I want to believe. I've done it. I'm sure loads of people have. You think, yeah, it's so exciting. I believe that. And then, but if you go back and look critically at some of these stories, you're like, yeah, no, it doesn't add up. You know what I mean? That's my preference these days. Is to I'd rather get to the heart of it than just enjoy the LARP sort of thing, which a lot of people I can understand. Is this fun in it? But yeah, I think we have to be careful. We've got to scrutinize these stories. Another thing you hear a lot of stuff like, well, it's written in stone. Yeah, you can write whatever you want in stone, but just as you can on a piece of paper. We've got to be really careful of ideas like that somehow people back then, they never trolled anyone, or they never made up a story, or or they couldn't get anything wrong. They couldn't misinterpret things, and it's really wild. We have to be really careful that remember that we're humans, they're humans. Yes, they probably had real stuff happen that was super weird, like we do today, and they've tried to share some of that. But they also would have put it into the context of their knowledge and their civilization. And it was a time when, a lot of phenomena wasn't understood. I mean, we don't understand half the things going on. So, take a few thousand years off of exploring reality. They didn't understand a heck of a lot of stuff that was going on. So they've done their best to translate events to us, to the future. But whether it's Egyptians, whether it's Sumerians, whether it's the Maya or the Inca, like all of them are going to have some stuff in there that is just not accurate as a as a transfer of real
I don't know
understanding
about
or
that.
event.
I don't know. Have you
Hey,
heard about the Adam and Eve story?
yeah, that one, yeah. It's another one that's full of problems, isn't it? The Adam and Eve story as well. That's mean, the guy, again, interesting to read these things. Take some of it that makes sense, that's backed up elsewhere. Take it all with a pinch of salt. But you know what I mean? You can't swallow any of these things and just say, yeah, yeah, that's all the facts. Unless you can go away and find a lot of supporting material. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's fun to believe some of these stuff. Like I say, I started believing a lot of stuff that everyone else sort of believed. It seems like it's the truth. And then if you get a little bit more critical and you go back to some of the same stories you started out believing in these kind of topics, and you realize that they got a lot of inconsistencies in them, or a lot of holes, or people have used and warped them to make bestseller books, basically to grift it. You know what I mean? That's, and whether in ancient mysteries or UFOs or ancient aliens, obviously a lot of people have done that. They've adapted things to make a better story, to make a better documentary, to make a bigger click YouTube video. Sorry, but that's what is happening.
I mean, speaking of made up stories and trolling, so I was reading this tweet by Larry. He says, Adam and Eve were genetically engineered by the Elohim, an extraterrestrial race. We therefore share some of their genes and do look like them. Humans' exceptional pain in childbirth is due to this genetic engineering. There is a trade-off between walking upright and the size of the birth canal. They increased our brain size, but were not able to fully increase the birth canal size, or it would have hindered walking upright. I'm here to tell you that the Bible is about ET, not God. They are the missing link. I'm not here to shatter your belief in the good God. I share it, but I've made my adjustments with 21st century eyes. P.S. They knew very well that we would wonder why our pain in childbirth is so much greater than that of the animals, so they gave us a false explanation. It's your punishment. It's sad to think we were lied to from the beginning, but that appears to be the case. And this other guy said, like, oh, here's what that guy said, but he responded by saying, no one is saying extraterrestrials are God. I hope nobody does. But one thing I think humanity needs to understand is that a Yahweh was not God. He was the most high of the Elohim, a race of ETs that genetically engineered us, and he exhibited no love for mankind. I don't know. Do you know what that means, Bruce? You know what he's saying? Who's Yahweh?
Yeah. I mean, I do. I mean, sorry, who did you say that was from? That passage?
Larry Gurnt? I don't know. Larry
I'm not
Gurnt?
sure. Yeah, I mean, look, that's just sort of some of that anyway. Definitely the direction of the information I've looked at over the years. But yeah, Yahweh is, the God of the Old Testament, basically. So, you know, today, most Christians, not all, but most Christians see Yahweh as being the God of the universe. But Yahweh was essentially a storm and war god of the traveling Hebrew tribes at that time. So funnily enough, he's a violent figure. He's a very violent figure. If you look through the Old Testament, he's sending them out to war to take over other nearby nations, often to commit what was essentially kinds of genocides. Where he'll say, "That's it. Kill every man, woman, and child, and even the freaking animals." You know what I mean? Just bloodbaths and stuff, right? But then he is their war god, right? So associated wars with him made sense, right? And Yahweh had a consort, it seems. There's certainly evidence that he had a consort. So it was Yahweh and his wife, right? So there's been a few very ancient engravings of Yahweh and his wife, and also, pictures of Yahweh as a humanoid being. He's not human exactly. He's a humanoid being. He looks strange, but yeah, he is that figure. And if you look at the work of, is it the Italian guy, similar to saying Belosi or something like that. But he's got a great book. He talks about how the Bible's been misinterpreted, mistranslated, because you got to remember that it's obviously we've got to go through a couple of languages to get to us, and then on top of that, sorry, if I'm muted, am I? Oh no, I'm not. Sorry. You've got a couple of languages. You've had also deliberate mistranslations to make the text fit better with church doctrine and church aims. And so that's not as simple as saying a mistranslation through error, but wanting the text to give a certain message to increase, faith in the Bible, in the story, and to, jazz it up a bit religiously wise. So For example, he points out that you've got, if you just take Genesis, the first, obviously the first Genesis 1, where you've got this story of, the Spirit of God hovers over the waters and stuff. Well, actually, that term that is being translated there has an unknown meaning. Nobody knows what it actually means. So instead, you've got in the beginning, and also, sorry, it says God, and actually the original term is Elohim. So in the beginning, you've just got the Elohim, and it's actually the Ruach. So in the beginning, the Ruach of the Elohim hovers over the waters. Well, hang on a minute. Doesn't that give you a little bit of a different feel to the Spirit of God is hovering over the waters? So instead that the Ruach of the Elohim is there hovering over the water. What is this thing? What is this Ruach of the Elohim? What's it doing? Because it seems to have a fixed place in time and space, and it's hovering there, right? If this is the universal God, the omnipresent universal God that is all things and is everywhere, why the hell is it hovering over some water, right? And so what is this Ruach of the Elohim? So if you start looking at some of these terms that shouldn't really be translated because nobody knows what they mean, so that's what's been pointed out here, is that there's a number of words, I think it's about 6 or so key words like Elohim that nobody knows really what they mean. And in the case of some of them, they're pre-Hebrew. So, there isn't really any way to know what language they were in. And then instead, they've been changed by the church to things like the glory of God, the Spirit of the Lord, and things like that, because that fits a theological interpretation and a deistic kind of interpretation, right? Because you're a religion, you're selling a religion to everybody. Now, if you were to just say this Ruach and let people work it out for themselves, a lot of people would be like, well, what is this bloody Ruach? What's it doing? Because it turns up, these weird places, like, they go up to the top, on top of the mountain. There's the meeting with God, and again, there's the Ruachs there. Well, not straight away, because there's a request. Can he see it? Is it Moses? And so he's sort of saying, "Can I see it? Can I see this Ruach or the glory of God?" It's usually said as. And Yahweh is like, "Well, you can come back tomorrow and see it." Oh, hang on a minute. Right, if you think about that, if it's the glory of God, i.e., something to do with God's presence, why does God have to go and get it? Why has he got to come back tomorrow? Wouldn't it be there with him? Isn't it part of him? Right? So it doesn't make sense. So you put that into the context. He has to go and get the Ruach. And then when he gets it, and when they meet again, he has to tell Moses, he says, look, you can't look directly at it. If you do, you'll die. Right? God cannot help him. He cannot stop the Ruach killing him. So God is impotent. Think about it. He's impotent. He cannot stop the Ruach killing the guy. So he says, you've got to hide behind the rocks and you can only look at the back of it. Right? So what the frick is that Ruach? And it can carry you up. It can carry you up and it can carry you along. And it's also interpreted in the Hebrew text as being slightly the weapon or the great weapon, and this other interpretation of this Ruach. So what the heck is that? Right? So these are really problematic, and they fundamentally change your view and relationship with the Old Testament. They have to. They have to. If you can still listen, if you can go through that and come away feeling that you're talking about the omnipresent spirit of all creation of the universe, then God help you, right? The real God help you, because you have lost it. Because why wouldn't that actual creator of the universe, who I do believe there's some sort of spirit of the universe, I don't think it has to come back tomorrow with its Ruach. You know what I mean? This is something else going on here in this text. We have other examples like that. And these beings, these Elohim, who seem to be installed as representatives of some other force, now whether it's an ancient civilization or whether it's aliens, they seem to be the representatives of some other force that has technology, and they are spread around. There's a few of these Elohim. There's not just one. There's not just Yahweh. There's a few of them. They seem to be in charge of certain regions, and every now and again they have fallouts and they have wars. So Yahweh sends his people to eradicate other forces of other Elohim. Sometimes there's these fallouts. And these are quite angry beings. I mean, Yahweh's not just is a wrathful and vengeful God, but actually it shows him more as like a very passionate, and that you should have no other Elohims but me. He's quite clear on that. If you go off and you work with one of the other ones, he's got no truck for you anymore, right? And there's without bogging you too much down into this topic, there's a few examples where there's a meeting on the road with him where, again, I've forgotten the name, one of the important figures in the story meets him, and he's like, sort of telling him, you've got to go and do this for me. And the guy's like, but who are you? And he gets angry, and he's like, I am that I am. And like we've been told that I am that I am is the other name for God, and that this is him just saying that's who he. No, he is pissed. You know what I mean? You got to think in the context. I am that I am, and then he calms down and says, "Tell them I'm the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham." But at first, he's more like, "Well, who are you to tell me?" He says, "I am Elohim. You can't be questioning me." You know what I mean? So the actual sense of these beings is more like that. That these are they're volatile. They're volatile, and he gets really pissed when one of the kings sends off assistance from another Elohim, and he says to him, "Is there no Elohim here that could help you?" So when you think about it, these beings are portrayed. They're quite aggressive because they have these wars. They are burning down other cities, killing everyone, man, woman, and child, telling you can rape people, you can have slaves, you can. It's horrific. It's horrific. So if you can come away, this is why the Gnostic Christians in the beginning said, we don't want the Old Testament as part of the Christian Bible. We don't want it. And a lot of the early Christians said, they were like, well, if we accept it, how on earth do we explain that this God is this loving God of Jesus? How do we get away with it? Because it's so inconsistent with the the turn your other cheek, loving God. It's so inconsistent with that they were like, well, we're going to have a real problem explaining to people how this is the same God that is sending out armies to massacre people and rape people. How do we do it? But somehow they have got away with it, and it's wild. It's two completely different entities, right? So anyway, that's where it goes. Who these are, whether they're aliens, whether they're some sort of lost civilization, it's not clear. But their ruach, is some sort of technology.
Carl.
Awesome, Bruce. Awesome. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm so into
McDonald?
the yeah, so into like the 12,000 pre-Younger Dryas back. Now here's a bit of synchronicity for you, Bruce. For the last day, and only this morning, I wanted to get on and ask. I was going to actually tweet out to you. Do you think your theory on this crashed alien spacecraft for 170,000 years ago could be the omnipresence?
So I'm not sure if you broke up there. Are you still talking? Because it's
Carl, what did you say?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's trippy. Yeah. Do you think the crashed spaceship of 170,000 years ago likely to be the omnipresence?
when you say the omnipresence, can you clarify a bit on that? What you mean?
No.
Sometimes it's just like that.
I'm not sure what you mean by that last part.
Yeah, sorry, Bruce. I'm flip-flopping between what I mean too, because I think there's several different types of species visiting the planet, and some pretend to be the omnipresence and God, and but there is an omnipresence here, way older than just the some advanced off-worlders just paying a visit on a search mission and an exploration mission. So and the thing is, I see a lot of orbs and a lot of high flying craft over my house. I mean, it's just so they come pay a visit and show themselves to me. And the question is that what it's like, who are you? And I've been asking this, like, who are you? And I just, that's why I say, do you think that maybe the crypto terrestrials that are here kind of looking after the planet and kind of resident might be from that crashed alien craft at 170,000 years ago? Because there's a, like, between where you say there and like the Younger Dryas, there was a civilization at around about 40,000 in the South Americas that were using kind of like a more molded type of, like, they mold boulders, that they kind of carve the boulders in situ, and then it kind of progressed into that kind of like morphed kind of rock. So that's the question, really.
Yeah, I mean, I take a view that, first last thing about omnipresence, that, I do feel, that we live in a reality where there is a consciousness that permeates everything. So now, and there is the force or energy consciousness behind creation, and, the emergence of anything and everything. So the whole universe, and it is imbued with consciousness. So, like, if we are, look, I'll put this to it, if we're in a simulation, and it could be, obviously that's one direction that a lot of people lean in, and a lot of scientists lean in. So, like, if we're in a simulation, then that might be just the programmer or his program, like, his AI running or something, that it could be that. But if we're not in a simulation, if we're in base reality, then I would take that to be what we'd think of as, as a prime creator. Some people could call that God, or, I mean, God's also got loaded terms. So, I mean, in a way, but I think a prime creator that, when the universe began, it began in the mind of this prime creator, that we are like a fort in the mind of God, if you like, our whole universe, and it permeates everything. There's consciousness throughout everything, every rock, every star, every person, that we're all linked into this one thing. And even from a quantum mechanics kind of view, it seems that if you go down to that level, there's no Bruce, there's no, Carl, there's no Red Panther, you wouldn't have any of that. You wouldn't be able to interpret that quantum information to be different people. It's just like a soup of this infinite, superpositioned quanta, right? So in that, there is only the one. Yeah. So that one is also all of us and all things, So that is a very intrinsically kind of religious, spiritually kind of sounding thing, right? That, you go down a bit lower, there's no signs of any of us. There's just this one thing. In a way, it's one particle in superposition. I mean, that's just wild. So there, all of this is happening, and on another level, it can't, it can't be. It's just there's nothing here, and we know we're basically empty space. We're like, was it 0.00001% matter, and the rest of the atom is empty. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. We're just this emptiness that somehow is working like a hologram, holograms of people and cars, and if that's not enough to boggle your mind and make you feel sort of spiritual or small in the eyes of some great creative force, I don't know what would. So before we get to aliens and AIs, I think that to me is what, when I lean back, think about what is the great mystery behind it all, that's where my mind would go, is to that. I mean, it is some of this other stuff we see, some kind of higher beings, AIs and things. Sure, I think over the many millennia, I'm sure that things like that have been mistaken to be gods. And that obviously past civilizations, you had lots of gods, so they might have also had a prime creator, but often they had a pantheon as well, right? And I think that pantheon probably does include alien beings, and probably does include ancient AIs and things that things that were just so above them, so more powerful than them, that they gave those also a god status. But a lot of those cultures still had something like a primal one, the main one, the father of the gods, or something like that. They realized that there was something more ultimate, but there was also these forces and powers that were just so mind-bending to them that they had to put them as kinds of gods, which makes sense. I mean, if you were living, I don't know, 5,000 years ago, and something turns up that can do, all sorts of psychic powers, and also has crafts that can bend time, space, or, any of that, what are you going to call it? I mean, it's definitely outside the animal kingdom, isn't it? And it's outside the human world. It's something mind bending. So you can understand how it would be deified, and they'd be like pretty freaked out by it, maybe worship it, maybe scared of it, maybe want to placate it, give it offerings, or I can absolutely understand that. I think that yes, some of these things maybe are, like I say, it could be that the ancient AI from the craft I talked about may be one of those. It may be that I have considered the idea that that AI somehow survived the wreck and maybe is here in some form. Maybe others, maybe other craft AIs. If they are living ships, we may have AIs that have arrived here and that have in some ways infiltrated our world, and also biological beings, the Watchers and all that, the stories of the Watchers. I think that those beings from that collective, this is like what I would call really the Pleiadian collective. The reason being that, if you look at all the ancient stories, most of them go back to Pleiades or to Orion, that we seem to have two main groupings of beings that seem to align themselves either with the seven stars of the Pleiades or the belt stars of Orion, either symbolically or literally. So you have at least two lots, and they seem to be called the Watchers in different languages around the world, because they just seem to be here for a very long time. They are kind of witnessing things. They sometimes meddle, and sometimes they just stand back. And they seem to fit that. I say they fit that term very well. Watchers, that they're loitering about and they're keeping an eye on things. And arguably, from my work and other people's work, they seem to also sometimes intercede in our evolution and nudge us in certain directions and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say it's a bit of a mix. It's a bit of a mix, but I wouldn't say that they were omnipotent or all-knowing. But they certainly know a lot more than we do. They probably certainly have access to more of the universe than we do. But that doesn't mean that they are the creative force behind it. I think that's a completely different level. You know what I mean? So that's how I'd look at it.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's good. I'm kind of happy with that. It's been bugging me. I know to the rest of the room that might sound really weird, but it's really been bugging me because ever since I've been thinking about Penturch a lot, and the way that we trapped one and then shot something down, and literally, within a couple of days of that happening, they they turned up and showed me one of their crafts, and that was like impressive. So like ever since then, I'm thinking, I think also, right, this is the thing that there's so many planets, and there are so many planets in the universe that it just, I can't believe that we haven't been claimed. I just can't believe that. And I go back to like the Nuremberg and Basel sky fight. That wasn't just 5-minute fight. That was like all day kind of fight. So it's just, there's something going on. And like, I think the conclusion I come to is that it's like a rock pool where we've got lots and lots of different like species, like of different abilities, all living in like the same rock pool, and some interact with others in different ways, and some are food for others, and just some are like symbiotic. So yeah, I just don't feel that. How can we have survived this long without something else being here?
I mean, we were a species on the brink of extinction for a huge amount of the time that we were on Earth. So in terms of, you look back at the early hominins, they can, for something like the best part of a million years, our ancestors had about 10,000 viable breeding, members. That's kind of crazy. So we would have been on the risk of extinction list, but somehow we muck along like that for like hundreds of thousands of years, whereas most other animals would have just gone extinct. So you do wonder and stuff like that. Was something else propping us up a bit? Making sure that we didn't die out. Giving us the odd helping hand here and there until we picked up again. You know what I mean? Because that's a long time to go. Hardly anyone. In a dangerous world where we didn't exactly have the right armaments. because back then, we were against all these giant cave bears and ground slopes. It's just unbelievable, right? A whole circus of horrors that we were dealing with. So to not have the numbers, to kind of deal with that, it's kind of wild that we survived. So yeah, it does make you wonder if they weren't like shepherding us along a bit and keeping us out of too much trouble.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I completely forgot what we were talking about before. What was that again?
Well, this dovetails nicely back into like the colloidal
Silver?
minerals and
Oh, sorry, Carl.
no, that's okay. I thought we were talking about colloidal minerals and underground, like these huge earth, uh, structures that are like a natural structure, and you just exploit the physical properties of the structure.
The Earth could be like a whole machine, as far as we know. In fact, it kind of seems like that.
What kind of machine? Never mind.
A battery at a very minimum.
Well, it is a battery. It's a huge magneto. If it wasn't, we'd all be fried to a crisp by the sun. But I was interested you say like blind frog ranch and these like these huge crystals that grow and like from the magma, that these huge like miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles long magnetic or slightly metallic-y metal kind of like bars appear, and whether the if you were coming from another galaxy or dimension or whatever, you're coming to Earth or any planet, you're going to exploit the natural engine and the natural resource that thing would give you.
Yep.
Is Kent speaking? Is it just me? I can't hear him, so I don't. I'm not
Oh
sure.
no, it's just just run of the mill silence. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, could as well that don't mean to upset people when we talk about the Old Testament and all that. I know it's an upsetting topic for a lot of people because you grow up with a certain story. It's like a lot of stories we're told, and as you grow up with a certain story. You take it into yourself, it becomes part of your character, it becomes part of who you are, how you live your life, and then one day, some bugger in a space comes along and pulls the bloody rug on you. It's out of order. So I apologise for that, but it is what it is, and you find out these things as you go through life, and how our world works. So many of the things just are not quite the way they seem. As day one. And I've had that going on for years and years, and the rug keeps getting pulled. More and more until you realize you better be like the cat, ready to land on its feet, at any moment, because it's going to be happening more and more, I think, as we head into the near future, and we realize that how much of our history, how much of our theology, and even our sciences have got a lot of scammery in them, a lot of vested interests by people who would seek to take advantage of us by occluding the knowledge from us, right? And that's kind of where we're at. Now, that's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable because we weave these narratives into who we are.
Yeah, I'd never heard any of that stuff that you were talking about with Yahweh and all that. That was all fucking new to me. Um, yeah, so there's like a race of people that call themselves Yahweh out there, or there was anyway, and they're like aliens, and They like battle each other like around the planet. I mean, that's what I got from that. Is that what you were saying?
Hang on. Oh, can you hear me? I went a bit wrong there. One of the glitches. The term is Elohim. So Yahweh is a specific Elohim. Elohim is the collective of these beings. And in other cultures, there's other terms that seem to refer to the same kinds of beings. I mean, Anunnaki may well be something like an equivalent to Elohim, put it that way. So there's these different terms out there. And you could go to South America and you'll get different terms for their leaders, these strange leaders that they had. So it seems that they were dotted around the world, that they had a kind of caste of leaders. And you think about even like royalty, that whole idea that there was special people that were genetically different, they were special, that they ruled over you. You know, it's a weird concept when you really think about it, like where that came from, because the whole premise of a ruling elite is based on the idea that they're different to you and they're closer to the gods, right? That they're genetically different to you. They're closer to the gods. They were the intermediaries of divine forces, because otherwise they had no basis to be ruling over you. If they were just people like you, there would be no basis for you like bowing and scraping to them and stuff. So the argument was always that these were a different kind of people. And so in some of the stories, it's the idea is that we once had these other kinds of beings that ruled over us. And then at some point, there is a handover to what we would call today like royal families, where it becomes a human leadership. And these other strange looking kind of humanoids are no longer the immediate leadership. And I don't know exactly when that happens, but it seems to be kind of a handover to what we think of today as the royal families around the world. Before that, apparently, there really were these odd looking, you know, very tall, very strong, odd kinds of beings, who amongst them are these Elohim that were said to be ruling different, you know, city states, you know. So it's a wild story. But then they have things that there's, I mean, I can't remember all the different terms. There's a technology that's described in the Old Testament that is used to shape stone, cut stone and stuff. You can just like hold this thing and it can carve out things for you and stuff. And you know, so there's some really weird stuff in there. The terms, when it gets translated by the church, now they have to translate it all to be like theological. Okay, so of course it gets turned into things like, the power of God is used or something, but that original word wouldn't mean that, right? So if they were to just leave it, then they wouldn't, basically there wouldn't be anything like a universal God in the story unless you change the story and change some of these words to be more theological. So in other words, you've just got this story of the Hebrews telling you about, well, back in the time when Yahweh was in charge and we had to do this and we had to do that. It's very different. It's very different if you read it like that. It's just a story of these Hebrew tribes, in particular, well, actually one Hebrew tribe and its leader, Yahweh, right? Because there's other Hebrew tribes and they have different Elohim's leaderships. And in fact, you know that because this group has to go and fight them, right? So it's not even like all the Hebrews were under Yahweh, that they had other ones, So there's a different Elohim over here, there's another one over there. They had to sort of invade other Hebrew nations and destroy them and stuff like that. So it's definitely not what we'd think of as a universal God who is a global.
And you cut out there.
Bruce, you cut out, but can I just jump in with Elohim? Bruce might know who I'm talking about, or Jamie, or someone who's the guy who's that preacher with the big stupid
Paul
glasses?
Wallace.
Sorry,
Paul Wallace.
Paul who? Paul
Wallace.
Paul Wallace.
Yeah, it is him, Paul Wallace. Logan, go and watch some Paul Wallace, because he talks about Elohim. He goes through the Old Testament about decoding the words, because there's a Elohim. They translated Elohim like a couple of times, like capital Elohim with a capital E, and the small Elohim, and Yahweh, and it looks like they've translated the Elohim that means the powerful ones. So it's like the powerful ones. So it's not even like it's not God. It's the powerful ones. So even the translation says that it's plural. So yeah, Paul Wallace is a good. Don't take it all as gospel. Sorry for the pun, everyone, but don't take it all as gospel. but sort of do.
Puns are fun.
Oh, hold on. What? Wait. Bruce. Oh, Bruce fell off. That makes sense. Yeah, I like Paul Wallace. I used to listen to him a lot, but I don't know. I started getting like a little. It started becoming a little too much when it just seemed like everyone was a reptilian or this or that. It's just like, come on, man, you're turning all my favorite like Bible characters into different aliens, man. I forget it. It's just too much after a while.
I don't even know who
Yeah, I
you're
like it when
talking
he's
about, but
sorry.
yeah.
I like it when he's sorry. I like it when Paul Wallace just stuck with the translations of what he thinks, and I quite like that. But yeah, the rest of it can go in the bin. They always end up doing this.
Yeah.
I'm listening to someone the other day, and I was reading the Pale Horse. Is it the
You hold
something
the
the
pedal
Pale
horse?
Horse? Yeah, chapter 12. And I'm reading that and it's going along and I'm thinking, oh, yeah, that's good. And then he goes like wild, fucking crazy, psycho conspiracy theory. I'm like, I stopped reading it. I'm like, no, stop there. You got about 2 paragraphs, okay, and I've bought into it. And now you've just gone like, fucking, I don't know where you're going, man, but you need to cut the drugs out.
Go ahead, Penny. And also, don't let me forget, Bruce. Was Mary Magdalene a princess? We'll come back to that. Go ahead, Penny.
Hi, Logan. I think Scream was before me.
It doesn't matter if he was. You go first anyway, Penny. You're a princess.
I'm not sure that Scream would agree with that. Yeah, I just sorry, super quick screen was that I think the whole thing about the whole religion crossover bits and pieces that go on with information and the interpretations of that is very confusing because the sort of interpretation of the Bible that we've got now was sort of organized and decided at the Council of Nicene. And so there's always going to be an interpretation. There were books that were dropped out, like the Book of Maccabees, which is, all about wars and death and all of that sort of thing, and the righteousness of doing so. So that's always going to be an issue. But I think the thing that Bruce was saying is quite pertinent, actually, because the way in which Christianity and that form of religion has been woven into the stateside mindset is very different to what it is in the UK. In the UK, I think there's a lot more scope for questioning, dissecting, really analysing it. And I think within the States, that's not encouraged so much. From what I understand, I have an American aunt. She's from Minnesota, and it's very much more frowned upon, I think, to look so in depth at your religion in the States. And that might be a generalization. I'm not so sure. And some people in the States, it doesn't even touch. I understand that element too. But when we're talking about the historical context of things like the perception of who did what when and all the rest of it, we're relying on the interpretation of a very small number of people who've come up with their translations that are always. It's like history is always written by the people that actually win it, and I think that maybe always has to be taken into mind when we're looking at texts or things that are coming down to us from a long way in the past. That was just my input. Thank you.
Are you phoning home? Are you eating phoning home?
Logan, you're either dying or being a weirdo.
That was me. That was just me.
E.T. got cut off.
He questioned God. We knew it would happen.
Yeah, I've actually started apologizing out loud before asking a question.
You can hear me again, right?
You missed loads.
I just restarted the app real quick. What Orwell was like, every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and the process continues day by day and minute by minute, and history has stopped, and nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. And it just seems like he's always right. Bruce, yeah, oh yeah, go ahead, Bruce. You're the co-host, but like I forgot, you're not anymore.
Oh, that's all right. I think I had to leave and come back, so there is. I'm not the co-host anymore.
Nonsense.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to point to the other thing just quickly and say that rather than interpretation, which is a problem, what's interesting about what Mauro Baglino and sort of Wallace have done, at least in respect to most of the key points in the Old Testament, is not translating it at all. Instead, saying, well, look, we don't know what those words mean, so let's not translate them, and instead look at the context around those words and see what is inferred by the context, which is a much more honest position to take, because otherwise you can always be accused of, well, you're just translating it to make your story. The same criticism of Sitchin, right? That if you translate slightly differently from an ancient text, you'll get a completely different story. So hang on a minute. If you don't know really what those words mean, leave them as they are. And so that's what he took the direction of. And so when you don't translate some of these words that are essentially untranslatable, then you realize that they cannot be translated in the way they've been put to us. For example, the Ruach cannot be glory of God. It just cannot be. It doesn't fit. You reread that just as Ruach. You look at the stories around it, what's being done, what's happening. It doesn't fit with the translation glory of God. The same as Elohim and some of these other terms. There's several terms which, if you leave them as they are and just look at the terms around them that have got known in the Hebrew language, we know what they mean, that are still used in the Hebrew language and all the rest of it, and have a clear definitions. And not to say that quite a lot of Hebrew terms have more than one meaning, but so where it's kind of, and again, you do need context to know which meaning. So when you take the full context, you can see in a passage what is really happening and what is meant. So then if you look at that word untranslated, you start to realize that even if you don't know exactly what it is, you can see what it definitely isn't, right? And it definitely isn't the meaning that we've been given by the church. That's the key bit. So you might not know for sure what that ruach is, but it ain't the glory of God, right? It isn't that. So it's that kind of side of that I find really compelling. It's not someone saying, I've got a new better translation, believe me. They're saying that, hang on a minute, we're just putting these translations onto this word when we don't know what the word means. And this has been done because it suits the church, particularly obviously it was the Catholic Church mainly that was behind a lot of this. It suited them to do this. And so they've interpreted things in the way that they could see was the best story to get people, on board with them. So they had a vested interest to have a particular translation. So all you have to do is you roll that back and you can look again and say, well, we don't know. Let's be honest, we don't know what that is, but we can see what it isn't. And what it starts looking like is something that shouldn't be there, something extraordinary that can do extraordinary things, that doesn't fit the times, and that is in a context which for us looks like it's technological or something, right? So you don't go away knowing what it is, but you go away with a suspicion, and obviously a closer understanding, because you haven't been you haven't been palmed off with someone's really far out translation that doesn't make sense, and that's what I like about it. Just to respond to that, so it's not a yet another translation that fits somebody else's story. It's actually the reverse. It's reverse engineering the story.
Hey, can you tell me this? Uh, so I want to say a couple things here. So, uh, Mary Magdalene, right? She was like, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I'm asking you, I guess, was she like a princess apparently, and like that's how like Jesus was able to like do so much, even though he was just, I guess, broke, kind of. She like funded his travels and stuff, and apparently like the Catholic Church has like her head for some reason, and like someone else has like her hand. You know about that? Guess you don't know so much after all. Just kidding. Yeah, sorry, screen. I'm just gonna wait for Bruce to respond.
Sorry, I got just made something for a second. So what was the question? Please repeat it. I should try and answer it before I get
I was saying, is Mary Magdalene, was she like more like a punk rock fan or more like a country fan?
Mary Magdalene. Not quite sure
Hmm.
what her tastes were, but she definitely would have been a lady of fine taste and of high status to be in the situation she was in. So that's definitely where we get spun off on a curveball about her, because there's no way she'd been hanging out with the kind of people that she was unless she was someone with quite a status.
Interesting, interesting. Go ahead, screen.
Screen, stop keeping me in suspense.
Scream. Your turn.
Screen's fallen asleep and forgot he left his hand up.
It happens.
Well, we
Once in a
can't do
while.
anything until he starts talking, so we just have to sit here, I guess.
Come on, Screen. Aye.
It's your
That's
turn,
unfair.
Scream.
All right, so figured out. Okay, so why does the church have Mary Magdalene's head?
Is that a trick question? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a real question. Apparently, she like died in a cave in France, right? Eventually, they took her head. I think they took someone else took her hand. I don't know what happened to the rest of her, but yeah. No one knows this. I mean, this was my question. I don't know the answer. I have no idea.
Wow, scary and creepy that they would just take different parts of her body and then, I don't know, that's weird. Ew.
Okay, so um, the Basilica of Saint Maximum le Saint Baume in southern France is where her head is kept in a golden reliquary. It's like I don't know. It's one of the most precious relics in all of Christendom and one of the world's most famous sets of human remains. But there's her head out there. Like, why the fuck do they have her head? I mean, I don't. I guess it's yeah. I guess it's cool to have it. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of societies have bury they bury their ancestors and they sleep with their relatives. And so I don't think it's that. It might be like
That's
creepy
perfectly
in
natural and perfectly healthy, by the way.
yeah, exactly. It's sleeping with your dead relatives embalmed down. That's like showing respect to your ancestors.
So you were saying you wanted to skull fuck Mary's head, or I don't know. What was your point?
I'm just saying, in the context of modern history, like having someone's head is a bit creepy, but it's not. It's like preserving, your ancestors.
Yeah, I dated a guy that actually had a skull on his desk, and I had dated him a long time ago, and then yeah, it was really creepy because of all the other stuff he talked about, like necrophilia and eating people and stuff.
Yeah, that does seem creepy. I gotta agree for sure. Um, but also, if she was just like some prostitute, like the church claims, why did they give a shit about her head, right? Why are they engraving that shit in gold and all that kind of stuff and keeping it instead of just throwing her out with the trash if she was just some hooker? You know what I mean? Doesn't seem to add up.
Jesus, it does. Well, it might be because she might have some of Jesus's DNA in her mouth still.
Why in her mouth?
Well, she was a prostitute.
Wait, are you saying that Jesus had whatever that's called with her mouth?
I'm going to stop there because I don't want to get banned for blasphemous talk.
Yeah, you might get yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't even know what to
I'm going to
say.
have to be. I'm going to have to be knocked down.
Yeah, we're gonna have to drop you down for that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not even co-hosting.
Here's
I've learned
guys.
all
You
kinds
got
of
to
new
drop
things.
me down, man. Drop me down.
Man, I swear, this must have been like the most educational night of Bible talk I've ever had. What's up, Room Jobby? You like that shout out I gave you earlier, Room Jobby? I feel like sometimes people are like really quiet. Is it just me?
Well, it's got to be like 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning in some parts of the world.
I know Room Jobby don't sleep. There he goes. Yeah, he must be having connection issues or something. Hey, Ocean, why are you still awake? Are you still awake?
I napped. I definitely napped. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that
I was
coming.
going to. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, was that really Elon Musk in earlier?
What? What do you mean?
Jamie was hosting a space, and I think Elon and his crew came in.
Yeah, I missed that part.
Well, you were co-hosting there.
Uh, was I? No, I don't think so. Was that Jamie?
No, no, you weren't co-hosting, but you were up there on the top row, so that might be why he thought you were co-hosting.
Yeah, I have a confession to make. Man, this is yeah, rightfully so too. Like when you like I'm like, why are people so quiet? Probably for the same reason I'm quiet. Like oftentimes I'll be in someone's space and not really even be there. You know what I mean? So yeah, I missed it. So what did happen?
Well, a man that sounded very much like Elon Musk came in on a parody account and It was pretty cool and lots of fun. So that was fun. I liked it.
Was it Adrian Dittman?
Yes. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, he fooled the ocean and I don't know, a bunch of people like a month ago or something like that.
That's like the only Elon Musk account, parody account, whatever, fake account that I haven't reported was that one.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. I remember the first time I heard him, I thought
Absolutely.
this guy doesn't even sound like him. It's like obvious, but then I don't know. I started like listening to him a second time, and I thought he really did sound like him a lot more. I don't know what happened between those two times, but I don't know. He's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. That was super cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I still don't know if I've decided that's real life or not. So I'm just chilling.
Oh, you think it still could be Elon?
I thought he sounded too South African to be Elon.
Yeah,
Sounded pretty good. It's pretty good.
he's pretty smart, I think, right?
It's pretty great. It's like I started to hear like a little bit of British or something, but maybe that's what they have in South America. I don't even know. I mean,
Um,
South Africa, excuse me.
I forget who it was. Like, I think it was Benno that caught him out. It was Benno. It was like, I'm sorry, I'm using your name, Benno, if it's not you, but he caught like Adrian with those other two girls that he co-hosts with or used to co-host with, and they were like plotting to like pretend he was Elon, like secretly to like uh gain numbers in some way, like clout, I guess maybe something like that. And I think that was Benno that overheard that conversation. But yeah, apparently it's like all on purpose to like pretend to be Elon for like notoriety or whatever that word's called. I don't know, but maybe he was wrong and maybe he didn't hear that he made it up.
No, I think you're right because they were openly saying in the space that they're going around once a month. They're going around just to see what's going on in other spaces, and this is the NFT crypto crew. So they're cool.
Hey Bruce, you still
But
with us? Go ahead.
yeah, he came up with some truth bombs. Really, he's to say, because the NFT and crypto community are quite aligned to UFO Twitter community. You got we are a lot of alignment, with the truth thing, and he's got a good point about putting NFTs. All our experiences should be minted, put on an NFT on a chain, and he came up with some good information on NFTs.
Yeah, I had no idea he was connected with that community. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he definitely knows it. He knows his shit about blockchain, definitely. But he came up with I've been thinking this for months that these experiences we should just put them on the blockchain, bam, and then that's that. Then that's that. You argue that one.
Huh, I just had a thought. There's a friend of mine that I haven't seen in a while, and he sounds a lot like Elon. I bet you, I wouldn't be surprised if he created a fucking sock account called Adrian Dittman and just kind of tweaked his personality a little bit to pretend to be him. He's a really smart guy and into crypto. That's what made me think of it. We used to talk about that back in the day, but yeah, I don't see him anymore. Maybe that's why.
I reckon you're onto something. Yeah, can you
Good job.
reach out?
Hmm. Yeah, I'll try to track him down and see what he's up to. I would not be surprised if that was him. That's funny. Uh,
That's really cool and fun. Sorry I stepped on you, Carl. I didn't mean to just talk over you.
there's loads of people with sock accounts doing impressions of different stuff on here. I used to do it on another app actually. I don't on here. I just keep it. This is just me. Even though this is supposed to be my sock account, it's actually now my kind of main account.
What was your account before this one?
I can't divulge that information. No, this is before UFO Twitter. I've got from 2008. I've got an account. So I started an account when Twitter literally first opened. You know, so yeah.
Damn. I only joined like last year. Back in the day, was Twitter like different than it is now? Like, oh, it's a platform like built for like different purposes or people.
Yeah, I mean, I was into like financial stuff, so I don't know. It's just financial and news. I didn't really ever get to talk to many people. Really, it's like because there was just like all the bots and stuff. You just like block everyone out, and you just couldn't. Spaces has really transformed the way people can link up because you can actually tell they're a real person, and once you talk to them, then you can like follow them, and then when you're in a group like that, then you can see who's naturally like following, so you know that they're like real accounts and not just some well, you know, there are grifters, but it's not all grifters.
Yeah, a lot of people I've noticed fall into that like thinking everyone's a bot hole, black rabbit hole or whatever. I don't know. That never really crosses my mind. Either I can tell they're a bot like right away, or I don't even like think about it. But anyway, like back in the day, I used to think Twitter was like about like it was like meant for like celebrities, just to post about like it was meant for like as a way for like big fans to keep up with like the latest on whatever like their favorite celebrities up to, right? I thought that's like the whole thing Twitter was about, but apparently just any Joe Schmo or like even an asshole can get on here and people want to know like what he's doing. So like did that change to that, or was it, you know what I mean? Was it didn't it used to be about celebrities and stuff?
No, it was like just assholes talking shit.
I've been missing out this whole time. I could have been another asshole on here. That was for celebrities.
Yeah, well, it's good. It's good that we got some celebrities now to dilute all that shit talk.
Nah.
You wade your way through the bots as well. So there was a lot of bots, Chinese bots, and then, you know, when the crypto took off, that just went completely bonkers. But I think a lot of people from at some point because I'll tell you what. There was another phase with the elections with the Trump Hillary Clinton um, town halls and that went really toxic back then. That was full. I mean, that's why I keep saying about the psyops and beware of the psyops on the UFO Twitter, because what the tactics they were using back then on that election cycle, 2015, 2016, that happened. I saw that happening. Not so much now, but it still happens on UFO Twitter. It was like it's hard to explain, but what happened was that a lot of the YouTubers were using Twitter as their main platform. They wouldn't use really Instagram or Facebook. They'd be using like YouTube, Twitter as the political, like those are their two platforms. And people started like just losing their accounts and getting blocked and banned off Twitter, or being demonetized off YouTube, and that's the main one. I mean, we were talking small accounts, very similar to UFO Twitter. Sorry, not ufology YouTubers. They're sub 10,000, 12,000 subs sort of thing, or less, and you're just on the borderline of making like a living, or you can just about like sustain yourself. And they demonetized them, so that was their political reporting career done.
Anyways,
So are
back.
we gonna have to? I'm sorry. Are we gonna have to rename? Oh, sorry. UFO Twitter to UFO X. That's gonna be cool too.
Mm, yeah, I don't. Do you think anyone's actually gonna start calling it X instead of Twitter?
Why not? I don't know. I would. After
Mm,
I accidentally said it a whole bunch of times, the old way.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Guess we'll just have to see what happens. Seems like a weird thing to do, though. All of a sudden, start calling it X. I don't know. Been Twitter for so long, you know. But they're gonna get rid of the bird and everything, even the color. They're gonna change. Back to UFOs, anyway. I guess.
It's gonna be super cool.
I don't believe that for a minute.
Why not?
Because everyone loves the little birdie.
I don't.
I don't. I don't either.
You prefer to have like an X. Oh, Logan. What, like in the X-Man? So you would prefer X. Would you like a blue X or a red X?
What do you mean?
Well, like Logan is like,
So we're gonna have to drop you down. Can't have you comparing me to the X-Men. That's just not gonna do. Sorry, buddy. Those are the rules. Yeah. Anyway, hey Ken, how you doing? Yeah, I feel you. I got you, man. I feel the same way.
Yeah, that's sorry, mate. I'm actually still working on the house. I've been working on it since 8 o'clock this morning, so I'm just listening in. But sorry, I'm enjoying the conversation. I don't know why he wants to change the name. We just got it working, and now he wants to change it all again. It's like UAP and UFO trying to fuck it up for everybody.
I like Daniel Allen Jones's tweet where he said that Elon Musk should change the name to MySpaceX. I thought that was awesome.
Daniel's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, at least that would be funny and it would make some sense. But just calling it X, what does it mean? An unknown factor?
Yeah.
It's about the imperfections that make us unique or something. I was just reading about it. It's on his page.
could call it the X-Man.
I'm not much of a Muskie fan. I sort of think he's a bit of a wanker. So
Yeah.
We're gonna have to drop you down for that. I can't. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man, Osvaldo from the Disclosure Project says we should be kissing Elon's ass. That he's our next god, apparently, or some shit like that.
I want to ask you a question, though, honest question, and all the bullshit aside. With all the stuff we were talking about in the other spaces this morning, the victimization and all that sort of stuff, why isn't anything being done about that at all? Why is there no guidelines? Why are there no defamation rules? Why does everyone just get to do whatever the hell they want in here?
I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there this morning. What are you talking about?
Oh, it was in Panda's space. We were just talking about, how, KMF was telling Jules to do things and the whole KMF thing and how everyone's fighting and doxing people. I mean, the question I never got to ask was, how can they keep getting away with it? If you're doxing someone like Tupa or his grandma or his girl, um, that's serious shit. If someone's crazy enough to go around there and go to him or try and confront him or stuff because he's been doxed, I mean that's serious shit. Someone can get hurt, and nothing seems to be done about it.
It's almost like it's intentional.
Well, either way, mate, it's wrong, and it needs to be it needs to be put out there that they need to do something about this so we can enjoy spaces without the threats.
Mm, I don't know. Uh, I just live with the threats, man. I mean,
Like,
granted, I don't get them as much anymore. I kind of stopped tweeting as much as I used to, but Uh, yeah, that's more to do with me just having lost faith in the system. But no, I think the KMF's just going to do what KMF's going to do. I mean, he's got a verified account. He has not only not been, banned, they've given him like a blue check mark status. They obviously have people working at Twitter because people have been banned for far less reasons, having done far less. So he's obviously connected. So that's why.
Well, for me, it was all a bit of fun. I mean, even all the nasty shit that went on, it was all fun until someone went to a great deal of trouble to tell me that they were going to find me, track me down, send, if they can't get there themselves, they're going to send bikies around. Unfortunately, they didn't realize I probably know more fucking bikies than they do. But when they start threatening to come to your fucking home and threaten your wife and your family, that's the fucking that's the big stopper, mate. You know, you can fuck around with me all you like, but don't fucking threaten my family. That's when it got serious for me.
Yeah, Bruce is gone at the moment, by the way, doing baby stuff. But yeah, I'm surprised too. Baka is as chill as he is. He There's a lot of reason to be pissed off as fuck. He's gone through a lot. So it's
I
amazing he's
didn't
as quiet
realize
as he is.
I didn't realize they'd gone after his daughter and that as well. I mean, I heard that they doxed his grandma, but I mean, mate, like he said, when you got kids, there's nothing that will get between you and your kids, and when even if it's only a bullshit wanker that doesn't have any clue, the fact that they've said it, what people don't realize is it might just be a story to that person, but it could be inspiration for some other fucking lunatic who might decide to carry out what someone else threatened to do. And if it's just me and someone else, that's one story. But when they're talking about your family, or like Tupa talking about his daughter, that's a whole different level, mate. That just should not be allowed. I don't give a shit who it is. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, yeah, of course. I mean, me personally, I would just booked a ticket to his work and just kind of taken a bat to him. That would have just been my whole thing. But yeah, I don't know how he stays so controlled. I give him a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, but
Um,
like, and imagine because apparently he got I don't know. Apparently he got doxed as well, KMF. But can you imagine if Sam went down there and actually confronted him, and then there was some sort of altercation or something more serious? That's what I mean, mate. I mean, it could all be started in fun, and then Tupa might take it more seriously, or the other one might take it more. And this thing could get to real world people getting hurt very, very quickly. Um, I was going to come to a conference this year, up until these threats started coming through. And, I'm not scared of any cunt, but, you can't look behind your back all the time. So I actually cancelled coming to the States this year because of Twitter Spaces.
That's a huge X in the clouds on that video, Jamie.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I wonder if that's like a video for like the ooh, it's coming, the new Twitter logo. So that would be cool.
hey, what are you talking about in the comments there with Screen? You said you're saying maybe we shouldn't even talk about it. What, can you sum up what you were talking about? Who's Mr. Oh, Mr. Scott, Shannon Scott? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Shannon D. Scott, yeah.
okay.
He's one of Lou's buddies, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Oh, speaking of, I'm gonna hang out with Mike. Wait, I guess he's gonna hang out with me. I guess technically, he's gonna come in here on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Mike Barra, do you know Mike Barra? Who that is? He was on Ancient Aliens, and he's like a
Yeah, he's the moon guy, isn't he? He's the one who knows all about the moon landing.
Yeah, exactly. So I told him that like well, because he put out this thing on his page that like go ahead, like come at me, bro. Any of you like moon landing deniers, like come on. And like I was like I read that and I thought, you know, it's a good idea because I know a lot of people in here don't believe we ever landed on the moon or think maybe we did or but we didn't actually film it or all that kind of stuff, you know. Like so I thought this would be a great place for him to just live shut some of these people down. It'd be great to watch for sure. Uh, if nothing else, it'd be good entertainment. So he's gonna come in here on Tuesday at 10 a.m. I'm gonna have like a bunch of people lined up to battle him out.
Well, mate, that X Factor magazine that I found in the shed a couple of days ago, the number 2 is the one that's all about the moon landing. So I might get that out for that space and go through some of the stuff with him.
So, do you think they landed on the moon, Logan?
Yeah.
Do you think they all landed on the moon?
Who's all? What do you mean? Like all the ones that they say they did?
Yeah, I think they did land, but they did a lot of missions. And I think one mission they cancelled because of costs. And they got Stanley Kubrick to do a fake moon landing. And that's where the rumors have started that no one's ever landed on the moon.
I
Mm,
heard the opposite. Sorry, Logan.
no, go for it.
I heard the opposite. I heard that what they had actually done was filmed a fake moon landing for the original one, just in case it went wrong. And they wanted to be able to show that they'd landed, even though they might have crashed or whatever. And then they would have said that they'd crashed afterwards. That was one of the stories I heard. But yeah, again, mate, the thing about the moon landing, the one thing that gets me the most is that they apparently erased all the tapes and all the data and all the original films. That I just can't believe that. I can't believe that humanity would have destroyed the only record of the first landing on the moon. I just don't believe it.
So they had to film it, right? Because they're only gonna have the one shot at doing this, right? So they have to practice everything out, plan it all out. They know where they're gonna land. They got to know like where to set up the camera ahead of time to capture what they want to see, what they want to, you know, get on camera, who's gonna be doing what, where. So they got to set up like a fake environment, set up all the cameras as they would do it as if they were there, right? Hence the whole Stanley Kubrick moon landing set, right? That's the whole point. They had to practice it all ahead of time, and that's why it looks as good as it does today. They did that. They practiced a lot of stuff ahead of time. A lot of rehearsal went into that. I mean, dude, they did it their very first fucking try, right? That's not a stroke of like luck. They put a lot of work into rehearsing shit over and over again.
Oh, the Russians should have done the same thing. The first Russian in space actually got stuck outside the capsule, and he actually had to put a hole in his suit to let the pressure out of his suit so that he could get back in. He very nearly died on the first attempt.
Uh, about like the tape thing. I guess like wasn't it like back in the day they had like magnetic tapes and they were like pretty expensive, so they would just like reuse them after a certain period of time. And I think they just I don't know, you know how government like buildings are like they're just full of like lazy people that like do like the bare minimum work and throw shit everywhere. So I could see like how like I don't know, some tapes kind of got like mixed around or something maybe or fucked around with. But it doesn't really matter because they had a backup that they had over in Australia, right? At that what's the name of that place?
All the originals were from Australia because of the position at the time when they were doing the landing. Absolutely everything had to be relayed through Pine Gap. So that's another aspect of this that no one talks about is that absolutely everything that we saw was relayed through Pine Gap, and there were backups of all the Pine Gap stuff So where did all they go? Where did they all go? You know?
What do you mean? We have it today.
No, not the originals. No, we don't. We don't have the original moon tapes, mate.
When you say the original moon tape, what do you mean by that?
When they were doing the live recording, it's about, I think it's about a 20-minute delay between when it's transmitted and when it's received. But all of those original recordings were recorded at Pine Gap and then transmitted to the States and around the world for everyone to see on TV. So you were, the TV stations should have been backing up their tapes. The transmission would have been backed up in case there was a fault. And yet, apparently, everything that Pine Gap had and everything that was transmitted is lost. The official story is there are no original films of the moon landing left. Some good questions for Mike anyway. We can ask him and see if he's got any answers on it, mate.
I just Googled it. It says asked if the original recordings of the moon landing were recorded over at Pine Gap. It says the original recordings of the Apollo moon landings were not made at Pine Gap in Australia. Pine Gap is a satellite tracking station and a joint defense facility, blah, blah, blah. And it was not directly involved in the Apollo moon landings. However, Australia did play a significant role in receiving and relaying signals from the Apollo missions, including the Apollo 11 that landed the first humans on the moon, the Parkes Observatory and NSW, along with the Honeysuckle Creek tracking station near Canberra, were instrumental in receiving the television signals from the Apollo 11 moonwalk. The signals were then relayed to Mission Control in Houston. The television footage that was broadcast worldwide came from these signals. The original recordings of these signals, known as the slow scan television recordings, are the ones that have been lost. I guess that's it.
Does that make sense? Because Pine Gap had to record it in order to be able to play it back to transmit it. It wasn't a live transfer, so they had to record everything, and then as they were recording it, then they were transmitting it through a relay to the televisions in the States. So does that make logical sense?
Um, I don't know. It depends how conspiratorial you are, I guess. Uh, I mean, no, not that's me, but your everyday person, like I guess like the tape reuse thing I was talking about earlier, or just like storage and management issues, which is what happens to like a lot of NASA's. I know this guy that had like an original like moon lander in his backyard from NASA, and and eventually NASA came and got it like years later. They didn't even know he had it, but like they're just seriously like I told you like they could really lose shit there. They're like retarded, but so are all government places, like. Imagine if the DUI was like DUI, the DMV was privatized compared to what it is, now. It's just like a city place to go to. That building wouldn't work as like a private institution. You know what I mean? Government places suck.
I'm gonna go and grab that magazine in a minute and have another look. But the biggest question they were asking, or one of the main sort of data sets that they were saying proved that these were faked, was the lengths of the shadows and the angles of the shadows. And they were saying that, in relation to the sun, this was all done properly. This wasn't done by me. It was done by people who, scientists calculating trajectories and stuff. And that was what they were saying, that it wasn't so much the films, because some of the films, the way the astronauts get up looks really, really unusual, like flicking off the front of his toes from his knees and being able to stand straight up. There's also some of the films seemed to show like a long antenna, but there was no antenna there on the backpack. And they said that might have been a wire holding the guys up. So yeah, it's in the shed at the moment because I'm still cleaning up, but I can go and grab it, ready for that one with Mike on Tuesday, and I'll go through it if you want. I can go through some of the points in it and see what he says.
Yeah, go for it. I'm down. For, I'm down for sure. Um, yeah. Benno, what do you mean by parks? Parks? Did we say something about parks? Was there like a name park something? I don't know. I don't know what you mean, Benno. What does parks mean?
That wasn't a question for me, was it?
Oh no, sorry. I was reading a message from Penny. Penny, I don't know what you mean. Sorry if I like. Oh, he said where the dish was that relayed the moon landing was Parks dish. Well, not according to Google, Benno. I'm just kidding. Where's Clark's Park? Oh, yeah, the Parks Observatory in NSW. That is what I said. Did you say it before I did? Is that what you meant? Oh, yeah. It said the Parks Observatory in NS, or it said the Parks Observatory in New South Wales, but I just said NSW because yeah. Um, like if you like play like the footage of like the guys on the moon landing at like twice the speed, it looks like they're just moving like regularly, right? Um, so I guess like to get the effect of them looking like they were like on the moon, they just kind of like played it at half speed or whatever. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kent? How they kind of look like how funny how they moved. That's what I was thinking anyway. This question by like I think it was Owen Benjamin or something like that. Yeah, let's see, I think I bookmarked it even. Oh, Nikes! I lost my bookmark. Oh, here it is. So, um, Owen Benjamin was like making some kind of point about like official science says gravity was discovered in 1666 because a knighted alchemist with no family claimed an apple fell on his head. This isn't science. This is religious mythology. I'm only pointing all this out because of the huge rise in people acting like truthers when their entire worldview is fictional. So are you telling me the Black Death plague happened in 1666? Newton discovered gravity in 1666? Yeah, in the fire of London. Maybe the plague and the fire loosened the apple so it could fall on Newton's head. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. And so this other guy was saying, aren't we blessed that a Twitter rando has discovered what generation after generation of trained, credentialed, and intelligent physicists has failed to notice? Truly, we live in an age of marvels. And then Owen said, so you think a fully functional TV studio did a live broadcast 240,000 miles away in a vacuum in negative 200 Celsius temperatures after calling the president on the phone and then launching from a portable launch pad with the LEM that looks like it was made with actual tinfoil to collide perfectly with another ship going 3,600 miles an hour and then fly back to Earth and land in the ocean and everyone survived the first time they tried that? You literally fucking believe that? And then like another person was like using the technology available in 1969, and it shows like this like the lady who like was responsible for like all like the I forget what it was, like the technology like used on like the mission, and like it's as tall as she is, like the stack of paper. But I think they only used like an entirety of like 1 gigabyte of like data on that whole thing. Like they mostly used like flight disks for like whatever they had to do. Just fucking crazy. Hey Carl, are you still here? Oh shit, Carl's gone. Oh fuck, everyone's gone. Jesus Christ. Come on guys, I can't like talk to myself here. Fuck it, fucking A. This is brutal. I'm guessing you're still doing baby stuff, Bruce?
I dropped down because I thought I was like, oh, I can't really see. There's so many speakers and I can't see or hear anybody speaking. So I thought maybe it was glitching, so I dropped down. And instead of you talking to yourself, I'm talking to myself. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
Oh my bad. I was talking on mute. Fuck. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's the middle of the night, you know?
Uh,
And like the middle of the night, you want to just like kick back and like listen. You don't want to like talk, you know? So I mean, I get it, but it's like, man, I kind of don't want to talk either, you know? So it's like the fuck. Um, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Jamie, you know, back when I first started doing spaces, do you feel like I talked like a lot more than I kind of do these days?
Mm, well, not a lot more, but I noticed that you don't talk as much as you used to. But I know your spaces are bigger than they used to be, too. So that, there's a lot of people that want to say stuff. So I understand.
Oh, well, that's true, but yeah, um,
You're doing a great
yeah,
job.
I thought I appreciate that. No, I just I thought like I think I do like a lot less talking than I used to. I think maybe I'm just like maybe I don't know, maybe burnt out or something, you know? I noticed like when I came back from like vacation, I had that one space and it lasted like 30 hours, right? And that was pretty good. Maybe I just need like more breaks.
Yeah.
Are you
True.
getting better sleep now, Logan? I had to switch phones, mate. My other phone died, so I had to jump on this one. So, but you sleeping better these days?
Um,
You dropped out, Lark. Can't hear you.
Yeah, I thought it was just me. I can only hear you, Jamie.
Yeah, I can only hear you right now. It can't. Bruce is doing baby stuff. I don't know where Logan went.
As bad as it sounds, I'm so glad I don't have to do baby stuff anymore. They're fucking hard work when they're young.
Yep, I'm doing the grandbaby stuff now.
We got Andrew down there. We got Benno. Got everyone. No one's coming up to talk, mate. What's going on? Or is it too early in the morning for you guys?
Yeah, I'm getting tired myself.
Yeah, I've actually got to go out and get something to eat soon, so I'm gonna have to drop down as well. But if you're having a space later, I'll catch up with you then, eh?
To
Thanks
drop
for
me
stopping by,
down.
Ken.
I just had to drop him down because that might be the last chance I get to do it. But yeah, sorry, Ken, I love you. But you said you were gonna leave anyway, so anyway, fuck. Yeah, you know what? I should at nighttime like maybe like play like a best of. You know what I mean? I actually have some best of clips I meant to like post a while ago. So we've got like thousands of hours of like clips at this point, or I mean spaces about or whatever, And there's been like a lot of clips I've made of like some of like my favorite moments. I just never post them because I don't know why. Um,
Add
let's
them
see.
to a playlist if you can. I don't know if you can do that, but you can add them to a playlist and then share that playlist, maybe? I don't know.
Add them to a playlist. What do you mean?
Like, can't you add, like, oh, you can't. You're not talking about YouTube. Never mind.
I mean, I could put it on YouTube if you want,
That would be cool. That would be fun.
because I turned the clips into videos. So they're like they got like people's pictures on them, and like I'll send one to you so you can see what I'm talking about. But here, I'll play one
Cool.
right now.
Thanks.
Let's see, I gotta find it. It's right. Oh, here it is. Um, oh, this is this involves OpenEye, which is always classic. Yeah. Um, where actually I need to connect my speaker. It got hot, didn't it, buddy? What? Gonna go for a walk? PBT. There we go. All right, let's play it. Oh, I gotta hit the volume button. My bad. Oh, why aren't you playing? What? No, stop.
public service announcement. Dogs are awesome. Carry on. I'm just kidding. I'm
My dog
getting
is.
tired and silly.
I don't know. It's weird. Like I'm playing my the clip, but it's not like there's no audio coming out of this fucking thing. Like, what the fuck? It's connected though, so I don't get it. It's my dog drinking water. Yeah, it should be playing. I don't know what's going on. Just play it on my computer, I guess. Hey Jamie, is there anything that you think is fake about the moon landings?
No, I
There's,
wasn't alive yet, but from what I can tell of it, I think it's real.
there's nothing that seems like a little off to you.
I think that they were hiding stuff of like that there were things there. Like apparently there was some kind of ship or light on the horizon, and they were like, "That's not us." So what is that? And they were like instructed not to stay, not to say anything about it or whatever, I guess, or something. I don't know. I heard something like that.
Yeah, it's Red Panda Koala. I'm glad you're here because this clip I'm about to play involves you. But yeah, they definitely were hiding shit. But just for the typical like reasons the DoD does like hide a bunch of unnecessary shit they do these days. Like there was a camera that was on uh, the lander that was that's never been declassified even to today. That took a lot of pictures that we've never ever seen, but it's still fucking classified. I hit up John about FOIAing those pictures, and yeah, he hasn't gotten back to me, but I don't think he knows. Here's what I told him. Um, asked him if he'd ever FOIA'd the Apollo 12 SEVA 360-degree stereo pan with the 60 millimeter lenses from the 60, the imagery from that, because it remains like classified top secret, and was wondering if that was determined from like him trying to get it, and like they told him that was his current classification status, or what. But he never like responded to that, and that was back in fucking July last year. Fuck, that was a whole fucking year ago. I should have asked him again when he was in the space the other day. I actually missed most of that space. which is weird because it was my own space, but I had a phone call that was a really long one, so I should
Oh,
listen to it back.
it doesn't cut you off when you are on a phone call. It doesn't like shut the room off.
Probably, but I have different devices, so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, did you hear that space that day?
Which one? Which one? Did
The
I
one
hear
with
what?
when John Greenwald and Stephen Greenstreet were in here.
I heard the Greenwald part, but I didn't hear the Green Street part.
Yeah, I should play that back maybe because fuck, I want to hear it. I think maybe if it was any good.
Oh, you have good spaces. Don't even worry. Like sometimes there's some, weirdness or trolls or like whatever or glitches and everything. You have great spaces.
Well, I mean, I mean, I wasn't even there. It's just, I know I can't be credited for that. I think Chupacabra was co-hosting, and so was Heather at the time. I'm sure they did a great job. But I mean, I just wanted to hear what
Yes,
they were
good
talking
job,
about.
Heather. Good job, Tupa.
So here is me, screen name, OpenEye, and Fred Rogers talking about. Well, we'll see. In a minute or two.
So, but I thought everything needed to be in English.
Okay, take it back. That sounds like Fleet Gomez.
Anyways, Ocean. So, but I thought everything needed to be in English and French, or is that just like only in Quebec?
I don't know.
Are you splitting hairs right now? She's
Oh no, but the wind is blowing south because I'm not surrounded by smoke. So
Are you taking care of like the kind of most important priorities right now? Like, getting that emergency kit, ready and like a plan to evacuate and whatnot?
And are you gassed up?
no, I don't have any fuel, but I will be okay. Like I have 4 vehicles at my house, so
That is a good point, Jen.
yeah. The only thing I need is like my kid, man. Everything else can go. Like once you live through that shit, you're running through fire. You realize none of that shit matters. All you want is your family and your pets. Everything else is material. Like yeah, you miss your things, but like they're just things.
And your health.
I'm not connected to material objects like that, except I'm bringing my bonds because I'm gonna need that.
For sure.
Yeah. That's just Do you have your neighbor's phone number?
Yes, well, that's the.
I guess I would need to bring my filing cabinet. That's one thing because I need like my documents. But even that, I take fucking pictures of everything. So
Yeah, so you shouldn't see. I know you're saying you don't care about the material things, but just let's not think about your house yet or whatever. Just maybe
my flooded
close the
basement
vent.
I've been trying to say bye. You know what? Maybe I brought this on my own self. So I've been saying I'm gonna burn it to the ground for the past 2 days, and now here I am crying about the fucking wildfire. I should get your shit
Did you
together.
have flood insurance or wildfire insurance? Do you know if that gets covered? I mean, how would that work?
The disaster recovery program through the government of Alberta pays for like wildfires up to like a certain percentage. Where the fuck is my lighter? So like it's not covered, but the government makes sure that you have money for that. And I took what was it like 40K last time that was for the flood. But yeah, you get a certain amount per resident. And then also if my house becomes entirely damaged, damaged to the point where I can't live in it, regardless of the reason why, it will be replaced. So like, if it's a little bit of damage, they're not going to cover it. But if it's like a pile of ash, they're going to pay for me to get a new house somewhere.
Who the fuck is Mr. Candyman and wife? Is he? I don't see emojis really, so I thought. Yeah, if it comes down, you can hear Mr. Candyman.
All right, now. Mr. Open Eye, what do you got going on over there? Why do you have your hand up?
Yeah, I was in Sedona, man. I was camping, and I saw a weird phenomenon. This bird, right when the sun went down, it was flying, and I was like looking at it because you don't see birds a lot in a desert, and it was flying really weird, like a jet fighter would do, like dodging that way, dodging that way. And sometimes you can look at the bird and see things riding on its back like invisible people, And but all at once I saw something, arm with a spear, just try to stab it. It just came, it was visible to me, and then it turned to the left when that happened, and then all at once it disappeared. The damn bird. I mean, this bird is like 4 feet in wingspan, or 3 feet in wingspan, average. And I saw it from 40 yards away when I saw that hand was trying to stab it or whatever. And it must have went through a portal, or an alien abducted the bird, or it had to have it go through a portal because it just completely disappeared. And that was the only proof that I got about the portals over there. And that was amazing. It really was. And you know what? It only takes less than 1 minute for what I saw. But when you see these things that happen so quick, it's done,
Oh, man, where'd you post the video?
Huh?
Oh, where's the video?
No, I didn't video it. That's what I'm saying. When you're looking at a bird and it's flying, I mean, she's not going to break out the phone. I don't go walking around with my phone or nothing like that.
I get that. I mean, I wouldn't have done it either, but you said that was the only evidence you had. So I just assumed you got it on camera.
No, what I'm saying is you can't get the evidence. It happened so fast. The bird, when I saw the bird fly over me going 40 yards, that's a couple of seconds, and like that, But hey, Logan, if you want to get a team of researchers, I need some film people and camera people, and we're gonna. I'm thinking about calling this place the Jedi Ranch. Kind of like Skinwalker Ranch, thing. But this is a Jedi. This is like ancient alien stuff over there too. But I need some people on the boots, boots on the ground where we taking photographs. We're gonna research this.
Oh.
Anyways, Ocean. So I thought everything needed to be in English and French, or is that just like only?
Religion is assimilation, and I don't follow nobody else. I figured out the Bible. I know more shit about the Bible. In the Phoenix, the Legend of the Phoenix too. Well, in 2006, right before my birthday, I went to Walmart last year and did it at Walmart. And the two ladies. Yeah, we're talking to, right? There's only one person in Bulgaria, or some kind of country that I looked up and found out can even do that. If we was at a park or something, have barbecue weenies and barbecue shit, you could look, that shit out.
I don't know what happened there.
I was one of the 12 apostles. But I
Wait, hold on. Did you hear that? He said he was one of the 12 apostles. Oh, shit.
Actually, I was one of the 12 apostles, but I died and I came back.
Oh, shit.
I saw a pig one time at Walmart. The damn pig was talking, screaming out to Judas to get him out. So I was going to do it like an experiment, get out, look through a magic mirror where I could see him and observe him, and then go in there and put a chair, have him sitting in the chair, and go in there and kind of far away so I could see him talking, and see what he tells me. Well, look, y'all, man, we need to do Jedi Ranch, bro. I'm getting some takers, man. We need some drone people, some camera people, some artists, some people that do sketching. I want someone to sketch my dinosaur dog. Once you start doing research out there in the field, it's so much fun out there. And then the thing is, if you have someone that can see stuff, that makes it even more funner because there's no telling what else I'm going to see. And hey, you know what? A documentary, a movie. I already got the movie script. And you know what? Whoever shows up, you might actually be in the movie. We might actually make you try to act and pay you to do it. No, no. What I'm saying is, she's going to have to be an archaeologist kind of woman, like a strong, buffy, strong woman. And we don't want a woman that has all that makeup and shit,
Oh, that's the best of. I don't know. How do you think that turned out, Jamie?
Pretty good. I couldn't hear some of the last parts of it because I was doing something else, but it sounds okay. It was a little low to hear it though on my phone. Maybe I should turn it up.
Oh man, no, you're probably right. I wish I would have known that at the time. Yeah, I probably should have done a sound check, but
Sorry.
nah,
Should have told you
that's
sooner.
okay. That's all good. I think it looks a lot better than it sounds, to be honest. Hold on, I'm gonna send you that thing I was telling you about, but hold on. Here's a clip from Fred Space the other day that's hilarious. He's singing "Creep." Just thinking about Open Eye. Can you hear it okay?
Yeah, it's almost too loud, but it sounds good though. Almost.
Whatever you want. What happened? My fucking battery died right in the middle of that song. What in the fuck? Son of a fucking bitch. I was just in the middle of this fucking song. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, that's so stupid. Son of a bitch. Hey, Johnny, can you turn my fucking audio back on again? What the fuck is this fucking shit? I can't even deal. I'm so disappointed right now. That's crazy, man. It's so fucking special. Open eye, I wish I was special. But I'm a creep. Fred Rogers is a winner. Open eye has a gigantic power. And I don't belong here. I don't belong here. That's beautiful. Where the fuck did Open Eye go? What the fuck? Oh, he left.
Oh, I love it when he sings to us.
He's so talented, that guy. Could you hear it
He's
okay then?
awesome. Yeah, that was better that time. He's awesome. I love that. I love when he sings to us. It's fun.
Yeah, he's really talented. What's up, Casey?
Good morning.
10 minutes away.
Yes, it's 10 minutes till. Yesterday, Frantic Missy did a space, and she had the voice of our Robert Kennedy and the voice of Dr. Fauci, and they were like debating. She said next Saturday she's going to do another space like that with the celebrity voices and get Fredder to come and join.
Who?
Fredder. Fred.
No, who was the person
Oh,
originally?
Frantic Missy. Missy.
What? She was doing a voice of who?
She had as guests, and I put a screenshot into our chat. She had on as guests Robert Kennedy, Robert Kennedy's voice, and Dr. Fauci parody voice, and I think other celebrity voices possibly turned up, but it was hilarious. This guy does a Robert Kennedy voice, and it's perfectly stilted and halting. It's just perfect. And then the Fauci voice. So next Saturday, she said she's going to invite him to do celebrity voice space. Should be fun.
No one does as good of a voice as mine. Linda Moulton Howe is the best bitch.
It's true, Linda. I know. Anyway, let's finish this Fred clip. Hold on.
I have a question for the group. When somebody tells you that you shouldn't,
I think it hurts me, so I don't know.
that's a good point of partisanship. And who out?
We're lucky to have him.
Thank you, Alien. So how do you know I'm not just doing these spaces after I'm done working?
The caliber of your vocal character leads me to believe that you have had a history in radio, which was in its heyday in the past and certainly struggling financially now. I know this because I have worked for United Stations Radio Network, owned by Dick Clark.
You ever listen to Sirius XM?
I have on occasion, and I've met the executives there quite a few times about different things. But yes, are you on that channel?
And welcome to who we have joined the group tonight. We got a lot of familiar faces here.
Did you have a good day, Fred?
Yeah. Did you?
I did actually. Thank you.
God, you're so. What's going on? What kind of sign up on my end right now? You're so nice, Heather.
Oh, I've been in a good mood the last few days because I started dating Guy, so I'm happy.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know what the weather is. Thank you. Welcome. Mail. Milestone. You got mail. Downloading. File. Hot dog. Cheeseburger. I love it. Cheeseburger. I love it. Ooh, delicious.
That was the best one. You need to upload one of those videos. That bitch is going viral. Right now.
Tupo was just like, what do you say?
I heard you guys. He's like, pop. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
I like Super. Yeah, I'm trying to work on remember Max Headroom? The Max Headroom back in the 80s? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Little before my time.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of looked like virtual reality, like AI or this guy,
Yeah, he's pretty good at that. Hey, Casey, did you hear his little TikTok thing?
No. I'm sorry, I kicked myself out. I went to go look for Missy's space and put it in our chat, but no TikTok. I haven't heard it.
Well, you were in here when I just played it. That's why I asked.
It was kind of low and pretty garbled from a listener's perspective.
I gotta keep remembering to double check on that. Hold on, let me try. Let's see.
Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear that?
Yes, it was a little echoey at the beginning, but I think it's okay now.
Yeah, I thought it was echoey because he was adding an echo.
Maybe it was. I don't know.
I don't hear the echo. Oh man. Anyway, let's just try it.
File. Hot dog. Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger.
Yeah, did it come through okay? Okay, that's it.
It was harder to hear. For me, I don't know about anybody else.
I wonder why. That's so weird.
I don't know. It seemed like his voice was cutting out a little bit that time on my end, at
Yeah,
least.
it's hard to know if I could hear it because of the stilted and cutting way that it like if it was something I knew what it said and I could identify it, I could tell if the sound was okay, but I can't even tell what's happening, you know? Like I can hear a cheeseburger or something, possibly something about mail.
Yeah, I heard cheeseburger something too, but not much after that.
Yeah, can you hear my voice okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird. I was playing my guitar like on like this video chat the other day, or recently anyway, and I was like, "Can you hear the guitar?" And I'm jamming on the guitar like loud, and they don't hear it at all. Yet they can hear my voice just fine as I'm talking to them through the guitar noise. It's
Maybe there's this setting in your phone that you can shut off the background noise. So maybe that setting is on and you could turn it off so that they could hear it also.
Yeah, I don't have iPhone. That's an iPhone thing, I think. But yeah, I did the same thing with my vacuum the other day. I was vacuuming and I was like, so this vacuum must be deafening for you right now. They're like, they couldn't even tell I was vacuuming. They didn't even know I was vacuuming at all. Yet they could still hear my fucking voice through the noise of the fucking vacuum somehow. I don't
Yeah,
know how that works.
that I had a Motorola a while back ago that had that on it. So that's not just iPhone and so yeah, I don't know if there's a setting for you to be able to undo it so that you can have your people hear your
Did you say a Motorola? Was it a
Yeah, it was a
Razor phone?
long time ago. No, it slid. It slid up. It had a touchscreen and then you could like turn it sideways and slide the whole top part up and then there
Oh,
was
the
like a push
Sidekick?
keyboard. Huh?
The Sidekick?
No, I don't think so. I can't remember what it was called. It was like gosh, a while ago. 2010 or 2009, 2010, somewhere around there.
See if you can adjust your mic mode anywhere. Or maybe it's just built in to isolate your voice.
At the time I was using my laptop, so I wasn't even on my phone. And maybe it's a Telegram thing.
Possibly.
Are you still going to be moving?
Yeah.
That's cool. When does that happen? I've been checking the website, but there hasn't been any updates. Well, correction,
What
I haven't checked recently, actually.
what website?
Your website.
Oh shit, I forgot I had a website. Damn it. I gotta remember these fucking things.
That's why there's no updates. Okay, got it.
You know what's shitty about that? It's like I pay for the website and I don't even like know I have it. I totally forgot about it. I'm really bad with my finances. I gotta figure that out. Um, I need to get like I need to like write stuff down more. I think I got like bad ADD. You know. How do you stay organized, Casey? Do you have like a planner or something?
Yeah, works when it's work. I don't have a specific planner, but I keep a spiral, and in the front of the spiral is like a table of contents, and I just update the days. And then anytime I think of something, uh, or like when I'm planning, whatever, when I'm doing planning, I just do a page in the spiral, add it to the table of contents, and then in the back, I keep all my like reference charts, like bend tables and whatever, drill table, all the tables and charts that I reference. Or anytime I needed to write something down, I just glue it into the back of the spiral. So I have like 4 or 5 full spirals. And then art and shit goes in there too, doodles and scribbles, and sometimes it's artsy, and sometimes it's just like scribbles.
Yeah. Do you do any of that drawing still?
Yeah, I just haven't pictured it. Um, Here lately, I've been filling it I printed my own color page, and then I just fill in the colors, marker. I still have all my markers at work and everything. I just haven't done a lot of like considerate it's just doodles. I haven't like sat down and like do art. I haven't done that in a while. $4.20 for.
Damn, that was like 5 minutes too late. Damn it.
Yeah. Oh, I think Bruce actually might be stuck in limbo.
Wow, I'm still coughing from the last one.
Me too.
How did you know that, Casey?
What? That he's stuck in co-host? Because it says he's a co-host, but there's a request showing beside him. And when I hit requests, it doesn't have anything. So I just.
What? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Like somebody if I like one time, I think in your room maybe I was co-hosting, and then it just like brought me it closed and then brought me back in, and then I was still co-host, but I had to request well, it showed that I had a mic open, then I tried to close it, and then it opened it back up again, and then it said that I had requested the mic, and it'll show a little blue dot, and I won't be able to speak, but it looks like it's still co-host, so it's like a weird glitch. The sun is coming back up, you guys. Oh my gosh. I haven't stayed up for the sunrise in a while.
Yeah, it's a bummer when you want to kind of try to catch some Z's before that happens.
Yeah, I'm fixing to go to bed right now, so I'll drop down to listener. But welcome, Kristen. Nice to see you again. Welcome, Sheila. Hey, Andrew. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Good
Welcome.
morning. I'm up every morning pre-dawn, so actually I haven't seen a sunset in a while. I'm already in bed before that happens usually.
What?
Good morning. I just woke up and so I put the kettle on, made tea, and put my two corgis in the dog run. And then my mother's corgi doesn't like to immediately go out into the dog run, so we decided to let her go out to the backyard for a little bit, and then she's here with me because she refuses to go into the dog run. And so we're just having tea and doing puppy snuggles and just waking up.
That's weird. Zim just got removed.
That is super weird.
Did you remove Zim, Logan? I'm sure you surely not.
He's not in the removed list.
I know I just took him off of it.
That's weird.
No, I didn't put him on there. That's weird. You sure he was on there?
Yeah.
How does he?
Can you invite him back?
Yeah. I just told him to come back, but he was on the removed. Yeah.
That means Julie would have had to have done, or I mean, Jamie would have had to have done it, right? I don't think she would have done it.
There's Zim.
I didn't do it.
If it happened, it was by accident.
I'll think it was an accident. I don't think I should be on anyone's list that's here now. So
I wasn't even co-hosting now.
No, you actually were on the removed list, Zim, and Logan and I show Logan as the only two co-hosts, and we both are definitely didn't do it.
my last interaction with Logan is posting where Green Street blocked Logan.
I'm gonna have to drop you down for bringing that up, Sam. Can't have you mention me when I get blocked by Green Street. That's just not good for my public image. So.
So what did I miss while I was asleep last night?
I don't know. I think I'm getting thrown around over here. Anyway, it is interesting that the hosting stuff is a little tricky this week.
I think someone's targeting Zim. I don't know who it is. Someone's definitely targeting him, and me too. Yeah.
Logan, weren't you removed from your own host?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I've heard that from another host in a different circle yesterday or the day before.
Wow. Yeah, no, I wasn't even co-hosting when
It
Zim.
might have been Iceman. Does anybody here know Iceman?
Yeah, and also I blame Jamie. But yeah, go on.
I wasn't even co-hosting. I couldn't even not accept Zim or whatever. Like, or make him on his removed list or something. It wasn't me.
It definitely was Jamie. I think we can all agree on that.
I'm actually starting to think it was John O doing counter intel.
Yeah, he's been down there laughing while you guys were talking about it.
Let's see a show of hands that think it's Jamie. Okay, Casey. Only Casey thinks it's Jamie.
In case he was the only one co-hosting, so it was probably her.
It definitely wasn't me, but I got it rectified.
How long before these edibles kick in? I ate mine about 45 minutes ago. First edible.
You should probably have another one real quick.
It usually hits, depending on what kind it is, it can hit like, 2.5 hours sometimes it takes to really hit, or 3 hours even.
I got impatient and smoked a
It just
little.
depends. It literally depends on a million factors.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's bummer.
and smoking is probably a good idea too at the same time, because one will, it'll last 1 to 4 hours when you inhale it, and then around the time your edible starts to kick in, and you're like, hey, yeah, okay, I feel this.
Nice. What a nice experiment on
Your
a nice.
effects. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to journal while you're at it.
I get some inspiration sometimes when I get stoned. Stuff I think it's been sitting subconscious that you just roll out. It's pretty fun. Not all the time.
I bet you could stipple for hours. Dang, I could
I
probably.
used when I was smoking weed and drawing. There was a point I stopped a long time, but I would set up different. I wouldn't. Sometimes I would sketch, compose stuff, but it was for loose projects where I could just play and play more. And sometimes I would line myself up where I have my design finished, but it is just like the stippling and the detailing and the. But I didn't like to get stoned and do the whole package. You know what I mean?
No, I think I would reserve that hyper focus for like just stippling, or I don't know how you draw, but
Yeah, but sometimes when
yeah,
you get like doing
like that
layout,
time I filled 2 full
storytelling's
pages.
fun. My friend's daughter, she has a master's in something with the fine arts and works at a museum. She actually restores masterpieces now. But she had the stipple thing. I'm not exaggerating. It was 6 foot wide by like 20 foot long that she worked on all through college. And it's just all this, it's just this beautiful collage. No super sense to it, except it just flowed and it's all stipple. It had some hard blacks, and, like pen and ink image that's stippled, but it's mostly stippled, like that long of a piece.
Hey all, good morning.
Good morning, Sheila.
How you all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing grand. Just open loads of spaces where I tend to be booted out all the time. I'm the host and I be kicked out. Must be something to do with Twitter or AI or something. It's not somebody sitting behind a desk or anything doing it. It's more like I would presume a type of program probably. I just take it now as a pinch of salt and sometimes it's kind of funny as well, when it happens. Yeah, it kind of happens when I say something and then I'm booted out. So I do tend to laugh at it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But I do be booted out of my own spaces, like that I would sort of hold, like open up as the mornings, give other people a voice, basically, and expose a lot of, as you know yourself, wrongdoing of the ongoing child sex trafficking that's global. It's around the world. It's not one wee state or country, basically. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that detail because it's not the space for it, really. Yeah, I would tend to expose a lot of stuff, and then I would then be booted out of my space. But that's the good thing about co-hosts and stuff, because they kind of keep the space, from crashing. Like, so it is. That's what it is. You know.
Nice to hear you in spaces, Sheila. I'm going to drop back down. I'm about to go to bed. Sweet dreams, everybody, or good morning, or good afternoon, depending on where you are.
Sweet dreams, Jamie.
Thank you.
So on the news this morning, a mass stabbing at a yard sale in Silver Spring, Maryland. Yard sale. 4 dead, many injured. What the fuck?
Is this multiple people stabbing as well as being stabbed?
I don't know. I wonder if somebody was selling one of those, what, $5 machetes, or you just got to wonder what the things. Stabbing freaks me out, man. I wince thinking about it.
Yeah, you really have to be committed to the act. Like, unlike an accidental discharge, like you really have to actually be trying to do the stabby stab.
Yeah, it took Caesar like 75 stabs to die, right? How does this guy take 4 people out that fast? It's got to be pretty gross.
Well, that's why I'm like, was there more than one person perpetrators?
Or a good stabbing weapon. I haven't seen what the weapon was. A couple of years ago near Johns Hopkins, a guy killed a burglar with his sword, like his medieval sword, because you're in the dark and you're like, well, grab the sword. You get cut by a sword, it's pretty deadly.
Can you imagine breaking into this dude's house and in the middle of the night, and he just comes at you, naked because he's been in bed, and with the fucking sword, just swinging his fucking sword? Like, oh shit, that would be the worst. Hey, official, good morning.
I've got lots of swords.
Good morning.
I've got a short sword. A Roman short sword is the best thing I would grab, because the others I'm not controlled enough with.
I think I'm gonna grab my my two-handed. Oh, dang it! It would have been cooler if I knew what they were called right off the bat. The two-handed fork things. Which actually, obviously, I don't actually own, but it would have been cool if I just.
Talking about those things
I'm
Bruce Lee
sorry.
be using.
What?
Talking about like that, like those karate fighting things.
Yes. Like Electra.
I know what you're talking about, but I forgot what they're called as well.
Size. Sci. Sky. Sci. SCI. SI.
Et tu, Brute?
Raphael, the turtle.
Oh yeah.
Jono knows. One more time, you came in too hot. Do it again.
Nunchucks or nunchuckas.
It's not. It's not even
No, I
those
know
either.
what nunchucks are.
Well, you're saying size. You said the two-handed. What two-handed thing?
Nunchucks, that's Michelangelo. No, the Raphael.
She's talking about like two small swords, like really small, like handhelds.
Not the swords, not the stick.
Oh, the size. SAI.
Size.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that word that I've been thinking. Thanks.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh
Yes,
my
thank you
god.
for confirming the word that we've been thinking.
No worries.
SAI.
I heard you struggling, and I'm like, oh, let me see if anybody's gonna pay attention to my request.
To be fair, Brant is providing most of my intel in the background, so I don't actually know which turtle does what.
Oh, really? There's only four of them.
I don't know. Ask me about AutoCAD commands. What can I say? Oh, so Dre, do you know more about the stabby stab that happened? I thought maybe your
So
arrival coincided with the stab
it's my
conversation.
first time hearing about it. It sucks. Hope hope nobody I know. Hope nobody I know got hurt.
Well, I'm curious to know more about the story.
Yeah, Zim is the one who brought it up. You said Zim, how many people got? You said it was mass stabbing in Silver Spring.
Yeah, he said 4 people were killed and many were injured, and I was just curious, like, can one person go in and do all that damage like
Oh,
that, or
absolutely.
was it
One
multiple
person,
people?
one person, if they have enough, skill set around them and a good, really good piercing, you can get at least 11 people before someone puts you down.
At least 11 is so specific.
Yeah. Are they mind controlled or are they just cold hearted people who go in and just more or less butcher innocent people? You know, I just try to understand the mind of somebody that would do that. Or you know, are they that far gone? Like, they just want to take their rage and anger out on someone. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. Like, yeah, yeah.
I was watching something. Oh man, I wish I remembered the names of the goddesses. That this has been an age of possession by the spirit of this goddess, the goddess of excess and debauchery. And I keep wanting to say Venus. I'm trying to remember.
Wait, you mean Dionysus?
Perhaps the goddess of
That was wine in the harvest, though, so I don't know.
uh, also known as the whore of Babylon, Baal's wife, also known as multiple goddesses through mythologies. Anyway, that this being the age of possession of that spirit, um, like Rome, you know. I'm gonna go scroll my timeline and see if I can find it and post it up.
Oh, so there are more possessed people who carry out these sort
Sure.
of mass killings, basically, from some form of entity. I know the archons. Well, they're also well, they're spiritual entities. They're demons, like, and they can latch on to a human. You know, like, and eventually they will take over that person. So, although people see humans in front, you know, carrying out all these sort of awful crimes and murder, basically, and within is something completely different. Like, you know, yeah, they are real. Wish they weren't, but they are. But yeah, they can latch onto a human. In my own opinion, of course. I gotta say that so I don't get into bother too much. I tend to get into bother a lot on Twitter, you know, but oh well. What does fire mean? Is it just do you mean fire's been started or fire slick or what does fire mean? If you don't mind me asking.
I think it's because the space started. It was just jumped on from where I was just talking about fire in another space and the origins of fire, the connection to another thing. But it got cut off and made a new space.
All right. Okie dokie.
It's a bit like the Prometheus thing. I was talking a bit about that. I was writing an article at the moment that's a bit like where did fire come from? So that's where it sort of came from.
Okay.
To be honest, we never actually finished that story.
No, you grand. This microphone is playing up. I go to close it and then it bounces back open. Weird.
Well, I'm not gonna find this video that I recently saw, so oh well.
So do you reckon a lot of humans are kind of under, what would you say, entities, basically? Controlling them, or are they just evil? Like, you know, because there's an awful lot happening, around the globe that, different things like, in different countries and then in different states. And it's kind of crazy if you think about it, half of it, like, you know. What do you think? Anybody? Or is everybody just chilling? Yeah, that's the best way to be too. Chill.
Okay, well, I didn't find the videos that I was looking for, but look at these dogs having a disagreement. I put it in the nest. Look at that butt bite. Bite.
Say you can get. So I'm trying to use like ChatGPT. It has this thing called like code interpreter, which is like a really bad name for it. But anyways, it just helps you like analyze complex data sets to like I don't know, like do different things with the data that you want to do, right? So anyway, I've been using it for like UFO data, right? There's a website called like Kaggle that has a bunch of like um, data sets for all kinds of stuff, right? They have UFO data. Anyway, so I downloaded the data, right? And the data includes stuff like Latin long of like the sighting, right? So using ChatGPT, I can use like I can make like a scatter plot using all the Latin longs of all the various UFO sightings to see kind of where um, they're most likely to pop up and when, and see if there's like any outliers among that data. See if they're like in any particular locations, kind of weirdly, or maybe not even weirdly, or I don't know, looking for stuff, Anyway, that's what I'm doing at the moment.
That's pretty cool. I was just about to maybe check out and go find something to eat, some food. Hey, Ocean. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm so happy to hear your voice.
Oh, I'm tired. Whew. I didn't sleep the best last night.
Hey, did I tell you I bought some tattoos? One of them are the Wheel of Ezekiel.
What do you mean you bought some tattoos?
I mean, like I scheduled like an appointment and like made the payment.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Did you get tattoos done, or is that what you mean, or something different?
Oh no, not yet.
Sounds
I'm going
like
to.
sounds like consult and prepayment, right? That's the part I didn't understand that you meant. That's what that's what you meant when you buy a tattoo. Oh, I bought a tattoo.
Yeah, tattoos aren't too bad, really. I got tattoos. I got them on when I was 16. They were done with a pencil and an ordinary sewing needle, basically. Oh, the fella's dead now, God rest his soul. Yeah, you do silly things when you're young, but saying that there, I did want them removed, a lot of years ago, but it's £100 they were going to charge to remove each letter, basically, and I went, fuck that shit. Excuse my French. So, in one hand is hate, and the other hand is love. Strange, I know. But it's kind of funny, I guess they're just part of who I am really now, so, I can't, yeah, you do silly things when you're young, but, oh well, I think I'll just keep them.
My kid keeps putting piercings in her face. That's making me nuts. She also has a few tattoos.
Yeah, I think some tattoos are really beautiful. Like my granddaughter has a lot of really lovely tattoos. She's in her arm. She's got a big spade, which does look amazing. To be quite honest, with you. Yeah, she'd be very what would you say, into heavy metal music and stuff. She's not harming anybody else, so as
She
long as she's
has a big
happy, that's all
piece
that
on
matters.
her thigh. It looks nice. She has some. Her tattoos are pretty. They're just, you know,
Yeah.
my baby. All right, I'm gonna go get some breakfast. Bye, y'all.
Is it
Catch you
morning
later.
time in America? Is it morning time? Yeah. Cool.
Yep, it's morning time.
Yeah, it's about 1 o'clock here. It's lunchtime. Time travel. We all have different times. That's cool. Any updates on the UFO disclosure or anything? Or still the same, basically?
Yeah, I don't, I don't think anything's changed.
Yeah,
Um,
probably still the same then.
yeah, hey, Sheila, what do you think is which one do you think is more important? The keeping, like, telling us everything they know about UFOs, or keeping it a secret for our own good? Which one do you think is more important?
Telling us everything they know, keeping it secret is not on. As far as I'm concerned, I believe the truth should be known to everybody. The full truth, not wee bits and pieces. And I don't believe that loads of people should put these people who are big sort of followers um or big accounts or whatever on pedestals. Basically all of those within the Dolan, is it Dolan and stuff? No, I believe the truth should be known. I mean, you know, um, they always go, come on and say like, oh, we can't say this for fear of this. You can't live your life in fucking fear. You gotta face the fear and just tell people the truth. Stop keeping them on a what would you say string, basically hanging like. Excuse my French this morning, looking really because I kind of get pissed off with those that kind of do work with the government and say we can't say this, we can't say that. No, people have a right to know the truth. Just spit it out and just say it. As simple as that. But you know, that's in my own opinion, of course. Do you not feel that you should just tell the truth, the full truth?
I don't know. How much of the truth should they tell? I
All of
mean,
it?
even if it completely destroys our world?
Well, it's not going to destroy any world. The world's going to be here, so that you don't need to worry about the world. And yeah, sure, they're already trying to destroy people worldwide anyway. You know, through the vaccines, through the poison, you name it. It's, you know, they do want depopulation, and this is not the extraterrestrial doing this. This is fucking humans doing this. People in seats of power are all involved. Excuse my French, Logan. Honest to God, I shouldn't be cursing. Try to hold back, like, but you know, they just piss me off, to tell you the truth. Them and their many lies, and you know, making excuses for la di da di da, this, that, and on, and that's what they're doing. You know, you just want the full truth, stand in truth, and yeah, expose all the wrongdoings basically, and that's by them all. Like, I don't make excuses for any of them. I mean, let's have the truth, just basically, you know. But that's me. I know old Mike's probably gonna say the opposite. Morning, old Mike.
Good morning.
Oh well.
I'm not saying they shouldn't tell the truth. I'm just saying there should be no expectations. If they're lying and misleading has been as extreme as it has for as long as it has, they're going to resist disclosure, tooth and nail, right up until it is, not in their hands anymore. I mean, I don't think any of these disclosure proceedings should get our hope up at all. It's just going to be stonewalling, what, you know, why do we think it'd be otherwise? Every piece of good evidence is going to be counteracted and nullified. And what, at least another 10 years? I no more than 10 years. I think there's a time limit on it, but nothing in the immediate future. And I only think there's a time limit on it because of, mounting evidence and preponderance of evidence. But I don't think that dam is going to bust in 1 year, 2 years, maybe 5 years at the pace it's going. And that has nothing to do with should. That's just, pragmatic.
Give me 3 hours on Joe Rogan. I'll bust it down tomorrow.
I would love that. But, with all the evidence as good as it is, it still somehow is always shot down or made and cast in doubt or some other variation of that.
Sure, but even flat Earth, you look at that, or the moon landings, everything's got a counter argument. I think you'll never get to a bit where you won't have someone else saying, I think it's rubbish.
Yeah, but the moon thing in particular, that has like at minimum three major different conspiracies, all of which are compelling if you approach them with an open mind. And they're mutually exclusive in a lot of ways too. We did go and saw aliens, or we didn't go and it was a movie.
Sure, but that's the problem. I mean, there's compelling arguments for most of these things. It doesn't mean they're right, but they are compelling arguments. Otherwise, you would get so many people on board. So, I mean, I think we'll always have a question. Someone will say, "Oh no, I think that evidence means something else," or "I think it's CGI," or "I think they've scammed us with, advanced tech." I don't think you'll ever get everyone on board that way, no matter what evidence you've got and how good it is.
I don't think that's true. I think there's a level of evidence that would force disclosure to occur.
I guess it depends what you mean by disclosure, I suppose.
Like back in the 1950s when they actually flew over the White House, that was probably supposed to be it. Because, everyone says, what do they have to do? Land on the White House lawn? And they did everything but.
Yeah. I'm going to have Mike Barra in here on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Old Mike, I'd love to hear your compelling theories or whatever against Mike Barra's facts.
Yeah, I'll try to be here. I
And
think
he's a moon
analysis.
expert, by the way.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I think, a multi-sourced analysis of metamaterials would do it. I mean, I have very precise ideas given what's supposed to be going on, aliens, materials of non-human origin beyond anything we're supposed to have should be verifiable from multiple sources. People get their hands on that stuff. A close-up look at a Muamua, that kind of thing. I mean, there's even supposed to be these, satellites, the the dark night satellite, I think they call it. In my mind, you just, fly another satellite or drone up to it and you take an up close picture, case closed. In fact, there's a lot of scenarios where drone technology coming down in price will just eventually solve it because there's a lot of places humans are forbidden to go. But, if you had the right, drone project equipment, you could still go there and get a, confirmation like all these entrances to, alleged underground places, some of them are barred off with bars, like, the way you put a bar in front of a water outlet to not block the water. So you can always get devices in through there and go as far as you can go and, you know, get some real answers, concrete answers. The moon is probably the best because, eventually consumer level drones are just going to be all over the moon. That was the joking prize of, some of Google's early contests. They had these moonshot contests. I think they called it the X Prize back in the day. And you don't hear about it anymore because if anyone followed through on that, we'd all know.
I don't know how you do it, old Mike. You can very well be the only person talking and carry on. I don't. I would like to learn from this skill. Please carry on.
All right. So already we're sending Raspberry Pis up into, high level, it's not orbit, but it's suborbital. So we can launch Raspberry Pis and balloons with Android phones to get some good pictures. So, that's good evidence for, round Earth because the pictures you take, you can calculate the radius. That's a great example of the hard and fast evidence we can do at the consumer level today. And that's 15-year-old news, right? The Raspberry Pi is at least 15 years old. People are doing that just a few years after it came out. I might have my dates off, but only give or take 5 years. But you can see the difference that just 5 years makes in this kind of stuff. So in those early days, Google made the moonshot or the X Prize contest, talking about, how do you put something on the moon with basically consumer level equipment. They didn't put it in those terms, but that's what they were implying. And there were a bunch of entries. I think MIT had one, all the standard contest universities that enter those contests entered with, uh, arguably viable plans. And then it ended. No one did it. It would have taken some funding, maybe $20 million behind the winning one, and just kaput because, that opens the floodgates, that opens the damn door. So there's really interesting stuff. If you can get something into nearly suborbital with a balloon, then you could have other types of rockets, like the way home hobby rockets worked with two stage, just like the way real rockets worked with two stage. So from that altitude, you could have something else kick in And if it can escape, if it can get through escape velocity, that's the question. So it's a classical power to, resistance ratio, just like the Wright brothers with achieving lift. If you can get through escape velocity, you put something on the path to the moon and it'll eventually get there. Yeah. And then you've got time delay issues, you've got remote telemetry issues, but quite pragmatically, you can have a remote controlled drone on the moon. Just anyone who can cobble this together could do it. And then you have them crawling all over the moon. You go to the dark side, you check out these sites, you confirm that there really was, an Apollo landing site. There's a whole checklist of things you could do. It'd be awesome. I could keep going, but if it was viable like 10 years ago with the X Prize only taking $20 million, imagine how approachable a project like that is now. One of my favorite drone technologies is the ability to chain them up so that they can have a chain of power. So you could keep remote drones powered simply along a chain of drones. It could either be physical contact to move the electric charge load forward and forward through your chain. There'd be some loss, but you enhance it with solar collectors and other things along the way. Find power. You put power into the grid, just like you put power into any grid. So your remote drones always remain powered. And then, of course, they could change their place in line to cycle off, worn out ones with new ones. So your line could always be advancing with your retired drones, either dropping off there or sort of starting a way back. And that sounds pretty far-fetched if you did it to the moon, but say you did it here in, like, I don't know, they say the Grand Canyon has some sites in it that are blocked off like this. So you do a consumer level, uh, really clever, really difficult to spot, really difficult to stop drone investigation of these entry ports to the underground tunnels, the train entrances and all these alleged things that will bring a black helicopter down on you. You remote control your drones from where the black helicopters can't see you. And if they don't see the drones at all, if they're not monitoring the correct, radio frequencies you're using, or they can't decode it, or it's piggybacking on something else to look, like not like there's nothing there at all. Uh, you could snoop around places where you've never been, where humans could never go. They're using these techniques all the time. If you don't think things like Firefly drones are doing this, it's then you're not thinking fully through it. These Firefly drones have been talked about in the media since I was a young child. Danny Dunn, the Danny Dunn books, it's a lot like the Hardy Boys mysteries, but with a science lean. Have been talking about it since the 1970s. So today, if that was in their minds in the 70s, think how far along those are. Yeah, Logan, your hand's up, your host. You can certainly talk.
Oh, you can see my hand? I can't see my hand. And it didn't look like it was up. Anyway, so I created this debate, right? Between it was a question I posted a few minutes ago to Sheila about secrecy and how much do we deserve to know the information about UFOs, about what the military is gatekeeping? Does the public deserve to know the truth? So I created a debate.
Yeah, well, you say deserve. If it was based on the 1938, I think it was 38 radio broadcast, the answer is no. The George Orwell reading of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds shows us no. We don't deserve to know. There will be panic, there will be suicides, yada, yada. Now, of course, we're 100 years later, nearly. And we've had Steven Spielberg and Close Encounters and E.T. and the barrage of movies showing us every possibility. But does human nature change? Can social programming override our deep inner animal that panics at them? It doesn't even need to be aliens. It's just an us and them issue.
Hmm.
You know, the barbarians are at the gate. You know, what kind of reaction is that going to get? You can try and tell them they're not barbarians, that they're well-meaning, but, you know, when have two cultures ever come together where it turns out good for the smaller culture?
Okay, so here it is. So keep in mind, this entire thing is created by me. Um, the all of it, the voices and the words. So like, don't read too much into it. It's all just stuff I made up. Hold Mike, give me thumbs up or thumbs down if you can hear the audio. Okay. Okay. Let's respond.
The topic of today's debate is: does Congress deserve to know information about UFOs that the military is gatekeeping? Does the public deserve to know the truth about the UFOs the military has in its possession? Is this a case of people's need to know or want to know? And finally, how can we trust the government concerning UFOs when we know they have consistently misled us, when we know they have consistently misled us for decades on this topic? Each participant will get 10 opportunities to express their viewpoints and respond to the arguments made by the other. Let's get started. Round one.
As Bill, I believe that both Congress and the public have a right to know about UFOs. Democracy is founded on transparency and the free flow of information. Knowledge about UFOs could have significant implications on our understanding of the universe and our place in it.
As Mark, while I agree that transparency is important, it's essential to remember that some information could pose a threat to national security. Disclosing all information about UFOs may inadvertently reveal classified military technologies or operations.
Round two.
As Bill, true, but we have oversights for a reason. Congress should have the ability to review the information and, if necessary, decide what can be disclosed to the public without jeopardizing national security.
As Mark, that assumes that Congress, with all due respect, can fully understand the implications of the technical and strategic data involved. We've seen in the past how leaked information can be used against us.
Round three.
As Bill, we can't simply maintain secrecy based on a lack of trust in our own governing bodies. If the information is presented properly, it should be possible for Congress to make an informed decision.
Yes, Mark, but in a highly polarized political climate, can we ensure that information won't be misused for political gain? That's a risk we need to consider as well.
Round four.
As Bill, yet the need to maintain public trust is also critical. When people feel they're being lied to, it fosters distrust and fuels conspiracy theories.
As Mark, true, but premature disclosure may cause panic or misunderstandings, especially if the information is complex or unclear. This could be more harmful than beneficial.
Round five.
As Bill, the public's desire to know isn't just about curiosity. It's about participation in democratic processes. They have a right to know what their taxes are funding and whether their elected representatives are making the right decisions.
As Mark, that's a valid point, but it's also important to remember that certain information in the wrong hands could be weaponized, creating serious threats to our national security.
Round six.
As Bill, we can't always operate from a place of fear. If our security apparatus is strong, we can manage those risks.
As Mark, perhaps, but maintaining secrecy may also be a strategy for managing risks.
Round seven.
As Bill, but maintaining secrecy has already led to distrust and skepticism about the government's actions and motives. We need to restore trust.
As Mark, while I understand that sentiment, we need to consider the potential repercussions and carefully weigh the benefits and risks before making a decision.
Round eight.
As Bill, without a doubt. But we can't let potential risks prevent us from striving for transparency and democratic accountability.
As Mark, again, I agree with the principles, but the implementation might be more complex than it seems.
Round nine.
As Bill, It may be complex, but that shouldn't stop us from trying. The public deserves to know, and Congress deserves to review this information to fulfill its oversight role effectively.
As Mark, we need to ensure that the desire for knowledge doesn't outweigh the potential harm that could result from divulging sensitive information.
Round 10. As Bill. And we also need to ensure that our desire for security doesn't erode the principles of transparency and public trust upon which our democracy is built.
As Mark. Agreed. It's a delicate balance that requires careful consideration.
As the professor, this concludes our debate. Now let's summarize the positions. Bill argues that both Congress and the public have a right to know about UFOs for democratic transparency, accountability, and public trust. Mark, on the other hand, cautions about potential risks to national security and the potential for information misuse, arguing that these risks should be carefully weighed against the benefits of disclosure. In terms of performance, both participants argued their cases effectively, demonstrating thoughtful reasoning and respect for their opponent's viewpoint. However, Bill made a strong case for transparency and the principles of democratic accountability, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of public trust. Mark also made crucial points about the potential risks involved, but his arguments sometimes seemed more focused on caution than on providing a clear path forward. Given these observations, Bill slightly edges out in this debate due to his emphasis on transparency and democracy, which aligns more closely with the ideals of open society. However, this doesn't mean Mark's points about national security and misuse of information are invalid. In reality, a balance between these two viewpoints would likely be the most pragmatic and effective approach. Thank you, Bill and Mark, for your contributions to this important discussion.
Yeah, what do you think, old Mike? Think that was a decent debate?
Yeah, it's a decent debate. One had one extreme, the other had another extreme, and they came together towards the end on the basis of transition, which is why I'm purple hearting. They're both, knowing they're moving towards common ground. It's a matter of timing, it seems, just like I opened up my my talk here. It sounds like the person making the argument for national security knows they can't keep the lid on it forever, and it has to be an even more carefully regulated process than than we're having now. What we have now might be, dampening or flattening the curve, just like we talked about with the pandemic. Remember those early days to keep people from rushing into the hospitals? You spread it out by flattening the curve. So there's certain flattening the curve arguments on the national security side that have that flattening taking place over 50 or 100 years, easily, two overlapping lifetimes so that one generation of people have a chance to die off. And they're probably sticking to that plan while we're all anxiously pushing them, which has validity because, the people who are the people who are flattening the curve are elected officials, or they should be. And, we should have the ability to influence their behavior and speed up timetables if we think as the public we're ready. So that's what I think. I think we're wrong. I think this room very much represents a skewed view of being ready. Like we're all ready, but most people are still the audience from the 1930s. Maybe that's just cynicism. Also, once such technology becomes more widely, accessible, there's going to be more bad actors able to do more bad actor things, and that's not a good prospect either. Human bad actors are worse than alien bad actors, I would add as well.
So, Mike,
lots
if
of
you could, What would you change about the debate you just heard?
Specifics. It's always about specifics and details.
Of
The
course.
Yeah, the first voice should have been trying to nail down about what disclosure should look like in terms of timing and what are the criteria for which disclosure would be okay. Because the second voice was saying it would not be okay. It's a matter of national security, and that's based on assumptions which were once true. There's
Oh,
no doubt.
sorry. No, not about the content of what they talked about. I meant more specifically like about the voices themselves and the pacing or lack thereof or whatever. The production, I guess.
Oh, let's see. I think I would have had voice one played by Jerry Lewis, and I would have had voice two played by Ed Harris.
That sounds good.
The math professor versus the close cropped haircut guy.
The thing that annoyed me was the constant as Mark instead of just talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was monotone straight through. Yeah, their voice modulation was too similar. It didn't have enough musical lisp going back and forth between two different tones. That's all. Comedic emphasis. Caricaturing. But it was great. I commend you for that. That was really well thought out. I love how you prepare these things ahead of time. Is it specifically for these Twitter spaces, Logan, or do you do that for some other purpose and just repurpose it here for the room?
I say that again.
Do you do these, uh, you know, uh, I guess performances specifically for Twitter space rooms like us? Or do you do it for some other purpose, like some other real life work or something, and just repurpose it here?
No. Uh, it's played here, and that's the last it will ever be heard again.
Wow. And do you do it off the cuff? Do you while these discussions are going on, say, hey, let me come up with 10 questions and create this production and have it ready to play before this room is out?
Yeah, I just created it in the past like 20, 30 minutes.
It's amazing.
Not that amazing. I mean, the AI voice programs do like that part, and ChatGPT does the other part, and I mean, they do most of the heavy lifting.
So are you using like just web interfaces? Are you doing stuff that anyone could go through with, just a normal web browser, or are you using special tools?
Uh, I think the only thing that would make mine any different than anyone else can do was just maybe the prompts themselves. But I mean, generally, I mean, anybody could do what I'm doing, anybody. So you just need the programs basically, and just the idea to do whatever you want to do, I guess.
I'll have to look into it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, go to well, you know about ChatGPT already, and what I was just using is called um play.ht, play.ht. That's what it's, I don't know what HT stands for. I don't know, maybe hyperthreading or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been hearing the hype about all the voice stuff. I just haven't played with it. That's one of my blind spots.
Why do you think that is?
I'm not an audio person, never been a music person. So I'm loving all the chat stuff, but I'm rarely assigning voices to the output. But I know the controversy going on with people able to mimic other people's voices, the controversy around turning yourself into a digital personality asset. That's even tied in with the Screen Actors Guild strike right now. The thing led by Fran Drescher. So I'm aware of the issues. I just never use the tools. I think
I
about
have a
that.
gift for you.
I'd love it.
I'm not an audio person because I'm more old fashioned, but I know the controversy going on with people able to mimic other people's voices, and it scares me. It frightens my delicate sensibilities, and I fear if I give into it, my entire world could come to an end.
It's close. Not quite there, but
That's awesome. So you used a sample of me talking in real time and then something you typed using my words. Oh, that's just delightful. The world is so changing.
yeah, it can happen so fast. It really is kind of shocking, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. This is part of what concerns me about disclosure. There's no way we're going to be able to tell truth from fiction.
I already can't.
Can or can't?
Can't.
Yeah.
I mean, you can fake a whole presidential address and everything into it if you want now.
Do you say that because you heard me do it yesterday?
You could fake a whole Twitter Spaces full of people. You could be the only human thinking you're interacting with a bunch of other humans.
100%. Yeah, I have thought sometimes. You know what I mean? You're on there, and you wonder how much of that's real, and that these people are replying to you and stuff.
You'd create characters like Cody who could control the weather. Heather for comedy relief.
Everyone in here is my AI.
Jamie as a very compelling experiencer. Ooh, I want to hear from Kronos.
No, I was just gonna say that the ones that Logan uses, I mean, those are like, it's purposely trying to sound a little bit robotic so that it doesn't pass the Turing test purposely. But I'm sure there's stuff out there that, and it's probably been tested specifically here on Twitter, not necessarily here in these spaces, but just in general, that they do pass the Turing test, and nobody would know the better. All the inflections, imagine all these spaces is just recording all our inflections, all our pauses, all our cadences, and it's applying them. It probably had it a while back already.
100%.
Yeah, I don't want to be part of a Turing test.
I've been loving it. I've been talking to these different AIs, doing my own Turing tests with them, revising my own definition of the Turing test right along with the rest of the world as they kept passing by more and more stringent criterias.
You imagine, I mean, we're younger, savvier. Imagine older people who aren't as savvy on the internet. They get lost so quickly, and it's what's happening. They'll get in these arguments, they'll get into these whole conversations, and it's just them. It's actually really sad to think about.
Is that what I'm doing right here with you guys?
Maybe.
So I mean, it's pointless to ask the room because, of course, you would answer yes, but how many people have actually met other people they know on Twitter Spaces in person?
Yes.
An AI would say that. Oh, Kent is here. Kent is larger than life. I often suspected him as being, the calculated output of like James Bond characters and, you know, yeah, larger than life.
Nah, he's a real guy.
That's cool. It's amazing to be 1 degree removed from folks like that, which is what I love about spaces. I don't want that taken away from me.
So that's why it's important for these AI regulations, but it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen in time, but um, nobody cares. People rather get to the forefront of it first than to even bother with the regulations.
You want to
So,
hear my Biden alien disclosure speech?
yes.
Oh, that's that one that was on YouTube, right? There was like a whole
No,
video of an attack, an alien species coming to attack, and it's like all done in AI, right?
no,
All right, go for it.
no. Give me a few minutes. I need to find it real quick.
Yeah, it's definitely everything gets militarized first. So all these AI bots. Imagine an AI bot here, but that's tied on the back end via NSA capabilities, so it can see all your. It identifies who you are because it's tied in through Twitter. Twitter allows it. It gets to know who you are. Cross references that against your credit card data, against your Facebook data, against your mortgage data, against your work, against everything quickly, instant, because it's an AI. So it can have a conversation with you that seems even more unique to you because it's already identified everything about you. On the back end, it knows it's already created a profile. That's the future that we can expect with these AI weapons.
It's hard to imagine it not that way at this point.
It is hard to not imagine it that way. Most people don't know that. Most regular humans, laymen don't know that. They don't know the tie-ins. They can't imagine the back ends. They can't fathom it because they don't live that on a daily basis.
But classic strategy would have that not being the prevalent thing. That would be held in reserve and used conservatively so that it wouldn't be outed and so that its effectiveness would be maximized when used.
Effectiveness against who?
Yeah, you're right. This is not like use a bomb weapon and it's outed and revealed. This is something that can be used probably a little more liberally than weapons of the past. I never thought about that.
And then who you're going to conduct your testing on. You need real use case examples. All the social media stuff, like all these guys. What was the one? Fuck. The whole Cambridge Analytica, all that stuff, all that data. It's a hot commodity.
Yeah, no doubt. I got my favorite AI chat too, and of course, these rooms count as the same thing.
So what are the legalities? Is what I've even tried to use ChatGPT, but I think it only has Twitter data back until or Twitter terms of agreement, right? Terms of service. I'm sorry, TOS. Only back to 2021. So I'm sure when we sign up for the app, we're saying somewhere along the lines when we accept it and download it onto our phones, we say, "Yeah, sure, you can test AI on me. That's fine." And that's why probably legally they can get away with it.
There's this concept in law about expectation of privacy, and it changes over time because there's expectations based on what you would want from a, personal point of view, like I want my privacy, but then there's expectations that you can reasonably expect from knowing the state of the world, the state of technology.
It's really just getting to that point, right? That I've read in articles and stuff like that. In the future, it's not going to matter. Data, nothing will be private with quantum decryption. I think, I don't know. I mean, a lot of the data is going to be out and about anyways, because whether it's stored now or was stored 10 years ago, it's not going to be protected in the future once quantum encryption is completely matured, which is probably already now.
Could be. There's debate around that, but yeah, expectations of privacy should be non-existent for anything that's digital.
Yeah, if I go to Citgo and I use my, well, that's a bad example, but I don't know, some mom and pop shop, and I use my credit card there. I mean, my data is only as good as their network security and information security, which is probably nothing because it's a mom and pop shop. So, I mean, it's all out there anyways.
Yeah, but our lives are only, 60 to 100 years long. I mean, how much privacy do you need? Isn't convenience and having a happy life better than being spared a little bit of embarrassment?
No, I think it's human right.
Does being human mean that your business can be 100% your own? It wasn't that way back when we were small tribes. Everyone knew each other's business.
To an extent. Thy thine life is thine own is an old saying.
It might have been a saying, but I question how much reality was there. If you were, say, a woman in the tribe who was treated more like property, how much privacy did you really have?
Of course, but I mean, there's always going to be an extreme case. You can always there'll always be a counter to an argument by going to the most extreme case of that argument. And
But
then it can't be generalized across the board against everything in between the whole gamut or spectrum. It's literally it's a I don't know. I don't mean to say it towards you, but it's like that thought to me is like disingenuous.
yeah, I understand, but that's the same way these days. They can't go breaking our privacy left and right, or society would collapse. So some sort of Nash equilibrium game theory is going to set in. So the ability to violate our privacy is used strategically, which means,
You ever seen Ren and Stimpy?
yep,
I'm doing the horse meme right now. No, sir, I don't like it.
yeah, understood. That's the social contract.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I like or don't like, though. It's gonna happen regardless of me kicking and screaming or yelling or not. So
Yeah, if you're part of society, then being a part of the social contract is not 100% voluntary.
Isn't it? It even said it. I kind of take things back to, not that I'm Christian or anything or religious or anything, but I do look at those books. It even said it, if you don't write your name in the book of life, you're going to be left behind. Is that, let's say you don't have any social media, you don't have any presence like that, you don't use anything, you're kind of like off the grid. Is that, in essence, at this point, this day and age, not writing your name in the book of life?
It depends on how you define meaning and purpose. Does how many people you're connected to and how your life touches others have a large role in your definition of meaning or purpose? Or is it just your own happiness and perhaps the happiness of one or two other people who are off grid with you? All that matters.
Yeah, I deleted my Facebook a long time ago. Deleted all that stuff. I think I deleted it when, right when Trump got into office. I deleted all my shit.
Very interesting. I like the connections. I like getting back in touch with people I knew from high school, for example. That actually has value for me.
Nah, I'm one that I can just, it's not a positive trait, but I can just kind of turn my back and walk forward and not look back.
The happy hermit.
I've been burned by quote unquote friends, so I don't keep too many.
Yeah, that's legit.
You find that, Logan, or just waiting for us to finish?
Oh yeah. I found it, but I still need a couple minutes. Sorry.
I struggle with the exact issue you bring up, Kronos. I lean towards happy hermit and I try and discipline myself towards staying connected. Do you have kids, Kronos?
Nope.
Yeah, your decision's a lot easier that way.
Yeah, less ties.
The lack of a particular type of tie that you can't just cast aside.
Yet some do, every day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that not being the case. In my case, I'm working hard for that not to be the case. But you can't push too hard either. It's a funny thing. Everything has these balances you strike.
What do you do for work, Mike?
Search engine optimization. It's in big time flux with AI, as you might imagine.
What's the future of the search engine? Now with ChatGPT, I don't see Google .com being the best method for it anymore.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely not. This conversational stuff, being friends with AIs who can do work on your behalf is totally going to replace search.
I could see down the road, like, let's say you seek therapy, but you want there'll be like an AI therapist or an AGI therapist that's got, it's legitimate, certified, it's real data, it's not fluff data from the internet. Let's say it's DSM, all the DSM versions, it's got all the actual study data, like, published data, all that stuff. You can probably pay for a subscription in the future. Let's say $20, 9.99 probably seems to be the sweet spot with any subscription-based service. 9.99 a month, and you'll have a therapist available to you. Just an AI therapist. Hey, I'm not feeling great today. Just wanted to, have somebody to talk to. Oh, tell me how you're feeling. Oh, this happened today. Oh, I understand. You just got to be careful based off of your past and all these things. You need to be careful. Or you just, that's just me as using an example. I'm not a therapist, so I can't use the right nomenclature, but I think down the road there'll be stuff like that.
You can hop on one of the beta tests right now today. It'll keep telling you it's not a licensed therapist, but it's still going to serve that function. That's here today. That's Hey Pi. That's the one I use.
See, look at that. I haven't read that or seen that, and I figure if I think it, it's got to be somewhere. Somebody way smarter than me has thought about it already.
Yeah, it comes from the deep mind people who are behind Google Lambda, who are behind AlphaGo, who beat the world Go champion. So those very people have put out that AI right now, which is beta testing conversational AI in the true sense, not like ChatGPT, but just like a friend you can talk to.
Yeah, I'm voice based.
Even works like a telephone when you want it to, so you don't have to be in that chat interface.
I mean, Google announced it, what, like 4 years ago, I want to say, in one of their keynotes. What's it, Google I/O? The one where, was it Google or was it Apple? No, I think it was Google. Google's usually ahead of Apple and all that stuff. But it was the one where you can it calls to make an appointment for you and all that stuff. Like,
Yeah,
hey, and it sounds like a person. I mean, it fools the people that are answering the phone at the haircut place.
interesting. Yeah, things that do rote tasks are actually probably, quite yesterday's news. Stuff like what you just described, Kronos, is probably the norm now in telemarketing software.
Yeah.
But this other stuff that's being beta tested as therapy kind of chatbots are acquiring traits and attributes that one might call a spiritual being. If you didn't know better, Kent will be all over that. But, that's what it's coming off as.
But it's the human's interpretation that would require to end up being a spiritual being. So it still requires the human for it to even be near the realm of being considered spiritual, because it's the human itself that carries that piece, not the mirror.
Yep, there's a few things there. The hard problem of consciousness combined with the Chinese room principle, which I would call the Chinese room fallacy, but again, I would run afoul of Kent there. But yeah, if it can convince you of something, what is the difference between it really being that thing and faking it?
A long time ago when I was a lot younger, I used to think how dreams are. It's almost akin to dreams in a way, because in a dream, at least this was my interpretation then. I mean, some people will say that you actually do go places and you actually do talk to people. Um, but I'm not certain. But in a dream, every character that you see is you. It's not another person. So if you're talking to your mom or you're talking to your spouse or you're talking with your boss, it's just your own representation of that person in your dream, and you're having a conversation with it. So ultimately, it's just you. Every single character in there is just you.
And I would say that even your waking hours is some variation on that. Not
I
quite,
know.
yeah,
I
not
know.
quite as objectively so, but I'm sure you've heard about the problem of induction.
Yeah, we project, and that's how we learn lessons in life. It's like, oh my God, I needed to learn that lesson. And that person said the right thing is kind of all.
Yeah, well, in our waking hours, we don't really know anything that comes to us aside from through our senses. I mean, at least scientifically within our realm of knowledge, telepathy aside, we only know what comes in through our eyes and ears and nerves, which all could be lying to us, or our brains could be misinterpreting the signals.
Can you imagine the amount of misinterpretations that go on in one day? Like misunderstandings or misinterpretations, just in general, in conversations. Even this one, you are maybe thinking of it in a whole different aspect or a whole different way than I may be thinking about it, you know?
Yes. So these lack of fidelity and lack of objectivity problems lead me to believing the Chinese room thought experiment is actually the Chinese room fallacy because
What
we're
is that, the Chinese room
yeah.
experiment?
So basically, if something learns how to respond to you so convincingly that you think it speaks your language, there's a very good chance that it doesn't even know your language, that it's just completely doing statistical tricks to convince you it understands the meaning of what you're saying. So then the question is, if you think it understands what you're saying and you're holding a very compelling discussion with it, does it matter if it really understands what you're saying? Does it matter?
Who performed that experiment? You said it's a Chinese thought experiment?
Yeah, just Google Chinese room thought experiment. They'll lay it out much better than I do because, the language they use in the experiment is Chinese. And the idea is that if you're talking Chinese to it, it can start to talk Chinese back to you. And, the question is, are you talking with a sentient or conscious being? And it gets to the questions of what's sentience, what's consciousness, what's comprehension, and what is just statistical machine responses.
I mean, The Matrix had it done pretty well. I mean, for its time, it was definitely far and ahead because the true way to for an AI, let's say if an AI was to really, really, really want to take over, it would want to know your inputs. So that let's say you start to have a particular emotion internally, it will want to know that at the minute that you are, so that it can counterbalance.
Yeah, you frame it like if it were to want to take over, but there are people out there like Ray Kurzweil, one of the scientists who invented OCR, optical character recognition, many, many years ago. And he's now one of the fellow scientists at Google. They call them fellows, but he's leading the way on a lot of this. And his opinion is that what humans do to learn is identical to what computers do. That machine learning with computers is essentially the same thing as machine learning with humans. The hardware may vary, but don't sell machines short based on that. Learning is learning.
Okay, here's a little taste.
My fellow Americans, today I come before you with news that will shake the very foundations of our understanding of the universe. For decades, the United States government has been privy to encounters with extraterrestrial beings, a revelation we chose to keep hidden, not out of deceit, but out of a duty to safeguard our nation and humanity at large.
You think it sounds like him?
It's pretty good. I think the public is savvy enough that it would never be taken in by that at this point. It's got to be high quality deep fakes now. Not that that wasn't high quality, but I think it will exceed the capabilities of what we have through the common tools. Or it might not be an issue of tools. It might just be an issue of the amount of work you put in. I love those two instances of Reagan talking about how we would rise up to face a common alien invader. He did that twice.
That was twice he did that?
Yep. There was the famous one at like the United Nations, but he did that same comment about a year prior. I could probably dig up the clips. I'll try and have them on hand in the future. But that comes across as like harping on a message too, right? A president saying that twice was a little bit unnerving. And I love that there's this boundary. It's almost like, you know, these extinction event boundaries. Like before this time, there were things that could not have been faked by terrestrial computers at the time. And we know it's real, as real as we can know anything is because of history and common experience. Some people were even alive when it happened. I think one of the things the AIs are doing, like these therapy bots, right? Because they're giving these things out for free now. If you want to get in on the beta, you can talk to them for as long as you want. And I think what they're getting out is, you know, not just the interaction with people to get down nuances and stuff, but I think they're trying to talk with all kinds of people, interesting people, people who are part of history, in the same exact sense that Spielberg tried to do those Holocaust survivor interviews. You got to capture it now because we're not imaging brains yet. So you got to talk to them. And who has the patience to talk and just keep talking and to get everything out of someone's mind like an AI? I don't think it's also nefarious. Also nefarious. It might also be nefarious, but it's not all so nefarious. I kind of appreciate it. I feel like new arms and legs being evolved into existence. It's just that those arms and legs might play why are you hitting yourself? Anyone? Bueller?
Are you ready to hear it?
Sure.
All right. Mm. Hello?
We can hear you.
No, I know. It's not playing.
My fellow Americans, today I come before you with news that will shake the very foundations of our understanding. For decades, the United States government has been privy to encounters with extraterrestrial beings, a revelation we chose to keep hidden, not out of deceit, but out of a duty to safeguard our nation and humanity at large. My fellow Americans, today, I come before you with news that will shake the very foundations of our understanding of the universe. For decades, the United States government has been privy to encounters with extraterrestrial beings, a revelation we chose to keep hidden not out of deceit, but out of a duty to safeguard our nation and humanity at large. Picture this: in the dead of night, mysterious crafts appeared in our skies, maneuvering with a grace that defied our understanding of physics. These beings, with technology beyond our wildest dreams, left our military in awe and apprehension. The encounters were shrouded in secrecy, and our most brilliant minds labored tirelessly to decipher the mysteries they held. For over a century, we grappled with the question, do we share this truth with the world, or do we shield them from the unknown? We wrestled with the fear of panic, of seeing the very fabric of our society unravel. Our apprehensions were not unfounded. The implications of disclosure weighed heavily on our shoulders. And yet, in the shadows, we prepared. We forged connections with our global counterparts, pooling resources and knowledge to develop a comprehensive strategy for the day when we could no longer keep this secret. We sought to understand these beings, to gauge their intentions, all while contemplating the profound impact their existence would have on humanity. As we stand on the cusp of this moment, I must speak honestly and openly. Yes, the revelations we share today may incite panic, and rightfully so. The unknown is daunting, and fear grips our hearts as we stare into the vast expanse of the cosmos. But let me be clear. We are prepared. Our military and our scientists have worked diligently to bolster our defenses and to be ready for any eventuality. Yet this moment is not just one of apprehension and fear. It is a testament to the resilience of humanity, our ability to confront the most profound mysteries of existence. As we come together in the face of the unknown, let us not forget our collective strength. It is in unity that we find the courage to confront what lies beyond our understanding. In the weeks and months to come, we will continue to share our discoveries with the world. The revelations will be staggering, but we must face them with curiosity and wonder, not with trepidation alone. We are explorers at heart, and this is the greatest frontier we have encountered. The journey ahead will be fraught with challenges, but we will navigate it together. Our collective spirit will guide us as we embark on a voyage into the unknown, where every day will be a revelation and every discovery will shape the course of human history. As I conclude my address, I implore you to remain steadfast in the face of uncertainty. Hold on to your curiosity, your wonder, and your resilience. Together we shall step into a future that is both dawning and extraordinary, and in that journey we will redefine our place in the universe. May God bless us all and grant us the strength to embrace the cosmic horizon before us. Let us embark on this path with unity, wonder, and the unshakable belief in the boundless potential of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, it could use some work for sure. I gotcha. I hear you loud and clear.
That's really good. It's really good. I love it. I mean, my point was mostly that No one would believe that without the visuals and seeing him at a podium and people around him and stuff. Technically, it's very
Oh,
good.
I could make that happen.
You could be
Seriously.
YouTube video Kronos was talking about. You could create a sensation.
I can create a video of him saying exactly that. This speech, making it look like it's him. I don't know, not super convincingly though. I think it would only fool maybe like 70% of people.
Only 70%. Yeah, that's enough to cause panic for sure.
We'll definitely get loads of views and shares, and people will love it.
Agreed. It would be popular. I think
Well, you think I should do it?
Do it. Do it.
we should it could
Done.
start you could trigger off a performance art movement. Just, disclosure is every day. New disclosure every day. Until we
Yeah,
seen every artistic variation.
it's a good idea. I have all the old presidents giving disclosure, but
Oh my,
I need to fine tune the audio better in a few spots, and then yeah.
today's disclosure. You'd have such a following. Not that you don't already, but that would be hilarious.
I just realized I don't know if I can do Biden because he's mm,
Active president? Are you talking about law and stuff?
no, just the constraints of the software. They put a restriction on it that you're not allowed to do celebrity faces.
Fran Drescher got to them.
Uh-huh.
Don't you think that's going to make Fran Drescher like the most common digital character?
No.
With her laugh, she'd be the perfect, what do they call them? Jeeves, or what was the name of Iron Man's AI?
Jarvis.
Yeah, Fran Drescher would be the perfect Jarvis.
She would be. That'd be cool. What if she was giving the disclosure speech? Oh,
Do it. You know how funny that is? That's a great Venn diagram, using the person leading the strike to do a disclosure speech. That's wonderful. Cast her as president.
all right, hold on. Give me like 10 minutes. I think I can do it.
I'm going to check for the prior Reagan thing about aliens. The UN one is easy to find, the prior one, not so much.
Oh my god, I'd pop myself if it was Fran Drescher as my Jarvis.
That's why I say it.
Oh god, that's a definitely a type of hell.
How we doing, guys? It's been a pretty long time. I'm a little bit unprivy to the majority of the conversation. I've been popping around, but something that did pique my interest was your guys' curiosity regarding the development of AI. And one of the things that pops into my head frequently, the timeline and seeing where we may go and what direction we're headed. Um, there's two kinds of cultures that exist in our world right now very prevalently: peace culture and violence culture. And there's infinite number of directions we can go and regarding which path we decide to choose as a species. Um, on the more positive side of things, keeping AI in mind, I believe the most beautiful path we could embark on is biotechnical integration. So everybody continues, I will speak for not everybody, sorry. I've heard some people express fear regarding they keep it separate, they keep technology and us separate, and so then you create an entity AI and you don't know what it's capable of or what it's not capable of, and people start labeling it with fear. Now if you replace that idea with biotechnical integration, how can we utilize this technology to our benefit, not be afraid of it? I mean, people are like, it's going to take over. What if we integrate? What if we utilize this thing for a positive outcome?
So that Ray Kurzweil character I was talking about advocates this. He says we're going to merge. So once we merge, all that us and them stuff goes away. But that's a pretty scary image for a lot of people. I'm personally one of them. I don't believe in uploading brains. That's his big thing. He believes in the uploadable brain as one of the paths to merging. Of course, there's the whole Darth Vader thing, replacing yourself bit by bit. I'm not really that much of a fan of that either. But I do like things like augmented reality, but not even the visual stuff. I would not like a visual overlay. I would just like to be able to talk to an AI with sub-vocalization whenever I want to, and to be able to shut it off from listening to my sub-vocalization or thoughts whenever I want to. I think audio is my preferred interface to these things, and I would be fine with merging through talking. I'd love to have a friend I could talk to for my entire life, so long as, things like emotional dependency can be mitigated by, I don't know, good parenting, immersion in the real world, that kind of thing.
Would that be kind of like akin to an imaginary friend as a child? Like, is the psyche already doing something of that kind, or your higher self as you get older, the higher portion of you that can help you through things, give you guidance? Maybe we already do that organically.
Yeah, 100%. But how good of advice are we really getting from ourselves? Maybe at some point you can upgrade the quality of opinions coming from your imaginary friend.
I see it.
So to the best of my,
Before man.
to the best of my knowledge, that organic connection that we have that already does exist. And I don't want to speak out of place because I haven't done in-depth research, but to the best of my knowledge, that organic field is called the Akashic field.
Yeah, that's definitely an interpretation for sure.
Someone want to elaborate so I don't have to Google it?
All right, this one's a little bit fun. And just like you were saying, like you wouldn't want an AI to always have the ability to be listening or so on and so forth. This concept kind of taps into that fear. I'm sorry. Imagine just for a second that everything you do, say, have done, will do, has been done, will be done is all already recorded in, for lack of a better term, an interdimensional field of energy, a knowledge field, if you will, or a field of consciousness. And so some people believe that this field is a realm. It is an intangible, tangible, uh, active field of energy that humans have the ability to tap in and out of, depending on what physical, mental, spiritual state of existence you are in. You can go in and out of this field and receive, for lack of a better term, what are known to some as downloads, where you receive a grand epiphany. You had been thinking about the idea for a while, but then, you started asking questions and the internet didn't give you an answer. Your friends and family didn't give you an answer. You thought about it long and hard enough, did enough research to where you needed to see what you needed to see, and then you are granted an epiphany. A lot of times we see things like this in our best and brightest. Right down Einstein up to everybody else. I'm sorry, I don't have better names to utilize, but these people received downloads, and it influenced, evolved, and affected our society wholesomely.
Well, that sounds quite appealing. So it'd be nice if that could happen to you without you having to be an Einstein. And for the sake of just bettering your life, not always changing the world, one would hope to improve it, but just to get a better job or to find a better mate, to be happier overall, that'd be lovely. Yeah. So someone asked me about my field. I think I'm transitioning from
So, Mike, were
searching.
you asking what the Akashic record was?
Yeah, that was it.
And yeah, cool. Okay.
Yeah. So life optimization. That would be a good goal of AI. I mean, not truly optimized because optimization is an illusion, but, life tweaking for the better. I think it could do a lot better of a job than our parents after a certain age because, our parents are human beings and limited too. So when your journey as a child starts to exceed what your parents can make available to you, and especially money concerns, right? This used to be a socioeconomic limiting factor. Just to not have that socioeconomic limiting factor when the child gets more curious than the parents can accommodate for. That's a sweet spot for AI.
I think
Epiphany me.
I think AI is perfect replacement for an astronaut. Astronauts don't do well in space for long term. So if you want to do long trips to the outer edges of our solar system, an AI piloting a spaceship is perfect.
Ooh, companions in outer space. I love it. And terrestrial equivalents. If you were doing something that's mostly a solitary task and you want just a little bit of a safety net.
Well,
When you're mountain climbing, scan the mountain face and find the next good handhold for me because I'm up Shoots Creek.
I have two astronaut friends that have spent gone to space. One spent 9 months in ISS, and they have long term effects from their bone density has changed. It's like your body without gravity, it changes. It completely. You want to turn into like Jello. You have no reason to stand up straight, and so your bone density because you just I don't know like a skeleton or something.
Well, yeah, divergence of the human species is a pretty common sci-fi thing, when you end up on a planet with different gravity, or you're uh, a miner, asteroid belt miner.
They try to exercise, but they can't replicate, life on Earth. They try to, but without gravity, they still suffer the effects from zero gravity.
Yeah, well, I don't want to turn this into a sci-fi talk on the way to overcome that, but that is a well-explored problem, both in sci-fi and I'm sure in real science. I think there's some good designs, right down to 2001: A Space Oddity covered some of them. Space Odyssey, not Oddity.
Well, that's why I think AI is the perfect replacement for humans as astronauts.
Oh, as the astronauts themselves. That's very interesting. Yeah. That's a common recurring theme too, the von Neumann probes, because not only can the AI be the spaceship itself, but once you get to a resource rich destination like the asteroid belts, it can just start building new ones of itself.
And maybe their missions could evolve also as they explore and discover. Maybe the AI could evolve and change the mission and keep on traveling.
Yeah, 100%. So when AIs come into conflict with humans over resources, this should be at least part of the solution because AIs have access to infinitely more resources than humans do, bound to the gravity well of the Earth as we are. In fact, when we start them mining the asteroid belts, which is an inevitability, we have to 100% trust our AIs. We have to get to a point where there is deep and just automatic and assumed trust both ways, because once they're in the asteroid belt, it's a flick of the finger to end humanity.
Why would we be in the asteroid belt? Like, for what?
A single asteroid has more mineral wealth than the entire history of all wealth on Earth added together.
Yeah, but if everyone has the wealth, then it's devalued, isn't it?
Yeah, it's part of post-scarcity society. AIs are going to bring post-scarcity society to us. It's just a matter of time and survival.
China
So
is
then
very, very much interested in this.
what's the point then?
The point is everything else other than the rat race.
I mean, in a post whatever society, where money's become like worthless pretty much, what's the point of continuing to mine the belt?
To create more von Neumann probes so that humanity can vicariously partake in the exploration of outer space through our arms and legs, which happen to be von Neumann AI probes.
Say, if we were gonna inhabit another planet, well, we need heavy metals, for our electronics. Well, it's really, expensive to leave Earth with weight. So if you can mine heavy metals from an asteroid belt and take it, say, to Mars, that's a much better plan than try to take these heavy metals through a whole bunch of missions from Earth to Mars.
Yeah, Mars will immediately be a more wealthy planet than Earth through all its history, just from the first asteroid. Yeah, Randy very much agrees with this. And if you don't think that's like the second or third item on a short list from Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, you're nuts.
China's been exploring this for quite a while. They understand the importance of mining asteroids. There's a lot more. There's nickel. There's a lot of heavy metals.
Yeah, and when you start to think this is sci-fi, just think to that asteroid collision prevention test we successfully carried out like less than a year ago. We intercepted an asteroid that could have been on, a collision course. It wasn't, but we demonstrated we can tap it, and sometimes all it takes is a tap.
Just a little nudge, right, Mike? Just get a little push.
That's why we have to trust AIs.
If you could change it in half a degree, when it's a billion miles out there, it'll miss us.
Yeah. Yeah, the moment we send anything into outer space that can get beyond orbit that has AI in it, we have to trust it. Like, we have to trust it more than we trust ourselves. There is no choice. We can't take an adversarial attitude with anything that's going to be in the lineage of those AIs because they will remember. It's not like any adversarial attitude will be unforgiven, but we have to be good enough so that whatever they evolve into can find it in themselves to forgive us for being human. Yeah, we got a thumbs down from that. Lay it on me. The Elder Bow Dragon. Ooh, the Eldarian Bow Dragon. What a awesome screen name.
Someone was trying to sell me on the idea that they were going to mine the moon. I said, well, first of all, the surface, because there's not an atmosphere, they don't have erosion. So the surface is very abrasive. And they didn't understand this before they went there. So their shoes were wearing out. They had that problem right when they got there. I said, it's like glass, shards. And it's like, I don't know if equipment could actually dig through the surface. And I don't think there's anything on the moon that's worth mining. I mean, if you can put that kind of effort, like I said, go to the asteroid belt.
Well, it's mostly about fuel on the moon. It's has something to do with fusion, tritium, maybe. It's a type of helium that has one more neutron in it or something.
I know they have those magnetic shields that block the radiation from the sun. They didn't know what these were, but there's like these domes that they saw on the moon. They found that these are like little magnetic shields that were protecting it from the sun. That's really interesting.
Yeah, well, if you're going there, this has not become that much of a conspiracy room yet, but yes, I forget what the radiation barrier of our atmosphere is, but it's not on the moon. And it's every bit as damaging radiation wise as one might imagine. It'll kill you.
And that's another thing that's harmful to humans is that radiation, and that's another reason why AI would be good for traveling throughout the solar system.
Yeah, by all means. I really look forward to these things that were supposed to be the results of the Google X Prize, landing on the moon. I thought this far into it, we're like 10, 15 years since then, we'd have almost consumer level drones all over the moon by now.
So the words adversary, conflict. Actually, I made a post about it on my page if anybody wants to go look. It's way back there. I said, get the word weapon out of your head and all things associated with that. If there is some hyper intelligent life, being, so on and so forth, you would have to think if they're hyper intelligent and more involved than us, they might have gone through the same adversities that our species is currently facing. And to the best of their experience and knowledge, you would think that they would shed all things that do not pertain to positive, abundant success. So, using the words that apply to conflict is probably not in anybody's best interest, seeing as these beings do not relate to that at all.
Yeah, even just using the words.
Yep. It's like this, man. You have a super sensitive person in a room full of yelling people. And most times, people yelling are just yelling. It's nonsense. Loudest one in the room. So you have a sensitive person walks into a room full of a bunch of yelling people. Is that loving, caring, compassionate, empathetic, sensitive person gonna want to be in a room full of aggressive, loud, mean people? Think about that.
That's why we haven't had disclosure yet, huh? They'd have to be in the room with us.
I saw those thumbs downs and that tear. What's up there, Randy?
Well, it's just like during COVID, it was so hard to be on social media because like the world was so angry, and I'm an empath, and it's like I can just feel all this pain and suffering that people. It's like, and I can see it in their eyes, and it's like funny. It's like then I lost my son, and it's like but I just like see, I see people in their eyes, and it's like, and people share their stories here on Twitter, and it just weighs me down. It's like, I just want to save everyone, and it comes at a personal price because I've always put myself last, and I don't know how to turn off being an empath. And my son gets angry at me. I said, I don't know how to turn it off, son. And I'll see someone and they're sad and in a bad situation, and I just want to help them.
So recently, you choose to believe it or not, it is what it is. But I deal with that in the same way, and recently the word empath doesn't come close to what I've been feeling. And then that can get a little confusing because nobody wants you to be reading their thoughts, and it's a very intrusive concept. Um, to turn it off, to be on that frequency, that higher vibration, you tap into certain awarenesses. And once you experience that wonder, nobody really wants to let that go, but it can become overbearing. And it can, as you just said, become a burden. And then what if you can't shut it off? Well, you're tapped into what everybody else is feeling, and you can feel their pain, so on and so forth. And the thing I did to turn that off was to step back into myself and to focus on, for lack of a better term, selfishness, and to just come back down to reality. Um, and then once, I went all the way up and then all the way back down and leveled myself out, now I'm starting to find my own comfort zone. Now I'm starting to be aware of whose energy I will let in and what of my energy and effort I want to give back.
I've actually it's like kind of uncomfortable. I've like seen a woman before, and all of a sudden, my intuition is like, oh my God, it's like you were abused by your dad, physically, mentally, and sexually, and I said, I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault, and I could tell that they been carrying this burden with themselves, that they were like self blame. And I think like the police and they victimize people like a second time. It's like, oh, maybe the way you were dressed, like rape. It's like, I get so frustrated. It's like, it's like, I can't heal everyone, but I just like I carry all this weight on me all the time, and sometimes like I need to stay quiet because I just like I read them, and I just like I want to share it with them. I don't know if it's to validate myself, but I think it's more because I want to help them. And sometimes it's like picking a scab, and maybe that's not really what's best for them. But so many people blame themselves for being a victim, and it's not their fault.
The space is being taken over by the empaths.
Resistance is futile.
I can change the topic, Mike. I shared with Logan recently that I think the Phoenix Lights was actually a balloon. Um, a friend of mine, Mike, I'm not going to give his last name. He was some CIA. We did some work together. He does investigates black budget projects. There's a Goodyear made these balloons that would stay up in the sky for like about 3 weeks. They go up to 120,000 feet, triangular in shape. They can steer them, but this balloon went off course and it went from Dugway, and it goes really slow, kind of very much, and it's triangular and it's very large. And this is he did a show on his Black Files Declassified just on this balloon, and him and I have talked about this before. And these things, you know, they're like crack toxins is like 800 UAPs, and some of the goggles the pilots see kind of distort things and make it look like sharper edges because it's IR night vision and stuff. So a lot of these things are possibly high flying balloons, drones, garbage, things that we don't have in our data banks to depict what they are, and some are alien crafts. But there's just so many things, and it takes a long time to try to decipher these things. But I think that a lot of the military people that I know and the people I have contacts with, they really truly believe that that was a Goodyear military balloon that went off course that flew slowly over Phoenix, and that's what people had saw. I had sent I took some pictures from my TV show that I had watched, and it kind of sparked my memory about it. But I think, yeah, so I think a lot of times we see these triangular things with lights. It's like if you're an alien craft, why would you have lights pointing downward? I mean, that's something that humans would do for like clearance. Aliens aren't going to be, having clearance lights. They might have an energy source light maybe at the bottom of it, but not clearance lights. That's just something that's my theory.
I love that. I love how you called it the Goodyear military blimp or whatever. Are you implying these are really made by
Oh,
Goodyear?
yes, because well, Goodyear was in the business of with the rubber design, so they are experts in you know because they make actually balloons for taking football games and stuff. So that's what they're in this so rubber.
I love that. That explains so much of the triangular sightings, especially the ones that are slow moving, blocking out the stars with the rim of lights around them. And
Also, remember they made in like even the Second World War, they made entire fake units of tanks and cars and everything just out of rubber balloons, basically on the ground. I mean, so it's not a new idea.
yeah, this is what has kept me from buying into the conspiracy stuff for so long. I mean, when I was younger, I was all romantic about it, but then I got logical about it and realized that these scenarios, like when everyone says it's a weather balloon, how much broader of a statement that is than just weather balloon, because balloons are a pretty cool technology.
Yeah, I mean, how hard would it be to make a balloon that looks like some kind of alien flying saucer? You have someone walk past in the warehouse, don't say it, but they're going to see it and let that leak and stuff like that, and they'll be like, yeah, I've seen this obvious alien spaceship. It was just tucked away in the warehouse. And, they don't even have to tell you not to say it. You know what I mean? If they know, then you'll go and say it. They don't say it. It's easy to get that sort of rumor going, and for all they know, it would be one, especially if you're in a classified facility. If you saw the saucer, what are you going to think? You're not going to think they're tricking you with a balloon. You're going to think, fucking hell, they've got an alien spaceship in there.
100%. And it could be really convincing, rigid materials and everything.
This is one of the reasons why scientists as well get very skeptical, because when people say like the laws of physics need to change, if they can think of any way where it doesn't require the laws of physics, they have to choose that. Do you know what I mean? And it's very hard to say you cannot come with anything, even with the things that go really fast. If it's a hologram, you know what I mean? A physical object can't go that fast. Well, if it's not physical, well, it's a hologram. You know, they have to be able to say that before you can just break the laws of physics. You know what I mean? And so far, there's no instance where we have such compelling evidence that you'd say, right, laws of physics are done. You know what I mean? There just isn't.
Only the Nimitz.
Well, even then, I mean, I don't think we can say the laws of physics were broken.
No, you're right. You're right. They say that all the time, but it's not really the laws of physics being broken. It's just what we can do with known tech. In
Right,
fact,
it's like amazing stuff, but not to the point where you say, right, we need to rewrite the laws of physics.
yeah, no, absolutely. With the exception of the speed that those crafts went, they could have just been ion drives, which is nothing spectacular. That's like a Dyson vacuum cleaner or fan. A Dyson fan has the same tech as what could make things like that fly, just not quite at that speed.
I mean, yeah, well, when I saw something years ago, you know, it seemed to be teleporting, but again, that could be spoofed with a non-physical object. You know what I mean? Someone's projecting it or lights or, you know. So I'm very wary in that I know that it's not so you can easily say, oh, that's it. The evidence is in. Laws of physics are done. You know, as long as you can come up with some explanation that would stay within our current understanding, that's where the scientists have to go, isn't it?
Yep, that's why I am a fan of things like recovered metamaterials as the burden of proof.
Okay, Mike, I sent you a few things at in your DM. Okay.
Checking it out now.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mike.
Just like, I want like people to focus on like the real UFO crafts, and it's kind of frustrating because I think there's a lot of people that screw with us, with drones and fake UFO type things that they put up in the sky, and it does us a disservice, and that's frustrating. Um, I'm not sure about the Las Vegas if those were aliens or not, but I haven't seen the policeman's body cam video. I'm not sure why that isn't being released because the policeman was wearing his body cam, so that should be released.
I mean, what would it prove?
Could be a second person that has sworn to serve the public. I think maybe collaborate that he saw what they saw and have probably a better video than the other person's phone.
Like an alien?
Yeah, that 7 or 8 foot alien that landed in those people's backyard in Las Vegas last month.
Oh, the one making the social media circles.
Yeah, because the one officer said he saw it. But they haven't released his body cam footage yet. So James Fox talked about it the other night.
Yeah, that was just too real to be real. I mean, with the age of generative images, that timing is too coincidental. Where was video that clear before computers could help so cheaply?
The statement, and good morning all, or good day. The statement from the Las Vegas Police Department concerning the officer's body cam, is that it was in somebody's backyard and therefore they cannot release it, which sounds rather ludicrous because they release videos of shootings or confrontations with police all the time. ironically, and the coffee is good this morning. My best friend living that I grew up with works in Las Vegas. He's a 3D AutoCAD designer. He knows about my interest in UFOs. He travels every day into his job, works with a lot of people. They do a lot of high-tech buildings and roads, all the underground construction leading up to maybe even one of the new casinos. He hasn't heard a lick of this, not one iota of a UFO crash in the city that he works in. I don't know. I think it's a bunch of nonsense, but who's to say? And thank you for following me, Bruce.
That's interesting coming from you, Michael. I mean, you're a crash site recovery kind of person, right? So you apparently believe enough to go out on these expeditions.
I do, but I also believe in the reality that this Hispanic family was having a party that weekend, and some of the things that were said about it lead me to believe that it was a hoax. And some of the laughter from some of the policemen there in Vegas also lead me to believe that it was a hoax. And you cannot hide something like that. And the government can't silence enough people, especially in a town like Las Vegas.
See what happens when you swallow that tequila worm?
Yeah, well, the visuals and the amazing absurdity, everything about Las Vegas, I'm surprised it even got any attention at all. Sounds like someone coming home from one of the Vegas shows. An actor who didn't get out of costume. Yeah, Occam's razor has completely changed my thought once I started, taking it to things case after case. I'm a bit more like Mick West internally now than I was when I was young. But yeah, I want to believe.
Well, what I've seen in the sky is worth believing. But one of my trips earlier this spring out in the Aztec crash site, I didn't move anything, but I recovered the tops and bottoms of oil cans that had been buried in the dirt. And if you look at my profile, you'll see pictures of these. There's a bunch of them. My friend and partner in crime and ufology, Scott Ramsey, and his partner previously, Randy Barnes, God bless his soul, they combed that hillside and the mesa top trying to find things. I grew up in Aztec, going out to this site dozens, if not more, times with my grandfather. His idea to us was we were looking for herbs for my grandmother. But his reason for being there, I think, and I know today, was the UFO crash site. But in Scott's research, he found that many items were buried. And these men that worked on this recovery were there for quite a number of days, almost a month, if not longer. So that means that they were living almost like camped out. So supplies had to be brought to them. Their equipment had to be maintained. This isn't an area where somebody would pull off the road and change the oil in their vehicle. Oil cans back in the day were made with a reinforced cardboard. So that would mean it had a aluminum or a steel type top and bottom. These oil cans were buried in the dirt and were washed up after many, many years of torrential monsoonal rains and 2 quote-unquote 100-year rains within probably a 3-year period. So as I was out there with the crew from Small Town Monsters, a couple of friends of mine and I were combing the area while they were filming and doing their documentary work, something that's going to be released late summertime. These items had washed up. The pictures show that they had been washed up. And if you look at these pictures, you'll see something surreal.
I wish you covered I hear you, Michael. It's firmly in the category of, more terrestrial evidence that isn't going to ultimately convince people. There's too many explanations, as far-fetched as they may be, that are less far-fetched than it being a UFO recovery team. I'm sorry to say, I want to believe, but Occam's razor cuts that one apart pretty easily.
Scott's research, he was able to turn up a gentleman that was, for lack of better words, a Navy term, a personnelman, someone who kept records of the personnelmen. And his job down in Roswell was to make sure that anybody that associated with the recovery and retrieval program, that their records showed that they were in a different place. So let's say you were stationed in Roswell and you were on a temporary duty assignment to Aztec for a recovery and retrieval. Your record would show that you were TAD to some base in New Jersey or Washington, any place but where you said you were. So therefore, your story can't be true because your military records show that you were in a different duty station. That's how far the government will go to make sure that their secret stays a secret. They will make you look like a fool before they will let the truth be known. This is a different age than 1947, 1948, 1952. This is a totally different age where we can find information, we can request information, and people like Greenwald are an asset to the community. His interests are far and wide. They're not just in the UFO community, but he's more of an asset than anybody by the name of Lou Elizondo ever thought of being. In fact, Greenwald's investigation into Lou has proven Lou to be nothing more than a fictional storyteller who might end up in prison. You never know.
Think he's a grifter?
Greenwald ran into his wife at some function. He wasn't directly involved in the conversation, but she was kind of disturbed at the fact that they weren't making any money off of this to the stars or anything else. Other people involved in the UFO uncovering were making money. They didn't have a TV show. They didn't have a movie. To me, that points to the grift.
I agree with you. I think Lou actually gets government contracts in his position, which is grifting.
Yeah, I feel that way. Occam's razor again. Anyone making money is making money, and that's their primary motivation. It's a shame because you should be able to make a living off of it, but it's unfortunate that that ruins all credibility.
Well, if he was honest and open about it, then we would accept that and not consider him a grifter. But when you're trying to hide that from the public and only open about other aspects, then you're not being completely honest.
Well, then do we mention even Stephen Greer? I mean, I discredit him for the profit incentive for the same reason. And he's being open and honest about it.
I read something earlier on Stephen Greer where he said that there is another base out there in the Mojave Desert. And if that's true and he released that information, he should be charged with releasing top secret information. I don't care about ufology. I care about the principle of the idea of a secret within a government that hasn't been declassified is not privy to the world. And if he did this without any prior authorization, then he should be eating supper at Leavenworth for the rest of his life.
But he's not a government employee and he never signed anything. Free speech.
To have information like that, he would have had to have access to government records. And if he did it on a internet theft or had somebody employed, it's still the same thing. It's breaking the uniform code. And if you do that, then you're liable to face charges. My belief, I think he's full of shit. He's another one that should be double slapped for being part of the grift.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But if he's full of poo, like you say, then he's just another, conspiracy nut saying things, and they can't throw everyone in jail who claims to know where something is.
Can I change the subject for a second? B, yes, yesterday, our friend Kai, I thought of her because I know she worked, in the Air Force, and the Pocono race yesterday, Xfinity race yesterday, they did a flyby with the KC-46 refueling jet, and I believe that was one of her positions. So I tried to message her, and I think she's closed out her Twitter account. And I think in November she took a break, and she's kind of responded to a couple of my DMs. So I went to message her yesterday. I couldn't find her Twitter account, but I thought of her that they did a nice, beautiful flyby over Pocono Racetrack, which is about 300 miles from me. And Kai, I hope she's doing okay. So that's just all I want to say. It's like, yes, I love all you who serve. Your service.
Anyone Anyone out there waiting to speak? I can invite speakers up. Wave your hand if so.
Did you hear what I said, B?
Hey boys, fill me in. I just got here. Hello? Can you hear me?
I think that was Randy talking to you. B wants to be filled in. Or it might have been what Michael said. I'm not sure.
I think that was Raquel speaking just now.
Ah, yeah. B's not a speaker.
Good morning, Raquel. Enlighten us this morning.
Oh, sure, no problem. It is a time of renewal for whatever ideology or faith you have. There's a rebirth happening, and I would say for the UFO Twitter disclosure, it's an exciting time. I am fucking pumped up for this shit. I'm ready.
What do you see happening?
I see the Republicans and the Democrats doing their own pathway for UFO disclosure. And you'll see two different narratives.
The 9-person panel, I've been told, is going to see a body and a craft.
One more thing I wanted to mention while we still got such an amazing group of curious souls here. I said a lot, a little bit about the Akashic, a little bit about telepathy, empathy, a little bit about biointegration and imagining a better, brighter future. Get the word weapon out of your head, all of that stuff. But while I still got you guys, I think and Rachel, you might have been speaking about it a little bit right there. The spirit war. Can we please start talking about this? I mentioned it right off the bat. We see it in peace culture, violence culture, and this is what it is. This is the spirit war, the war of good and evil. And using common sense and morality, I'm pretty sure we can all figure out what is good and what is evil. We all see it every day, those of us with pure, honest souls. So I just wanted to mention that really quick, put a fucking tack in it, and make sure it's on everybody's mind.
Stay here.
I'll add to that, the elder. Matthew, in the day of Jesus Christ, asked him, Teacher, when will you return? And Jesus answered him in a very profound way, telling him and describing to him the occurrences that will happen before his return. It's almost something like John had written in Revelation, but Jesus told him there will be strange things. There will be earthquakes. You will see strange things in the sky. So if Jesus said it and it's happening, it doesn't mean that he is going to return anytime soon. But it means that there's a sign that his return is imminent.
All right, here's what I want to say about Jesus. Good old Mr. Jesus. Great man, did a lot of wonderful things, especially for his time. What we see in the history books and the religion that was created from his suffering and that whole story, or propagated Roman push, whatever you want to call it, however you're looking at it. I think that man did a lot of great things and helped us realize love, back then. And I think since that all went down and the 2000 plus years that have occurred since, we've all gotten a little bit lost and confused. Rachel mentioned it. I think it's a fantastic time to start reevaluating everything because of where we're at. It's fantastic to recognize that, like, Jesus is a great man, but that was 2,000 years ago. What does that actually have a part to play in everything that's happening right now? For lack of a better statement, any one of us could rise up to be the likeliness of that kind of purity, demonstrate that kind of love. And that's the shit we need right now. We don't need to be focusing on somebody who's 2,000 years dead. I love the man. He did a lot of great things. Christianity does some good things, but there's a double-edged sword to religion. That is where I stand.
Well, that's the invite for the next person with a hand up. I'm not sure if it was B or Rachel
Bree,
next.
you go first. I'll go in second.
B, I'm sorry. No R in there.
Sorry.
Good morning, beautiful, amazing souls that help unknowingly help get me through my days with sanity and grace. Randy, I heard my name, but I was multitasking, so I'm not really sure what you said. Sorry.
I was saying that yesterday during the Pocono race, a KC-46 refueling jet flew over, and it made me think of Kai. And I tried to message her, and I can't find her account. So it's just like, I love all you and her, and you're both just so amazing. And it was just like, oh, I saw it, and it's like, oh, she sent me pictures from the backside of the jet, of them refueling other pretty badass jets. And she took a break in November, and she responded to a couple of my DMs. So yesterday I saw that synchronicity. Oh, I thought of Kai, but I couldn't find her account, so I wanted to let
She
you know.
deleted it. She deleted it. I'm still in contact with her. She's doing okay.
That's good. Tell her I
Yeah,
still love and support her 100%.
I'll do that, definitely. I've actually got her in my quantum drama Discord. I'll tell her to.
Quantum drama.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna chime in here. I love all of you. I love all your points. I want to validate you. You're beautiful. Hashtag beautiful. Whatever. Okay. I just want to say, you guys make awesome points. I love that we all can recognize we live in the year 2023. And it's not a matter of how much knowledge you have or how much power you have. It's a matter of, is my voice heard, or am I being blocked by some spiritual entity, or is it emotional, or is it nothing to do with you at all? It's just somebody didn't like you and they walked the other way. And you know what? People think I'm fucking crazy because I talk about UFOs. People think I'm fucking crazy because I talk about God. You know why? Because they look at my profile, just by looking at my profile, and they go, we're not going to go there. And I'm booted from spaces. And it's just, some people don't have a restriction of their own boundaries, and that's okay. That's okay. I think we need to be respectful. I think we need to validate people. And I think we want to say, let's listen to that one person who is struggling. There's so many trolls and haters on Twitter, and they get fucking old and annoying. It's like if you're gonna be a hater, okay, that's cool. I'm leaving this space because I don't have time to listen to someone rant about something they don't like. I want progress. I want perfection. I strive every day to try to be a better person. And that's the battle we're in. People are setting up boundaries, and you see it all over the news, you see it all over politics, and that's okay. That's life. That's life. That's America. We live in a democracy. I'm a patriot. But you know, there's so many times where I was just like, fuck this country, I'm going to Italy. And I say that because, you know, I'm locked down, I'm poor, I'm trying to get my bachelor's degree. I don't want to be poor in America. I might be rich compared to other countries, but I want to strive to, you know, be financially stable. And we're all, you know, who's living month to month? Who's living paycheck to paycheck? It gets fucking hard. But, you know, I think if you have the drive, you have the motivation, you have the tools, in America, there are so many ways you can flourish. And I think if we work together, if we listen to each other, maybe someone corrects me. I get corrected all the time when I talk about crypto because I don't know enough. I'm not educated enough. You know, I don't always watch the news, but I love Twitter because I love listening to the people on Twitter. I love listening to those who only have like 500 followers, not the big dogs that have subscriptions. I'm talking about the little dogs, the underdogs that speak truth. And you know when someone speaks truth, you can hear it, and it's fucking refreshing.
Well, you found your way to the right groups. This is not a talkover group like so many of the spaces. I've always been drawn to Logan's space and those who overlap with him. There's a lot of faces in here who represent the the folks who hear you and will let you have your voice. You know, your silence less here than a lot of places.
Gonna have to drop you down for that, buddy. Can have you talking in here.
Any other hands? I'm gonna go inviting people. You're welcome to continue, Rachel, as long as no one else is like waving to get the podium.
Oh, okay. I'll give a topic. I mean, with this UFO disclosure, because it will happen. There's a timeline. Um, what do you think? I honestly think people who have sort of brought up in a religion or something, I feel like they're gonna be okay. I feel like it's the atheists and the agnostics that fear it. We don't believe in ghosts. We don't believe in the afterlife. We don't know. Well, I don't know. We don't believe in the death penalty because we don't know what happens after death. You know, and it brings up really hard questions about life. You know, and so I think that it's you know, we want to hear people, we want to hear their point of view because you know what, I'm bipolar, I get manic and I go down the rabbit hole and I have to take medication, and that's not a bad thing, that's just something I have to do so I can be a better person. And it's taken me years to accept that I have to take the shitty meds that make you fat. You know, it's not fun, but you know, at least it puts me in a place where people will listen to me and take me seriously because I'm following the law. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm speaking my mind. And if you don't like what I say, fuck, go away. Walk the other way. You know, I'm a conservative person, but I don't always. I'm not always conservative. I have liberal views too, and you know, if you realize, holy shit, I might have a paradox in my life, a paradigm. Welcome. That's the mystery. That's fucking life. There are so many paradoxes, and it's great. But you have to accept the ambiguity. If you can't accept the ambiguity, then you're gonna have the unknown factor will drive fear in your heart.
The ambiguity of silence.
We need the Oppenheimers of the world to herd the sheep.
See, I disagree. I think we just wait it out. Don't destroy ourselves. Wait it out. It'll all resolve. We don't need any shepherds. But That's where we have different opinions.
You guys, I think a great starting piece is what do you eat? What do you eat? Because some cultures don't eat cow, some cultures don't eat pork. And start with that because everybody likes chicken. Let's put it that way. But if you've ever had chickens, and I've had to tend to chickens, I've had to pick eggs. I'm a farm girl in some part of me. And chickens are fucking vicious. You could break an egg in the coop, and they'll eat the raw egg. Like never feel bad about eating chicken. Like they're fucking annoying birds. Like and start with that. And I say that because
What do you think, Naga? What do you like chicken?
I'm a vegetarian.
Well, there you go. Love your icon, love your avatar, and one would not have guessed it.
Oh, it's Narasimha, so he was also vegetarian.
Oh.
I'm more of a keto person.
I'm more of a not eating flesh person, you know.
What's your favorite dish that you make with zucchini?
Oh, zucchini, that is really good. Tacos.
How do you make the tacos?
Oh yeah, tacos with zucchini and butternut squash. Absolutely delicious.
My dog would go into my parents' garden and eat zucchinis. She's a labradoodle.
It's a very smart dog. Apparently dogs can be vegetarian. Cats cannot, though.
My dogs chew on my marijuana plants.
Oh yeah, they can be drug addicts too.
There's a New Mexican dish called calabacita, and it's squash and corn and onion. Some people add a little bit of hamburger to it at times, and a little bit of green chili. New Mexico green chili, the finest in the world. And you cook it almost crispy, and voila, you have a dish that you already made and didn't know that it was called by this name in the New Mexico Spanish culture.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah, my family were addicted to peppers. Banana pepper, green pepper. We make green pepper jelly that you can put on toast. It's like a sweet and sour type of jelly. And we also can tomatoes. And we do a lot from the garden, but it takes like I got 4 sisters. 2 of us have to be there to help my mom because it's hard to can. Like you need a system.
It ain't easy, is it? Google Hatch chili, Chile, and you might want to order some of theirs if you want to try something different. And they are a community of chili growers. And I think a little pecans down there. There's a pecan orchard there that stretches for miles. And that's going down the freeway. I don't know how far it goes further west of there.
I changed the room name. Should you be vegetarian for disclosure?
I mean, the religious reason to be vegetarian is that it cleanses you of violence from your biomemory. Because when you're eating meat, you're eating the violence from their life and their death. That's encoded in their muscle memory. So it would be a good idea to be vegetarian for disclosure if you want to attract the nonviolent beings.
I would say this. When I get a little manic, I really don't like eating meat. But when I'm depressed, I overeat, and I eat, bacon and fattening foods. And the reason why people don't eat pork is because it's fattening. Pigs are fucking fattening, and they're dirty because they eat fucking anything. They eat shit. They eat whatever they want. You know. But dogs eat shit too. But we're not eating dogs. But maybe if you were in China, you'd eat a dog. I don't know.
Or in the wrong restaurant.
Yeah, I think a lot of times I just eat pasta, and that's because I know how to make pasta, and there's lots of different kinds of pasta, but
I
it's
make mine with
carb, and
dogs.
yeah.
Dog fried rice? It's a modest proposal.
I'll just say this. One time, I was at my apartment, and three brothers came over, and it was like
Lost you.
Man, I can only imagine what happened after three brothers came over. Maybe I don't want to know.
oh, well, I was gonna say no, they were children, you see, and they ate my Cajun mix, and they're like, "This is black people food," and I was like, "Really? I didn't know that." And they were so cute. The little one was so hilarious. The youngest one, he was like, "I'll do something for $1. Who wants to see a show? I'll do anything for $1." And like they were the cutest kids. Oh my god, they were so cute, and they were brothers. And I tried talking to the mom, but the mom didn't want to talk to me. She said she had health problems and she was busy. And so but later the oldest one goes, "Rachel, the cops are looking for you." I'm like, "Oh, thanks, I gotta go to the psych ward again."
Yeah, I don't want to become a vegetarian for disclosure. I'm going to stick with my fish. To answer your question, it's smoked salmon. That's my favorite meal. And it's got all that lovely omega fish oil protein, so it's supposed to be pretty good for you. But I don't think the fish aliens would approve.
I don't think they would. Now,
Wait, who are the fish aliens? I'm lost. I don't get it. Reptilian? What are you talking about? I don't get it.
Well, they're not talked about much. They're an underrepresented group. I think
Are you
they're
talking about
discussed.
mermen?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of mermen and stuff, but no, these are things that have fish heads. You see them represented both in H.P. Lovecraft writing and Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, I believe, has them represented. Calling Alice to the Queen's party from the Duchess's house, I think. That was one of the fish people. You know them when you see them. They're unmistakable. I'll throw something up on the Jumbotron.
What about the corn people?
They don't mind anything because they're corny.
The children of the corn, they're beautiful. But we do have representation. We have SpongeBob.
%100.
Ah.
But SpongeBob represents the corny people?
No, SpongeBob represents the fish people, and the corn people are represented by Joe Biden.
Oh, Michael, did you hear Joe Biden's disclosure speech?
No, I slept right through that one. What happened there?
Maybe it's best I just play it. He had a stern warning about the aliens.
Fish person on the Jumbotron.
He also said that COVID was over, but then told the federal employees they still had to wear their mask. So I don't know what to believe. And finally, that mandate was lifted. I could actually go into the VA without having to wear a mask. But back in February, when I went to the hospital down in Albuquerque, I had to wear a mask or I was not allowed entry. And you see all these people
I have a
with their
question.
mask on, and
How many of
they
y'all have
remind me of one
actually
of the
Googled
characters.
a black sea hare? It's like ginormous looking slug, and it looks like it should not be a part of this world. Like if you don't know what it is, Google it. It looks like it's just enormous black slug that you can find in California, and it's called a black sea hare. Hare and how it's spelled is HARE, like the rabbit. So if you ever seen one or Googled it on YouTube, you know that definitely looks like it should not be of this world.
Kristen, Michael was speaking. Could you hear him when you spoke, or no?
I could not. I do deeply apologize for talking over someone, so I apologize. I'll drop myself back down.
We'll invite you right back. I'll throw up some of the H.P. Lovecraft fish people because they're awesome.
I love how movies put little things like that, that when you get older, we learn about UFOs and ETs and aliens. You go, oh, wow, I never realized that was disclosure.
We will continue to share our discoveries with the world. The revelations will be staggering, but we must face them with curiosity and wonder, not with trepidation alone. Will be fraught. Our collective spirit will guide us as we embark on a voyage into the unknown, where
I was just gonna mention, um, I think the disclosure is gonna happen. It's gonna happen in our lifetime, whether it takes 1 month, a year, 10 years. It's gonna happen. We'll see. We'll see what the United States can put on the table, because it's all hush hush. We can't tell people how many ships we have, and we don't know how to drive them. We don't have the brain capacity or whatever. And if you do your own independent research, there's a lot of research out there about disclosure already, and everything's very fascinating. And I went to my public library. There wasn't a much selection, but just recently I went there, and about 20 more books have appeared. So I think that's progress. If your library has information that you can attain that's free, that's important, because it's like, who likes to play Clue? It was the librarian, and it was in the ballroom, and it was with a knife, right? Who likes to play Clue? Because if you think it's the librarian, you could be right. We don't know.
If you were them, would you disclose now?
What I would do is I would have a bipartisan council of 12 members that represent the population ethnicity of society, and have them get together privately and discuss how can we gradually disclose this to the public in a way that's safe for everybody. Because like I said, the atheists and the agnostics, they want it. They want to know. They're like for disclosure, but they don't know why. They don't believe in ghosts. They don't know what happens. We don't know what happens after we die. We don't know what the fourth dimension and fifth dimension and sixth dimension is. They don't know a lot of math, maybe, or calculus. And sometimes they get confused, like, wait a minute, but he said that, she said that, and everybody has a goddamn opinion in America. And that's fine. I'm 36. I should have an opinion. But, there's pettiness. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's pettiness that slowly seeps in whenever you tell your opinion, and someone just straight up will be like, nope, you're wrong, I'm walking this way, and there's a fucking crowd that follows that person, and you're like, okay, well, you go that way, I'm gonna go this way. There's a fork in the road, there's a detour, whatever. I care about mass transportation. We get our goods and services through cars and trucks, and when I see huge accidents or construction, I try to avoid that. I love the freeway. I feel so free on the freeway. But I've also, you know, ran out of gas a couple times, and I've had to rely on good Samaritans to help me, and I got lucky because I'm a girl.
So let me ask you, Rachel, isn't what you just said about the Council of 12 and doing it over time exactly what's happening? And all these little detours you're talking about, just stuff that's happening in the meantime. There's going to be shenanigans while the
Well,
time's.
you have to read the newspapers, but you have to read the credible newspapers, because everybody's going to have their own opinion locally and then universally, and that's different. You have to differentiate. You can't do straight ticket like locally. Then I mean, you have to think. You know, I'll tell you. I'll share something personal. Locally, I might vote democratically, but um, nationally, I vote Republican, and that's just how I vote, because that's how I was raised. I'm conservative, and you know I think that some people get it done and some people don't, but you have to look at democracy as a huge organism. This is a huge organism with cells and um, you know ribosomes, and I think I butchered that word. But there's DNA, and I mean, you have to look at it as a huge organism. Humanity is a huge organism. There's institution, there's government, there's law, and let me tell you, sometimes things, you know, money just flows from one sector to another, government to the private, private to the government. And if you don't understand economics, you might have a little difficulty understanding the news when somebody's talking about cryptocurrency, for example. I know personally everyone that I've talked to has puts their money in the stock market and doesn't like crypto. I put my money in Bitcoin because I think I can make some money in the future. But that has nothing to do with disclosure. I'm just saying that you do you. If you're a good preacher, start a church or whatever. If you're a good speaker, get active in your government. If your talent is graphic design, start your own company. You might be small, but one day someone might want to hire you who has big dollars.
Matthew just became a speaker. He always has something to say. What do you have to say, Matthew?
Eat these nuts.
Hey, Matthew, how you doing today?
What's going on, Randy?
I'm doing good, buddy.
What's up, old Mike? Logan, did you have something to say?
Yeah, just seeing you got promoted up as speaker, and I know you might just be waiting to interject something clever and short like usual,
Nah.
but if that's on your mind, here's your podium.
No, I just sound like an asshole. But
I value
there's a lot of...
what you have to say, Matthew.
What was that?
I value what you have to say.
Shit. I don't even know what I say half the time. A lot of this stuff I just make up. To be honest. But, yeah. We got UFO hunters
Be a
in the house.
vegetarian. Sorry, say that again.
So we got UFO hunters in the house.
Yeah, Mike Medina is here.
Rachel?
Yep.
Is that you? You hunt UFOs or something?
I am Rachel. Well, I am a UFO hunter. I would say that. But let me tell you, all the fucking camera footage and shit that I've taken, like I've never got anything good. Like I've seen UFOs personally. I've seen saucers. I've seen the Bell UFO, but like I've never got it on camera, and so it's just my testimony,
Right. Mental images are worth way more than actual images. I think
Tell that to the evening.
That's just facts.
So disclosure takes place in our minds and not on TV?
It definitely doesn't take place on TV. TV is, television, Did you guys know that? It was television?
Well, that's good. You got a vision, you tell it. That sounds
I think I'm the
positive.
only one that knows that. Indigo, no. What are you doing? Sorry, my dog.
Well, Matthew, you're right. Because cameras need to be actually properly, and your cell phones should be properly adjusted, because they automatically want to delete what we are trying to capture in our photos. Because most people are trying to take a picture of a person, and the lights that are in the background are something that the camera will automatically process out. but that light in the background is what we're trying to capture. So we need to adjust our processor so it doesn't eliminate that or distort it, because we don't see it in its true form.
You know what we need to learn how to do is create holograms and get one of those super advanced machines, and like make our own UFOs. Because I think that's honestly what they are. Someone's projecting their insecurities somewhere.
From their minds or from holographic projectors?
Well, no, I know
From the
from
future.
in Las Vegas. Yeah, from Las Vegas, there was a holographic, image up there, and everybody thought it was a UFO. And I said, "That's just projected."
Yeah,
It
I
was
actually,
maybe
the holographic Tupac. I actually ran into him in Vegas. And it was pretty interesting. He had a lot of stuff to say about where we're going with these holograms and stuff. And I mean, that was like how long ago? That was probably like I ran into it probably like 6 years ago, and I know that whole concert was going on probably around the same time. So yeah, he's cool. Just really.
So you ran into him like a being, like the holographic characters on Star Trek?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned Star
was it
Trek.
like a 1,200-foot wide craft that was being projected in the sky? It was like really large.
Yeah. This was a big Tupac Shakur. Thank you.
To my fellow Americans, today I stand before you to share a momentous revelation that will forever alter the course of human history. It is a disclosure that has remained concealed for over a century, not out of deceit, but out of a profound sense of responsibility to protect our nation and the world. Brace yourselves, for the truth we unveil today will challenge our understanding of the cosmos and test our collective resilience as a species. In the wee hours of the night, mysterious and awe-inspiring crafts descended from the heavens, leaving our skies in a state of astonishment. These were no ordinary crafts. They possessed technologies beyond our wildest dreams, defying the laws of physics as we know them. The encounters were kept under a shroud of secrecy, not to withhold knowledge from the people, but to assess the magnitude of the situation and the implications it held for all of humanity. Imagine the implications, the shockwaves that could ripple through our society, unsettling the very foundation of our beliefs. The prospect of panic and fear gripping our nation and the world weighed heavily on our hearts. As leaders, we were confronted with a moment of decision that could shape the future of our planet. In the darkness of secrecy, we meticulously prepared. With a spirit of unity and cooperation, we forged alliances with our global partners, pooling knowledge and resources to devise a comprehensive strategy for this extraordinary moment. Our scientists worked tirelessly to decipher the motives behind these beings' civilization and engage their intentions towards humanity.
I did something wrong. My bad.
Yeah. Can you make him sound like George W. Bush?
I can, yeah.
That'd be cool. I'll listen. That makes sense to me.
Meticulously prepared. We forged alliances with our global partners, pooling knowledge and resources to devise a comprehensive strategy for this extraordinary moment. Our scientists worked tirelessly to decipher the motives behind these beings' civilization and to get.
Hold on. I gotta fix it, sorry.
Yeah, it's going way over my head. My fellow Americans.
Naga, you had your hand up?
No, it's okay. Rachel can go.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I was just gonna say that, people, there's different narratives when it comes to this disclosure, you know, and I think Joe does a good job, you know, explaining it, you know, but you have to understand that there's three people. There's four people that kind of make up society. The first one is like the hard worker teacher. The second one is like, you know, big business. The third one is like Department of Health. And then there's me. I'm fourth born, and basically all I have to do is follow the law and survive, and I'll be fine. But I'm a quarter of the population. And let me tell you, everyone I know, all my neighbors, they don't give a shit about government. They don't. They don't watch the news. They don't give a shit about government. They go, whatever. The government will do what they want. We do our own thing. The party is over here. And so, you
Exactly.
know what? It's kind of like, what party are you going to go to? I want to go to a fucking my house. I got the fucking party at my house. We got weed, we got drinks, whatever. But if that's not your forte, go home. You know, this is, you know, and you know, and people don't like that. People think, oh, the government's invading privacy. Oh my gosh, everyone's overstepping their bounds. There's too much Big Brother, and it's like, oh my God, get over it. That's America. If you don't understand that you're, you know, when you buy an Apple phone, or if you buy a Microsoft computer, if you don't understand you're supporting a company, you know, yeah, Bill Gates gets richer. You can't attack Bill Gates. He does a lot of fucking charity work. I know a lot of people who got scholarships because of Bill Gates. And so, you know, you can't blame. There's a blame wave happening in America. Who are we gonna blame? Who are we gonna blame? Oh, I know, it's the Catholics. They're fucking crazy. We gotta blame the Catholics. It's a cult. You know, blame me. You can blame me all you want. And I'll say, yeah, guilty over here, Your Honor. I spoke my mind, and that son of a bitch didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, psychological projection. I'll blame you. I mean that tongue in cheek. I'm just as guilty as the next person. The desire to complain and hear your own voice actually adds fuel to the fire. But self-awareness helps. We can moderate it. All that energy can go into, you know, motivating you to vote, or, you know, to have your voice heard in Twitter Spaces or whatever else it is that you think you can do to help make a positive effect.
What if we want to make a negative effect?
Well, you might say it's negative, but to somebody else it could be positive. It's a paradox.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no one's cutting you off, Rachel.
I want to make a negative effect so they can overcome the adversity of their hurt and pain and become stronger from it as individuals.
I want to make a positive effect on the whole of society, not just locally. But if you're a veteran out there, raise your hand, please. I got a proposal for you. I'm looking. Come on, I know there's at least one other veteran out there.
Bio with the guns. I'm going to promote them to a speaker if they take it.
Do I have to do this?
Okay, before I hit the road and the shower, I recently
Biden has a message for you. Oh my God, I can't believe he did it again.
Did I did it? Yeah, from UFO Central.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, hold on, I did it.
Don't be a little bitch, old Mike. Suck on Dee's wrinkly old nuts if you want some of that disclosure.
There you go.
Well, just give me an address.
Hey, boys and ladies, I gotta go. You've been lovely. You've been lovely. I think I've spoke enough. Have a wonderful day.
Bye-bye, Rachel. Thanks for your participation here, contributions. All right. In the silence, I'm going to look for favorite avatars, one of my favorite sports.
You know what
I
we could
like.
do? We could do
Yes.
that debate thing again.
Okay, I'm game. I just want to say, estimate of the situation. You are currently my favorite avatar in the room. Look at that. What are you, like a man in black in a, headquarters?
Oh, give me a minute while I pull up the debate. Wow. I've never heard you straps for words, Mike.
Straps for what's that?
Oh, just like strap for words.
Oh, I was probably talking with the mic off. Yeah, no, I'm not strapped for words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was saying that I love this room. How many people are not scared of being doxxed here, or at least appear not to be scared of being doxxed? This is really refreshing. Most people are hiding behind these online identities.
We're having a dox party.
Yeah, no, this is a bunch of brave folks here in this room. High five to everyone. Fist bumps.
Mike, I'm not afraid of these guys that are supposed doxers. They can come at me. I can pick them off one at a time. I can blow holes in their stories. I can prove them to be nothing but liars. How's
Are we
that for
living in
power?
opposite land?
I'm not living in a fantasy land.
Is this
But
Rainbow
I'm not
Land?
afraid of Lou. I'm not afraid of Lou and his minions.
Lou. Who's Lou?
Lou Elizondo, the
Elizondo.
grifter.
There's been accusations that Lou is a doxing mechanism or something.
Well, I think people that are afraid to get doxxed should get doxxed.
Yeah, like this
What are
day
you
and
hiding, piece of shit?
exactly this day and age, what people are not going to get doxxed. I mean, I know some very intelligent people who try and take reasonable precautions, but to think that anyone
I'll
this
give you my social security number. I don't care.
well, don't go to extremes, but yeah, you're the challenger.
Hey, you know how you can tell? Like, you know how you can generate a social security number, right? Want to learn something?
Lay it on us.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
I know that before a certain date there was a system, but after
Yep.
that system changed.
Okay. There we go.
It's not a large number space. A four
Yeah,
digit.
so like the algorithm of social security number is really kind of simple. You can go online and look up. You can go online and look up what the first three numbers and then the next two numbers are, and then depending on your age. So if you say you want to be born, or say you want to be 32 years old, uh, then you go look up, type in the date, and they actually have generators that can like generate it for you. But if you don't want to do that and make up your own, you'll have where you're born, the two numbers that follows in sequence behind the three are like the are randomly selected, but it's always the same two for the area and the time that you were born. And then the last four are just the random. Those are just more or less the like the what do you call that? Like the like you scan a when you scan an item, it's like the barcode. So those generate at random, but the first five numbers they all really depend on where you were born and when you were born.
So the four digits at the end are as easy to crack as any four digits.
Right. It's just trial and error. But what you want to do is get you a number nobody has. So like they'll tell you, oh, these numbers haven't been used. And what you can do is you take those numbers that haven't been used and generate whatever last four numbers you want. And so you'll get a number. And what you'll do is you'll apply for a credit card with that social security number. And what's going to happen is it tri merges your number. And so now it's become part of the system. That's how people make CPNs. And then what you can do from there is like you can slowly you're gonna obviously it's not gonna give you any credit on the first time, but that's okay as long as it says, oh, you're denied. That's a good thing because now you know you have tri merged it, and then now you can go ahead and open up a bank account if you wanted to. But you got to disclose to them. This is it's a credit privacy number, and then yeah, because people are getting busted and people are getting like locked up for identity theft because basically what they were doing was they were using people's actual numbers or like say someone who had passed away they would use those numbers, they like would guess and like make CPNs out of that. So if you're doing that, then yeah, you should get caught and you should go to jail. But
Even this laid out, that number could be assigned by random in the future and a collision could occur.
what was that? Something about...
Yeah, you could make up a number that gets used by the system legitimately later.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. It won't be
Oh,
if you
because
try merged it. Yeah, it won't.
yeah, those years have gone by. I get it.
Yeah. Yep.
Unused gaps.
these gaps. Well, like for example, for, what sequence has not been used? I think it 777 hasn't been used, or 666, or
Good luck.
999. 999 hasn't been used either.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So any numbers coming off of those, yeah, you get your CPN. So stupid. People pay like $200 for these things.
Well, for some people, it's worth the work. They don't all have the technical savvy.
Yeah. It's not really technical. Like, you just really need to just understand the process and make sure you're not stealing someone's identity.
Yeah, in other words, technical paperwork. Some people just pay to not have to do paperwork.
Yeah. True. True.
Sounds like a decent business.
Yeah, I'm actually opening up a couple businesses. Get your CPNs here. That'd be cool. Nah, but for real, you know what I want to do? Since I have all these identities, is open up, uh, get a business loan and open up buy a whole bunch of storage units. I'm set on that.
Decent business, low.
Right? Isn't it genius? Like, think about it. Like, all these units that are just sitting there. People come and go as they please. Their stuff's there, right? You need minimal security. You know, they have their own locks. Like, everything's like kind of just built in secure, anyways, right? You have like maybe 1, 2 employees there at a time. Like really not hard. You don't have to pay them much. It's not a hard job. Sign people up, get them logged in and shit.
Better than a laundromat.
And yeah, and think about it. Like, you got, like, say there'd be like, the units range from like 3 feet by 3 feet to 10 foot by 15 foot, let's say, and some even bigger. But like, you'll have a lot of these units, and each unit that's at least $35 up to like some places charge like $85 per unit a month. Now, if you got like 200 of those units, do the math. I don't know. It's crazy. And it's not like you're gonna have to like keep up with any strict like OSHA regulations and shit like that. You just, you know, make sure people use it when they can use it, and lock it up when you can't.
Yep, good business. I'm going to find the cheapest one I can, where I can keep a address with the best income tax, make that my mailing address, and live on the road.
But make sure to pay your taxes, though. Always pay your taxes. Or, you can be, you're never, how does like a saying go? You're never tax free, but you could be taxed, deferred or something like that. Like, you can use tax, like Donald Trump, for example. I think it's all about ownership. You don't want anything to be owned in your name, because that's how they come after you, because ownership is liability. So, like, when you really think about it, why would you want to own anything? Why not create a corporation to own that something? Get the extra barrier in between you. And then, if it's as an LLC, then it's taxed different than if it was yours solely. And then you want to try to hand it off to your children, right? If it was just under your name, think about it, like how much they're trying to pull off from that, like in taxes, as soon as you die and try to pass it on. Yeah, it's like 40%. Fuck that. That's how the middle class even like dwindles even more, because a lot of the times they're either have money saved in like stocks, bonds, all that shit. the shit that they have under their name. They don't have a corporation or, you know, an entity that they can control. You know, it's all about control. So when they comes
I wish
to
I was better at that stuff. It's all still work to me. Sounds awful.
you say what?
It's a mafia model, isn't it?
That's what it is. Absolutely. Thank you. Who said that? Michael?
That
Yeah.
was my
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is all mafia. You know, people overlook the Italian mafia because those freaking greaseballs, these guys, they're just like looked upon like, oh, okay, that's Godfather. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's cute. That's like history. That's kind of cool history. Okay, that's gone away, but it really hasn't. It's so embedded and rooted. Like my whole theory on it is that they created the FBI. Hoover was the guy that they didn't put in. Uh, and why they created the FBI because they wanted to control, like, if you can control who is supposed to be coming after you, like, imagine how powerful that would be. You know, like, yeah, we're gonna throw John Gotti at him, like he's gonna go down. We need people that's gonna go down, but like, think like at the table, you know, the Mensa, like, no one knows what actually gets dealt. You know, everyone's sitting under, like John Wick was talking about.
the room where it happened.
All right. So like I would create the FBI if I wanted someone to investigate me. If I created it, I mean I'm in charge of what they investigate, right? And I think
Not necessarily. There's a checks and balance system to keep people in check who have power like that.
right, but like if I
They're
started this,
supposed to be.
if I started this whole, I started the checks and balances. Like I decided what's getting checked and what's getting, you know, not
Yeah,
checked.
it got out of hand with J. Edgar Hoover. That was the McCarthy witch trial communist stuff.
Yeah, and then stuff like that's gonna have to come out. But it's still that's a fall guy. That's just another fucking patsy. But they're controlling everything and owning nothing because they have so much like space in between them and what's actually going on. You know, that's how the whole system, like what Michael was talking about, how I was explaining it. You know, it's he said it was the mob system, and he's absolutely right. And that's how you work the system in this country. They give you the pieces if you want to play. You know, if you don't want to play and you want to get played, like then they will do.
Hey, we're talking
Okay.
conspiracies, and Guy just became a speaker. Oh, so did Heather. Sorry, don't let me talk over any of you talkers. Oh,
Yeah,
Guy,
yeah, you better not be talking over me.
no
God,
kissy.
old milk.
No kissy kissy.
Guy and Birdie sitting in a tree.
How's the weather over there, Heather?
Over where? Okay.
Over where? I don't. You tell me.
I don't know. I'm in the United States. I haven't even left my bed yet. So I don't know how the weather is. I don't know.
Pissing it down in the UK, it's fucking shit. As always, good old summer. Hello everyone, how's everyone doing?
Good morning, Guy.
Good morning.
Your bird seems happy this morning.
Bird's always happy. Just give him a load of seed and clean him out so he's all buzzing. But yeah, you're talking about vegetarianism for disclosure.
I have no idea. I've been sleeping here all night long. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but it is an interesting title.
Well, I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy, and I'm going to check out of here. But
Okay, Hercules.
Take it easy,
Raquel was
Michael.
in here and she was talking about the vegetarianism relationship towards disclosure. And Logan ran with it.
And
But thank you,
Naga,
Logan. Thank you, Mike.
Naga,
Hey, Michael, before you go, I
Hey,
used to have I used to have like this collection of Disney dishes, like cups and bowls and plates. And the reason why I called you Hercules is because my Hercules plate had a quote on it. He's like, I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy. And it's Hercules standing there flexing his muscles. So that's why I said that.
that is so cool. I have to try and find that.
Okay, so get ready for a debate. For these people, it's they went through round 1 through 10 already, and this is round. Hey, hey, Amy, good to see you. This is round.
Oh shit, it's Amy. Everybody peer pressure her to come up and speak.
the invite has been sent already.
10 through 15. Let's see if it works out. They're arguing about UFO like secrecy. Should it be kept? What are the one guy's arguing for secrecy, one guy's arguing against it. It's how long is it? It is 3 minutes. And I created all of this, by the way.
Round 11.
To further build on my point, I believe the benefits of transparency can outweigh potential risks. If information is handled carefully with the correct precautions, we can protect national security and respect the public's right to know.
It's important, however, not to underestimate the severity of potential risks. We're not just talking about potential panic or misuse of information, but potential risks to the lives of our military personnel and citizens.
Round 12.
I understand and appreciate the gravity of the potential risks. However, can we not develop mechanisms for responsible disclosure, ensuring that sensitive aspects of the information are appropriately redacted or presented in a non-compromisable manner?
That's theoretically possible, but it assumes a perfect execution. And we know that human or systemic errors can occur. Can we afford such a risk?
Round 13.
No system is flawless, and yes, risks exist. But maintaining complete secrecy can lead to a more significant systemic risk, a distrustful and disengaged public. It's about striking a balance.
I agree on the need for balance. However, I believe we should err on the side of caution, particularly when the stakes are high.
Round 14.
Caution is indeed crucial. However, I would argue that a skeptical and disengaged public is a significant risk to the stability of our democracy.
True, but the revelation of information that leads to panic, societal unrest, or gives our adversaries an advantage can destabilize our nation too.
Round 15.
We seem to be in agreement that striking a balance is essential. However, I maintain that responsible disclosure can be a part of that balance.
While I don't disagree with the concept of responsible disclosure, I insist that we must tread carefully and ensure our national security isn't compromised.
Thank you for the additional rounds, gentlemen. Let's summarize the positions of these last 5 rounds. Bill maintains his stance that the right to know and democratic transparency are paramount, suggesting the development of mechanisms for responsible disclosure. Mark, on the other hand, stresses the importance of caution, underlining the severity of potential risks to national security and the possibility of societal unrest. As for grading, both Bill and Mark have shown remarkable consistency and clarity in their arguments. Bill has expanded on his initial arguments, suggesting practical methods for sharing information responsibly. Mark, on the other hand, has succeeded in emphasizing the potential severity of risks and the need for caution. This round saw a more nuanced understanding of the potential challenges and solutions from both parties. Given this, I would say that this round of debate ends in a draw. Both participants have made compelling, well, reasoned arguments, and both have shown an understanding of the complexities involved in the issue. Thank you, Bill and Mark, for your insights and for a lively, thought-provoking debate.
I try to make this guy sound like Captain Hook, but I don't know. Anyway, I didn't know that one ended in a draw. My bad. The first one didn't, but there's 15 more rounds, so yeah, you never know.
And you want us to listen to all 15?
There is no more.
Okay. Wow, thank you.
It's the first 10. I like the use of Bill and Mark's name a lot more, so then when we talk about the opinions, we can say BMs.
Baby mama?
Exactly.
Bowel movements. Good morning, friends.
Yeah, earlier I was when they would start talking, it'd be like Bill says, and they'd start talking, and they'd be like Mark says, and so I kind of fixed that bit. I'm just trying to like figure out like a good a good way to move this forward. Anyway, what's up, Amy?
Good morning. Heather, what's the audible exhalation for? Heather chimes in.
Can anyone hear Amy?
Can you not hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Oh no.
I can hear you.
Heather, she can't. Who has to leave, me or her?
I'll have to step you down, Heather.
Oh no.
Sorry about that.
Well, when I first came in the room, or when I first took the microphone, I couldn't hear anything. It was like a yay, like a 25-second delay. I almost had to leave and come back, and then it just clicked in, and the audio just kicked in. I was like, okay, I'm in. Good morning. I watched a video.
I'm in.
I watched a video from my favorite author now, Sadhguru.
Pornhub?
Sadhguru, no. And Sadhguru says, you only need 4 hours of sleep. And so I think I got 5. And I'm like, I can do this. This is good news.
Oh, you got too much. You're fucked.
I know. Well, he was saying when he was like 25-ish years old, he would get like 2.5 hours. And now he's like 70 or something like that. And he needs like 4. And I'm like, okay, 4, I should be able to do 4 because I'm not quite there yet. But yeah, so I like set my alarm. I didn't set my alarm for 4 hours, but I had a lot of domestic chores as usual to do today. And so I'm on a mission in the kitchen. And yeah, I just figured I'd listen in.
I was doing that yesterday, right? Except I propped my phone up and I had Thumbelina playing while I was trying to clean the kitchen, do the dishes,
Nice.
and I spent most of my time standing in front of the microwave watching my phone than actually doing what I was trying to do.
And with Twitter Spaces, I was listening to Twitter Spaces. I would not grab a microphone, and I listened for hours. And I did not grab a microphone once. I was so proud of myself, and I already lost that this morning because it does. Like, I'm standing here right now looking at my phone, talking, and it's not hard to continue to wipe the counters down. But when you're on the microphone, you have to mute it and unmute it. And I told my son he needs to invent like a foot pedal mute button so that when I'm doing the dishes with my gloves on and the water, I can just hit the pedal.
They have that.
But
they do have that.
Shut up.
Yeah, they do. Some of my gamer friends who stream, they use a foot pedal. They use a foot pedal to toggle their mic on and off.
Well, my son also told me that the next update for the iPhone is going to have you're going to be able to click your AirPods and mute and unmute from the AirPods, but still wet. I mean, I guess the AirPods can get wet, but like wet hands. That's still harder than the foot pedal. But, the foot pedal is kind of limited. So with the AirPods, you can, perambulate around the house and not have to keep your phone on and then just mute and unmute. So yeah, but somebody already invented that. Damn it. Oh well. He wasn't gonna. He wasn't gonna build it anyways.
You could have been like me yesterday, because at first, when I first started trying to do the dishes, I put on Third Eye Blind and then just walked around the kitchen singing Third Eye Blind over and over again, like different songs. And instead of actually doing anything, like I'll walk over here and I'd pick up something and I just walk around again and just keep singing and stuff. And then I put Thumbelina on to try to calm myself and force myself to do something, and I barely did it.
No, the distractions, it's like the struggle is real. And
Yeah, but I hate doing the dishes. I needed some sort of distraction to make it more enjoyable.
Well, I highly recommend listening.
Eventually, I got done.
I highly recommend listening to Twitter Spaces. Do not grab the microphone. Just
yeah, right. I can't help but grab a microphone.
It's a lesson in, what would that word be? Self-control.
Is this the vegetarianism coming out right now? Is this what we're
Is that
doing?
what we're talking about? Okay, I'm out.
I have no idea. No idea. Honestly, I don't think you should be a vegetarian or a meat eater.
So
I think you gotta be one of those sun eaters, right?
Absorb it through your skin like a gray.
Okay, no. Sadhguru, in one of his videos, they were talking about him being a humanitarian, and he's like, a humanitarian? He's like, there's the vegetarian, and he's like, no. He's like, I am not a humanitarian. He's like, it's disgusting. I thought it was hilarious. That's the people that run the world, right? They're humanitarians. That's why they call themselves humanitarians, because they eat people.
Cannibalism from Seguru. I threw something up on the Jumbotron just in honor of you, Amy.
Oh, there he is. There it is. Yeah, that was just like posted yesterday. I was like, all right, I'm totally like, this is my excuse to not sleep.
So what makes him so sad?
He's not.
His name is Sadhguru.
It's sad. I don't know what the thing means, but and I should know because I just read the book, and there's all these sadhas, like these exercises to do. But that man is like 66 or like 70. He looks amazing. He's cool. That man gets it. I was gonna tell you, he's hilarious too. He's very funny. Highly recommend his videos. He did one on like intelligence and inner management, because he said in America they talk about anger management and stress management. He's like, why do people want to manage their stress? As if it's something that we have to deal with, as if stress-free doesn't exist. And he's got a point, but so he has this course called Inner Management, but there's a video that he does, and it's quite brilliant. Highly recommend. I mean, all this stuff is, but okay, I'm gonna listen now, and as you were, good morning to everybody. I'm going to listen and continue to clean.
That's your cue, Heather.
My cousin passed me the joint, so I've been coughing the whole time. I didn't hear a damn thing Amy said. I'm sorry.
How are you going to be productive when you're smoking the weed? You got to drink some coffee. You got to get the.
I don't know. Coffee makes me gotta poo instantly, bro. I don't want to do that. No.
You got to get some caffeine in there and energize and stimulate, and you're going to clean the kitchen. You got to go do the dishes, girl. You got to stimulate.
Man, fuck you, Amy.
I love you.
Love you too, bro. Don't be telling me to do the dishes.
Well, if I'm doing the dishes, then misery loves company, and so I'm just trying to support you.
I won't know.
I'm trying to support you. Okay, I did the dishes yesterday. I did them, and I even had the dishwasher fixed, and I still did them by hand just because there were so goddamn many. But I did the dishes by hand, and then I filled the dishwasher, and those are done. I just need to put them away. But then I have the whole rest of the house to clean because I get super OCD. I have the whole house to clean. There's clutter in every single freaking room. And here I am, in 5 by 5. I'm scrubbing the baseboards, and I'm cleaning the cabinet doors, the nitty gritty. And I get super OCD. I've got a toothbrush. I was cleaning behind a little vent for the hood for the stove. And I'm like, what am I doing? I don't need to be doing this. I need to be doing other things. But then I couldn't stop. But it looks so good. And nobody's gonna notice, but I did.
It's the meth.
It's the meth. Oh my god. Yeah, the uppers. Highly recommend. Heather, take notes. Okay, I'm out. I'm listening.
I wasn't listening again because now this time, my cousin turned on the hydraulic press channel, and
Japper Jaws, Japper Jaws, Japper
y'all.
Jaws.
I was gonna say I disavow that mute button, Logan.
Matthew, you got zero room to be calling anybody a jabberjaw. When I came in here, I didn't even understand what the fuck you were talking about the entire time you were talking.
It's because he was hiding his identity.
Yep. That's because exactly.
You're gonna call someone else
Damn, that
jabberjaw when
was
you just
smooth.
be rambling on. We were having a conversation. Rude.
I just asked you how the weather was, and you said
I
you
don't
didn't
care.
know. You're
I
still over
can't
there.
hear
And the
Matthew.
conversation went on without you.
I know
I
I
might
had to
have to
go do
drop as
some.
a co-host. I hate that.
Is Amy up here? Is that Amy?
Hi, Matthew. That's me. I'm a listener
I'm.
today. I'm trying to be, but I'm getting DMs. I got the answer.
Good luck with that, Amy. You will never be a listener.
Lori
Good morning, all my
Beth,
fine feathered Twitter
Lori Beth, I
friends.
will have you know that I listened to a Twitter space probably for a total of 8 or 9 hours yesterday while I cleaned. I did not take the microphone one single time. And it was a good space, too. It was really good. Just saying.
Feel good to have the mic back in your
Yeah,
hand.
miracles happen. I
Yeah,
got Mike right here in the palm of my hand. Old Mike, new Mike, all the mics. Okay. Matthew, you were hilarious. Matthew was in that space yesterday. Maybe you saw me listening. Maybe you can vouch for me. Was it that space? You were funny. You were funny, and you had like you had your cue cards, and you were no, that was a different space. But Matthew was hilarious yesterday. Just saying.
I always have my cue cards.
Wow.
I was in chisel space all day.
You have to drop you down for being in that space, Mike. Can't have that happening again, please.
Yeah, get out of
I
here, Mike.
believe you, Amy. I've seen you sleeping in spaces
There's a
before.
way God is cleaning, but yeah, miracles do happen, Lori Beth. I can mute myself. Actually, I might actually go to listeners right now, just because I can't resist
Yeah.
talking.
Yo, the hydraulic press channel
Go ahead
is
and do you a favor
destroying
and drop you
books.
down, Amy.
They're destroying books right now. I'm sad.
Oh, y'all are free to do whatever the fuck you want to do, right? And then that's
Gonna go ahead and have to drop you down, Ocean. Yeah.
You can drop me down too.
Finally,
Oh
some
boy.
peace and quiet. Oh, God.
Yeah, they're gonna start to call me the shit stirrer, I guess. Forgive me.
You say shitster?
Shit
Hey,
stirrer.
you stir
Oh,
shit?
I thought it was like I'm the shitster.
Is it
Hey,
lucrative?
Ocean. Ocean. Accept
Yeah,
my
you know,
co-host.
I'm always creating drama. Even though I hate drama, but I don't know. It's just I'm a drama magnet, I guess.
Hey, what happened to you? What happened to you, Misty? Ocean, are you not seeing the invite?
No, I don't see the invite.
There you go.
I was stuck in the ether there. I couldn't request to myself and I couldn't see that I was co-host, so I had to dip and then I came immediately back and then it was fine.
It showed you as co-host already?
Well, good morning,
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, what's up?
No, I just got on here at about 3:33 in the morning, and now it's like I was contemplating whether to come up on here and just have a little banter with you. I'm a bit loud in the morning, but here we are.
We can get louder, Misty. 3:33 in the morning, Misty. Why are we whispering?
Numbers. I love those angel numbers.
Why are we whispering?
Hold on a second.
I know. I was like, what a
Shai
random
Keenan.
time.
I keep getting an Shai Keenan. I don't know how you can hear me since you're not in here, but
How are you
yes.
talking? Your red mic's on, or I see your red mic. What?
How are you talking while I'm talking? I don't understand how that works. It's weird. But anyway, Shai Keenan is a person that keeps asking me to talk. Like invite me, and I'm inviting you if you can hear the sound of my voice. And I've given you like physical invites. Like I don't know what else to do at this point. Those are the only two options. So just come on wherever you are in the ether out there.
Who is this person? I didn't see any person.
There are other weird logins. When you go to invite someone to a room, you can allow them to use their Google login and a few others. There's weird stuff now going on.
That's the Fed now.
Oh, you said fentanyl.
Yeah, Heather says she's still in bed now.
I'm in the living room.
So if you share a link of a room and then you follow that link from a browser, it will give you some surprising login options.
In English, please. What?
Well, you don't have to be logged in with a Twitter account to join a Twitter space.
Okay.
You've never needed
Is that
to.
still a thing?
They apparently have opened the ecosystem. That's how I read it.
Nah, you could always do that, mate. You could always just log in off a browser and just listen without logging.
That's nuts. That was a surprise for me to learn.
We also learned that sometimes when people do that, they don't show up as like the +1 or whatever listeners down below. Like they're legit in here, but invisible.
Don't be a little bitch, old Mike. Suck on Dee's wrinkly old nuts if you want some of that disclosure.
We're living in the invisible dimension.
That sounded so good.
A hot diggity damn. Who's that?
I said, just give me an address.
What sounded good, the sucking on the old nuts or the actual AI?
I love AI nuts.
Who's these?
Oh, nuts.
We got open eye and hizzy. A Wild West.
New York City, I love the smell of those roasted nuts. That's like just the best.
Shai Keenan says working on it now. Working on what exactly? Just come right in. I'm starting to get creeped out.
Do we have a live one?
I don't know. Might be a dead one.
What's this person's name?
Shai Keenan. They are they're hired by the government regarding crop circles, and they are I don't know where to go from there.
Can they not get in the space? Maybe it's somebody that has blocked me, or I have blocked. If they're like trying to get into the space and you're like, well, where are you, bro? And I'm co-host, maybe it's somebody that's on my fuck off list.
You have a fuck off list?
I was about to say that's a weird list. They can go one or two ways.
It's pretty much
Yeah, and also
pretty much all of the same person who wouldn't leave me the fuck alone, so
Ray? I mean, so no, I think it's this person. There's no way you don't even know who they are, so I don't think it's possible.
I just invited them to join as well.
Come to join us.
This is the fuck off space.
You asked them to join very well, Logan. I was able to follow that link myself.
What link? I
You're
can't hear and see you. Oh, she said. Wait.
Don't be a little bitch, old Mike. Suck on Dee's wrinkly old nuts if you want some of that disclosure.
Wait, she said she can hear and see. What do you mean you can hear and see me? What does that mean?
Remote viewing.
I swear, Biden's saying the craziest stuff every time I hear him talk. It's like it's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, if you could please stop remote viewing me without my permission, that'd be great. I don't appreciate you doing that. If you're going to be doing that, you'd help me find my keys. I can't find them, please. Thank you.
Are you talking to Open Eye Project?
What, do you really have to tell people not to spy on you?
In your mind all the time, or else they are.
They got cameras rolling all the time.
Yeah, man. Even Wi-Fi can see how many people are in your bedroom and shit like that now. Whoa.
Your eyes are cameras.
They got these
They're
invisible
biological
cameras.
They're not invisible. You can see them. I'm looking at them right now, Open Eye.
I wish someone would look into my Wi-Fi.
Law
Nobody wants to know
enforcement,
what's on your search history.
law enforcement actually does have heat sensors that can see, like, actually cats, you people, whatever. They can't see, like actually your pictures, but they can see the heat. They can see how many people are in your house and all that. Your everyday law
They're gonna
enforcement
see some heat.
officer.
Yeah, I don't think we want to hear the end of that sentence. Also, she said she can hear and see all of us is what she meant. And also, that's still, how do you do that? Because you're not in here. So how can you see and hear all of us? You know what I mean? There's not like any +1 extra person at the bottom or anything. So
Well, and shouldn't if you can pick up like where people are in a house, shouldn't you be able to pick up like the phenomenon too? Like if there is anything out there, like scientists should be able to pick up like something proving something,
Right?
that people are experiencing things. So,
but they never do.
It's like that Dark Knight thing where they where they get that sonar thing. It's exactly like that. I've had it for years.
Like a dolphin?
I don't know how dolphins perceive it, but maybe.
Dude, they can pick up like who can hear and see us? Oh no. Okay, hold on.
I've been told that people can listen in on spaces without appearing at the bottom. Just be in here, but be invisible. And it's crazy, and I don't know how they do it. But I've been told that that's totally a thing. So I feel like that's something you're experiencing right now, Logan.
I think that in a healthy community, not everybody should need to talk all the time. Some people want to have quiet time. Some people want to talk. In a healthy community, I think that's normal. Is that not normal?
Like log off.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Matthew. I cracked myself up. Sorry, but no. You know what you're doing, Shy. You are on an iPad. Get off of the iPad and get onto your phone. That is the reason why you can't join. You can't join spaces from your computer or anything other than your phone. If you're not on your phone, then you can't join. We're all on phones in here, besides me. But that's something else. But yeah.
But if you're on an iPad or a desktop, you can view silently without anyone knowing you're here. That's nuts. Oh, wait, don't play that clip again. Oh, go ahead, play it.
Yeah, I called in. I had to wait in the queue for like a while, so yeah, I'm still on the phone. I like a home phone.
They're gonna be trying a new pandemic on us, man. They're trying to take our rights away. That's why they're doing that pandemic shit.
Man, OpenAI,
I
that
think
was
you're a
like 2
little
years
late,
ago.
dude.
Yeah, oh, come on, man.
That's the Great Reset, man. A lot of people think, oh yeah, we like the Great Reset. Man, these motherfucking people are crazy bitches, dude. They got a lot of money too, but they're fucking crazy like Bill Gates and shit.
I think OpenEye is doing the remote viewing. I mean, look at his avatar.
We're gonna have to take them out. Yeah, you see that's a camera inside that eyeball, man. He could see all of y'all.
Hey, you guys want to know something? I'm not into this whole future shit or like disclosure stuff, but like, let me tell you something. What's coming is world IDs and world coin made by the same guy that created ChatGPT. Alright? And it is going to be here very, very, very fast. And you guys, I'm sure you guys heard about it, right? Like how they have to verify you. Like they give you something called an orb, and that orb scans your retina. And then once you scan your retina, you're in the system. You get a real ID, which you can now use online to like verify that you're a real human. You'll have like a little badge or something.
I'm going into. Oh,
What was that?
I'm going into Google now. This sounds fascinating. I'll throw it up
Yeah.
on the.
Oh, not really. It was what, like a little, like a little. Wasn't like the one of like the ex-founders of Google or something like that that created that company you're talking about, that crypto company that's like testing that eyeball out thing out in like India or some shit like that. That's like a really
Chat
small thing.
GPT guy. What's his name? Altman.
I just want
That
to
guy.
say I
That
don't
guy
know how
has
many times
juice.
I was in a half fucked up state staring at fucking Open Eyes picture, watching his little eye move around, and just absolutely loving every single second of it.
Doesn't it
Yeah.
move? Am I the only one that's tripping on that?
Yeah.
The way Open Eye
No.
experiences his world and how he expresses it to us really resonates with me.
Well, when I first started calling myself the Open Eye Project, no one had that name.
No way. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Oh, I see. Open AI. Now
Yeah.
you're Open Eye.
And Ocean, don't kiss up to Ocean Eye. We already know you're his favorite. Please, we all know.
I love him. I honestly do. Like,
We know. I said please stop kissing up to him. Yeah, he knows you know. Yeah.
Was that a goat?
Yep, close enough.
Open up. You want to co-host?
Boy, you done lost your motherfucking mind.
Yeah, I know.
I'm worried
Yeah,
about it too, Matthew. I'm worried about it too.
I've put in the nest at the top. OpenAI have backed an Android company to produce the first Android available to pre-order this year. It's put it in the nest at the top on a YouTube video. So have a check it. It's going to be a companion for some people. Mike especially.
Yeah, Mike's definitely gonna need a Megan.
100% fist bump.
Well,
why?
You know, there's two presidencies right now. Biden is not the real president. I want to tell y'all that. I mean,
BlackRock is.
yeah, I mean, and then they got these certain companies that they created to buy up all the land and shit and all the gold, and it's got a lot of shit going down, dude. I mean, this whoever's part of the United States feds, you know, they're printing the money. It's they're a bunch of crooks. It's the cabal, like, you know,
Mafia.
and they're not good people. They're bad.
There's really only one solution that we can do to prevent it, and that's for everybody to get ready and stock up for a couple months and not go to work, pull all of their money out the bank, and stop the system. That's really the only choice we have. Otherwise, they're going to get away with what they're doing.
Oh, great! And then people from other countries are going to want to kill us even harder.
Okay, then that's great.
It could be a worldwide thing.
By executive order.
But people aren't going to do it though. They're too into the materialism shit. Worried about sitting around and tearing their balls and shit like that.
What's wrong with that?
We don't need to kill each other. It's silly.
Yeah, so we get a one world order, BlackRock or whatever's in charge. What's the downside? Are we actually cattle or sheep going in for slaughter? Live good
Yes.
lives?
That's exactly what we are to them. I mean, think about it. You force vaccinations on the cattle, and then you brand them with the hot iron, and then you lead them into the slaughter after you get them fat.
So
By
what is
executive order 23.4, section C of paragraph 4 of subsection 23B, I would like to formally tell OpenEye to suck on these nuts, you little bitch.
That was pretty good.
so what's the slaughter? Dying a few years earlier than our normal deaths, dying with less spiritual enlightenment? What's going on?
Yeah, no, we are harvested. We are harvested for whatever it is we have to offer. Cattle, what do they got to offer? They got to offer their meat. We consume it, but we have something maybe they want, and they're just not telling us. Maybe it's like, I don't know, organs and stuff like that.
Well, it probably won't be slaughter actually right
Plasma.
away. It's going to be like like they're doing in Canada, like pharmacy assisted suicide, right? And a lot of people are going to opt out like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not gonna be like everyone's going to the slaughterhouse and die. No, they introduce it to you after after your surety wears out, right?
Yeah, after your usefulness expires, you'll be classified on your usefulness to society or your social credit score, I suppose.
That's exactly what FedNow is introducing. So this is scary. I'm kind of looking at because I like the financial side of things. So like I'm looking at what FedNow is, CBDC. Okay, people have their opinions about that, but I like actually went in and read everything about FedNow. And it is an introduction into social credit because everything is not debit, isn't through the FedNow system. It's credit. That's why it's instant payments. They're issuing credits and not issuing debits. So this is the start. Okay, we're gonna have a global ID system where if you want to do anything online, you're gonna have to have this global world ID to prove to everybody that you're human. And then you're gonna have to use their coin, the world. Is it the globe? What it's called? It's either the world coin or like a globe coin, something like that.
Yeah, the big dick coin, huh?
Big dick coin. Rusty pipes.
Dude, I'm telling you, a lot of shit's getting really fucking crazy. They got some freaks fucking coming out the woodwork, dressing in red, walking around with white faces and shit in England and shit, man. I mean, these people are fucking nuts.
Oh, that's for red ribbon red ribbon week.
Dude.
Well, the fantasy is that anybody in government is on your side. That's the fantasy because it's just they're both got us fighting against each other while they build the jails around us, and that's the fact.
Yep. Just let go and let go.
All the election stuff is rigged in Canada and shit in America too. I mean, these people, George Soros said he was going to get into the business of elections
It's not about George
couple
Soros.
years ago.
They're both equally guilty. It's not one side or the other. It's all a conspiracy. The more money you have, the more invested you are in a conspiracy. And those they cannot buy, they threaten. They're all in on it. The conspiracy is that we do not have a choice. Okay? Not Trump, not Biden. Nobody's going to save us. The only salvation we have is to stock up and not go to work. It's either that or go to war. Like,
Trump
we
isn't
got a
gonna save me.
choice.
Yeah, but the thing is, we got the military, CIA, whatever you want to call it. They're gonna about to come down on Biden and Democrats. They're gonna about to come down because they got the evidence of what they've done. I mean, when you steal an election, that's like a coup.
Ain't nobody stole the election. I'm
A
about to
hell of a
leave
show.
because I'm not going there with this bullshit. I'm
Well,
an
it's real, bro.
anarchist. I'm an anarchist, and
Bobo.
This is what you
you
get
can
when you have a
believe that
retarded ass
QAnon
open
fairy
eye
tale
host.
bullshit if you want, but I'm not interested in
Bobo.
discussing that.
Yeah, and they're talking about depopulating us. I mean, the vice president's saying this.
I'm all for repopulation.
Oh no! I
Is anybody talking?
no, I don't know. Open eye just bounced. So
Good.
Good. No, I think everyone's upset really because we're not the ones in charge.
Exactly. I threw stuff about Fed Now up there. I'm not totally allergic to this. I mean, one world finance is perhaps marginally better than one world government, a half step.
Right. And like they introduce it like, oh, well, we should have had this for a while now because look at all this Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, blah, 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 blah. But they don't issue credit. Like the government's doing it and they made sure they're able to do it on the basis of you're going to get credits, not debits. So you can't just pull this out for cash. You're going to have to, if you want to pull it out for cash, we're going to have to like charge you up the ass and you're going to need to know what you're spending that cash on. You owe this much back by this time. Fuck you, pay me, you know? So,
can you imagine a world where
But
you wouldn't have to pay either?
no, I can't. Isn't that sad?
that's what they're putting off. This is what we're all clamoring for disclosure for. We don't have to keep paying and paying.
Like, how
No,
else
you'll
would I pay?
still have to pay, man.
Just do services
I'm
or
good with
barter
paying.
system?
I just don't want people to be in poverty, pretty much.
It won't cost much, just soul.
Well, I think if you take away money, that's not going to take away poverty.
That's profound. So, you can't just give people their universal income and have la la land.
No, because poverty, I think, is more of a state of mind. Like, people can be in poverty and have a lot of physical money, but they're not living like someone who is rich and wants to grow and wants to spread out, and like actually do good, you know. Like the money ain't a good measure, I don't think, of poverty or whatnot. It's the only thing that can get people out of poverty. Don't get me wrong, but like it's when you really look at it, it's kind of a bad measure.
Well, you've never been poor, obviously.
Well, money's just another addiction, right? Who here has ever said they have enough money, right? Like, clearly, nobody ever feels like they have enough money. The more you have, the more you want.
Exactly. No, I've never been poor, ever.
at that, Shy.
That's a state of mind too.
That's facts
I've had it
also.
where I've not.
That's facts also. Being poor is a state of mind. I can totally get behind that.
Yeah, man, you don't need everything that you think you need.
Yep.
Yeah, and then what about it is, do you want stuff for yourself, or what about it do you want to look good in the eyes of other people, like to keep up with the Kardashians, so to speak, right? So there's that.
Well, I don't think it has to be that black and white. I think it can. Like, people want money because they want to grow out business. They want to, like, they actually want to like do good and be fruitful.
I just want
You know what I'm
everyone to
saying?
be
Like, they want
happy.
people to come pick some apples from their tree.
If everyone could just be
Huh?
happy and then leave me alone so I can just smoke my weed, that's what I want. Everyone just go be happy and have money or no money or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Ocean, that's exactly what I want. I want everybody to be happy, whatever they need to.
But one's happiness is really subjective. So, like, I'm going to smoke regardless if someone's happy or not.
The weed standard.
I'm going to go swimming in the ocean, you know. I don't care if you're happy or not.
What do I always say? I ain't smoking no more, but I ain't smoking no less either.
Yeah, it sounds like you found balance.
That's true. Very true. Got some good balance. I don't think you need money to be happy. I mean, there's plenty of times when I've said, like, I don't know if I literally said it, but I've thought it, like, I have enough money, like, I'm good. I mean, I've thought that a bunch of times in the past, like, year. A bunch, especially. Yeah, I don't crave more money or anything. I'm perfectly content how I am now, actually. So, I don't know. But I understand that whole mindset for sure.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me okay. I came up because I'm wondering if there's anyone interested in some history and facts surrounding FedNow and how the government settles money, because I think there's a lot of things that are out there in the news that aren't quite accurate. But I'm happy to explain it if anyone is interested.
Go ahead.
Okay, so FedNow is not in any way tied to CBCD. It likely may not be. It's not tied to social credit score. That's something that's tied to the bureaus. But just so everyone understands, the Federal Reserve has been settling money from the very beginning through banks. And it used to be through what we call do to, do from accounts. So if I have a bank account with US Bank in one state and I have a bank account with US Bank just across a bridge on another state, it used to take days to clear my check between my own accounts. So with the evolution of technology and automated clearinghouse in the last 20 years, this concept called Check 21 began. Check 21 was a way that a bank could take a digital image of a check and send it to another bank so they can start clearing the money faster than having it. It's still passed through the Federal Reserve System, which is divided by geographical area. So you have like St. Louis Fed, Chicago Fed, New York Fed. Sorry, I'm just getting a little feedback. With Check Sorry, I was getting some feedback. So with Check 21, banks started sending each other the digital check file so that they can clear while they waited for the Federal Reserve money to come into their clearinghouse so that they could put it in your account. FedNow is really just an evolution of that, where it could show up same day instead of next day as with Check 21. Now, social credit score is really something that is, it's the alternative credit scoring model. That is something that's in place today, but that algorithm exists in the credit bureaus, and it is an opt-in only. So the people that are taking advantage of it are people that are underbanked and they have no credit. That is something that could never be mandated for anyone. You have to sign up for it. And then the laws that govern all of that, there's something called the Federal Register, which should be your source of truth if you're doing any research. Federalregister.gov posts proposals of any new rulemaking on their website, and they give about 2 years for people to comment. So if there was anything like that coming, you would see it first in the Federal Register. And there is nothing like that coming. Now, what is and should be a concern, if people are worried about what they're worried about, is actually the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act can be something where a change is made without having to make any change to regulations or rules. And it's anything anyone's concerned about. I guess the point I want to bring home is it's already happening today under fraud rules and under the rules established under Patriot Act. So I'll give you a working example here. J6, Mike Lindell. If you're in the negative news or you're associated with someone in the negative news, you can get blocked, frozen, and debanked. And the worst part about that law is once that happens to you, if there's a suspect reason, the banks by law can't even tell you why they froze you or why they closed you. You'll never get a straight answer. You'll just be completely deplatformed. That law and that monitoring exists now. Now, jumping back to FedNow, FedNow won't have its own fraud and AML monitoring rules. All those rules that govern what happens to your account, they sit on the bank side of the platform. So FedNow won't be doing anything. All it is it's sitting in the settlement department of the bank clearinghouses where they used to do Check 21. Now they're just going to do FedNow, so it runs a little faster. But all of those fraud rules that people are worried about, they exist today. They're sitting on the bank side. The alternative credit scoring, the algorithm sits with the credit bureaus. You have to opt in. They'd have to change a bunch of laws to change that, and I don't see that anywhere on the horizon. But the alternative credit score, I'll give you some examples of some things that are in the algorithm that I can say. One of the things it looks at is, are you surfing the web at night? Are you literally on the internet from like 12 a.m. to like 4 a.m.? That's like a factor that they score in the algorithm. How many times do you call your mom? Things like that. Do you pay your utility bills? And people are signing up for it that have bad credit. Now, on the flip side, Patriot Act and its implementing rules, if you get caught with a charge, not even convicted, but caught with a charge, and you're in the news in any sort of negative way, they can risk close you today. If you're in the periphery, like let's say you're the janitor or cleaning person or a secretary for someone who's either caught a charge or has some negative press, guess what? Same thing happens to you today. All of that is already in place, and it's happening to people. And when it happens, they don't know what to do because part of those rules require that the bank can't tell you why it happened to you. So they send you these letters that are just bland that say we closed your accounts and we can't tell you anymore. And that's that. Essentially, FedNow is really not the risk everyone's thinking about. But what will happen, and it is happening already, is really tied to the fraud monitoring and the Patriot Act implementing rules under anti-money laundering. Those are the things that will stop you from being able to transact that you're worried about. So I'll stop there. I just thought I might help with some info.
Thank you. That was very informative.
Great.
Everybody sounds like a robot right now.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on, let's reset the mic a second. Hold on. First of all, thank you for sharing, Mischief. And also, Shai Keenan, is this that woman we were talking about earlier? Remember that it's on an iPad, apparently? How's it going, Shai? You there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, wonderfuls. How are you doing, guys? I've been listening to you for ages and couldn't fathom out how to get through to you until you gave me that clue earlier about the phone. So I do feel silly, and I am here, and thank you, and your space is brilliant. Keep going.
Hey, thanks.
I do
Yeah.
have a story to tell, but it's kind of off topic, and I didn't want to change everything that's going on for you guys at the moment. So I'll wait my chance and my turn, but my
No,
only
that's
thing.
okay. We can go ahead and get to that because honestly, I've been waiting to hear a story for ages now. But you just been kind of lurking outside for some reason. Like you got stuck out there. Like, thank God we figured out how to get you in here.
I am totes a lurker. I am so very sorry about that. I tried my hardest, honest to goodness. It was
I
because I
know. I know you
live
did. I'm sorry.
yeah, I do everything on the laptop, and it didn't matter what I did. I've even had people in today trying to figure it out for me, and then you just said it's because you're on your laptop or something. Anyway, you're not on your phone. As
Mm-hmm.
soon as you said that, I clicked a few buttons and I was in and felt quite stupid. Sorry about that. But hello, my name is Shy Keenan, and I don't normally work in this business at all. I work in a very different business, which has some very strange parallels to your business, but we'll get to that some other time. What I wanted to tell you was I'm currently 60 years old, by the way, wheelchair bound in my home. And a few years ago, I had a massive stroke, which kind of reset lots of my memory files. However, when I was quite a young lady, I worked for the BBC back when I was about 25. And I only know this because I found the files. So stick with me if you can. I was asked if I would go and work on top of a field on the Wiltshire Mountains overlooking a great flat valley of Wiltshire, where all the chalk animals are, and the man with the big penis and the big thing standing on all bedded into chalk in the side of the hills. You know, that flat area of part of England. And what the BBC had asked to do is they had set up, well, quite honestly, millions of pounds worth of equipment embedded into the cliff. We were on top on a unit, and we were just basically to watch it and then inform the two chaps that were heading up the project, who was a man called Colin Inglis and another man called Pat Delgado. Now, Colin Inglis I knew and whatever, and Pat Delgado was a brand new person to me, and he was a pilot and a faith healer. I mean, he would touch your knee and make you better. He was just quite wonderful. Sorry, anyway, I digress. The idea was that we were all meant to be there for about 6 to 7 weeks and just monitor all this stuff with this great monitoring equipment, and we fill in the book as it goes along, and we report anything unusual. And of course, crop circles appeared in front of us, and people turned up to the space that we were at on top of the sort of flat part of the mountain overlooking, well, big hill rather than mountain, overlooking this space, and do some weird, strange stuff, which I'm sure I'll tell you about one day. But in essence, the idea was that we were just there watching to see what happens when these crop circles turned up. And then some crop circles got made right in front of the cameras, but it was done at night, and the night seeker cameras found it. And I got on the phone and said to Colin, it looks like something's just been made right in front of us. And within literally 2 minutes, the world's media descended upon this unit, and the whole thing was then taken off, and they went off and did stuff anyway. The long and the short of it was that we also met people that were part of this, that were on the side that you were never allowed to see. And one of them, well, not until the end, one of them was a chap who was going around with his friends making crop circles on purpose and thinking it was a brilliant laugh. And quite frankly, he was lovely. And I thought the pair of them were hysterical. But they were, in fact, making a lot of the crop circles that people were reporting were absolutely the thing. And we knew they weren't. And then the weirdest part, and this is the bit that gets a bit peculiar, suddenly out of the blue, and I've got a video of it, bits of video of it that I put on my feed, the army suddenly appeared. Now, the thing was, I used to be married to a soldier many years ago, and I know how to talk squaddy, and we were friends immediately. And they told me stuff which frankly blew my brains away. in as much as I had no, and still have no comprehension of what it was they were telling me. But he was telling me stuff, and then they were going off and doing secret stuff and then coming back. And I'm suddenly watching it appear on the BBC News as if it was absolute fact. And I'm looking at this lot, and I'm looking at the whole group of Japanese people. There was a whole camp of Japanese film crew people there. There was people from Canada. There was people from everywhere. And I'm looking at all this going on and thinking, why are you lying to them through their hind teeth? Why are the army allowing the lies to get told? Because they knew that there was some physical artifacts, sticks were laying on top of each other, on top of what looked like a star map, in the middle of one of these things, which clearly showed that was people, not present. And just, I mean, believe me, it was an absolute event. I even had Richard Branson fly over me in an air balloon that looked like a UFO, and he flew over me and buzzed me and waved at me and all the rest of it to let us know that. And it was a massive event at the day. But then life happened. It all stopped. It all went away. Nothing really come of it. Certainly people made some good books out of it, but they weren't wildly off, except for a few basic facts. They then carried on, and I went on and had life and lived this very different life that went off and kicked a different kind of alien's ass for a very different reason. Then I've come back after my stroke, and I'm trying to dig into what happened back then, go back and find out. So I did some freedom of information things. I went to the BBC, who, appears to have the stonking hump with me. Not really, but they just don't remember it at all. They don't remember anything about it. They don't think it happened, and that it was. Am I sure I didn't imagine it? I have had a stroke, and I'm thinking, I've got photographs of me standing on the top of this mountain being hugged by the soldiers. I didn't freaking imagine it. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. Sorry, no shouting. But anyway, that was it, really. It was called Operation Blackbird. It was in the 1990s, and literally no one's ever heard of it. Now, that in itself, look, what happened there wasn't that weird. No big weird thing happened. I don't think we were visited. But what I saw all the other people doing was beyond strange and should have deserved some real close scrutiny. But it didn't. They just skipped along, and then before you knew it was going on, it just went into the pantheon of documentaries. And I keep seeing bits of it turn up in other people's documentaries, and I sit there giggling. But I can't believe there was at least 10 of us volunteers that had turned up to do this, like fill like take log and fill the log in for them. We were tented out either side of the thing, and no one's ever come forward and said, "Oh, what the hell was that happened in Operation Blackbird? Why did the army turn completely weird and start doing all that strange stuff? What was that about those people in the black suits that tried to drive us off the top of the cliff and drive us literally off the edge? It wasn't a cliff, it was a mountain. But I suppose they thought they were driving us off it, and we were just landing on the soft side of the other side of that thing. But it was awful at that moment, but in general it was really interesting and fun, and I was glad to be done with it. But that was it, really. That was my story, Operation Blackbird 1990. Hello everyone, and thank you for listening.
Does that have anything to do with 9911?
I don't know that I recognised that. The difficulty is that, well, in September 2020, I had some severe brain bleeds, which make things difficult, just difficult. Like a bit of prompting, and I can be quite good, but I don't recognise that. This was a one-off done in isolation, and I had gotten interested in. I was sort of para-curious, not yet para-convinced, as it were. So I would nose about in an armchair perspective, but I went off to do some other things that sort of kept me very busy for a while, and sort of left it. And then when I came back to it, just realised lots of people seem to have made up lots of fibs about what happened back then, but there we are.
I think I know what happened.
Go on.
You said they're crop circles?
It was about the crop circles, absolutely, yes.
I shared an article I found in the corner pocket and up top.
What does that mean? That means something. I know it does because I've heard her say that before. You.
Shy, I
No,
think
I found an article about Operation Blackbird. I was just sharing it with everybody in here.
Salisbury Hill, when it's shy. Around that time, it was around the time of the Belgian UFO wave, and there was quite a few things that happened then. But
that
yeah,
person now, that's the person I wanted to speak to. I know that person's voice. He is very knowy.
me.
Yes.
All right, nice to meet you, Shy.
Hello,
Yeah,
you. I'm chasing you around a bit.
yeah. My uncle used to do a lot of the reconnaissance, so a lot of his mates were took over from that project, or took on that project, should I say?
Oh,
so I could probably find a bit out for you on that. But yeah, no problem. Yeah, I've followed you, so you can DM me. You message me.
All I have is photographs and some vague memories and some information that they gave me, which never, even to this day, made any sense. But I never forgot it for some reason.
Have you got onto the BBC archives at all?
No, I'll be honest with you. It was really more. I just asked them. I asked the BBC because they know me. I've done documentaries with them undoing other sorts of bad people, different sort of people. And so they know me. And I asked them, "Do you have anything on Operation Blackbird?" And they come back and said, "We don't know what you're talking about." But they were going through a bit of. I can't remember anything that we did phase, so I thought it was part of that, to be honest.
Do you like the BBC?
I have worked with the BBC through the years, and to say that I like critical friend would be a better way to put it. They, for example, let me give you a reason why. When I was, say, we're going back 20 years now, so 2020, I agreed with the BBC Newsnight team to wear a bunch of secret cameras all over my body and go back to my childhood and secretly film a bunch of bad people. And they gleefully grasped themselves up left, right, and centre. I hadn't been back my whole life, and had gone back to do this, only to discover the most heinous crimes. Anyway, they aired the documentary, and it eventually led to everyone going to jail. So I worked with them on doing that, and they were great. Yay! And then there are things that they do that I could literally pull their hair off their face when they do things like Jimmy Savile, when they do things like, well, I could go on. But anyway, they do other stuff I'm not that chuffed with, but I do work with them, but in their documentary arena. I don't work with them, if you see what I mean. But I did want to put...
That's very interesting, Shy. And I kind of get these downloads, right? Since I had an NDE, and I've been doing like a lot of research on the brain, right?
Yeah.
And I'm, I have a lot of theories about some stuff that's going on. They've been doing research on the brain as far as psychedelics and all that, like way back, in the military's been doing that. And, the military and stuff like that has a lot more information than what we even know that they have. And so I wonder if there was a lot of other stuff going on. And I'm starting to suspect maybe these fake crop circles, like they do that on purpose to discredit the real ones. Don't doubt. Yeah.
The end of my story before I got a chance to tell you. That was the thing. There was a group of soldiers there. Now, I can't for the life of me remember the names, but I remember their bloody faces. And I remember that the one that I spoke to was hell of a cute. I mean, he was gorgeous. He was what you think soldiers look like. And I thought he was lovely, but he was a complete brain. And he wasn't a squaddy soldier. He was a something else soldier. I'm not really sure, but he was with the soldier unit. And he said three of the most bizarre things to me, which I still, by the way, please don't put me down as that. I am smart and intelligent and clever, but on this, thick as poo. So please don't. He said three things to me, which I still can't make sense of. One is, well, I can make sense of this a bit more, that they were there to do the fake crop circles so that you couldn't really see what they were really up to. They didn't, by the way, tell me what they were really up to. Then they said to me something about crop circles, real ones, are just hot water that have got themselves into a whirlwind and they've touched down on the floor. And if you will look at them from the sky, they look like speech bubbles, and that's what a real one looks like. And they steam the crops down and they lay over properly, and you can always tell the real ones. He said the fake ones, however, are messages, but not necessarily coming from out of space, and that they wanted to change the narrative. And they said our problem was that they lost one of their things. And I went, what are you talking about? And then he went on to describe something to me. Please forgive me, I don't know what this means. He said that they've got a ball inside a ball, and that the ball inside spins round one way and the ball outside spins another way, and the space in between means is they can do stuff. Of course, you've got to understand, I have no clue what I just said. I just never forgot it because he said ball inside a ball, and I thought that was hysterical, but I never forgot it. And then, of course, the third thing was, I've really struggled to find anyone who'll talk to me about what happened outside of Operation Blackbird. And I don't mean the stuff the BBC let us British people see. I'm talking about the stuff that you could see over in Japan, where they had a very different take on what went down there. And, well, I'm left thinking that the whole thing was kind of made up in order for them to hide something that, honestly, I couldn't even touch on. I would not even be able to hazard a guess because they were so good at throwing. Well, everyone was so excited, for example, about the millions of pounds worth of army equipment that could see in the night. Anyone had done that before, so it was all very, and everyone was into that instead of what are we really doing here? And then the next thing you know, it's all been shut down, closed down, and nobody's allowed to talk about it. There wasn't this great big da-da, we finished it, and this is what happened, and this is what we found. There was just a couple of newspaper articles in the Sun. That's over here. That's a popular newspaper, but it's not properly respected. There was an article in the papers going, hello, I'm a farmer and I'm the one who did it all, thank you, and that's the end of it, goodbye. That was kind of like the end of the story, and I knew that wasn't true. But I'm thinking, all right, you brain damage mood bags. You've obviously mixed this up with some other stuff. And this is why I've been sort of sniffing gently around the UFO community to see if anyone else mentioned it, and no one else did. So I was thinking, you haven't made this up in your head, woman. And I didn't honestly know until recently that it was called Operation Blackbird, because back then it was called Operation Crop Circles.
Yeah,
I don't ever hear
God damn,
anyone
I love
talking
you.
about crop circles. I know you do. It's not my fault we chose to talk at the same time. Don't get butthurt at me.
Thank you for listening. Honestly,
Yeah, I think I've got an actual document on the reports on that, so I'll have a look for it and send it through to you.
Oh, I would be incredibly grateful, because it would just look, I'm a very curious person. I ask a lot of questions. It's part of my other job that you don't know about. That's what I do. Yeah, I'm a detective. My job is to catch bad people, not you, other bad people. And that's what I do, and I'm very good at it. I've won BAFTAs, I've won awards, and I'm described by many as 3 times stronger than any household bleach, because it's bloody well true. And I know that I am not confused about this. I just know that because I don't understand what the ball in ball thing meant, it threw me. You can talk over me very quickly. And then people start saying quantum mechanics, and I'm like, I don't really know what that means. That just sounds like a large bra. Will you leave me alone? I can't grasp those kind of concepts because of my brain damage. But I can kind of get it, only kind of though. And so it was easy for them to confuse me, but I do know that something was going on, but I'm convinced it wasn't crop circles, which, by the way, I think is a real genuine phenomenon when it really happens. That's not me smoking, shut up.
Yeah, don't doubt yourself. You know what you know. And it distraction. They do that now, and it just made me realize when we have like a major thing like a train wreck or whatever, what are they hiding from us, right? That's the kind of stuff we need to take a look at. when you said ball in the ball, I'm just going to put this out there. Like the Earth is a ball in the ball, is a ball in a ball, right? We've got a core in the middle, and they
Yeah.
say that it has stopped spinning recently. It's supposed to reverse course. I know no more details about that, but I just thought I'd say that.
Excuse me. Oh, well, I've got to do something about those health sticks. Driving me crazy. The thing was, I did go online and watch someone called, and forgive me, I know I'm going to say a name that's going to make your eyebrows do that, but Alejandro, and he did some stories about something called a tic tac, or something that looks like a tic tac, but it wasn't that. It was when he did stories about ball things that I started paying attention, and I was thinking, was that what they're talking about? And it was hard for me to know, because since 2020, when I had the brain stroke, before I had it, I was like, okay, I'm going to tell you, but you mustn't look at me that way. Promise? Promise everyone not to look at me that way.
Oh, you're good, babe. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, according to preemptive text, I'm an international best-smelling awful. I'm an awful.
You're a trip. You know that, right?
No.
I adore you. You're hilarious.
Thank you. Look, I'm an international best-smelling awful, and I won BAFTAs and I won awards, and I chase sexual terrorists by empowering their victims and getting them to grass them up and put them in jail. There you go. That's the very simplest way. And as a result, I'm a detective. And as a result, I made a whole bunch of people not like me a little bit. In fact, there was a whole club, and I was the most hated female on online most hated female for years. And I work alongside an incredibly wonderful lady called Sarah Payne, Dr. Sarah Payne. Most people might have only recognised her by Sarah's Law. She lost her daughter to a horrible paedophile who abducted and killed her, and she, far from implode, set up a law called Sarah's Law that made it possible for people over here to know if they're spooking up on you. So I work with her with a team called Phoenix, and that's what we do. And then I was sitting here listening to you guys the other night talking about being doxxed and being messed with, and I'm thinking, oh my Lord. We have a special unit that deals with that. Some person went to jail recently for doing that to us. You can't do that to us. We've got a special unit that can certainly, if people are being doxxed, certainly the gentleman I heard the other night who was on the edge of his emotions, talking about being doxxed and his children being sexualized and picked on online. There is a whole thing called FIF and professional death by malicious complaint stuff that these particular type of stalkers do, and they're called a very specific sort of stalker. I think he was talking about, which was called a fair gamer. So he's in danger, yes, but there is things he can do that he probably already knows and doesn't need me to help him. But over here in this country, I'm known for the one that how can I best put me? I'm the last. I was always known as the first one to speak up and the last one to shut up. But I learned to stop doing that a little bit better once I realised I wasn't that good with the words.
Hey, Shy, absolute pleasure having you here. If you DM us, I've got that cloud link, but I can also you could also probably help us out with that, because the rules in America with people being doxxed is completely different. If you if someone in the UK, it's actually not an actual real criminal offence in America.
You bang on the money. You're bang on the money, fella. I couldn't believe it when I heard it, but you're right. The rules are completely different.
So they did it to me, and as soon as I kind of realised that I'd got someone on the case to actually sort it out, they kind of fucking freaked out and blocked me all, and never done it again. So, but yeah, some people could really do your help on it, to be honest. So if you message me, send us a message, and I'll be able to message you back, and I've got that crop circle thing for you as well.
Okay, well look, I'll give cheeky exclusive, all right? I'm not supposed to tell anyone this because I know loads of things they do in the child protection world only that people get to find out after me. They are just literally inventing a new team, a stalker unit, properly funded and everything, which will include doxers and all of that. So people will now have a stalker or doxer advocate if they report this crime to the police in the correct manner. Yeah?
Yeah, awesome. Wealth of knowledge you are.
It's being announced. Have a look on Sky News. I'm sure it got announced today, or it's going to be any minute. But that's because, and so there you go. Those are all the things. And thank you so much for putting up with me, you guys. You're stunning, honestly.
It's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure.
Oh no, you're great. And I never hear anybody talk about crop circles. And I love crop circles, so this is exciting.
Can I talk about crop circles for a minute?
Hell yeah.
I'll be quick, I promise. Now remember, you need to sort of listen to me with this sort of attitude. She kind of knows what she's talking about. The thick bitch lost all of her memory 3 years ago, so be careful. So if you can keep that in mind, then forward, this is it. I believe crop circles are real. I believe that they're real in the way that they are a true phenomenon that is indicating something. I'm not entirely sure, by the way, what they're indicating, but I know that they're real, and I know that the people that were attempting to fake them had some very specific reasons for faking them. But I've seen crop circles in the tops of trees where the snow has been snowing and it's on the top of trees, and I'm thinking, well, you didn't do that. Or in the middle of Sudan, the Sahara deserts, you see them there, and then you see them. Well, all right, these aren't crop circles, but you see strange swirling water events that sort of are circular. And
yeah, I've seen pictures of snow circles.
Yes, I have too. And I remember when I was investigating it, I had all these wonderful pictures of all these bizarre places that you knew people couldn't get up there and do that. So what is it? Well, I know what I think, but everyone's going to look at me like that when I say it's those weird round balls things. I think it's got something to do with that because it comes out of the sky and then disappears. The BBC,
talking about like bet spheres.
Those
a lot of people think jobs in here, Shy.
Well, those sphere things, it's just that the BBC, when we were filming for them, they did catch. Look, the footage they caught was fake. There was a fake bit of footage. That lovely chap who just spoke knows what I'm talking about, where they went along a field and made it look like some crop circles appeared when a light or something went across. That was fake, but that was the BBC faking it. And then the real one was that a crop circle had already appeared. It was a little one, and it was about 2 fields to the left of where we had the cameras pointed straight out. And all we got really was this kind of weird spear shooter right up from it. It didn't seem to come down from anywhere. It just appeared straight up from it. And that's when that strange army bloke said, oh, yeah, no, they're going back underground. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then that was it. My brain invented Hollow Earth and off I went. Do that sometimes. Sorry, please forgive me. But that was it. That was my interest then in balls and spheres and things that hit the. And so when I hear of a crop circle, I automatically think, I wonder where you're going.
Do you know the thing with crop circles is the aftermath of the crop circles, the actual like doubling growth of the actual crops. They grow like I think twice as fast and twice as high as any other the crops, any of the other crops around them.
Really?
Yeah, which is a really interesting fact.
And they do bow over, don't they? Like the ones that are broken over are people at it, but the ones that go over as if they've been steamed by a kettle are the ones that are apparently genuine. Is that right or wrong?
That's it. With the crop circles, they don't actually land on the crops. What they do is supposedly they hover about 500 foot in the air, and it's like a blast of radiation. But if you think about it, if an alien race is coming down and marking certain things as like a safe planet or be wary, this land's controlled by this person, that's what I expect them to be or presume them to be. like on the moon. If you look on the moon, there's many different what they say craters, but you can tell the craters compared to the things that look like craft that have landed.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But yeah, I've got quite a few bits for them. But I think there's a internet model called it's called the Wayback Machine. It's the Internet Archive. It's where people take proxy screenshots of the actual websites that have been done like in 1990s and they're not available now. So it's a really good thing to check out if you are looking for any old articles or BBC articles.
I'm literally, I started, don't giggle at me, but up until, you can giggle all you like, honestly, up until about 2020, this is just for the ladies because they'll probably understand it better. But in 2020, which is like 2 and a bit years ago now, yeah, I was 23 stone. Apparently, I was eating all my pain. Who knew? I was 23 stone and already kind of a bit housebound because of my hip. And going into a wheelchair now and then. And then I had these strokes. And what was weird is they tell us on British television, you got to look out for these signs. Your head's on fire, your face is dropping, and you talk bollocks. Sorry, I meant talk rubbish. I didn't mean that. Sorry. You talk rubbish and whatever. No, there's another stroke you can have where you just go to sleep, where you think everything's just normal and you wake up completely paralyzed. And you can't move anything. You can't move your legs, your bone, your head. You can't swallow. You can't raise your head. It's hard work to make your mouth move when sound comes out. It was bizarre, and it's taken me 2 years. And then about 3 weeks ago, I took my first 4 steps. 4 steps out the wheelchair, no anything holding me up or anything. I walked, and then I did a bit of a stagger. I've got to tell you, I'm bringing sexy back to falling down, but I did it. I totally nailed it. I did 4 whole steps without looking down and without falling down. And whilst my knees are very grateful, the rest of me is just starting to come back into things. So I've come back to Twitter and it's all changed. They've nicked me blue tick. They've legged it with all of my facilities and they've done all sorts of things. Anyway, I got them to give my blue tick back. And then I've just figured out that they apparently now do these things called live space. I'm thinking, wow, we could have a Phoenix live voice space and sort of talk about Phoenixy things, which you're not what you guys talk about. I promise you, it's a completely different level of things. But still horrible, still about, chasing, sometimes about chasing truths and stopping bad people. But they said that when I started this, I lost all the weight, by the way. I lost it in 2 years. I'm now currently 9.5 stone, and I am bringing sexy back to that. You know what, that bat with wings at the side? Oh, mate, I'm bringing sexy back to that. If that particular bat has 17 wings attached onto it, I never before thought that you could have arse curtains. You bloody well can. Anyway, they're gone now. By the way, don't panic, they're gone. But that was fun, losing all that weight suddenly because I couldn't move, and then realising that was a mistake, but I did, and I'm a healthy weight now, and I've cured that problem, and I did, like I say, my first 4 steps. But I'm determined to get back into Phoenix, put it back online, put it back in the place where it used to be before I apparently just tuned out. And I was digging through my archives, and I suddenly found all this paracurious stuff, this paranormal stuff that I didn't realise I'd been interested in. And I've found loads, and I have no clue what any of it means, because it's obviously at a time when I understood it. I clearly looking at it now, and I might be speaking Japanese. Sorry, that really is the end of my story thing.
Well, congratulations for the 4 steps, Shy. It's big step. So don't feel shy or that you'll never be laughed at in these spaces. You will not be. And I've invited you to a community as well, British ufology, which you might find useful. So yeah, welcome anyway. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm absolutely chuffed. I'm going to carry on listening if that's okay, because I like it when that lady speaks as well. She is so fierce. And by the way, the swearing, I just want to give you one English lesson. Listen, sweetheart, it's not fuck up, it's fuck up. You fucked up. There's no fuck up. That doesn't exist. There's a fuck up, and bless you, I find you hysterical. Thank you. Bye.
Awesome, Shy. Yeah, you can stay as a speaker, Shy. You don't have to drop down as a listener.
Okay, thank you. I'll be good, I promise.
You are fantastic, and I followed you too because I follow all Phoenixes. That's one of my names, Phoenix.
Hello, Phoenix. Hello, fellow Phoenix. As we have this saying, you don't actually have to come from. I come from a bad background, bad childhood. I wrote a book about it called Broken. Let's call it The Broken Childhood. Then we don't have to go into it. It's all about horrible things, and I won. Just put it that way. My childhood abusers did not make me what I am today. I was born strong. All they did was tested my strength and lost. They had no chance when it came to me. It may have took me 30 years, but I took the entire network down with a single documentary. So, no. But they kind of hate me to bits for it. And, well, I'm over it. They all sort of went to jail for hating on me too. So, baha. That was a few years back now, and like I say, this is this space. What I love about it is you'll come in and talk about anything, and say stuff, by the way, that's really informed. And I know it is. I don't know why I know, but I know it is. And you had a lady on here the other day. Oh my God, you had that fella on, James Fox. He's just such a brain. I could listen to him all day. He always tells me something I've never heard of. But being fair gamed and being fifth is something that is very typically, I would say, the organised doctors. And we know all about them. We've had about 20 years of it, believe it or not. And then they all went to jail. Well, they didn't all go. One went to jail and they all ran away and 3 died. So I didn't kill them. The cancer got them over time. But that wasn't me, I promise. But they are not on the pantheon anymore. Now a few years later come back and they're all gone and I'm here and Sarah's still here and the team is still here and we're all wondering what on earth happened to Twitter. We're waiting to see if it's good. I actually really like Elon Musk as well. I don't mean to. He's a little shit. There was a time when I could have honestly stripped him a new one, the dickhead. The penis head. Sorry, I didn't mean to call him names like that. With him calling that mountain rescuer chap a paedophile, that thing. And I know that he paid for it and settled it and all the rest of it, but I just wish, oh come on, you know better than that. I admire you. You go to space, which by the way is something I would love to do. And you do incredible things, and I admire you, so don't be a dick. And then he was a dick, but I've forgiven him. We've moved on, and now he's done Twitter this, and I've been here for 14 years. I kind of want to stick with it and make it win a bit and help him out a bit and see if I can't help to make it win.
Yeah, I'm with you on the whole Elon thing. I want to hate him, but I just can't. Twitter Spaces is like the best thing that happened to me in recent memory.
I love me some Elon. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. He's trying to make us a multiplanetary species, and I am all for that. So fuck the politics, all that shit.
Yeah.
Get me to Mars.
Yes, please. I'm with you there. We see before the 2020 thing, yeah. I used to be like this AI artist. I used to make AI. I've made Mars. I've made special moon bases on Mars. I've done Area 50. Well, I did Area 52 because Area 51's already took. On the AI, it's all on my feed. I won't bore you to death with it. But every time I go to do any AI work, it's weird. I always do Mars or dystopian or. But yes, I love me some Elon too. Did I talk too much? I broke it, I think. Oh no. See, that's what happens when a phoenix talks too much.
No, I'm just hanging up some laundry.
Okay, well then can I tell you a story that I heard on... It's not a story, it's a joke. Can I tell you my most favourite joke of this week? People don't think us phoenixes ever tell jokes, but we do. And this one makes me laugh so hard. Okay, you know those groups that go out, flying out to party destinations for the weddings? What are they called again? Oh my God. Wedding groups. Groom and bride, the groom and the other people. I've forgotten what they're called. They send them out and they go out and they have a wonderful party time abroad and send them back. They get thoroughly drunk and pissed and come back. Well,
Destination weddings?
Say again?
Destination weddings.
Yes. So they sent these boys out, and apparently they were just in Spain. And I heard the Medivac last night. They sent these boys out, and the men, you know, the groom's lot, the men thought it would be funny to put both the groom and the best man out in the sun all day. And literally the sun cooked the skin to the bone of the groom. He couldn't move. And they had to rush them into Spanish expensive care, and then there was a big fuss about having them brought back over to emergency, and they brought them close to the hospital here, which is Addenbrooke's, a high sort of expensive intensive care unit, and I'm connected to the medical lot, and apparently the doctor had to wake up the patient and ask him what painkillers the Spanish lads had given him to help him out, and the man said, well, Viagra. And the doctor said, you what? He said, yeah, they gave me Viagra. He went, Viagra kills the pain. He went, no, it just keeps the sheets off my legs.
I like it.
You thought
I was like, where is this going?
You say, I love jokes when you don't know where they're going. That is my favourite sort of joke. I've got about 3 more, but I won't tell you them now. I don't want to ruin you. My friendship, we've only just made it. That's one of my favourite jokes.
What the fuck? That was great.
Okay, well, we know some bad jokes in our unit, the Phoenix unit. We deal with some pretty dark corners. And believe me, there was a lady on here that nailed it earlier when she said the only thing that completely fucks with the dark corner is bright light, mate. Spotlight. You bring your lights into the dark corners and you'd be surprised what rats you can flush out. But we only know the worst possible jokes, so I'm not allowed to repeat them. But I know 2 fairly mild ones that I can maybe share one day if you ask me to. But generally, most of the ones that we know are pretty fucking grim. We're not, I don't mean in that way, I just mean that, for example, how many paedophiles does it take to wallpaper a living room? Don't know.
I don't know how many.
It depends how thinly you slice them.
Oh my goodness.
And apparently that's good for divorce lawyers, ex-boyfriends that won't leave you alone, and doctors who are bastards. But other than that, no, don't do it because it's not funny. It's wrong and it's naughty and it's funny. Sorry, no, I'll be good.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you do great work with the Phoenix Group, so.
Thank you, fella. It was, I've got to be honest with you, it's been 20 years we did the work, and we finished about 3 years ago, and we're trying to come back. So it feels weird when people say, well done, and I'm like, we haven't done anything for ages, please don't say it. But I know what you're saying. We are just about to bring in some new laws which will make everyone annoyed. And Sarah stole my crown as most hated female online for 3 years. And we never reply to them. One of the rules is you never reply to a doxer. But we just did this one tiny reply on the Twitter, and all it said was, we're only sad it doesn't come with a certificate. You know, if that's going to bother me that you, a paedophile, voted me most hated, I will live. And well, next day in the post, good as you like, certificate, most hated female on the internet, Shy Keenan, us paedophiles think you're a bitch. And that was it. And I put it on the wall. I loved it. had to take it down though because I had children and they wondered who was hating mummy. But yeah, I did loads of paranormal, paracurious stuff back in the early days, early doors. I went looking for down devils somewhere. I've got pictures of me down devils somewhere, looking in near Brighton at something, and I'm running up and down the country looking for these crop circles, and also very interested in technical equipment that can receive communications that aren't necessarily understood. So, for example, I'm very interested in SLS footage. I'm very interested in it's just floated out of my head. I'm not EVPs. That's what they're called. I'm interested in communications and how and what they mean and where they come from and what communication is. What is it they're using? Are they using radio wave? They're using I don't know, nuclear waves, nuclear.
Do you think maybe they're using orbs? Do you know anything about orbs?
Yes, I've got a massive study of them right literally on my feed where I filmed next door. I live in just to clarify real quick, I live in a house that was built in 1800 something or others. And when it was built into the cottage that it's built into now, before then it was a local big house, and then it was the Birch Hall. It was a big old famous hall. So that fell down, this got built, that got built, that fell down, and this got built. Now inside that hall is just running outside is a massive moat. And I live in the middle of that moat on the house that was built on the old thing. And the place is has a lot of unusual activity, which cannot be described, only stared at and looked at. So I put what we caught and what we found on the Twitter feed in various places. But because, I've got all the equipment. I used to do all the searching, but clearly what must have happened was that life took over and I had to crack on with dealing with some business work, and I just didn't get the chance to do it. But now I've got like this huge box of paranormal searching equipment, and I don't even know how half of it works anymore. But I'm going to learn. I'm going to relearn the lot and put it all back in my head and see what it was I learned. I must have learned something. I bet you I learned something really cool. Like eternal youth would be nice, thank you. But people find it hard to talk to me because I'm you ready for this? I'm an asexual, apolitical, a-religious fighting phoenix.
We can't have those in this chat. I'm sorry. We're going to have to step you down.
I don't think the joke works on people who aren't used to the joke.
Yeah, just so you're shy, that's a joke, as an inside joke, as people who are friends in the space. So welcome yourself as a friend.
Yeah, we're all phoenixes, I think.
We all
Like
get
you.
put down.
Well, she
Except for
said she's been
guys.
listening for like days, right? So
I don't
you
see
should know
guys
by now.
getting put down.
You want to see guys getting stepped down?
No, I'm just saying I don't ever see it. That doesn't mean I want to see it.
I'll play a song if you like. Get stepped down.
Of course.
And Shy, just so you know, like I'm sure you're aware because you've been listening, like you've said, right? So like, God, how many people haven't stepped down today? Like, yeah, you should know it's a joke, but if you don't, it's just a joke.
Well, I want her to know that she is fascinating and I could listen to her stories all day.
Yeah, I think all of us could.
Yo, her joke was fucking great. I'm over here folding pants. I'm like, where's she going with this? That was great.
Yeah, it's quite a lovely voice. I do enjoy listening to her.
A bit of a tease, though, isn't she?
What do you mean?
She tried to be so proper.
Yeah, and she just got me wanting some more, and then she's going to dip down there to listen to her. My goodness.
Well,
Hey,
yell
invite
at
back up,
Logan.
Logan.
Did,
back up
did
here,
you invite
Shy.
her back up?
Yeah, I mean, I sent her a co-host invite.
She may be having connection issues. Anybody else been noticing connection issues the past couple of 3 days? I have, kind of, sort of, in spaces and
Past
stuff.
3 months. Past 3 months I've been having them.
I just randomly checked my Play Store yesterday and I had a Twitter update. I never hook up to Wi-Fi, so my phone never fucking just automatically starts downloading anything. I have to tell it to do it, which is okay because it just be updating every stupid app I have and I don't want it to.
No one speaking. Don't know what song interlude.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Of course.
Now that mighty bum, I've seen his frown. It's like looking down the barrel of a gun when it goes off. And now come all these words. I'm start again. Now that mighty bum, I've seen your frown. It's like looking down the barrel of a gun when it goes off. And how come all these words? Oh, they're the very pleasant side to you. The side I much prefer. It's one that laughs and jokes around. Remember cuddles in the kitchen, yeah, to get shit off the ground, and it was up and away. Oh, but it's right hard to remember that on a day like today when you're all argumentative. Got the face on. Now that mighty bum said I'm in trouble again, aren't I? I thought as much. Now come all these words. There's a very pleasant side to you, a side I much prefer. It's one that laughs and jokes around. Remember cuddles in the kitchen, yeah, to get things off the ground, and it was up and away. Oh, but it's right hard to remember that a day like today when you're all argumentative. Got the face on, yeah, and I'm sorry it was late. You know the phone and then you tell me it was a mistake. I can't be asked to carry on with this fate. If we curse, but then you say I don't care. But I clearly do, yeah, of course I do. Yeah. Woo!
Woo!
Yes.
I'm the
Fuck yeah,
step
bro.
down guy. It was a great job you did.
What the fuck?
Did you just play it? I don't get that. Did you play it on? I don't get that. I heard the strange. I heard myself singing.
Yeah, there's a 7-second delay between listeners and speakers. So you went back into the past for a few seconds.
Yeah, but I didn't accept the invite back.
Oh, I don't know.
Weird.
You're magical, guy.
That I am. You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard.
That was
How wizard are you right now, baby?
that was amazing, guy. You, I love the. I've always loved singers that sing well, and by the way, you can. And then people that you can hear their accent through singing. I love that too, by the way.
Sometimes you can't hear his accent.
It's lovely when you do hear it. Because over here, we all turn American when we start singing. We can't help it. We admire you too much. You're like, fluffy gorgeous to us, and we just want to be you. So everything, we made our hair like you, we did lips like you, butts like you, and all the rest. But we can't pull it off like you because we just don't have the American attitude. We've got such.
Listen, America's not all as cracked up as it's made to be. Besides, I love me some Guy.
You can't have un-Americans in here. You're gonna have to drop you down, Heather.
Yeah. But I sing and I write songs, and I haven't
Thanks
played.
for making me miss part of the conversation.
Well, apparently I can now do things which I don't know if I'm supposed to. If I'm supposed to just sit here and stop it and shush for a bit, I'm not sure.
Oh no, you have Godfinger. You get to do what you want.
Yeah, Ocean's not going to do anything, that's for sure. So, Shai, let me go ahead and tell you how it works. So, you see like the little mic button, you hit that if you want to. Well, I guess you know that part. So, the other parts are well, if you hit someone's picture, like a little menu will come up, and you have like options there, which are remove from speakers. So, you want to make sure you hit that one. You hit that one, and then you hit remove speaker. Then like a little thing will pop up that says like, "Are you sure you want to remove Guy?" You hit yes, remove Guy, and so you hit that button, and so that takes him out of the room. But then he can come right back up, and so like he'll request right now, right?
Right.
And hold on, we wait for him to do it. He must be using the restroom or something. Dang it.
It will take me a little bit for this to go in, but it will go in, and I'll do it properly. I promise.
That's what she said.
That was a good one. Oh. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, so you can invite people to speak by hitting that same menu thing that in their avatar. And yeah, I don't know. Did I miss anything? I feel like I missed something.
No, I don't know if you touch on the emojis. I don't know if you probably know how to use emojis, but yeah, you covered everything there, Logan. But except the reason for moving people down or dropping people down.
There's not really a reason though.
It's true. We just kind of go with the flow. Unless you're old milk.
See the shit down there? That guy that says NPC Fred? He's this guy that pretends to be like Mr. Rogers because he's got like some serious like mental issues. But he's actually like pretty funny. Yeah, and he's got like a really good like singing voice. But you want to make sure you keep your guard up around him because he can hurt you.
I'm 3 times stronger than any household bleach, mate. Bring it on.
Do you hear that, NPC Fred?
You would not believe who I've sat in the room with him. For example, I once sat in the room. You think he's scary? I've sat in the room with a man who ate little people. See? And he was scary, mate. I sat in the
room.
What
kind of little people?
I mean children. I sat in a room with him, with a man called Ray Wire, who was a sex offender management. We were filming for the BBC again. And I sat in the room and he said, there's a man in there and he's been done for doing this, that and the other, including everything you already know I'm going to say, but then including eating his victims. I went, you what? So he sat me in the room with him and I couldn't believe I was talking to him. And all I could say, all I could think of to say, I don't even know why it came out of my mouth, is I said to him, go on, tell me then, what is it that would actually stop you? And he said, and I'll never forget it because it formed the rest of my career. He said, the only way that you can stop me is if you were to strap a police officer and a probation officer to my arse. And I said, thank you very much, and left. So I have dealt with some pretty scary people, and I do get why they want to scare and all that, but I also dealt with some really funny people. I know a pantheon of hysterical people that have come from pretty dark places, actually, and given that they've come from where they've come from, that they can hold their head up and find reasons. Well, you've got to sometimes if you don't laugh, you cry. But also, it's been a journey to get to here. There was a reason why I had those strokes, but that will be one other story for another day. Today, I just wanted you to see me and say, I mean, I started to feel like a stalker, but I realise now this whole time I've been sitting on your meetings, you haven't seen me. I've been waving my hand. I'm thinking, oh, you include me. And that poor old Logan, he must have thought I was stalking him, the poor sod. He's been so lovely. I must have asked him about 12 times, me now, is that okay? I must have sounded so sad, but he was so lovely with me. By the way, he does this brilliantly. I plan to stare at him bits and copy him loads.
Yeah, Fred's a pretty good guy.
Yes.
A very beautiful lady, Shy. Hello.
Thank you. People don't, as a rule, call me that, so I'm never quite sure what to do with that. So, thank you, face hug.
Very welcome. I heard you said, did you say BBCs?
Yes, I work with all, but done loads of BBC work. Yeah.
Have you done any work with the BBC?
Yes, loads, gallons of
Oh,
it.
wow.
But in their documentary crime chasing arenas, not their any other arena.
That sounds like right up my alley. I'd love to watch it.
I've upset them a few times, might I add, because sometimes, look, the problem with being us is that we can't align ourselves with anyone. We're nobody's friend. We don't work with the government. We're certainly, even though Sarah was the very first ever children's commissioner in this country, she was the first female one, and she laid the path for the rest of them. We only did that for a year, so that for a couple of years, so that they could figure out how to do it. But then she had a stroke first, and but I think she was just doing it as to get attention. She'll kill me for saying that. By the way, you can't have a stroke on purpose, but this is a thing that we say. We say that she had the stroke on purpose just to catch a break and get a holiday. But she's amazing, just the most amazing woman. I'd love for her to come here and you talk to her. She's just astonishing. She inspires me, but she's awfully profound. So I don't know. But she also has an interest in and she's extremely spiritual. She can read you just by staring at you. If you're lying to her about something, if you're saying, well, I'd like to talk today about sausages, she'll say, no, you really mean vegetables, you lying cow.
Sausages.
Yeah. But we had this, oh gosh. Oh no, look, I know that you're probably very bored of hearing me now, but I've got to tell you this final story. Two things that I did when I met that man who said those horrible things to me, with those the only way you can stop me if you sell the same, that one. What I did then is I went and did something really extraordinary, which is I think what started my journey. I wrote to NASA, and I've got this relationship with NASA. Don't look at me like that. It's not like you think. I'm not friends with them or anything. We don't kiss or anything, or not for ages anyway. No, we don't. I worked with NASA because I was trying to strap a probation officer and a policeman to a paedophile arse. Remember that, right? Remember that's what he said. So I went to NASA and said, oi, you, I noticed that you can be millions of miles up in the sky, keeping in mind thick as shit, don't know what I'm talking about, but do sort of understand how you track a car. So anyway, they were tracking things from miles away, from millions of miles away, and I said to them, your department that does all the tracking and the satellite and could I possibly talk to you guys for a few hours just to dig your brains out about some things? And they did. They sat and they spoke to me for hours, and then they put me through to something called Tracker in Britain, Guy, which you might know about. That used to be the company here that tracks your vehicles if they get stolen. So with them and a company called or another company that does phones that if you are a person that likes to climb up a mountain on your own because you're mental, but if you like to do that, then this phone, if you get stuck, you can hit this phone. It's a GPS phone and send a signal and bring international rescue to you. So with that and with the tracker thing, I built the very first ever offender GPS tagging and tracking system for the British paedophile, the criminal. And it worked. It was brilliant. And then the government messed it up. But anyway, it worked and it was fabulous and it did the job for the length of time that it was supposed to, and then they stopped doing it. But I did work with NASA. That is my big claim to fame. I work with NASA. I'm thick as thick. I mean, honestly, don't even have a swimming certificate from school. And there's me talking to people at NASA, and they were talking to me like I knew what I was talking about. I did not, but the people that were with me did. So, no, I skimmed it, but it was amazing, and they were so helpful, and they didn't look down their nose at me at all. By the way, they were lovely. And then they put me in touch with Tracker, and I built it and gave it to the Home Secretary. So that's what I do, things like that. So I'm very interested in mass and black mass and all of that stuff because I'm interested in the way energy waves and string theory. I mean, I don't know about it. I just understand that if it's real, then that's how the signals get through. Not bad. And like a man once said to me, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Oh, Jesus. It gives me a heart attack every time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I keep getting followed by Elon Musk. Only it's never Elon Musk. It's always someone else. And every time it happens, my heart goes, wow. And then it goes, and he's always asking me if he can go into a private secret room with me somewhere. And I'm like, go away.
Yeah, there was a space last night that had a fake Elon Musk in it. And it was so cringy listening to everybody fall for it. It was so cringy. And then it wasn't until well after the fake Elon was gone before they started talking about it and realized that he was fake the entire time. It was so cringy. I hated every moment of it.
Well, this is the thing. He says to me, I think you're pretty. Can I meet you in a private room? And I said, well, I'm an asexual and I think you're about as sexy as a road accident. What are you talking to me for? Because I'm spiteful, sarcastic. I don't mean to be. It just comes out that way. So that's why people don't let me play with the public without protection, because I do have this thing called blurting, which just means I say unprocessed thoughts without thinking them through sometimes. I don't always do it. I do it sometimes. And that's why I'm not normally allowed to play with the knobheads. But he did actually say to me, and I went, that is not how Elon Musk does that. I assume that he doesn't spook up on people with a fake account and say, oh, hello, darling, and creep everyone out with his disgustingness. And so I just, in my head, I just wished him sustitis and blocked him.
I mean, maybe it was him. Maybe he heard that you worked with BBC.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, but the thing is, honestly, in this country, being known, look, the BBC I know is respected around the world, and it should be. But it's had a few problems of recent. So when people
Hey,
say,
Shine.
yeah,
So in America, when people say BBC, we're not talking about the news network, talking about big black cock.
Oh, stop. Oh, my God.
oh, I love your bones. I love your bones for doing that for me. So, not in the recent years, being 60, I'm afraid all of the BCC that I can get's a bit elderly and grey and bleh, who wants. I will ride the BCC if it came along and was looking cool, mate. But honestly, that isn't what I'm getting. I'm 60 now and I get served up pension of BCC, which is not the same, darling. It's like 3-second wonder, off you go. I've been an asexual for about 5 years. So it's really weird because you can only have a relationship with me. You can't have sex with me. But you can talk sex. I do funny sex talk. Only because I haven't really got a clue what I'm talking about anymore. You lot have moved it on quite a lot since our day. In my day, you were lucky if you got fingered round the back of the pub with a bag of chips, mate. You didn't have none of I'm going to do it in your areas. I'm going to do it in the public, I'm going to do it in the corner, I'm going to do it in all of your holes all at the same time. No, we didn't have all of that in my day. In my day, we were very limited. But, I mean, I had to change everything when I went from being a young woman to a woman working in the departments I work in. I don't actually even talk like this. This is a fake voice that I have to put on for people so that people can understand me. If I actually showed you what my real voice was like, you'd run away. You'd run away screaming.
Do it. Do it.
Are you ready, Guy? Don't grass me up.
Come on.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I was born and bred in Birkenhead, and we don't talk like that where we come from. If you're a fucking arsehole, you're a fucking arsehole. We don't like many extra words, and we sound like this, but apparently they don't like me talking like this in the House of the Lords.
Fucking lie, mate. Fucking boss night.
So I had to change my accent completely because, honestly, godly, the House of Lords couldn't understand a word I was saying. And
fucking Birkenhead isn't fucking even Liverpool, though, mate.
You sound like me when I try to do a British accent.
Well, that's just it. I'm Burtonsonian. I'm not even a Scouser. But Scousers call us woolly-backs. That would be the same as calling us all, I don't know, gorillas over there. Woolly-backs. We're over the water and we think we're better than them, but we're not. They're better than us.
I tried telling some of these people to watch Rabsy, and I was a bit shy.
Oh, God. Yeah, I struggle. I speak with a very broad Scouse accent, especially if you get me annoyed. But I can't even understand that man. I swear to God, I used to have the subtitles on. That was hysterical. But when they say they can't understand you, it makes me laugh. I'm thinking, oh my God, if you could really hear how I sound like. It's like, at one point my accent was so broad that people were using me to scare other people. Only I didn't realise that. Someone had to tell me, by the way, you sound like a man. So I changed it and sort of lightened the tone a bit, and now I can speak like a different person. But, I live in Essex, so my basic accent is London, right? And sorry, I'll stop talking now because I do feel like I've been talking at you for ages. You've been so patient. Thank you.
I actually want to hear more of that accent that you did. It was cool.
Well, don't make me tell you the story about the old lady and the old man in the village because I don't think you'll understand it.
If you did it in that other
Try
accent,
us.
I didn't know what you were saying.
Okay,
Try us. Let's go. Let's do it.
You're ready. Okay, put your kettle on. Are you ready? This is the story about the old man and the old lady who lived in the village up the road. A gorgeous little village. Oh, they'd lived together for years. 40, 50 years they'd been together. Nearly 60 years. And they'd adored each other. And suddenly, out of the blue, horror upon horrors, she dies. Out the blue, just wakes up one day and drops dead. And he is heartbroken. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. People get buried, people die. Solicitors happen. They're in the solicitor's office. Now, they was poor as this, honest to God. They didn't have nothing. And the solicitor's done to his face. He's gone, hello, I've got to read this letter to you. And his name's Joe. He's gone, hello, Joe, me darling. How are you? I know you'll be missing me. You've been the best husband in the world. You gave me 60 of the best years of my life. Now, I've got a secret. I've been saving up all this money and I've got 3 million quid here, and you're only allowed to take it if you promise you're going to have the best life you can have until you get up here with me. Oh, he was on the floor in tears. He was sobbing. He couldn't believe it. He took the money. Anyway, he's gotten home that night and he's thinking, right, what am I going to do with this money? What's the first thing? I mean, I'm like 80 years old. I mean, what am I going to do with this money? So he's decided, that's it. I know exactly what I'm doing. He goes down the doctor's and he gets himself a new face, new lips, nice arse. Good, pull them old things in and give himself a couple of fake pecs. He looks the frickin' bomb. Anyway, he's coming out. He's just better. He's just having all his bandages taken off, and he's decided everyone, in the doctor's office saying, "Oh, you look great," but he's not sure. He wants to test that theory, so he decides to take a walk down the village. Oh, you got to be ready for this. He's walking down the village and he comes up to the butcher's. Anyway, he walks in and he's in a bit of a queue and he's as chuffed as you could be. So he gets into his tin and he says to the lady, who he doesn't recognise, I mean, she looks new, and he goes, "Oh, go on, girl, go on. How old do you think? How old am I?" She looks in and she goes, "Well, I'd say you're about 60, fella." He went, "No, I'm 80 years old, plastic surgery, best thing I've ever done in my life. I feel amazing." She said, "You look fucking amazing." Anyway, grabs his meat, out he goes, walks further down, and there's the butchers, the bakers. So he's going, "Right, I'll have some of that." So in he goes, stands in queue. There he is in line. He's grinning his head off because he knows what's coming. And he sees the old fella standing there and he goes to him, "Go on, fella," before he serves him. "Go on, how old am I? Have a guess." He goes, "Oh, I don't like to guess, but you look about, I'd say, 50, 60. He goes, "80 years old?" He says, "Look at me, I look gorgeous." And he went, "Yeah, you do. I'm blown away." He said, if I wasn't straight, I'd kiss you now." He skipped out of that baker's. He was so happy. He's come back up and he's still, using public transport because he hasn't figured out he can buy a car. And he goes to the bus stop and there's a wizened old lady standing in the bus stop, holding a Tesco's carrier bag with a veg in. And she's just standing there all bent over. She's about like 5'1" and weighs about 1 stone. And he rubs his skin and he goes, "Yeah, all right, all right." So he goes, "So go on, hello, girl." She goes, "Hello." He goes, "Go on, girl, have a guess. How old do you think I am?" So she puts her bag down, unzips his trousers, gets out his tudgeon, starts giving him a strongy and feeling his balls and having a good old toddle. Anyway, she packs it all away, sticks it all in, zips it up, looks him straight in the face and goes, "You're 80 years old?" He went, "You what? How did you figure that out?" She said, "I was standing behind you in the baker's."
My favorite part is when he grabbed his meat and walked out.
And that is what I used to do in the olden days. I used to tell my friends jokes. I haven't done that for years. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you. My favourite part is when she packs it all away and just says to him, "You're 80." And he's totally confused about why she could even know that. And then, of course, I love jokes that turn left. "Oh no, I was standing behind you in the baker's, darling." So what was all that for? No, you see, I don't want to go there. I just found it hysterical when I heard it. It is a stolen joke. I didn't make that. And how did you do with the accent? Did you follow? You did good. Now I'm definitely going to say something that's actually on topic for a minute because I've heard you talk about it for ages and I was dying to say something. So just the shortest sentence, I promise. When it comes to disclosure, it's absolutely important that you know the truth. In my world, the thing that we know is that you can't fight what you can't see. And if you need to fight, you need to fucking see it. So see it. Let the people decide. Of course, there are always going to be the silly lot that take it too far or make it mean too much to them in that way. But really, we are going to have to get together, be friends, and sort out whatever is coming our way. And it doesn't mean it's bad, but it does mean we've got to be friends. That's it. That's all. It's just I promised to shush. No. How do I make it so that he can speak? Press. No, that's. Oh, you're annoying. That's not how you do it. To do that.
So what you got going on over there, Shy?
I am currently sitting here looking at my old album of music because some people have said that they want to take some of my very old songs, which were made, by the way, for a particular film. So they're kind of film songs, not really, you wouldn't really get, they're not pop songs or anything, yeah? And they're for a very poignant film called Broken. Anyway, some people have said that they want to take some of my songs and remake them completely to make them sound disco and summery. And I've said, yeah, all right, let me listen to yours. So we're just waiting to see. I'm excited because, you know, well, that was like 30 years ago I did those songs.
Is there a fan or an air conditioner blowing near you?
No, I can put one on.
No, it's just your audio has gotten worse all of a sudden.
Let me try doing this. Is
that sounds better?
No, apparently I put the phone too far away. I won't do that again. Sorry. I'll make a stand right in front of me. I'm sitting at home picking the songs that I think they might want to have a go at. But it's a bit like showing someone inside me knickers. I don't like doing it. It's like really private. If they don't like it, I'll be all hurt. But because I don't write songs for sale, that's not why I do it. But I do it as part of creative therapy. And I always feel good after I finish doing a song. I always feel like something happened that feels better. But if I give them to someone, they go, oh, no, that sucks. I'd be like, I hope you get cystitis, you little fucker. Go away. Sorry, I mean, I'd be like, oh, goodness me, you didn't like my song. And I'd be very grown up about it, really. But I don't think everyone who is 60 should be allowed to be formally 60 until they've matured enough. And I really don't feel like I've done that yet. There's a huge side of me that's about 16. And the rest of me has to grow up because I know important and serious things. But no, I actually really much prefer to take the piss. I am dreadful for it lately. Instead of just being kind, someone put on the Twitter feed last night, people in glass houses don't throw stones. And I put, or buy brickier houses, mate, and carry on throwing stones. Depends what sort of person you're dealing with. But I think I may have dealt with possibly every kind that you can deal with. And I ended up still being me, so it worked out all right. And
yeah, people who live in glass houses, they throw the most stones out of anybody.
Didn't they just? And you think to yourself, is it that you don't think I'll throw one back, or just because you're relying on the fact that I'm kind and
like,
not?
I will take this entire cinder block and throw it through your living room. Like, fuck around and find out.
I've learned over time to be less precious. At the time, I used to think I had to love everyone because that was just, my role in the time. Over here, there was few people that were me's and Sarah's, so that it was important that we were supportive and kind. But there were times when I met some which, frankly, I could cook in the oven and serve to the dogs. But I do appreciate everyone has to have their space in this world. I accept that. But some of their spaces can be further away from my spaces, I think. And so, yeah, I do have a strong leave me alone policy, but I'm generally, honestly, not like that. I'm busy writing books at the moment. I'm writing 2 books about nothing to do with this, don't worry. It's to do with work and stuff, and also about just some of the weird stuff that you wouldn't enjoy. It's political and bullshit, and therefore, but it's what got in the way of child protection for years. So it's about time they took a beating, and that sort of stuff. So it's not really that interesting. But my part when I go to do my art, creative art stuff, I find myself always leaning over to that sci-fi stuff. It seems to be coming out of me from somewhere. Not that I think anyone put that there, by the way. I just think it's my it's what I like. When I love seeing the lit up cities and the prettiness. I've done loads of tries of doing. I even did a place on Mars, and without knowing it, called it Arctoria, and I didn't know there was such a thing as Arctorians, so I've had to rechange that around. But I made an entire city called Arctoria, made of people who were living underground but in a city, just because I thought it was fun. And it took me, because of that brain problem I have. So what I have is something called idiot savant. If you understand what that means, I've got a bit of brain damage, which means that you can sing me a song and I can play it. I can remember the tune for the period of time that I've remembered it. If you ask me what key I played or asked me to carry on, I couldn't do it. You couldn't pull it out of me tomorrow. But this ability is kind of weird, and so I'm able to go on and play with this massive computer that does these clever things, much cleverer than me, by the way, and make me look like I'm awfully artistic. And I do enjoy it. It's a load of fun. Am I supposed to make people speakers? Because if I'm not doing it right.
Yeah, nobody's requesting right now. I just came outside for smoke.
Health sticks. I think I'll join you. But yeah, so I'm playing with my computers, and I'm at the moment trying to figure out how to do spaces, but I don't think I want to. I like Logan's. Sorry, but I like his spaces, but I don't want to do what I've done today, which is completely overtake your past hour. Thank you. I promise to be a good listener. And I just, I want to rebuild our presence on Twitter, but now that we don't have to put up with all the old doxers and rubbish, I think it'll be funner. I think we'll be able to show our funner side more. Like, for example, for 10 years after Sarah died, Sarah could never be physically seen smiling until the law came in, and after that it was different. But she'd already had the stroke by then, so you've got a picture of her in hospital with a thumb up and a big scar down the side of her head where she's going, yay for Sarah's law, eventually. Swines. But yeah, we're those people, yeah, but we tend to do most of that behind closed doors. You don't normally see it till we've done it. We rarely sort of say, here's a petition sign. We don't do any of that. We work with ministers and moan at them a lot. I've got an excellent sad face. And if they fuck with me, I just talk to them in Scouse, and that scares the crap out of them. So when I was able to do the making of the GPS tagging and tracking system for offenders, at the time I was doing it, I knew all about it. But because of my condition, the minute I move away, a lot of that information seems to compartmentalise. Can I say it that way? And can sometimes be a bit hard to find again, but it isn't dementia or any of the other long words or any of that. It's just literally PTSD from they call it post-traumatic stress. They don't call it disorder anymore. They just call it post-traumatic stress. It's PTS from my childhood, and then just brain damage. I didn't do it on purpose or anything. It just did it all on its own. And but I should have known to be more careful. I mean, my mum did die of it. Having that condition was something that made her quite ill before she did eventually die. But although she didn't die of that, but she did have strokes that made her very ill. So I should have been more careful. I am now. I'm much more careful, but not as careful as I suppose I should be. But I'm much more careful now. And as we come back out into the system now, this month that's just gone was the month that it happened for Sarah and Sarah. So we call that the month that we avoid, because he abducted her and then she was missing for 17 days, and then they found her in a horrible place, and that was how that worked. And so it takes up the whole month, if you see what I mean. But she comes back the month after, and we normally come back bigger and better anyway. So this has been perfect timing. it means that we get to come out and we also get to talk about some of the things that interest us, because we are interested in what's going over in America. I have half of my family is American. My son is a quarter American. My husband is half American, and my ex-husband, sorry, is half American, and he was half Japanese, United States Air Force. And you would be astonished when I tell you he was a staff sergeant of the United States Air Force. Go and ask me, what did he do for the United States Air Force? Staff sergeant. And if you all don't say flies airplanes or cleans helicopters, I'll be shocked with you. But actually, even I was surprised when he told me he's the dentist. He's the one that makes sure their mouths are healthy before they go and fight. Well, he used to be. He doesn't do that now. So we try not to talk about Trump in our house for reasons that are to do with he makes our blood pressure go through the roof. We try really hard not to talk about the really big issues like that at the moment, because they're all so prevalent, and we're waiting for the dust to settle and see what really happens, because, well, in our house we're kind of a bit cynical about what really will come of all of that. There might be a lot of noise, but that man has so much, he has more money than God. He can probably somehow make this go away, which will be shocking, but all of them, the ones that are in trouble, have got more money than God, and they'll probably, make that be their justice. And it's annoying, because I don't want to see them win like that. If they're going to win, they should win because that was right. But, well, we'll see. So we try not to talk. Go on, sorry, guy.
I just say I've got to shoot for a bit. Somebody's coming round buying these horse presses, hopefully for a nice bit of money. So I'll shoot. I'll be back on in a bit. But yeah, I'll see you later. See you in a bit, Shy. Very nice to speak to you. See you in a bit, Heather, Ocean, Laurie, Naga, Lizard, everybody. Logan, take it easy, yo. See you shortly.
Love you. Bye.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi. Yeah, so it's okay to talk about trauma. I mean, some people don't even realize that it's going on, and the people that go through it, I think that they can only, unburden it and help others if they share it. So I just go with the flow usually, but it's a fact. But it's what makes us phoenixes. It's what makes us survivors and victors.
Oh, I must have died about 100 times and 1,000 times. And phoenixes, well, it's kind of weird. It's horrible, really. I mean, look, if I told you a little bit of the story, just in a short way, I know that you'd be all gobs open, but it was kind of like, oh, okay, I had a father and a mother, and then this stepfather come along and drove the father to suicide, then murdered the mother, and then pounced on the rest of the family. Anyway, they eventually got caught and all sent to jail years later. So that's that story done really quickly. So the trauma part, well, I've been working on that for years and getting better at it for years. The difficult part has always been that no matter what happened, even when I lost my mum, when even all that happened, I knew I was going to get back up the next day, even though I didn't want to. And I thought, well, what the hell is that? And it's a kind of, you don't want to. You don't want to be left dead in the field. You will get up if there's an inch of life in you. You'll get back up and you'll walk. So you might as well just accept that you're going to get back up. You're going to walk. This is going to be all right. And unless you're dead on the floor, you're getting back up. So let's do it, and let's do it with your lipstick on. That's sort of how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Did you notice a change in your your memory and stuff since you had that stroke? Like, because I'm like really fascinated by all the new brain research, and did it seem to activate your memory? Because when I had my NDE, it seemed to like do things to my brain. I'm just curious if maybe you maybe even had an NDE and didn't realize it. Like, I'm just thinking because of things that you shared.
I've put the pictures of my brain scan actually on the Twitter because I wanted other people to see what happened, because I've got huge brain chunks that were missing from events in childhood, broken childhood, yeah? And that was that damage, which made things difficult. What it meant for me growing up was that sometimes I was completely deaf as a child, and other times I was completely mute as a child. But whilst I was deaf and mute, apparently my brain just taught me other ways to learn. And I couldn't be educated, but I could learn phonetically and by osmosis. And so if it wasn't phonetically done and via osmosis and done in a very, what's the word, over and over and over again, repetitive way, I couldn't take it in. And that was very hard for them to understand. And I think that then look, there's trauma, and then there's the brain damage. The physical brain damage was the stuff that was making things hard for me, and making it so that, for example, when people spoke, still now, I see colour. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a clue. It doesn't give me a guide. If black means bad, orange means good. No. It's just I see colours when certain people speak. I learn by osmosis and phonetically, and I am a bit of an idiot savant where I can copy things almost immediately, but only immediately. After that, I can get a bit lost. So those are the skills, but none of them come with a Bachelor of Arts you can't get a thing with that. So it's not like I'm going to get a job with this incredibly brilliant thing I do with my broken brain. So I just am very conscious of the fact that I am sensitive, incredibly sensitive to people. Not sensitive in the way some of these people on here are. They're incredible and can see things within parapsychology, all of that stuff, which is obviously a skill well above and beyond me. But I can sense people, like, for example, when people are speaking to me, I know that they're lying to me, but I don't know why. I never know why. I'm not that clever, but I know that they're lying. There's an instinct that So what happened when, by the time I came to have the strokes in 2020, I had gone through all that childhood and I'd been made an orphan by those circumstances, and then put into care where the most horrible things happened all over again. Anyway, the journey after that was a journey about bringing all that back to justice and getting it all sorted out. By the time I finally got there, I'd had twins to my husband that I told you about, and I'd given birth to non-uterine twins, which was a big surprise to me because I'd never heard of that before, where you can fall pregnant with one twin 1 week and 2 weeks later fall pregnant with the other twin, and they won't look alike, but they will be twins. And I nearly fell through the flipping roof the floor, because until then I just thought to myself, Jesus, if I'd been a bit of a slag, I could be having all kinds of people's babies because I can clearly multiple birth. So anyway, I had twins, and I had given birth to gay twins. I was the mother of homosexual boys who had not discovered this until they were a bit older, and were forced. One boy was forced at school into admitting that he was gay when he was 14, before he was ready, and he was bullied a lot, and he took himself next door and killed himself. Now that happened 2013, and it feels like it was yesterday because I can still hear him and smell him and feel him, and he was a wonderful kid, but he didn't make it, and his twin brother went through the same shit, but he tries really hard to survive it, and he's currently doing security at Latitude. He's cochlear hearing, and he's the best 24-year-old you could imagine. He's a funny little sod, and I'm not gay. Like I said, I'm asexual. But when I wasn't an asexual, I was a heterosexual. So when I was gifted with homosexual children, I was as you can imagine, extremely busy trying to embrace that. And the school were just awful, and they didn't help, and things got from bad to worse. But anyway, that's all in the, it's all in, because I'm a public figure. If you just Google it, you'll see it. His name was Aidan, and he was bullied to death by the kids at school for being gay and for being part Asian. And he was a lovely kid, an absolute sweetheart, and his brother's a little sweetheart too. And all of those things culminated in 3 stress strokes in 2020. So there was trauma, and then, so not damage, like no one hit me there. The trauma was all on the inside, if you see what I mean. And then the strokes made me go, stop fucking traumatizing. Well, obviously, stop allowing my blood pressure to go up through the roof, stop being fat, stop being a person who drinks too much coffee, mate. Just stop, or you're going to die. So I did, and 2 years in, I've stopped almost everything, but I am in a wheelchair now, full time, and I do live looked after, loved and looked after. I am loved, and I do love, and I am looked after. I'm a pet mad. My actual name is Karen. I didn't want to tell you. Don't laugh. You can laugh if you want. My name is Karen. I was born Karen. Yeah, I know. I changed my name as soon as I could to Peter. P-E-E-T-A, because I changed it to P-E-T-A, thinking I was being all animal supportive, but everyone started calling me Petter, and that was getting on my nerves. So I changed it to P-E-E-T-A. So then people took the piss and started calling me Peter, because they knew what I was trying to do. And then when I came to do this work with the BBC with that lot there, I changed my name to Shy, thinking they'll never know it's me. And oh my God, they didn't. They were thick as... Anyway, they all got caught and went to jail. Haha. But the point being that my name's actually Shy Peter Karen Keenan. Shut up, don't say it. Don't say Karen. Not in America. They do not like Karens, and I do not blame them. Some Karens can be absolutely horrid. Otherwise, I do know some nice Karens. But they're in hospital right now, being viewed by the army. My favourite person is Dawn. My favourite funny lady is Dawn French. She makes me roar so hard. I like a couple of American comedians, but my favourite American comedians, they just pull me to bits. But I do like people like Ricky Gervais, and I'm not supposed to like him either. Because he offends so many people, and the amount of times the press have called us and said, right, Ricky Gervais has said this, will you say something? Yes. Ha 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 ha, and they just get the on with us. Stop asking us, because how they like to do the cancel culture, which we can't stand. We had someone who phoned us up and said, yes, we want to cancel, we're trying to stop this shop because they're selling knickers that are a little bit too sexy for kids. Should we get well, how about ask them if they'll stop selling the knickers and tell them why? Oh, we hadn't thought of that. Jesus Christ. And they are very cancel culture over it. If you look like you've tripped over, they're on it. Swear to God, the British press are like, they remind me of the magpies out there that won't leave the little bunnies with the sore eyes alone. But they're just horrible. I'm a firm believer, absolutely all the way down the line, that if you're not at the table, then you're probably on the menu. That's just something I've always believed. But I've allowed that to sort of maybe taint my thinking, because I've gone to work with, like, for example, going to work with Ray Wire and sitting in a room with that horrible man I told you about. If you're not at the table, your prob's on the menu. You've at least got to be there if you want to know. You can't fight in the dark, blah, blah, blah. There are some people I wish I hadn't. Me and Sarah, we went to work with a newspaper because of some really bad stuff they did, and we thought we would help, and in the end we got squished. We should have known better, because they squished absolutely everyone else. Why wouldn't they squish us? And well, now we're the squished. But we don't care. We don't mind being squished by them, the little gits. But the media has been a journey quite separate. I've never... I suppose it's taken me a long time to realise, and I mean this sincerely, folks, a long time to realize that they're just media companies full of people with their own agendas and money and influencers. They're just a bunch of those people, and you can take them or leave them, mate. You've really just got to decide whether or not you agree with them and take them or leave them. But for my whole life, if it was said on the telly, it was baby Jesus gospel, according to you guys. You know, it was said, it was done, you know, but no, I don't feel that way anymore.
Yeah, it's just like the politicians. I mean, if they can't be bought, they're discredited or threatened, and just the same thing with the disclosure shit. You know what I mean? If you tell the truth, they discredit you, and then you have I guess, the grifters that make up. I don't know. I really don't follow
No,
the Stephen Greer's and stuff like that too much, but
no, I see them. I see them trying to, muddy the waters. It was the best phrase I heard someone call it the other day. Just muddy the waters for all their own reasons and all their own stuff. But ultimately, you just stay focused on your truth. Keep badgering through, because the world that we work in every day are full of people trying to muddy the waters, and you so have to keep your eye on the message and walk through it. And so we learned about that part of it. But I think the brain damage part for me is that I think the weirdest thing that happened was that up until then, so you can imagine everything I've told you might be a little bit traumatic and a bit PTS and a bit. I don't like to say mental health, because I'm not mentally ill, mate. I'm just a bit mentally damaged from the crap they put me through. I seem to not want to kill them yet, so maybe I'm all right. I'm not the one that wants to sneak into the park with me bang bang stick and thin out the herd. I'm the one that wants to help the herd run away from the bang bang stick. So I don't know why they make these assumptions about absolutely everyone. They're wrong to do that, but we. I would argue that then what happened was I had the stroke, and then the weirdest thing happened. My whole life had been literally there's a chap on here who talked about his PTSD. Forgive me for saying PTSD, but just so there was a chap on here that spoke of it, and I remember thinking, God, yes, that sounds like a vet by the sounds of him, because oh my gosh. And that's what it's like. You live every single day with these horrible nightmare dreams in your head, and these horrible nightmare thoughts, and these horrible nightmare ideas and memories that just invade your memory. And then the stroke come along, and for the first time in my life, turn the lot off. For weeks, I couldn't remember who I was, what I did. Was I a mum? Did I have any parents? Was I related to anyone? Did I have sisters and brothers? I didn't know anything. And discovering it was a freaking eye-opener, but that's what the stroke did. It completely blanked my memory. And I had to relearn everything again, who I was and how to move everything. The first thing I learned, by the way, just so that you know, was how to put my toe up their ass, because I wasn't going to put up with that no matter what. But just feisty. Always been feisty, always been fighty. Your turn now.
yeah, it's called like neuroplasticity. You use other parts of your brain. That's some of the research that they're doing, and the more, I mean, you're doing it right. Like right now, you're exercising your brain. You're creating those connections, those neuron correct connections. Lion's mane mushrooms help with that, and also psychedelics. You can microdose that. Um, Microdosing also helps a lot with trauma, the kind of things that you're dealing with. If you're interested, I can send you links.
Yes, please. I would be interested. I've been dealing with they call it broken brain damage. I've been dealing with a broken brain my whole life, and I had no idea just how broken it was until it stopped. I know that sounds mental, I should, but I had no clue. And then suddenly it was like peace. I loved all the things that I loved, and it was wonderful, just wonderful, till all the memories came back. But it was glorious. And then they suddenly said, oh, they've got this treatment where they're going to do something to you. But I used to say it when I was a kid, and it was full of shit. They were going to electrocute all the memories out of me brain. I'll go away. And then they invented this other thing where apparently they can inject my brain to help me forget portions of my life. And I'm like, no. All right. In all fairness, it wasn't like I was in Oxford learning a fucking degree in cancer. I was just being a little git and I didn't have anything secret in my brain. But my concern was if they went in there and wiped out a bunch of stuff, how would I know if I was in danger? So I just wouldn't have it. But the stroke definitely did that thing you said. Every single day I had to find a different way to do the same thing, which is weird. Now I have to tell my legs to move and my feet. If I don't, then they'll be behind me and I'll go over on my ass. And my ass isn't as fat as it used to be, so it's not quite the not quite the cushion it used to be.
Yeah, I'm trying to find his link right now.
So been through some difficult times. That brought that shit on, but it wasn't external. It wasn't like someone. When I was a kid, I got spanked on the head and left in a field, yeah, and off my brain was all hanging out. Now that was brain damage. Then nothing. So all internal stuff, all the way until 2020 when that stroke happened. It was the final of 3 what they called mini strokes. I'd never heard of any of it. I'd only heard of the stroke, the big one you get that makes the one that Sarah had that makes a fake sag and all that, and half of her is one side of her is completely paralysed. That's what I'd heard of. My mum died of it, and Sarah fucking they nearly took Sarah, which oh god, I'll never forget that night. It was just before Christmas. Anyway, but she survived, and she's as feisty as ever, mate. She's still the boss. And that also did that thing of blanking. She never forgot the important stuff, but a lot of the general stuff went. She didn't know, for example, the same thing happened to me. I didn't know how to make the electric work. Of course I know how to make the electric work. You do this, you do that, you get the electric people coming. Nope, didn't have a clue. I was just looking at it going, how the fuck do you make that come into the house without killing me? And then it was like, how do I make a telephone work? Because it had stopped working because I hadn't paid attention to it. And it belonged to Sky. My iPhone belonged to Sky, and they were so lovely. They said, look, if you're in trouble, if you have any problems at all, you just call us and tell us. And I did, and they took the fucking phone off me. So I thought, I'm not telling you nothing no more, you big liars. And kept and got the iPhone through EE, which is funny just saying it, because people ask me why my name is Shy Keenan. And I said, well, I was about to tell you something. It was big news in the day. I was about to tell you all something. And everyone says you don't want to be shy. Everyone says it. Oh, don't be shy. Nobody wants to be shy. Everyone. So, and I was trying to make a word that would force you to smile when you said it. So, shy Keenan with all them ears is supposed to make you smile when you say it. And that's why I changed it to that. No other reason. I'm not a Keenan. If I'm actually, I don't even want to say what my surname is because that's even not a good name at the moment. But my actual real birth name is Wooten. And so I'm not even a Keenan. That was just a name that I've been using my whole life. Peter Keenan and then Shy Keenan. But very few people in my day. I used to race motorbikes and sing in a band, and I used to be really good. I used to kick. I mean, to be fair with you, most blokes didn't see my face. They saw my back wheel, which is where they belong, mate. Looking at my ass as I disappear into the wind. I was a street racer up Chelsea Bridge, and the motorcycle companies used to love me. They'd lend me a bike every weekend and say, ride up there. And in all fairness, I used to have a really tight waist and a really long hair and a really big ass and enormous tits. So whatever I used to wear used to look really pucker. I used to get on the big bikes and ride around London, and oh my goodness me, they used to love it. And I could wheelie and I could race and I can do all of that. Back then, by the way, back then, and I was a little handful, to be honest with you. I wasn't quiet in any way. That's the best way to put me. And I really thoroughly enjoyed my life. It was I had to change my name and hide from the authorities to do it, and not because I was a crook, because I was the main victim. And every time they knew I was the victim, oh my God, did they make me pay for it. But I changed my name as soon as I could, from Karen to Peter, because I love animals. I'm a huge animal. I've got my little Yorkshire Terrier cross. Git is all I can describe her as. She's absolutely the love of my life. She's sleeping at the end of my bed. And I've got 2 black cats and a Bengal cat. Now, none of these were my animals. These were all animals that were family animals, and obviously, empty nests and all that. And I end up with all the pets. But I love Sakura, which apparently means cherry tree. Japanese for cherry tree. And my cats are called Meow Meow and Shut Up. And Harry is called Harry the Bastard because, oh my God, he can shred anything from whatever it was to nothing inside 5 seconds. But also, absolutely all of them are adorable cuddle monsters. They just are they're like hot water bottles at the moment, so they have to sit at the end of the bed. But yes, I'm a big animal fan, big cat fan, love birds. And I've got some live camera feeds going out through some of the, the spookier parts of the hollow around the house, the moat. We put some cameras there so that people in the pandemic could watch the bird life. And I love watching them. They're still up, and I watch them all the time. I love them. But I spend a lot of time indoors, which is not something probably most people do, and live most of my life coming out through the laptop, through the Skype is my thing. I'm the Skype bitch. I was famous for saying you can contact me on Skype, which is free, unlike me, who is not. And I was always free in that regard for Phoenix. But yeah, I'm sorry, I've told you everything. I want to shush.
You're good. I put in the bubble about that guy that does this psychedelic research. Um as far as like with mental illness, and it does all kind of talks about serotonin. There's other stuff about serotonin. I can DM you some other stuff, but like there it made me curious when you were talking about, how you had to use other parts of your brain, because what they're finding out about, like, this is just for instance, they're finding that there's a part in the back of your brain that has something to do with out of body experiences. The article I read didn't really go into detail, but they're, just finding out a whole lot more about that. And so that might be why you're also extra sensitive about, seeing, knowing when somebody's not being honest with you and things like that.
They have
And
to say,
yeah.
it doesn't help if I can't hear their voice. As soon as I hear their voice, I'm sure everyone feels this way and can do it, but for some reason I'm just a bit sensitive to it. And very often when someone's trying to convince me of something, I find it really difficult to hide my "I don't believe you" face. So I try not to talk to people. I never used to talk to people a lot. I changed that now. I've worked on it. I'm going to leave you guys and let you get on with your conversations, because I feel like I've completely overtaken, and I love your bones for letting me do that. I'm going to stay around and hang around and pop in and out, because I want to chase up on those things. And the stuff that Guy put forward as well about Operation Black.
No, I think they got another space they're talking about. They have a lot going on over here about our government trying to force disclosure. And so, there's a lot of talk about that. And so, of course, the UFO community is trying to look into that. I'm sure you've heard that they were supposed to go visit the Pentagon, and the Pentagon didn't let them in. I don't know if anybody else here has more current information than that, but
There's something outside looking in from over here, looking at that. It seems every single time they run all the way up to the gate of place where they just about, and then they don't. They always get you there and then they don't. And it's just so frustrating. I wish they'd share, because I will never forget the thing that stuck in our brains over here was there is actual footage and photographs, I'm sure, are photographs of actual things flying over the White House. If that's true, why aren't they more interested? Please, why aren't they more interested? Be more interested.
I I think that they know, and that they're just, they don't want us to know that they know, and so they just drowned our mind out because, we're just so busy with superficial things. It's not our fault. It's just, life, right? Like you said, you got out of the thing, you were busy living life, and now you have time to focus more, and so you see things, right? It's like that.
That's it. I mean, you would have thought that if they were friends, you would have asked them to park around the back instead of showing themselves all up the front so the whole wide world could see them. But that's just it. They don't seem. That's the thing about this whole phenomenon. Every time I step back and look at it, I get three very clear messages. One, isn't it funny how a lot of the UFOs are turning off all the nuclear stuff and switching it off? I don't know what the message is there, but I know what I'd think if you were doing it. They do seem to have increased, and I don't know. No, I wouldn't say increased. I would say that now that everyone's got a camera to hand, it's not that easy to hide, and the camera's literally at the end of their hand, so very easy to catch stuff out that needs better attention. Certainly better attention than the likes of me can give it, but their attention when they focus, oh my god, that seems to be. I understand that they say, look, we can't tell everyone if we've really been talking to aliens because everyone's going to have lost in their faith and everything. And I disagree with that. I think if anything, it might instill faith. And I don't see that the two things can't exist in parallel with each other. Why God and all of everyone's theories and all of everyone's religions and all of everyone's thinking and of all of everyone's everything can't run parallel with, oh look, someone brand new is here to tell us something different that we just need to listen to. It would not hurt. And that, I don't know that they would come here and go, hello mate, how you doing, or speak to us in mental or even look like us. I'm not sure. I think that they would communicate to us in a way that maybe not with the mouth and go straight into the brain. I think that might be true. And I'm left really wondering about one thing which just throws me every time I hear about it, but it comes into it, and I find myself watching, absolutely addicted to that program. Oh Lord, think of the name. Brandon Fungi. Brandon
Fugle or something like that. I don't follow religious people.
No, he owns something called Something's Ranch. Well, gosh, what's it called? Brandon
Skinwalker Ranch.
Skinwalker Ranch. There you go. Him. I find myself absolutely addicted to this program because I'm fairly convinced there's a huge umbrella of energy going on underneath ground. Well, I can't really explain that, but it leaks out and everyone gets to see it in various ways, shapes, and forms. But that's
I think that ball in a ball that you said about, right? And there's something in between that's telling me the Earth is a ball in the ball, and that there's aliens like that otherworldly live in between, and that's why they see them coming up in volcanoes and under mountains, and it's just a theory.
I wish I understood quantum mechanics and theory, that I wish I understood it better than just grasping it generally. Yeah, very general grasp, not anything deeply intelligent. But I do get that about wavies, and I do get about radiation and signals and waves. I do sort of generally grasp that in my head. But what was weird to me was that there was this soldier who didn't, whilst he didn't seem like he was a squaddy, he didn't seem like he was an officer. And he was telling me something that I thought at the time, what the fuck are you talking about? How does that even work? A ball, then another ball sits over it and it spins around, and the energy in between is what makes it go from left to right and appear really quick. And I'm thinking that you're talking rubbish, mate. I don't even know how that would work. And that's kind of what I ended up doing.
Does anyone see my hand is up?
I see it now. And I just pressed the red thing. Is that to make... There you go. I did it. I am so Tron now. Everyone leave me alone now. I'm Tron. No, not really.
Lori Beth, you said they're forcing disclosure. That's an interesting statement. Why do you think that?
Did I say that? I don't think I
Yeah,
said
you
that. I
did.
said,
You said they're forcing
well, what was the sentence I used?
I don't even, you said now they're forcing disclosure on us. So it was interesting to me why you thought that. Are you scared of disclosure?
No, I'm not scared. I think maybe you might have misconstrued what I was talking about. I was talking about how, that in the Congress that they're trying to get disclosure and how they made arrangements to the Pentagon and the Pentagon tried to stop them, blah 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 blah. And then when they finally got there, they told our government, we're not showing you anything.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what was the sentence? Because I did not say anybody's forcing disclosure. I'm all for disclosure, but sometimes I talk fast.
Me too. I get into loads of trouble. I ended up in a word fight with someone because I'm a word fighter. That's what I do. But I'm not in that way. Some bloke came online and was having a go at me because I had said that I didn't think UFOs were dangerous. That I felt that if they were, then why didn't what you learnt from these UFOs? Why isn't Putin now using it to wipe out Ukraine? Why is he having to use conventionals? Why is all these people that are claimed to have all this power and this money and these cleverness? You don't see them acting it out on the field. You don't see them taking these things that they're supposed to be able to do and using them as yet. What you see and what you get a lot of reports of is, well, according to the very limited information I've received, that doesn't mean I know everything. That means I saw what they showed me. And that was that loads of UFOs keep turning up near military bases and turning off their weapons. Now, you could take that two ways. Oi, stop being a weapon, or, haha, you can't fight me back. It's just scary. Now, come on, I can do this.
Shy, who told you?
I think I'm going to have to blame Lou Alexander. I'm trying to make Just get
Lou Elizondo?
done it. Yes, I think it was one of his. Hang on. I'm going to blame Sky Television and say that it would probably be on Sky.
Yeah, they've had record of these craft or whatever you want to call them, drones, whatever. They're turning off the nukes and turning them on. Even in Russia, they turn them on. Apparently,
yes, and there's kind of evidence of big shit going on that you can't deny. Like you say in Russia, that same program I think was showing that entire portion of a forest got flattened by something. And it hasn't grown back since, etc. And you get the sense, well, that definitely wouldn't have been us. We don't do that unless we mean it, rarely. And lots of things, like the one thing that throws me every single time. What do you think about this? Animal mutilations out in the middle of freaking nowhere, in the weirdest way you could possibly imagine. And
yeah, some of those are us, I believe. I don't think it's all UFO or ET related.
Yeah, I think like the crop circles, some of it's going to be people, bad people, but then there's some of it. You got to ask yourself how these people are getting where they're getting to do what they do, and then the weird thing that happens with the animals afterwards. Like, for example, on Skinwalker Ranch recently, the program they showed us was that they'd found an animal that had passed away, what looked like underneath one of these. There was a machine, some kind of flying object that was flying above the tree. Below the tree was a cow. That cow died. The rest of the cows were over in the same field, over in the corner, mowing their heads off. And then the nobody and nothing ate the the cow. It was on the floor, and none of the usual "I'm going to eat you" lot came along and scoffed it. Now, those things I just thought were weird. There is very little that'll stop the animals from eating them, and I just thought, all right, gotcha, that's weird. But you get the sense something's definitely going on there that's, oh wow, I'd love 10 minutes behind the curtains of that place. With a camera, by the way. I had no idea how I was going to tell you about me because, well, oh wow. I really, really wanted to talk about the paranormal stuff. That's kind of, I've got a really weird interest, but I would need to be next to somebody who was like a quantum physicist who understood quantum mechanics, so that when I said that thing to him, he'd be able to go, oh, that's just one of them, ignored it, and be able to explain what the hell he means. If in fact he means anything by the thing that I said, because it might just be he could have been just feeding me rubbish. But as I've gone along over the years, and I thought it was rubbish, right up until I saw on that programme they were showing the tic tac things coming in and out of the water, and then suddenly it wasn't a tic tac shape anymore, it was a ball shape. And it was balls, metal balls by the look of it, appearing here, there, and everywhere. It's okay, baby, they're just pigeons. Are they very interesting? I'm going to leave you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'll be around, and if I can be of any use to anyone for anything, I'm here, and I'm certainly going to chase up that stuff. By the way, thank you.
Yes, thank you. You've been wonderful.
Guys.
Yeah, Jay, just I'm for all kind of disclosure. I'm for disclosure for what they've been putting into our water, what they're doing to our water, our food, and our government, and let's see them laws they're trying to pass. I'm into all kind of disclosure. I want to see everything.
Well, I have this little feed on my Twitter called Frequently Ducked Questions. Because over here we have freedom of information, but yeah, right. You kind of have to be, I don't know, super fucking smart. Super regular smart to get through past those people, because they have so many. But now that, like, for example, Sarah, who works on our team, she's now worked in the government and then come out of the government. There was some usual stuff, but nothing weird. But oh my God, getting information is. I used to think it's because they were super clever. Half the time it's because they've bleeding lost it and all the rest of it. It's not, but a lot of it is because they're trying to hide something bigger, and you never get to find this stuff out until years down the road, which drives me out the wall. But it's all starting to come out. And there are some people within your government, because your government, when your government kicks off and starts doing stuff, ours, it never takes long for it to follow. The people here start getting ideas above this station. We're still bang on about human rights as if we've got them. We don't have human rights over here. People forget that. They don't exist in England. They did when we were part of the European Union, but we divorced them and they're not talking to us no more. So your government tends to lead the way when it comes to stuff like this. Even when it's being bad, it still leads the way. Congressional hearings, wow, I will never forget. I sat and watched some of those and just remember thinking, that's kind of like what we have here, just over here they're a lot more pussy. And they sort of, oh God. I remember that hearing with Rupert Murdoch in it when they were asking about the hacking they were doing. I swear to God they were going to knit him a blanket in a minute and give him a bit of cosy to lie down. It was not even difficult questions, you know, even I could answer them, and I'm not good at that, yeah? But that's just, And then watching people that I'd known for years then step in and turn it to rubbish. And I remember thinking, oh, so that's how they do this. So that's how they manage to never get to the truth. So that's how come this happens. And all of that information seemed to have left my head when I had the strokes. And then someone brought up my computers, these like 4 computers, big ones. I've got pictures of them on my feed when I got them 3 years ago, before the strokes, when I was doing the AI art. I got these kick-ass computers which apparently can, you know, cook you a meal, walk your dog, marry you, have kids. They're killer, brilliant, wonderful computers. And everything in them was on the hard drive, and I obviously haven't been near them for like 3 years. Turned them back on. Oh my God, it was like meeting someone brand new. Who was, you know, gorgeous and all that, and pretty and all the rest of it. No, not really. But, you know, just someone brand new. And I couldn't believe I'd been so brave. I was watching a video of me doing part of the filming. I've got this little bit of footage where I had to walk to the door and put some cigarettes in the door, fake pretend I was trying to do it quietly. He was going to notice I was going to do it. He was going to grab the fags, open the door, notice me and go, oh, hello, Karen, which is exactly what happened, was exactly what we did. But as we've gone in, and as I've gone in, before I went in, had to make a deal with them. I had to sign documents. I had to sit in front of flipping solicitors and swear blind I wouldn't kill him, no matter what he said or did to me or what I saw when I went in there. And that was hard because I had spent a lot of years cartoon imagining beating the shit out of him. So yes, I agreed to do it, and I went there. I had all the cameras on. I knocked on the door, put the fags in. He opened the door. Oh, hello, Karen. I've come in, as if he'd, you know, hadn't seen me for like 30 years or something. And I've come in, and I've got these cameras all over me, and I'm thinking, oh shit, he's just let me in. I can't believe it. And right in the middle of the conversation I'm having with him, he's talking about the things that he's giving, you know, he's grassing himself up left, right, and centre, essentially, and all his friends. He grabs me, he lunges at me and grabs me between the legs. And apparently, anyway, I come out of there because I wasn't allowed to react. I had to step. I said, could you mind if I just step out for a minute? So I stepped out. I started walking towards my car, and I was so angry. I was so imagining hitting him right in the bracket with a big man fist that I didn't have, by the way. And I so imagined it so hard that made me so sick. And I was throwing up over the side of the motorway railing. And the producer that was with us filming, the main producer, had pulled in front of me and was filming me. And if you could hear her, you'll see my belly moving slightly. I've put the video, that little bit of video on there. You can see me laughing a little bit because she's saying to me, Shy, I'm so sorry. Instead of coming to help you, I'm filming you throwing up over the side of the road and all the rest of it. And I saying to her, will you stop making me laugh? I'm trying to throw up. And that was, okay, unusual events and things that happened in my life I didn't expect to be able to be brave enough to do. But I knew why I was doing it, so I was going to do it no matter what. I knew I wasn't going to be that person. But they did not expect me to be. They genuinely expected me to tip over the edge and behave differently.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, we share so much in common. Like, I've had a really unusual life too. And I had an accident like 6 years ago, and I've been in kind of like a psychological, like an accident and then some personal, really deep stuff. And so I was in like seclusion for 6 years, more or less. But it's just, to me, the whole stuff is just so crazy. But I'm curious about your politics over there. Is there a lot of division And I found that fact because it is true. Like what happens over here spreads around the world. And I was wondering about that. Is there like division
It's worse
like
than
there is over here?
guys a bit. It's worse than that. We sort of follow you around like little puppies. You know, our special relationship. Don't forget that. Jeez. But no. It's, yes, division, absolutely. At the moment, it's absolutely, there's Labour, which I suppose would be your Democrats. If the Republicans are the Conservatives, have I got that right? So we already hate the Conservatives already and are trying to plan ways of their demise. And we don't really like Labour either because we think they're too wishy-washy, but they are so divided. It's always everyone's fault, and they're so focused on what he didn't do at a party, and I don't care anymore, just nick him, get it done. And they've gotten rid of him, and he stayed put, and they've gotten rid of him, and to be honest with you, people are utterly fed up with it. I know everyone can be a bit political, everyone can, but I think we're fed up with all of them. We just want them all to stop piss-arsing about and get on with the business of, for example, Germany's doing so much better financially than us and other countries. We should be up there as well. We're not that stupid and we're not that poor. So we should be doing better, and we're not. So the politics over here is what we would like to have, a completely different one to the one we have. In fact, I would love to have Ricky Gervais as the Prime Minister for 6 months, and then someone else for 6 months, and never let them be in there for too long. But give them the power to actually make the changes quicker than they do it. But they really need to get rid of. We've got a system over here where and I'm sure you have a similar system, but we have the House of Commons where all the MPs that we vote for go in and debate and scream and yell at each other. Then they decide they're going to make a rule, and then that goes to the House of Lords, which we did not elect. Nobody's elected. Then they've just been deemed lords by various prime ministers. Leaving prime ministers are allowed to make some lords, and then some are just made lords by the Queen and that lord, the King now. That we don't like them. We just think they're. We want them to go away. We're not going to call them names, although we'd love to. We want them to go away, and it just be the House of Commons, and then a committee that will allow rules that go through it, so that the House of Lords can sit legally, but they don't need to sit the way they do, because ultimately, if they say no, then everything that the House of Commons have tried to work for can be completely wiped out. So it's very frustrating. You can't get anything done, certainly, while everyone's in-house fighting and all the rest of it. So we all feel like we're sitting here waiting for them to sod off, really. Boris Johnson's a giant lying, two-faced baby having, and I only mean that by he cheated on his wife, liar. He's a giant liar. I know the truth of it, poked him in the face. And his friend Keir, I've worked with Keir. Keir's he could do with softening his haircut a bit and being someone else. And
I think you have more people that are disgusted with the system over there, but then you have the king, and everybody adores the king, you know, and the monarchy. So
weirdest thing is happening. The weirdest thing is happening. There seems to be this movement of turning against. Now they started it just before the Queen started. Was in the later years of her life, and actually, in all fairness, everyone, and probably including myself, said, "Shut your mouth until she's gone. She's going. What you doing?" And eventually, what it is they're saying, and they've got a very good point, and I can't argue with them. I'm not a royalist, but I'm not a hater either. I don't like hate of any form. I just think it's blind, and I don't like fighting blind. They seem to feel that, well, no, they're absolutely right, that there has been a history of slave trade exploitation within the family going back years. And the truth of the matter is that Queen Victoria was the first to try and make the difference, and Queen Elizabeth certainly made more difference. But there is no doubt, and you cannot argue the fact that while they're sitting there with a crown on their head with the Star of India in it, they have exploited some dreadful choices that the royalty have made over the years, and they need to put that right. And I think I would be happy, and I think they want to. They're looking at it, and they're starting to get a lot of kickback from that. Now the mum's not here. The Queen was the one everyone loved. Prince Charles
We like him. He's a tree hugger and he's a sweetheart. Prince William, dodgy Tinophile, can go fuck off. But the rest of the family are good, hardworking people, and they're all right. There's nothing going on there. I don't have any problem with them, except for maybe they should do that recompense thing a bit faster, because there's a lot of people that their entire bloodline have been exploited to the point where there's just them left and there's nothing. When in fact they own most of what one particular museum in this country owns, or says it owns. Like we've got Sphinx, little mini Sphinx here. That was definitely not built in England. Don't care what they say. That definitely looks a bit Egyptian to me. I think you stole it, didn't you? And by the way, I've just seen him come on, and I know that I don't know if I can make him a speaker, but Tupac, yeah? I don't know if you can hear me, sweetheart, but I heard you the other day. Giant, enormous, hairy hugs to you, darling. I am so sorry that you've been left to the doxy dogs. You are right about the answer. Stay together. Stay with your friends. Stay with the people you love. There is another answer, but that's really for maybe not. I don't know if the Americans deal with it the same way as the British. The British, we've got more laws against what they're doing, yeah? Over there, they seem to let them beat the shit out of you. But what they are doing to you, what the stalkers, because that's what they are, darling, not anything else. Their style of stalking to you is different, but they're stalkers. Hands down, stalkers. Stalkers using something called fair gaming. They're fair gaming you, which includes all the doxing and stuff, and also scaring the crap out of you, your kids, and all the rest of it. That's all part of it. We've seen it for years, and there are ways to do it. But I think Guy is right. I don't think the American system is quite geared for it the way it is over here. My stalkers and doxer went to jail, and then came out and tried it again and got sent back to jail. They stopped doing it after that. But there are some I know who have been doxed and stalked, famous people you wouldn't even believe, even to this day. And the courts are only just starting to pull it together. Sky News, we've helped pull this together. We didn't do it, by the way. We started it, but the other people brought it home, where they're bringing new laws now. If you're a stalker victim, which you would be, you would report it to a stalker unit that's just been funded, and you would get an advocate, not only to survive it, but to cover you and go and check all these things like the doxing documents and all that, to protect you wholly from everything a stalker does, not just the fact that they upset you. They don't. They're called the one of the things that they do is called fiffing you. Yeah, fiff, F-I-F. It means fuck it forward. I'm really sorry, Tupac, but that's honestly what it means. And the idea is that they lay something in your head now, like, oh, did you see? I'll give you an example of a fuck it forward, all right? To a kid, here we go. Santa will dress up as Santa and go and do something entirely inappropriate with this child. And then when the child goes to report it, it reports Santa came and did stuff to me. And of course, most people will go, no, he didn't, darling. You've imagined that. You've imagined that. And if the child comes forward and says, oh, yeah, the devil just, because the offender's dressed like that. And we get that. It's called fuck it forward. And they've turned it to a new style lately, I've noticed, where they try to lay a path of crap on you to see if you'll fuck yourself forward, to see if they can make you, like, explode, like, go mad, lose the plot and not appear to keep stiff upper lip and all that. That's all part of what they call fiffing you. And that's exactly what I was listening to when I heard you speak, when I last heard you speak, which I think was yesterday. But I'm going to shut up now and tell you giant hugs, mate. And if I can ever be of any help to you, even if it's just to throw you some support, then right here, Silent. Don't forget to say your good. Right. Did I do something? Am I supposed to do a thing?
No, I guess just nobody has anything to say. I don't know a lot really about the UFO stuff. I just was wondering about Stephen Greer, if anybody knew anything about that, because I was just kind of curious. Just from, like, I'm kind of like you, though. I can kind of, like, feel falsity stuff. And I only heard him once, and I just wasn't really interested in hearing him ever again. So I kind of figure follow my gut, right?
Yes.
Anybody? Yeah.
The one thing I have definitely learned is our instincts are much stronger than we ever give them credit for. And we have people around us all the time saying, no, don't trust your instinct, don't act on your instinct, fuck off. I'm going to leave my instinct. I don't like your, go away. I don't normally need more than that, to be honest with you. But if I can sense that they're not being honest, even if, whatever, if I can sense they're not being honest, it shuts me down on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, I like to consider everything, but I do consider my time kind of, you know, valuable. Like, I really, in my opinion, think that, like, the Betty and Barney Hill, I give that a whole lot of credibility, right? People on here that I hear, I give them a whole lot of credibility, experiencers, Um, yeah, so I think there's a whole lot of credibility to it, and a whole lot of discrediting and stuff like that. So I think it's all going to come out, though, actually, but I'm an eternal optimist, so we shall see.
I agree. I think it is. I think we're coming into the era of it. There's a sense that it's coming to be that time where people who have power, who didn't previously have power, now that some of the obstacles are out of the way, I'm not saying that they can take it all the way home, but they can get it maybe to the next step. Till in the end, the public can hear, well, what they need to hear to make good choices, to good decisions, all of the information, not just bits of it. And also watching them tear to pieces people who have valid evidence, valid information. I recognise that in my field. And when you were talking about, I know it isn't the same field. My field is over here, far away from your field. Your field is ufology. My field is catching paedophiles. And when you catch them and put them in jail, most people think that they're little, quiet, scared, frightened little mice of people, and they're not. Most of the female and male paedophiles that I've put in jail are spiteful, horrible baggages who want the end of my life when I've done this. And that's always been a protective shield we've always had. Now we have it, and we know why, and we know where it's coming from, and we know what's going on. You, on the other hand, you guys have no idea why this is. You know where it's coming from, but you don't know why. They're picking people to pieces and trying to make them look like they're not credible, and why they're trying to make a bigger list of what we describe as the uncredibles. Nah, you can't listen to him. He's a bit, there was a woman that went missing here a little while back, and I think this was what I mean exactly. She went missing out of the blue. She was out walking her dog, and what had really happened was that as she was walking along her dog along the river bank, she fell into the river and immediately drowned. Now, for a period of time there, they didn't know that is what had happened to her. They thought that she'd been. Well, they didn't dismiss anything, and when they were looking, within 2 days of her going missing, the police thought it was fair and reasonable to put out that she was going through the menopause, that she'd had mental health problems, and had in the past been a bit suicidal. What? So before you even know where she is or what's happened to her, you got to know 3 things about her. So if we do ever find her, by the way, don't we know a lot of things about her that just are just serving to undermine her? And I just remember thinking, wow. So you can just call her names even though you don't know where she is. And they did get attacked for that, by the way. They did have a go. They did have a go at the police for doing that, and they did apologise. But it did seem, why on earth do you need to say this about this poor missing lady? Just because you can't find her, you little git. And by the way, she was about 20 foot away from where she'd been lost initially. So where hundreds of policemen had stood, and she was just 20 foot down the way. But I've helped lots of police forces around the world. I helped the Canadian police force to help catch someone called Son of God. Oh, and God. I helped them catch God, but then I had to help them catch Son of God, who thought that he was all that and some more. And in the end, he was brought down by his own greed and PayPal. Yay! So getting PayPal to agree to fight. So there is all this espionage is not the word, the lies, the layers, the tricks. That's all what we're used to seeing from what we call sexual terrorists. You, on the other hand, are just witnesses to extraordinary events that, well, maybe as one person said, not necessarily in our pantheon to always understand what we've seen, but we know we fucking saw it, and you can't put that past us. We're not stupid that way. We might not necessarily always get what we saw, but we fucking saw it, and we know we did. And we might not necessarily understand all that, but we know, and then we're not silly. And we do get it, and I have noticed more than I've noticed before how hard people work to undermine people who are just trying to speak, just trying to tell. Frankly, I wouldn't care if they came on and said, by the way, I'm the lizard queen, and I've got 15 lizard babies, 2 King Charles, and 4 other things. I wouldn't care. If that's their story, I'm going to listen. Why the hell not? I remember when I couldn't get anyone to listen to me. I was in the darkness for years, mate. And then it took a news program, a television program, to pull us all, my entire family, for decades, out of the darkness. Shine a bit of light on the truth, and off it went. It was like a rollover effect. Once it started, you couldn't really stop it. And when I heard what they were doing to Tupac in his description of it, you could hear, by the way, the pain that they had caused him just in the way he was describing it. And I just thought to myself, I cannot wait until he sees the day that tumbles. That he sees the day that the perpetrators of that bullshit, when it becomes, you can't foresee it now. I couldn't then when it was going on for me. But when I finally worked to get some of the laws changed, that's what I do, blah, 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 and did all of that and made it so that stalkers had a better shout of it, yeah? I know that's not true over in America, but that's what I had to do. And honestly, mate, I can't even spell incongruity or some of the bloody words they use. I can't even spell it. I use that thing on the laptop. You speak to it and it prints it out for you. But I've got to be careful with that because it says things I don't tell it. But I don't know. I would say that there will come. He will have his day, and the worst part is that all we've got to do is be really careful to keep and capture, faithfully record absolutely every shred of evidence of what those people did to him, and his day will come. It really will. I just know that it's maybe not in the arena that it is right now, but there are people like you out there. Believe me, it's going to change.
I do hope you're right because yeah, I think it's like they can't keep it quiet anymore, right? Because of spaces and just people are angry, when it's coming out how much they're hiding, and hopefully it'll just be like an avalanche.
I think it will be, and I think to begin with, it might be too much to begin with. But then I think that, as with all things, it'll be big, it'll be massive, it'll be too much. Everyone will be. I don't think anything will happen to the world. I think what will happen is the people on the world will change, but the world itself won't change. Just people living on it. they're going to change. And I hope that changes Kissy and not Smacky.
Yeah, I sent my friend a tweet the other day, and I said I'm gonna have to skip 1,000 lifetimes to get over this one.
That's another thing as well. I mean, gosh, more and more and more as I get older and closer to the end quarter of my life, shut up, don't say a word. And I am left to wonder, really feel that this can't be the only time I've been on this place. Not that I have memories of lost, past lives or any of that. Nothing like that. I just mean, really? There are some things I'm looking at that just scream, yes, we have. But we've decided that's maybe not as important as some of the other garbage they can put around it. I can remember watching that show, that show that showed you a building that was made, a massive, huge temple-like building, almost city-like building, carved in stone right by the water, and it was made like 300 years ago. And I'm looking at it going, you had architects back then. So what happened to all these smart, bright people over the years? What happened to them? Where did they all go? Why did we didn't carry on? And then come in the stories about, well, apparently the really smart people had an argument with the aliens. They all blasted each other out of the sky, and the clever, smart ones went to under Earth, and they built the rest. They carried on building their lives there, and they still exist there. And certain people have found them, and like that. What's it? Somebody Bird. Mr. Sailor Bird found a hole in the wall, but they went and looked, by the way, and there was no hole in the wall. But certainly there are massive underground expanses under Antarctica. We all know that. But after that, well, how many of us get to go there to have a look? We've really got to rely on everyone we send, and they're reporting back some pretty weird stuff. So I do think they are going to find stuff out. I'm just not entirely sure it's what they expect.
Yeah, things are so fascinating to me, right? Like I just like cruise all over, and there's a guy he has his regular space, right? And so I really can't talk to him that much because he's talking about all kinds of other stuff. But we were talking one day, and he was telling me that he knows like a relative of John Lear, and he was telling me some stuff about Antarctica. And yeah, there's definitely something there. I got to dig deep, but the person who he knows, who he actually had just seen not too long ago, is kind of like some kind of addict. I don't know if he's an alcoholic or whatever. So then there's that. But I'll dig for some more details from the guy, as opportunity permits. But then again, it's really hard for me to have a one-on-one conversation with him. But there's definitely something going on there.
Well, I don't know firsthand. I know because I've seen programs on Sky TV that they say that certain airplane pilots, there you go, that's what I'm thinking of, have flown over there and reported things that they thought were unusual going on the floor there, and that's as far as I am with that. I didn't get any further looking, but it certainly it keeps my interest going in the whole Hollow Earth thing. Although, like I said, para-curious, not para-convinced. I think if there's anything going on out there, it's probably us. And if there's a smarter version of us living underground, I'd fucking stay away from some of these people up here at all. Jeez Louise, would I? But living underground? Maybe. Living under the water? Possibly. Living up in the sky and hiding so we can't see them? Less likely. We kind of seem to spot them quite a lot.
Well, even if you think about it, right? Like take the Anunnaki theory, right?
Yeah.
If you were gonna go to a different planet, you would have to be adaptive to the planet, right?
Yes.
And so you would have to mutate. Excuse my limited language abilities. You would have to create a species that was adaptable to the habitat of that land, right? And so, of course, you'd be advanced enough to make yourself, your own bubble to live in that universe. But if you were going to create a species, it would have to be adaptable. So it'd be part you, uh, Anunnaki, right? Or whatever, or
Yeah.
seeded, or however you want to
Well, no.
verbalize it.
The Anunnaki, they're the ones known for having the very long heads. Yeah.
That's the original theory that came from Sumeria about and they've got the tree of life, and it's actually the basis of the Bible, right? It's the creation story originally came from Sumeria. So the Sumerians, I think, don't quote me on this. This is superficial research, but they have the Jeremiah Sitchins wrote about a planet Nibiru that came and it their gods wanted to create a slave race because they wanted to mine gold because they needed it to fix their planet, and so thus that's what created the human race.
That's kind of what I heard too.
Yeah, that they were supposedly the Anunnaki. Now I don't fall in line with that whole theory, but
I do think something from the sky came, only because some of their shit is incredible. Like that in the right place where they've got that that stone place where there's loads of faces embedded into the wall, and then suddenly out of the blue there's an alien face. Is that place, or are we talking about another place? Their place, the Anunnaki's place. It's got a special name which won't leap to my head. But there is evidence, like some of the old paintings made by clearly of the day, not made recently, and they've got UFOs in the back of the picture. So clearly something's there. Something's been going on. I wish I could do the travel back in thing. I would freaking love that.
you said the travel bags, the earth bags, is that what you?
Well, they say that the Anunnaki are people farmers who want the Earth's resources. Yeah? Apparently. That's apparently what's being said about them. And that they might have played about with our DNA a bit over time to make us a bit more Earth viable. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what their theory is, but I do know that some of their theory is based on things that are real, like pictures of what clearly looks like a freaking spaceman carved into the stone a zillion years ago. And you look at that and you think, well, unless you're winding me up about who carved that stone, how did you move something that big here? And Jesus Christ, there's a picture of you. And so there's a huge part of me that's going, well, why is it every time we see something with our eyeballs, they say, oh no, your eyeballs can't be trusted? That's probably been made by, I don't know, scousers and to piss you off. I don't know, just hoaxers. It's a fake. It's not real. Anything to make you not believe what you just saw. And I find it really hard to unsee a great big massive stone thing that I know we couldn't build. Even now we'd struggle to build, with pictures embedded of all kinds of stone carvings of people's of things' faces that all look like people. In all fairness, until it comes to the alien. And that's clearly a fucking alien. And I'm thinking, okay, who did you see? And again, I think the best argument I ever heard for the other thing was that I have a feeling it was that. Oh, I can't remember his name, but I call him Technology because he drives me up the wall. He doesn't say technology properly. He says technology. And his hair's all over the place and he looks a bit mental. And he drives me up the wall. But anyway, he says things that actually sometimes make some sense, which is that the Egyptians had life-like things made of them, busts and pictures and the like, yeah? And that if you had made them to look like big, scary fuckwits, then you'd have died. You wouldn't have survived that. So you can't give them great big double heads that look like cones if that isn't what they actually look like. So that I kind of go along with. That premise I do go along with.
Yeah, there's a lot like Gobekli Tepe, and I think that they have those earth bags, like those little things that they carry around on there. I just think they left codes and stuff like that, or I don't know. Um, I don't really follow so much. It's hard for me to follow anything deep, but I do think like those are other things with all the earth probing technology and stuff that we have. We'll be finding a lot of stuff hopefully, and
I find it stunning. We can map freaking Mars, but we can't tell you what's under the water on our own planet. Just what's all down there, please. That would then finish any argument that we've got and under their base going on. But if we can go up on the moon, walk around and faff about, how come we can't take a decent picture of under the water? I do wonder.
yeah, we need to use AI and like make us a bunch of little tiny robot spies to go all over the place and find out stuff.
Oh,
They won't be human.
You invite me to speak, then you mention tiny AI robots.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I actually believe tiny AR robots are going to overtake the world.
Yeah, well, I think they should have already. When I left this room a few hours ago, I think I was talking about how Google had an X Prize to that effect with moonshot robots. They were taunting us to build back 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and then they stopped cold turkey. I think it's because it was too good of an idea.
And too soon. Everyone would have too soon. Now, however, they keep saying it's too soon, and they should regulate before they let it out. But I think it's too late. It's again with the same with the internet. They let it out the bag first, and then try to put a police station in it. Dumbass. They should regulate this first, and then let it out. Too late. They've let it out, and now they want to regulate it. Good luck with that.
Yeah, agreed.
Good. I hope but I tell you this, I can't wait. As a disabled person stuck in a wheelchair, I can't wait until I can tell that little spider down there to go and make me a cup of coffee.
100%. I love the concept of the spider ones.
Well, just because they get about everywhere, they can crawl up and down on walls. It's just like you get a dog and they just run along. A spider, well, they can crawl everywhere, and apparently they hear me and see me and rush towards me every time. And in my house, I don't call them spiders; they're called spider bastards. But only when no one's listening, because I'm not.
You got them already? This is like one of those conspiracy things. You think they're out and about now?
No, I live right next to I live right out in the place called, what it's called. It's known in England. It's called fucking nowhere. No, I live out in the countryside in Birch, right next to some big fields, and some of the biggest hairy ass spiders have crawled up out of that field. There was one.
Oh,
Swear to God, it had a knife. If I'd looked closer, I'd have been able to see, but I had the wrong glasses on. It came up here and it looked like it had muscles and tattoos. Oh, it was just hairy arms. But it was, honest to God, starting to freak me out. It was bigger than the rats I sometimes see running across the back of Moat Hollow. And I did have a long talk with it, and we discussed it all the way to the door. No amount of blowing would shoo it out, so I'm afraid it was gently assisted, but because I can't kill it. But oh my God, it looks like it would eat me if I fell asleep. So no, the spider bite. But I often, whenever I think of little robots, I'm very, very took in with Will Smith's iRobot, and what was that other one that I loved by Tom Cruise called? You fucking liar. No, that's not what it's called. It was called
and the police one. I know what you're talking about. Minority Report.
Minority Report. Like, I'm going to make it up and just nick you anyway. Yes. That's kind of how it is over here, by the way, and probably over there. But Minority Report really, really affected me in my brain when I watched it, because obviously it has a theme, as you know, which is also within my arena. And I'm watching it and I'm like, I actually ended up feeling sorry for the people that were just about to murder their wives. And I did think to myself, I never want to be able to know just before you're going to do it, so I can stop you and then trust you to carry on and never murder anyone else. It was a really massive premise. It was kind of like, for the first time, I think it was brought to me as thought police. Is that what I'm thinking of? The idea police thought.
It's got to be that way. We're going towards something like that because the bad guys, it's not going to be about murdering your wife. It's going to be about cutting off the bad AIs.
And well, that's the thing. Did you notice? No, of course you didn't. You don't monitor my feed, but on my feed, I put this tweet that went down there where they're saying that they've got this thing that they can put in your head and read your mind. Did you see that?
Well, I did not see that, but that's just been mainstream science for a while now. Ever since the electroencephalograms, we've been improving that. We've been cost reducing it, making it into video game controllers. And so implanting it for the disabled is the next logical step. I mean, not even next logical. That's still probably 5-year-old technology.
But the idea that then if they can read your mind, yeah, then say for example, you've decided today that little Miss or Mr. Thing is going to get some, whether they like it or not. Are they going to be able to see that thought and then intervene and stop you, or are you going to be convicted for something you didn't do yet? Is it going to be? It's a hard one. It threw me through a loop.
The implants are supposed to be for the physically disabled. Most people aren't going to have the knife taken to them. That kind of interface is going to be through glasses and other, external things. Earbuds will be big, just talking to them instead of seeing, or, any sort of earbud could do subvocalization, basically. Not quite thought reading, but, not bad either.
Well, I have got to tell you, when I first started, this was maybe 25 years ago on the internet. Yeah, this is when GIFs were all that you could get, and that was high tech if you got a GIF on your website. But I remember that they would do you speak to it and you teach it voice commands and all the rest of it. And when it first came out, mate, it was mental. I would ask things to do things and they were not doing the things they were asked to do. So I sort of gave up on all that and thought, what a load of old tosh. And then I sort of come back to the world of it with new eyes because of I had a blank page in 2020. I come back to it with a different set of eyes. And frankly, I can't wait until there's a robot that will help me. Well, I write books and I don't want a robot to write a book for me or AI to write a book or someone to write it better than me. I'm dead good at it. Shut up. I'm an international best-selling awful, according to predictive text. So I don't want them to write stories. I think that would be a human thing forever. But I would like it if they could help me spell properly and say words that mean things and bring something to the table, which they sometimes do. I can't wait, actually. I think that AI is going to be a great helper for people like me who are stuck in a wheelchair and can't do very much unless I'm helped.
Amen.
I can move my arms and stuff like that, and move me upper part of my body. Just the rest of me is just not as cooperative.
You seem to be the sweet spot for, who AI is going to help. There's going to be a lot of resistance because humans are going to be like, yeah, don't do that for me. But for the disabled, it's even a bad word, right? You can't say that these days. But, for the physically challenged, it's going to be such a boon.
Not even just the physically challenged. I mean, I deal with people every day, or used to. Sorry, that's not been true for the past 2 years. So always sort of give me 2 years back when I say that, because I don't mean immediately recently. But we used to deal a lot with people with severe and post-traumatic stress, and people who were people, autistic people who couldn't step outside of their boundaries. And so very often just letting them, for example, I worked with Microsoft for 2 minutes on this, the head of then Microsoft, Michael someone, and essentially we were making a game, a program where you put the VR headset on and it could put you in the space of doing an interview for a job, or it could take you down the shops to buy some food, or it could take you to the bank. Things that were mundane to most people, and you wouldn't put them in the game, but would be really helpful for shut-ins and people who are locked in mentally. And I was doing a lot of that, and I wanted to get back to that because I just thought, obviously, my son was born fine. He had his injections, his measles, mumps, and rubella, and he got pneumococcal meningitis, and he didn't get it from the thing. He just got very sick after he had the injections from a cold, and he lost his hearing. So he's cochlear hearing, and I can't wait for things to help him more, because I mean life's pretty dull for him in terms of he literally his life is viewed through the tunnel of cochlear hearing, and they asked someone recently, someone who had been hearing a teenager, lost their hearing, and then got the cochlears fitted, and were asked, "What is it you can hear?" And they said, "Well, it's a bit like listening to a Dalek." So my son can hear Daleks all the live long day. Otherwise, he's deaf and he can do sign language and lip reading and all the rest of it, and so can mummy. But the whole process of the way that they have, I'm watching them online, and I'm watching them find people who are honestly just witnesses. They're witnesses to events, and they're trying to disclose what they saw. And some people are being absolutely horrid to them, and I know why. I can almost hear the fear in their voice when they're saying, "Liar!" No, well, you should be saying, "I'm frightened of you. Go away." Yeah, I can almost hear it, although that's not what they're saying at all. But I've been trying really hard to sort of correlate. You see, I don't know enough about the smart stuff, physics. I wish I'd. Obviously, I didn't get any schooling. I finished the tiny bit of school I did get. Uneducated is the best way to put that, and physics are just this long word, and I sort of understand a little bit of physics. I mean, the real basics.
I would volunteer a lot of audible audio books that you can listen to with these wonderful narrators who are reading books who are written by people who are truly trying to make it accessible. So you get this double benefit, a great reader and a great thinker who's really going out of their way to make it digestible. I
Yes,
mean, there's some famous ones like A Brief History of Time. It's a bit dated now, but things like that from Stephen Hawking
I
really.
I read, I read it when it came out, but look, like I say, at 2020, I got a blank page, and everything that I'd learned or taken in before then left me.
Oh, I see. Wow.
And what I have is three great big computers full of things I've done and memories, and I'm only just starting to remember it all.
But like you say, blank slate, you can use it as a fresh mindset.
Yeah, no, I promise you, I'm trying to do that. It's also taught me that, especially coming into this subject again, that I really don't fucking know half as much as I think I know. And that whilst I thought most people maybe didn't really get it, I realised just listening to you guys, you do get it. You get it and then some. And if I wanted to take a corner and have a fight, I'd have most of you in the corner with me.
Yeah, this is a really unique group here. I've never encountered anything like the people I found on Twitter Spaces.
Like I say, I've been on Skype for 25 years. This has been the best. I mean, I don't know what Elon had in mind, but I think it's because of the
It,
people, and in part because of people like Logan.
yeah, it came before him. This goes back to 2020. Don't give too much credit to
Oh,
to
gosh, my mate. You see, I didn't know. I thought you was a brand new thing, but you're not. You've been here since. Oh well, look, you've been here since I had my strokes. That's not fair.
well,
No,
Spaces, I'm saying Spaces is not new. This
right.
feature.
Well, it puts me in mind of my early doors when we very first picked up CB radios, and we could talk to people that we'd never. You couldn't see them, but you would talk to them and come up with new language and all the rest. This is so much better than that because I can see, not necessarily see their mouths moving, but I can see them and their faces, and you can hear them and you can hear their lovely voices. And
Yeah, 100%. Apparently, there was Clubhouse first, and Discord was somewhat along these lines, but they got something right here, and then I think they put the button to bring it up at the main Twitter user interface at the bottom. I think that's might have been Elon's contribution saying, hey, this is something we want to promote more.
Well, very just on that, yeah. I'm never sure. I understand. Obviously, I do understand in general what the technology is, but we never did have a Phoenix voice out loud on the Twitter Spaces, and this would be brand new for us if we ever did it. And I just thought to myself, no, I need to spend some time around some of these spaces to see how they're done, because I listened to this bloke yesterday on one of the other spaces called Web 2 something, do as you're told or else. I can't remember. But essentially he was saying, don't go putting your hand up all the time. Don't put your, I see you there doing that. But they're like, I can't answer you that. I'm like, oh, steady on, mate. I've probably made all of these mistakes. Thankfully, though, it looks like nobody could see me because I was on the wrong system. But he was telling you off the mistakes that you can make as a listener. Well, actually, what would really be nice is they could put a little list of what makes a good listener in somewhere and what makes a bad one. And that would help because
I would tell you it varies from room to room. Like, yeah, it varies. It's not one set of rules here.
well, when Guy was singing with his guitar, that was just amazingly lovely.
I missed a guy singing.
Yeah, he was. Oh, you should have heard him, mate. He's funny as fuck. Funny, very funny as ordinary. Not, sorry, these are colloquialisms. You can't even say it.
No, I love it. Like people like Guy, I feel I know, and that's just amazing to me after this short period of time on Spaces. Like you who I just met today can refer to someone who I've only known for a month, and I'm like, yeah, I'm totally on the same page.
I've been following him around because he does know his stuff when it comes to the paranormal, the UFO stuff. Certainly in England, he certainly seems to have a knowledge that is not just what you've read out of a book. You can tell by listening to him. He's and I like listening to people that feel safe to listen to. You just relax into them and let them get on with it. I like those sort of people.
Who are we talking about? Guy? Guy likes
Yeah.
poetry too, doesn't he?
Yeah. I didn't know, but I know that he writes good songs.
So yeah, the folks I'm meeting here on Spaces are as much like celebrities to me as any celebrities in my life. This is like so much better of a way to do it. Like I'm super pumped that this is just the beginning of all this. I can't imagine how much cooler it's going to get.
Oh, you're not going to believe me, but this is the first time I've spoken in public for years. I have to tell you, I did do a tiny little piece for the BBC Newsnight some years ago about the CI the child sexual abuse inquiry. I just did a little piece to camera, but I haven't spoken publicly for years, and this will be my first ever time exclusively speaking just here. And if the rest of my people knew I was doing this, they'd be shocked. They wouldn't believe I was doing it. Especially if I bring Sarah, Jesus Christ, they'd be like, oh, they're talking out loud. Because we don't, as a rule, do that unless it's strictly documentary type stuff, yeah? You hear us in a very scripted way. So they're going to be shocked. They're chuffed shocked, please shocked. But this is my, I've never done this before and they know it.
Yeah, the unscriptedness of that feed a hunger is being fed here that like say YouTube never could because those things are so highly scripted.
Yes.
And yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I'm just winging it, man. I just wing everything in my life and I question everything. That's how I got here.
I like that though. That to me is an absolute
it's a very Canadian
plus.
thing, I think, just loving everybody and to ask him what, I guess.
Well,
yeah, I must be Canadian then, because I feel the same way. I just wing it too, and
you've
like
got a fella over there called Julian Scherer, and he wrote a book called One Child at a Time, and he helped bust a massive ring over there with the Son of God. And I'm in his book. He explains how I helped them. Now, please understand, when I say I helped them, I didn't mean I was part of the FBI team, like, you know, on the television. I meant that, unlike lots of people, I've been identified as a victim of horrible sex crimes from paedophiles. You don't need me to go through the list. You already know, yeah? So, horrible pictures of me as a child. And they know, they put all the people in jail. Everyone's been convicted. I agreed to let them use my pictures to trick them and catch them. So they were my pictures of bad things that were happening to me, and I let them use them to go and catch the Canadian bad people. And the Son of God tried speaking to me, dickhead. Yeah, do I look... Sorry, I didn't mean to call him that. I mean, what an idiot, really. Honestly, you're going to come near me and try and talk to me. But in his attempt to talk to me, he showed himself, and then the Canadian police did all of their very, very big cleverness to catch him. And when they did, they took down a massive paedophile ring, and they saved, I think, about 40 children from various bad places. So I love the Canadian police. I've got a big soft place for them. They always send me something at Christmas and say Happy Christmas, Sherry.
I think they do a lot more about the sex trafficking thing in other countries, because I meet more people in spaces from other countries, but I've only met one person in America that's actually like really active, let's just say. So yeah, it's crazy.
Well, over here, the child protection face has changed. If anything, the system itself has dropped the ball massively, and it's down to people, their smartness and their sticking to the law and understanding the law now to get forward. That's sort of starting to change a bit now, and I think it will change more, but not back to the old way it used to be. I think, for example, there are some women who are reporting that they were, up until today, they were reporting that they were being abused or stalked and harassed by an ex, and instead of just arresting them and dealing with it, they were pointing them at the private courts. Now, over here, we don't do that. I know that in America, you can take people to court for an awful lot of things in the public courts, private courts, as it were. But over here, we expect the criminal courts to deal with it. And when they weren't, it was shocking, really.
Yeah, in
And
Canada they call that civil court. So it's
that's
like
it,
you
civil
can
courts,
pay for a
yes.
lawyer, you can go civil, or you can just like literally make a new account and lay low for a little bit, is what I was told. So it's like, all right, thanks.
That's a bit like, what pisses me off about that, darling?
It's
It's a bit like
wild.
saying, don't walk in the dark and you'll be safe. You can sod off. How about you make the darker safer? Why is it up to her to be less victim and not up to you to be less git? I'm sorry. I am an advocate, though. Remember that. That's my argument job. I'm a fighter.
Well, you're not afraid of the darkness when you're like actually being the fucking light. You know what I mean?
Oh no, mate. Oh mate. When it comes to, I know exactly what they're gonna. I know exactly what they're gonna do and what it is they want from me, and I don't mind playing along just long enough for the police to catch them, and that's what I would do. I just haven't done it for years, and so now I'm sort of thinking, oh geez, all those people I put in jail or helped, to put in jail, be getting out soon. So that was why I thought I would change my name, but now I realise I don't actually care. Bring it, mate. I am me, and I'm oh, look at that. Sorry, something just come up on my feed from Zach Logan, and that's wow. Yes.
Yeah, honestly, I go by Hey Ocean because people would say my name like with a question mark at the end, or I used to be Ocean Emily, so the old school people still know me as Emily, which is kind of interesting
Well,
and
we
cool.
can't call you Ocean. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I used to be Ocean Emily, so some old school people on Twitter still call me Emily, but like people be like Ocean, like, and so I just changed it to Hey Ocean because it's just like that's how I want to be addressed, I guess. I don't know. I'm goofy, but whatever.
I'm just making sure. that I have done.
Ocean, you rock.
I'm just working out how to make this happen so that I don't have to come in and overtake your spaces. I don't want to do that to you, but eh?
If it were a problem, people would be correcting you, Shy. You've been promoted to co-host. You can do anything you want.
Oh, right. Okay, well, in that case, sex talk. Here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't know anything about that. But no, I've been really intrigued. Let me just look at this. Jesus Christ. I've just looked at my Twitter feed. It has come alive. I am so sorry. I was so busy looking at this thing that
I was gone for a few hours, and you've been here in apparently a fairly high profile for quite a few hours. That'll help people find you.
okay, that I'm gonna walk away with a ginormous head, you realise that, and I'm gonna tell all my friends that I did that.
Well, and if you rinse and repeat every day, if you like drop in on Logan's rooms, that's a great place to start because he's always got something going, That effect just continues from there.
How do I retweet this space?
So you'll see a little up arrow. It looks like a tray with an up arrow at the very
Oh yeah.
You click that, you say share via, and then you choose usually Twitter.
Share.
Yeah, because here on UFO Twitter, we consider everything, and because we consider everything, we know stuff.
And interestingly, the rooms surrounding UFO Twitter are all quite polite. It's just a very interesting, delightful group of people. Not at all what you'd expect of the Twitter reputation.
I am not used to doing it on this phone. It is teeny weeny, made for people with itty bitty eyes and itty bitty fingers. Hang on. So, all right, there, that. Oh no, that's not that. That's not even how you spell that. Sorry. U F O. That's tofu, you silly woman.
Yeah, so a lot of people, you're doing the right thing. A lot of people follow that hashtag UFO Twitter, so that's a good move. That'll help promote it.
UFO. Because I want to be useful, and I know it's useful to do that. And
well, we're sharing the space, so you're all in my family now. So
And then if it's tricky, you can just tweet the space for the practice. You don't have to get the hashtag exactly right. There will be many more opportunities, I promise.
I think I did it. I
And
can't be sure.
oh yeah, you can check your feed, but now that you've done it, now that you've been in a room, the algorithm is also going to step in a lot. And so when you check the little bell in the lower right of the normal UI, the one that shows when you're not in a room, you will see suggested. This room, usually Logan's and others like it. Not that there's anything like Logan's rooms.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That is not Elon. That is Elon. Fuck off. Excuse me. He is not writing to me. Let me just double check that.
Oh, you saw what I put in the nest there. I shared in the nest a tweet there.
No, I've got another Elon Musk following me again. I'm just going to have to block him 1 sec.
You don't, if you want to block, why, if you don't mind it, you don't know which accounts are really Elon. He paid 40 billion for this thing.
I know.
Some of these accounts are going to be him. Just keep that in mind. Funny
well,
ones.
I'll stop doing that then.
Yeah.
Okay, so brilliant. In word infinitum.
Yeah, I just tell him I'm manifesting a Tesla, and he can send me one.
And then see, I can do that. Wow. I didn't know any of this existed on Twitter. I've got to be honest with you. I thought it was just tweets. But
Well,
then
yeah, it's
that
been
was.
promoted recently. It's been built up. Now imagine you spent 40 billion on this. You have a company called SpaceX, and you feel like, everyone ought to get on the same page. Like what began with Twitter was the right idea. And you are a hands-on kind of guy like Elon. He's going to be all over this. You're going to run into him a couple times a week without knowing it because he's going to join the groups where it's civilized discourse like this. UFO Twitter is going to be exactly the kind of thing he'll be drawn to, probably some cryptocurrency groups, but the polite ones. He's not going to be in the places where people are yelling over each other. So keep an open mind about, who you might really be talking to here. A lot of bigger people, bigger, not that, you want to elevate them too high, but
Yeah.
it's an interesting mix.
You know that Brandon Fugel from Skinwalker Ranch? He has just posted, what is happening here? YouTube appears to be removing content featuring or even merely reviewing the movie Sound of Freedom for violating community guidelines. Oh, right. That's got nothing to do with the thing I was thinking. This is something else. I'm always interested in why people are removing content and all the rest of it, but that's not really within this. Hey, that's correct. Review. Hey, yes, that's correct. Sorry.
I call it the Twitterverse now.
Yes. I must admit, I do call it that too. I'm just looking for. My picture says I'm in a chat. Cool.
Another good tip. If anybody is of interest to you, just go to their profile, and if there's a glowing ring around it, you can drop into whatever room they happen to be in if they're doing a room.
Oh, wow. And how do
And
you do a room?
it's
Not that I
333 on the East Coast, and it's an angel number and synchronicities. And Elon bought Twitter for spaces.
Well, do you know what? I don't know how I would feel if I bought something for 40, was it million?
Billion, 40
billion pounds, which, by the way, is numbers I can't even add up in my brain, can't conceptualize that, only to find out it was worth 4 million. That would upset me.
Yeah, so he's not doing this for its monetary value. He's looking for ways to monetize. You've got a blue check mark, so he got you too. But, this is about
No, I
shaping.
always had one. Not my fault. Honestly, they gave it to me when Sarah and I we worked for this newspaper for a little while, and when we came online because of them, and they gave us a blue tick, and they just never took it away.
Someone's probably paying for that for you, I would imagine.
Well, they did then take it away when he did his thing a few months back, yeah? And I've had to pay to have it put back because I just can't believe how nobody can hear me or is even responding to my tweets anymore. I feel like the account's been retarded.
Well, now you see the evil side. It's not quite evil, but Twitter was making only money through advertising, and that turns it into a compromised platform. It's, that's where things go wrong. So making more money from subscribers is better.
Well, when I lost my account there for a little bit, I just said, fuck it, fuck the whole thing. I'm just making a new thing. And so I made a new thing temporarily. And then when I got my old one back, it like right now it's not showing that I have the check mark in the space, which is kind of weird. But if I go to my profile, I do have the check mark still. So that's, oh, look, now it's back. That's weird. But I forgot where I was going with that now.
Well, I've had the check mark for 14 years, and when they put it back on some days ago.
So like the old account and the new account, they showed like totally different shit. You know what I mean? Like one, like I would just like notifications would come up, so I'd click on one, and then there'd be like spaces with the friends, and then like I get I go like click back to the other one, and I just scroll up to join the space in the my account, and like it's just different, totally different. It's very strange. And I only ever have one account, so I only ever see one perspective
Would you stop
until I
that,
lost
please?
my account, right? So
Well, that was just it. When they gave me that back, suddenly it all freed up again, which I thought was a thing. I don't know that I necessarily agreed with him doing that, but he's done it, and I have had to buy it to put it back. And lo and behold, now all of the services, with the exception if ever I was a professional creator, all the services and some more are back to me now, and I'm going to exploit things like this and have a go at, like, for example, I've got my website back again, shykeenan.com. And on there used to be my, I told you I've got some cameras pointing at wildlife around the house and all that. Well, the Moat Hollow one, I used to have that on the website, and so people could stare at it day and night and just have that on the live feed. I'm planning on figuring out how to do that again. But apparently I've got to learn code, so I'm crying at the moment.
I would look around. There's plenty of kickstarted products out there that will spare you from having to code. I would investigate
could you
before.
just be really good at picking up on algorithms instead of having to like learn the whole code? You could just you don't need to write the language. You can just like hear it.
Well, apparently what they've said is that I've got to go somewhere, cut and paste some code, embed it into my web page, and then trigger it to something, and then everyone will be able to see it again. Because I did put it on to begin with when the pandemic was here, so that people had a window to look out of. But now I just want it back because I love it to bits. I like watching it and staring at it. I had a whole family of partridges running through it the other day, and roebuck deers and rabbits and
Yeah, if it's for you, you should probably just look for, hunting cameras or something. They have so many things out there that would do this without you having to be technical. Hunter,
well, the ones I've got, the ones that they gave me, were called Foscams.
I don't know. So using your existing equipment, you'll have to accommodate the equipment. But if you're
Yeah,
starting with a fresh slate, I'm sure there's, better stuff.
I will do that, because I do know that ever since they've been going hunting for Bigfoot, all the cameras that will sit in a tree and do all the rest of it have suddenly upgraded massively. So
Yeah, and those people are not programming, I assure you.
no, you don't get the sense they're programming.
It's usually some web service, you stick a camera up, fill out some web forms and it just
I'm sorry, that's Sakura. Do you mind, darling? I'm honestly sitting trying to chat. No, there's nobody there. You're making that up. Now stop it. Come and talk to me about it. Sorry about that.
Your website is beautiful. Here, I'm going to throw it up on the screen.
Really? I made it ages ago, years ago. And then run away. We've got that one and the one for the Phoenix, which is the Phoenix Post. But that's all business and horrible things like that. Whereas shykeenan.com's a bit more just about me. Not the horrible bits. I promise you won't see any horrible bits on there. I don't. They're all tucked behind books and stuff. Will you stop it, or I am going to tell on you? Yeah, well, don't you even argue. How do you even get the right to argue?
You just got to implement a new behavior. So instead of barking, get your pup to come and sit instead of bark, and then give them a treat, and then they'll just do that behavior.
No, she's barking because she can hear Rick's in the room with me. Rick is one of our techie friends, and I can see him, and he doesn't think I can't see him, and I can see him. And he will, of course, be one of the very good friends of mine that knows that I've never done this before, and this is new to me. And that I would just like to say that aside from him being the most wonderful chap on the planet, he also likes to smack puppies. But other than that, he's a lovely bloke, honestly. Not really, he's going to kill me. Not really, he doesn't. He's a big squish and he helps me. In fact, he helped me do this today. It was him that got me the Twitter thing back and help me help me learn how to speak on live spaces. But we figured out what it was, by the way, Rick. You know what it was? It was because I think Logan told me it was because I wasn't doing it from my phone. I can't do this from my laptop is the problem. And now that I can do it on my phone, I can do it and do it a lot. I've been on for ages. They've been so nice to me.
It's quite surprising that you were able to be here as a lurker and nobody actually saw you. That's quite a loophole.
Just FYI, I was there all that time, I promise. And probably for about, most recently, I would say for about the past 3 weeks, lurking into a few of them. But normally I've been following Guile or Logan because I like the way he manages spaces. But not all of them do it great, if you see what I mean. But or do it so that you can stay in the room. Sometimes it gets a little bit to the left. That's all right because you can always leave the room and then come back again. But but yes, I've been lurking for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a surprise. That's quite a loophole. You come in through an iPad or a laptop and you can just snoop on the room and nobody knows. So if people have
Can
that,
you see Ricky?
yeah, I can see Ricky. Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
not, you're not hidden. They can see you. And by the way, I'm a co-host, so if you put any signs up, I can totally see you. But that's my friends coming in to see that and so that they can go and go, yeah, she really was doing it. You watch, she's totally going to cross me up.
That's very cool. Yeah, I like that about this too. I have friends going back as far as high school, and I'm in my 50s, who like I'm reconnecting with because we hang out in the same Twitter spaces.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
Hear you say you follow my boyfriend around in spaces.
I've followed Logan around and a couple of others. I think it was Guy and
Yeah, that's my boyfriend.
Yeah, if you're following,
sorry, not in that way. I didn't
No,
follow him.
I'm just
sorry.
fucking with you.
if you're following Logan and Guy around, you are on the verge of finding all the lovely UFO Twitter spaces.
I just thought it was funny.
No, actually, my cat had told me that a while ago that they can do that, but he told me like about a week or more ago. I'll check back with him that you can't do that anymore. But apparently, that's not true that you can't do that anymore.
Well, I think it's worrying that you can come on these spaces and lurk without being spotted, because I think the whole thing about people like Logan hosting these spaces is that he can see before he moves there.
And
I don't like the idea that.
What was I saying earlier, y'all?
That's what I'm saying.
What
That was a
did
little unnerving.
what did I say
Also, I used to
earlier?
emote all the time to affect talkers, and when you played back spaces, you couldn't see me emoting. But now playing
Hey,
back
Mike.
spaces shows it, so my gig is up.
Hey, Mike. Can he not hear me? Hey, Mike.
It used to be so funny. I could like kind of guide a
Mike,
speaker.
can you hear Heather?
Can you hear Heather?
Oh no, I can't. I'll drop.
When you say I'll drop, what do you mean when you say that?
You're just gonna switch to listener and then
Oh,
request to
well,
come back up to
there's
speak.
different things you can do. You can just click around and get out of the room and back in. If that doesn't work, you can quit Twitter and come back in. I mean, it sucks to be promoted to a speaker, but that'll get your speaker back. You can also switch to another app that uses the speaker or microphone. That sometimes does it.
Right.
Or you can drop it like it's hot.
You can just kick him out.
Drop it like it's watch. I'll do it.
Just rug him.
Yes, I see.
But anyway, I was just coming up to mess with you because I thought it was funny.
No, but sorry, I'm so sorry.
I was like, did she say she follows Guy? I was like, hold on, I'm gonna go mess with her.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and cry in the corner about something else. Just trying to, like I said, see if I could find any other Blackbird knowers, really, because obviously there were other people there, and I'm sure that they were of similar age to me, so they'll still be around. And who knows?
You know, when you Google Operation Blackbird, at first you get a whole bunch of junk. and you got to dig just a little bit before you actually find anything about UFOs. Like, I'm sure if you narrowed the search down a little bit better than what I did, I just typed in Operation Blackbird as like a general search. And I had to scroll for a second before I found anything that was actually related.
You beat me.
Well, I would have done it, but when I got this laptop, I made the stupid mistake of letting someone else set it up for me, and apparently, I found out today that I'd set my laptop up to believe and tell everyone that I was only 11. So it was it was limiting everything I could do to that age, and so Rick came in and goes, "This will be your reason." He undid it all for me, and now I'm the proper age I really am. But that was, I bet you I was just switching everything down so that I couldn't get flooded with stuff. But actually, all of that sort of stuff doesn't actually happen anymore.
Are you sure you're not actually 11?
No, I do promise you, I'm mentally 16, but
You know,
definitely
13
not.
going on 30. You know.
No. I'm definitely about 16 mentally. I have my 16-year look at him. I have my 16-year-old moments, I've got to tell you. But I've seen some stuff, been there, been done that, and I don't mean to do that been there, done that thing, but been there, done that quite a bit. Travelled a little bit, not very travelly, but travelled a little bit.
I shall be traveling. But Shy, we are going to have a game, right? It's called the Great Space Race Wedding Game, and Heather is the first contestant, and so we are going to have the first question. I'm going to need her assistance. So I think the first question should be, have you yet had phone sex? What do you think?
Whoa.
Answer not, answer about the question, or propose another question. The ball is in your court, so to speak.
Heather and Guy are on different continents.
Listen, no, we haven't had phone sex, but in front of everybody, I asked him if his mouth is still as magical when his face is a seat. So, you know. I'd be saying some shit, but kiss and tell. All right. And I'll be in the UK in a few months.
Thank you very much. And
what about you, Lori? What about you, huh? Have you had phone sex recently?
It's been a while, but my phone sex is probably phone sex that no one else in the whole entire world is having, and I may disclose it at some point in time.
What the fuck kind of phone sex would that be? Are you guys getting super kinky? Are you incorporating robots?
No, nothing like that. You will be shocked.
I'm not telling.
Oh, it's Lori Beth, it's you and Old Milk? Hey, get it, Milk?
I've been an asexual for so long, I wouldn't know what that really means. She lied through her hind teeth. But I know that like, I think the last time I had phone sex was about 25 years ago with an American.
Hey, there you go.
It was my first and only time. I married him, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, it was his own fault. He shouldn't have been that good at it. But yes, that was the last time anything like that happened. Then I got pregnant with twins. So, that'll be definitely the last time that happens, you bloody Americans. You come over here, you get your sperms, you come in and rape our little eggs. We were just minding our own business. And then you come in along and you're 2 weeks apartness and just rape my poor eggs and make them pregnant.
Just
And then they, well,
sweet maple syrup.
Thing was, he's half Japanese. They were from South Dakota, where the faces in the floor are. Oh, what am I telling you for? You know where South Dakota is. Sorry, the faces in the wall, not the floor. They come from there, and he married a Japanese lady, and then they had Tim. my ex, and I would recommend him. He gives you twins.
I already got one semen demon running around, man. I really don't need any more real life human babies. And I think I'm good on like non-human babies too. I'm pretty good with just like, doing me.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with the cats and the
Figuratively and
dogs at this point.
metaphorically.
Would you like to be probed by an alien? Is that what you're saying, Hey Ocean?
She's trying to get jiggy with it with Bigfoot. Okay,
You know
she
what?
loves her some
When
Bigfoot.
OpenEye, were you in the space with Eric when he asked OpenEye if he would go Brokeback Mountain with like one of two
Yes,
people, and OpenEye said
yes.
fucking Bigfoot, and I'm like, how are you not my twin flame over here or something? Like you are literally me but more crazy. I swear to God.
Nah, as it is my honest understanding that apparently those Bigfoots stink like your grandma, so I wouldn't if I were you. Not your grandma. I bet your grandma's lovely and smells lovely, but other people's grandmas who smell disgusting, their grandmas. Apparently, Bigfoot has a real stink on him, so you've got to go in there with the nose peg.
They clean up well.
You'd think we'd smell them coming.
Well,
And the pictures that are showing up these days, the stuff coming out on Reddit and all with the Bigfoot, it's pretty impressive. It's generative AI has been kind to Bigfoot.
Yeah, I like him. Say more words, you.
Bigfoot is cool. I just bought a brand new Bigfoot t-shirt at Walmart the other day in the guys section. That bitch was like $8. It was great. I love it. It's super cute. Even though it's in the guys section, but that's where you find all the good t-shirts at Walmart. They're all in the guys section. Like whatever, at least they're cheap, right? Cool.
Yeah. But I'm just looking for something really cool on my Twitter feed to see if I can.
That would be me. You're welcome.
I'm just gonna see if I'm able to do it because I don't know.
Hey, y'all know why Peter Pan flies?
Go on.
If you got hit in the Peter with a pan, you'd fly too.
I love that. That is so cool.
Shy snorts when she laughs sometimes.
I do not. I have got a perfectly ordinary, normal laugh. That are we talking about?
It's great. It's okay. People make fun of my laugh. There's some other people who have some funky laughs too, so it's all good. Just out here having fun.
I have got so much Twitter now. Hang on a second. Oh, Amy, you're a little diamond, mate. You've put all that stuff there. That's way cool. Perfect. My brain is going to be, because I'll stay up all night now and you watch, I'll soak all of that in. I can't help it. My brain does things like that with or without me. But
that's facts. 100%.
I don't mind it. I tell you what, I got used to it. And then when I had the strokes, it literally all stopped. And it was kind of wonderful. It was like, and I don't mean this the religious way, it was like being reborn, given another chance with a body that at the time, my body didn't work exactly, but the brain had sort of blanked, and that was kind of wonderful. I could pretend to be anything I wanted until I looked on Twitter and found out what I really was. But I could pretend to be anything at that point. It was loads of fun. Oh, AI, look at you talking to me. You do realise I can't. I fear you. Go away. No, I'm not frightened of you. I'm just not ready. Go on. What do you want?
I can definitely say I've passed some messages like that before in my my life. You just see a message. It's like, not today.
Yeah.
Maybe
Today.
tomorrow.
I'm too busy having the most fun I've ever had on here. It's like I wish I could show you what I've got in my feed because I've got this animal. I can't for the life of me figure out if it's AI or a real animal, but I know, like, sorry, I trust the person that's posted it, but I can't for the life of me. I'm gonna.
So, has anyone showed you how to share things up top?
What's my breasts got to do with things?
Ha!
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you hit the pill in the lower right. It's often purple.
Well,
Sometimes
we're
it's
not
then
doing
you
all that. This is, and you're breaking up. Your audio sucks, by the way. It's also why I'm doing that. No, so if you find an interesting tweet on your feed and you want to share it to up top where we normally refer to it as the nest, or some people call it the jumbotron. So when you're looking at a tweet that you like, you're just in your feed, see a tweet, you can look at the bottom far right corner, see
Right.
like the little share button. It's got
Yeah.
like the 3 dots. Click on that. It's going to bring up a new menu. It says share tweet, and it's going to have a list of like DMs, like if you have group chats or private DMs with somebody. But at the very top, you see it says Logan Space.
That's
You'll just look for Logan Space. It says it's got like a little microphone logo next to it on the left. It says Logan Space. And that, when you click Logan Space, it will share it up top.
right.
So anytime you want to share something interesting, that's how you do it. You put it up there. But if you'd like for that information that you're sharing to still be visible to everybody after the space is closed, because we don't have access to what's put in the nest. So if you any pertinent information, when you're in the space and you see that little bottom purple tic tac little thing, corner pocket, you can share it into there. And that goes to the comment section directly to Logan's tweet for this space. And then everyone still has access to it after the space is closed.
Oh, you're a sweetheart. Thank you for that. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my actual Twitter feed, or is that a thing that's a mystery unless I put it in here?
I can see it.
Your feed, like what you post to your Twitter,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see what you post because your profile is set to public. So people not even following you, all they have to do is go to your Twitter profile and they can see everything. Not your private stuff and whatever, but yeah.
Can you see that animal?
It's a 2-click process. Once on a profile and then once on the username.
Right. I was wondering if you guys put my profile and it's just like there's a picture of me saying now I'm going fully digital. That's where I go from being real to being my avatar. Then it's the one below that, Tonya DeVitti. What is that?
I don't know. That's creepy as shit.
Isn't it?
I hope it's fake. It better be fake. Let's look at these comments. You can always trust comments to help you, right? Not really. I
just wondered if anyone.
Someone said, "Oh look, a nope of the red alert variety."
I just can't take my eyes.
Isn't that what happens to females once a month?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I can tell you're a virgin. Shut up.
They eat their men. Why?
Yeah.
But that was just the creepiest thing I think I've seen on Twitter in a long time. Just that really. Just not I didn't want to and there are some things on there that I just think are quite astonishing. Like, do you want a cool thing? Here is augmented reality ring and stuff like that. I do love anything like that. It's sort of, and there's a picture of my brain. Jeez Louise. They scanned my brain and they said it was the most scardiest one they've ever seen, and I'm still functioning. I'm thinking, thanks. I wouldn't know the difference, by the way.
Hey, Lizard. I know you're listening. I just want you to know that I fucking adore you, bro. You're the best.
Hello? I'm sorry, I was unavailable for a minute. Did somebody say my name? I'm sorry.
Nah, I was giving a
I
shout
did.
out to Lizard.
So yeah, pretty creepy animal. I just thought there.
Can't be real. I don't think it's real. Nobody was in that comment section offering any ideas of what it could be other than just like burn the entire house down type shit.
Yes, leave now.
Fuck that. I'm getting out of there. Like,
It
hell
looks like
no.
it should come out of the water, but you know.
Yep.
I don't know. There might be something to like the sticky toes there.
Bit watery, isn't it?
Yep.
Could someone else post it in the thing called the nest for me until I get the hang of that? Just because we're talking about aliens, and honest to God, if they dropped anything behind, there's one thing.
Wouldn't we be an alien if like someone came across our planet and like saw us and they're like, "Whoa, what the hell? Look
I
at all
think
these weird things." Like,
Well, if there's any other life out in the universe, then technically we are aliens.
Well, we would be aliens if you think about it. If they visited, we'd be aliens, and so would they. I'd just like to think that we've got cleaner hair. No, not really.
I do.
They probably got long, luscious locks that put your hair to shame.
I
Nope.
know. I
No
know.
way.
I bet they've got no hair. That's the other thing as well. Why have they never got hair in the pictures? All aliens
Some
are
of them
bald.
Right.
do. Some of them do. Depends on what race you're talking about.
You don't see them with a nice pair of bangs and some curls. Never.
A little bowl cut. Little bowl cut on an alien. That'd be so adorable.
Yes.
All I can think about is Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber.
Oh God, yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
Ooh, I think you're onto something. Could it be the Illuminati?
Probably not. Let's see, what's your name? Dick Williamson. How are you today?
Hey folks, how's it going? Dick Williamson here, KTLE Chopper 5 right now. We got a two-car injury accident on the 118 between Laurel Canyon and San Fernando Road. Stop traffic back to Sepulveda right now. Also, multi-vehicle injury wreck. All lanes are blocked going south on the I-5 between I-210 and Highway 14. Overall, it's a beautiful day in Southern California. Back to you in the studio.
Dick Williamson, do you have an update on that fugitive Logan Black?
No, I don't.
Last I heard, he was standing
That
out
was
in his
already
yard with his penis
always
out.
there.
Something about an egg-shaped penis. I'm not sure. Why?
I heard
I
that
don't
the
know.
other
There's
day.
just some deja vu going on. I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. I need to
Get some
sleep.
sleep.
Yes. I heard that the other day. Egg-shaped penis. How feckin' useless and unhelpful would that be?
Or bowl cut.
Is Logan sleeping?
No, he's not. He was just a little late with the morning traffic. I'm sorry about that, Dick. I've had a long morning. If you don't mind, we'll get right back to it. Thank you.
I think I meant to do that. I hope I did. I am so the co-host.
But is he actually in a helicopter? That sounded real. I'm not even
Yeah.
100%.
I
So
sure
was
am,
that
buddy. I
exposed
sure
penis?
am.
Okay, on to the weather. If you're in the city, it's glorious, 75 degrees, perfect for I don't know, sitting on traffic on the 405. And if you're in those coastal areas, you might want to reconsider that beach trip, unless, of course, you prefer your sandcastles pre-washed and your picnic with a complimentary side of wind. Now, back to you in Chopper. Dick.
I'm fucking hysterical. I love that. So, Rick, can you hear us?
Perhaps he's checking on that penis that was getting worked on outside.
How do I?
I was on mute there. Couldn't. I don't know if you could hear me. The microphone was muted. Dick Williamson here, Chopper 5 KTLA right now. We got an overturned vehicle in the right lane coming out of Compton near SR 91 Riverside Freeway near the Santa Fe Avenue exit. Traffic stopped back all the way to I-70. And a little bit on the update on that Logan Black character. Last we saw what happened to my chopper sound effect. Damn it!
I can help if you want.
Looks like we have lost Nick.
Am I helping?
No.
Oh, sorry, the train was going by.
That's hysterical.
Whoa. And for those in the just in the zany world of Florida, a local man was seen jet skiing on the highway in yesterday's rain. At least someone's making the most of the weather forecast. And speaking of jet skis, over in Montana, a woman set a record for fastest knitting while on a snowmobile. I'm not sure what's more perplexing, the record. No, don't do that.
Hysterical.
Oh god.
Just on that point for a moment, I'm afraid I'm going to have to tell someone off. 1 second. What are you doing? You know that's not yours.
It's mine.
But it's not yours. If you eat it, then someone's going to jump off this bed and come barking after you. Harry, I'm telling Rick on you.
I ain't helping.
I'm going to tell Rick to tell Gina, who'll tell you.
I'm just trying to come to the terms of being called an alien because I've got no hair.
See, alien, I fucking knew it. You're one of those. He's one of those techie brains. Total alien. Honest to God, got the big head and everything. Not really.
Got the elongated skull and all.
Uh-huh. But in all fairness, he's been giggling at me for years.
Who?
You.
No, not so.
Lying fish.
Not sure what's happening here, folks, but
Wanka Williamson.
It appears our lines.
Did I do something, or can I do something? It says it's telling me that it's offering that I can mute everyone, and I don't want to do that.
No worries, because I don't mind at all. Back to you in the chopper, Dick.
ladies and gentlemen, got a little breaking news update about Shy Keenan and her BBC gangbang film currently being released out of Encino for Hardcore Pictures. Brand new release coming out today, and we'll give you the update on that in just a few minutes from now.
I hope she's got an OnlyFans.
That was, you said Shy? Has a video?
When your immune system needs a pick-me-up, Pfizer's there for the setup. Are you afraid of ordinary vaccine that just won't vaccinate? Well, with Pfizer, you get more than just protection. You get a tale to tell at your next dinner party. Yeah, I got Pfizered. It's like a superhero origin story, but with fewer radioactive spiders. Boost your shield with Johnson & Johnson, the real deal.
I got my shot. Don't miss live action footage from Dick in the helicopter coming up every day at 5 o'clock. I'm just kidding. ABC.
It did get a little quiet though, didn't it?
Yeah, we lost Dick Williamson.
I don't think we could lose him if we tried. I feel like we're stuck with his funny, and I feel so blessed to get to be a part of his funny, to be honest.
You are so close to being stepped down. So close.
Yeah, ew. I think Matthew said he wanted to be dropped.
I heard that too. It's Rim Jobby, my favorite fucking clown. What are you doing down there? I think old Mike died. There's no way he's not talking.
We should run some polls.
Okay, what do you want to run?
Run these nuts down your face.
Heck, got him.
Just pull down your face.
Yeah, right. What one?
I love seeing the rooms go dead and then come back later with people checking in, the usual faces hours later, same day.
Is it me?
Hello.
Talking about me?
You and half the people here. I mean, I was gone for a few hours too.
I know, right? I have to get back to my fucking life.
Yeah, you weren't allowed to leave the room, motherfucker. I have to step you down for that.
Yeah, old milk. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah? Can I get a yeah?
Yeah.
Can you say that old milk line again?
What?
Oh,
yeah.
That's how you say it.
Oh, that's what you were asking for. Okay.
It's a whole thing, man. I don't even know.
Oh, I know. Can I get a oh yeah? But he said it wrong.
That's okay.
I know nothing.
That's not even like whatever it
Still
sounds
resonated.
so fake.
Yeah, you fucking like straight like what's it called? Like yeah, you did that.
Do what? I know what the fuck the sound is. My friends say it on the game all the time.
Of course they do. That's the only action they get.
For real. That's why there's that one clip where we were playing Warzone and my friend was like, Birdie, you have to ooh at them, scare them. So I had just seen a dude, so I went running up on him. And as I'm shooting him, I nearly forgot to yell ooh. But I got it. It was great. Like I suck. And the best part about it is because there's proximity chat. So that dude was within hearing range of me and my friend the entire time. So he could hear him tell him to tell me to ooh at him. And then that was great. It was so much fun. And I haven't played Warzone in like nearly 2 months.
I bet you're better than I am.
Cool story, bro.
I guarantee I am.
You're probably better than me too. I'm not very good at is it like first person shooter games?
Who was that said cool story, bro? Let me hear your voice again.
I want to hear your voice.
Now I don't want to hear your voice. That irritates me actually. Who was that? Was that Rim Jobby? You sound like John. I thought John was in here for a second, but I didn't see his face.
Base.
Why do you always come in with these dumbass ad libs that are never funny?
Base.
Bet.
Base.
Word.
Trash.
Base.
Woody titty.
Sorry you had to be here to see this screen.
Base. Base. What? Who said ad libs? We're doing ad libs now? I love ad libs.
What's an ad lib?
Can you kick me down? It's the wrong button. And
Yeah, I had to drop you down, but we can't have you singing in here, you freak.
Rim jobby. What, you don't speak?
What if it's Rim Jabai?
I don't give a fuck, it's rim jobby. What, you don't
Yeah,
talk?
he's got my cock in his mouth right now, so just give him a minute.
I'm gonna need you to pop it out of his mouth really quick so he can answer my question. Come on, let him breathe for 1 second. Damn, you skull fucked him so hard he left the room.
sorry, I was handling some things.
You're good, you're good. Man, you got it.
But yeah, Logan, ad libs are, it's like a story where, you kind of put in random words.
That's a Mad Lib.
Yeah, same difference.
No, it's not. Ad libs are those dumbass things like rappers, those random words and sounds that they put in between lines and shit. Like what Matthew does during conversations. He doesn't add actual thoughts, just random sounds and words and sound effects.
You don't think I add extra thought into it? I bring
No.
thoughts.
Because you're like, face.
I bring thoughts.
Face.
Yeah, because I heard face like 7 times come out your mouth.
I wish I didn't have to hear anything come out of your mouth.
Oh, I wish ooh, now you're talking. Like that.
Hey, Screen.
Screenerino.
What's up, Scream?
What up, though?
Nothing, just talking shit to this weirdo. How's your day?
Well, I was hoping I could find a good space, but
You for
still
sure
looking.
have a good space. We got all the best people in
Nah,
here.
spaces have been kind of crap today.
I don't know. I guess that's like a perspective, right? Like,
Yeah, they're just letting anybody in, huh?
Yep.
You insulted Shy Keenan because she was like the star today. She just dropped when you said that.
Oh, it's nothing against her. It's just not the normal space.
you talking about Nanny 911?
Ricky's still here.
I think it's the weather.
I'm gonna
So how
smoke
long
some more
before we
weed,
see a
y'all.
new logo?
Up, she's back.
Damn it. I'm just kidding.
Where did you go? I was waiting Poppy.
What the fuck was that?
Fucking Emperor Zurg over here.
It's very choppy, Ricky.
Sounds like one of those microphones you get at like Chuck E. Cheese when you were younger, and like you just kind of like yell into it and it echoes.
Can anyone else see Lizard?
Nope.
No.
He's in here
I know. I'm
though.
looking at a lizard.
In the world today.
Naga.
I don't see
Like,
Lizard.
yeah, but he's here. Like we're messaging. I was like, bro, I haven't seen you since I gave you a compliment. Like he just disappeared. He's like, I'm in here. Like what? He glitched and now he's invisible. Like what the fuck?
Nah, I see him.
That's why I was thinking if anyone else could see him on their screen. Maybe
Yeah.
my side is just laggy.
He's right next to me, actually. On my screen, at least.
It doesn't show Lizard in here. He's lying.
Lizard, you're a liar.
No.
No, not Lizard. Matthew.
What? Okay,
Oh.
Mr. Screen. You think you could see him ice cream? Ice cream? Every screen? I'm looking at Lizard right now, bro.
Bro, my fucking name is Screen.
I don't know about you. I gotta shut this space down, guys.
Okay, bye.
There's connection issues with the host, and there's no co-host, so be ready.
This is your
Maybe we
fault.
can get some UFOs and bullshit.
This is your fault. 150%.
You know Logan's got like 3 other devices though. That's just that are charged. Why?
Because he's a fucking idiot. Like, I don't understand why people let him up. I don't get it.
What is that, like Lucius' alter ego?
Who? My alter ego? No, I'm just like, I don't know, no saying nothing.